Traveling through time and space to become Musen 500 years before the start of the story, there is a lot of room for Operation Blue Spider Lily. Overcome the sun, become the ultimate creature, living with the 12 ghost moons in old age, Bushi, scare the Demon Slayer Corps from time to time, and also play undercover, Omega, live until the advent of cell phones, games, novels, anime, even, met the original scum boss, standing in the sun and shaking his head to mock him. Let me know who the next victim will be, Omega. Chapter 1 Su Ming, Times, Kibutsuji Musen, a horse crow's cry sounded in the quiet and dark forest. A few birds fluttered their wings and flew out of the forest. A few black shadows flashed by on the full moon, and the leaves rustled a few times. Musen returned to his residence while it was still dark. As soon as he entered the door, he saw blood on the corner of his mouth and the mirror on the side, so he took out a handkerchief to wipe it clean. 5 days ago, he accidentally died suddenly and traveled through time. When his soul came to this world, the kinetic energy was too great, which broke up Musen's soul and caused Musen to faint. He successfully took over the body, and by the way, he also absorbed the soul of the boss and obtained his memory. Although the process is strange, it is not important. What is important is that staying up late can really lead to sudden death. Before traveling through time, Boss Xia turned a doctor who was unwilling to die into a ghost and temporarily lived in his house. Noticing that Musen had returned, the doctor, Yanagisawa Kiyuki, bowed hurriedly and respectfully called him sir. He waited until Musen returned to the room before continuing with what he was doing. The reason why Yanagisawa Kiyuki was noticed by the former Musen and turned into a demon was because of his medical skills, but his character is obviously many times better than the original scumbag boss. Although he has become a ghost, he does not often eat people, and he only attacks those who have committed heinous crimes. He will also save people like he did when he was a human. This made the former trash boss very unhappy. If he hadn't been impressed by his medical skills, he would have killed him long ago. But now Musen likes him much more. After returning to the room, Musen took out a book from the bookshelf and sat cross-legged on the ground to read. He himself had never expected that after he traveled through time, he would be able to calm down and read books, even those medical theory books that he had previously found boring. It may be because of the influence of the original Musen's memories, or it may be that this era is too boring. It was 1467, the Warring States period on the island country. There was nothing interesting to do there, so he wanted to wait until mobile phones appeared. If he didn't watch something every day, he would be bored to death. The sky gradually brightened, and the morning sunlight shone through the paper window onto the ground, making Wuzan feel a burning sensation. He found a black cloth to block the sunlight and continued reading. It was also thanks to him being a ghost that he could see the words clearly in the dark. As for Yanagisawa Kiyuki, he is still waiting for patients to come and treat them like he did in his human days, while using Musen's blood to study how to overcome the sunlight. But now Musen has seen his thoughts. It can't be done, it really can't be done. He is just an ordinary doctor. At most, he has some advanced medical skills, but he really can't help ghosts overcome the sun. In Wuzan's hand, a book more than 5 centimeters thick was turned to the last page. The white paper next to it was also filled with densely packed small handwriting. Wuzan closed the book, put it back on the bookshelf, put away his notes, and stood up. The door of the outer room was half open. Musen pushed it open and saw Yanagisawa Kiyuki flipping through a thick book. The white paper on one side was also densely written with notes, but the expression on his face was very painful, almost exactly the same as Su Ming's expression when he was struggling with the last math problem in the college entrance examination. He was still racking his brains to carry out the boss's request, even though it was beyond his ability, but in order to avoid being killed because he was of no use, he had no choice but to go ahead. Noticing his cruel and ruthless boss approaching, his body stiffened and he couldn't help swallowing. He stood up quickly, lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Musen was already used to the behavior of his demons, so he picked up the thick book on the table and said, "Don't bother if you can't do it." Hearing this, Yanagisawa Jishin was so frightened that his already pale face turned even paler, sweat poured out of his forehead, and his voice trembled. "Sir, I can do it." Wuzan closed the book and looked at him speechlessly, as if he was afraid that he would abandon him. "I won't kill you. Just improve your medical skills slowly." After saying that, he turned around and left with his big book. The main purpose is this book, and it's just a byproduct to tell Yanagisawa Kiyuki that he doesn't need to bother anymore. Dong dong. There was a slight sound from the wooden door outside. Wuzan turned around and pulled over a small stool with interest and sat aside. Yanagisawa Jishin looked at his boss's face before saying to the door, "Come in." I saw 3 people wearing Demon Slayer Corps uniforms with knives hanging on their waists walking in quickly, 2 of them holding the person in the middle on the left and one on the right. When he saw what they were wearing, Yanagisawa Jishing's face froze and he subconsciously wanted to run away, but Musen's voice came into his mind, "Be steady, they are here to save you." To be honest, Musen was also stunned for a moment when he saw it, but he felt relieved when he thought that they knocked on the door and got permission to come in, and they didn't look very strong, so it should be impossible to tell that they were ghosts. Moreover, the person being held in the middle had blood on one side of his waist that soaked his clothes. The other 2 people also had many tears in their clothes and wounds on their arms. Interesting, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps actually came to be treated by demons. Musen Kibutsuji has 5 brains and 7 hearts. The 5 heads not only bring powerful memory and IQ, but also allow him to monitor his demon subordinates at any time. But after he came through, he was too lazy to monitor. Seeing them like this, he checked the condition of the ghosts under his command. The nearby ghosts haven't encountered any from the Demon Slayer Corps. After receiving Musen's reminder, Yanagisawa Kiyuki felt at ease and let them put the patient on the bed nearby and check his injuries. At the same time, his face looked embarrassed. He doesn't dare to save her. Although doctors have kind hearts, it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. How could he dare to save the Demon Slayer Corps in front of the Demon King? Save him. As he was hesitating, the boss's voice appeared in his mind again. Yanagisawa Jishing suddenly relaxed and followed Musen's meaning and asked casually, "How did you get hurt so badly?" During the Warring States period, the existence of man-eating ghosts was actually as well known as gods and ghosts. The youngest-looking demon slayer leaned his Nichiren sword against the bed, sat down and said angrily, "We met bandits. Damn it. They are all garbage." The other person was also very unwilling. They ran away. Tisk. While tending to his wound, Yanagisawa Jishing responded, "This is a chaotic world. By the way, try not to go out at night. Someone nearby has been kidnapped by a ghost." Upon hearing this, Yanagisawa Jishing agreed while considering whether he should change places. Even though the place was in chaos with bandits rampant and wars raging everywhere, if he stayed in one place for too long he would be discovered sooner or later, and it seemed that he would be discovered soon too. After sending a few people away, Musen looked at Yanagisawa Jishing and said, "Don't worry, they are talking about another ghost." Although Musen did not create many demons, the density was not small because they were only within the Edo area. There are indeed a few ghosts nearby. Also, go deal with the bandits tonight and bring me one. Chapter 2 Utopia. Musen threw the bones aside and leaned against the wall, thinking about whether he should reorganize the ghosts under his command. Yanagisawa Kiyuki came over and cleaned up the bones on the ground and buried them under the tree in the yard. Musen started reading a book while planning. Let's talk about what to do later. Just read the book first. There is still a lot of time, so take it slow. Seeing that Yanagisawa Kiyuki's book was almost finished, Musen felt that it was time for him to move on, and because it was the Warring States period, they definitely wouldn't starve. The more people a demon eats, the stronger it becomes. Thinking of Yorichi Tsujikoku, who will appear later, Musen feels that he needs to improve his strength. 2 days later, the big book was finished. Musen lay on the ground looking at the ceiling. He had just eaten and was too lazy to move. Yanagisawa Jishing has been very diligent these days. There are no bandits left around the village. Maybe he wants to squeeze out the last drop of value before leaving. Musen was also happy to sit back and reap the benefits, but because of the Demon Slayer Corps that appeared a few days ago, another demon was indeed killed nearby. Moreover, in the past few days, members of the Demon Slayer Corps have come here from time to time, and they are not injured or sick. It is obvious that suspicion has fallen on them. Standing up from the ground, Musen looked out the door and said, "Jishing, the Demon Slayer Corps already suspects us. It's time to leave." Jishing had also been prepared. He packed his books and money, and the 2 of them left under the cover of night. The next night, the Demon Slayer Corps looked at the empty house and got angry for nothing, so they just let the demon go. Yanagisawa Noriyuki has blood ghost magic, but it is not strong. The effect is only for treatment. It is completely useless for ghosts. It can be said that he is worthy of his identity as a doctor. The 2 walked through a forest and came to a town. What surprised the 2 was that in the chaotic Warring States period, there was actually a town that seemed to be thriving. It seemed that everyone lived and worked in peace and contentment, just like a paradise. Even at night, it is a lively scene, with red lanterns hanging on the streets, and friends, couples, and families strolling around without worry at night. As soon as they arrived at the city gate, a pretty girl came up to them enthusiastically and offered to lead the way for them.
Are you going to stay here permanently? Yanagisawa Jishing looked at Muzan, who nodded slightly. You're right. The little girl smiled happily. My sister happens to have an empty house, do you want to stay there for a while? The little girl, who is only a little over 1.4 meters tall, looks very petite. She is short and cute when she smiles, and her long hair behind her bounces with her steps. Thank you very much. Wukan smiled and thanked her, then followed the little girl to what she referred to as my sister's empty room. The wooden house is larger than expected and looks luxurious. It is obviously bigger than the other houses and has patterns and carvings on it. Moreover, there is only one house around, and it is located in the center of the town. You guys go in first. The little girl took out a key and opened the door. I'll go find some cleaning tools. He ran away after saying that. Jishing looked at Muzan worriedly. My lord, something is wrong. They are all ghosts, why are you afraid? Let's go. Muzan walked in without hesitation, and Jishing had no choice but to follow. Just after taking a few steps inside, there was a sudden bang behind him and the door was slammed shut. Jishing subconsciously turned around and tried to open the door, but he was stopped by Wutsun. Don't worry, just go. Jishing couldn't help but take one more look before he hurriedly followed. As soon as he walked into the yard, he saw a huge black shadow suddenly rushing towards Muzan. Jishing rushed forward to stop it, but because the incident happened suddenly, when he reacted, Muzan had already pressed the black shadow to the ground. Jishing stood there awkwardly, and at the same time he saw clearly what was attacking him. A ghost. It turned out to be a ghost. Are you tired of living? Are you here as a ghost to attack the Ghost King? However, this ghost has a strange shape, as if countless heads were glued together with flesh and blood, and it is huge, more than 2 meters tall and extremely wide. Each head has a huge mouth, and the limbs made up of heads are twisted. The entire ghost was stepped heavily on the ground by Muzan. The center of his body was sunken and blood was splattered all over the ground, but he dared not make any sound. The moment when Muzan stepped on the ground, the demon finally realized that he was attacking the Demon King. Muzan Kibi Yusuji. No one dared to move. All heads showed terrified expressions. Sir! Sir, spare my life, spare my life. Wukan smiled and looked down at the ghost at his feet. No, you're too ugly. After saying that, regardless of his wailing and begging for mercy, he exerted force and the huge ghost head was shattered into pieces. Jishing stood in the corner terrified, swallowing silently, not daring to breathe. Muzan looked at Jishing and said, clean up the floor. Also, bring that little girl to me. From the moment he approached, he knew that the reason this paradise existed was because this town worshipped this ghost. People offered passers-by, people around them, and even their own blood relatives to the ghost in order to seek a better life and even wealth and glory. They relied on the ghost to kill passers-by to get money in exchange for the satisfaction of their own desires. In fact, this kind of thing is very common in this era. Muzan was just passing by and laid off an employee. He didn't like the thing, so he just dealt with it. It's a pity that such a good house was ruined by this ghost, and it looks like a doghouse everywhere. Bones and garbage were thrown everywhere, and Jishing finally cleaned up a room. Wuzan was surprised to find that there was a study in this house. There are quite a lot of books in the collection. Although they are covered with various foul smells, they will be fine after being cleaned and dried in the sun. Unexpected gain. Soon, Jishing came back with the struggling little girl, who was violently thrown in front of Muzan and trembled in fear. Even the gods here disappeared, so she could guess what happened. She knelt down in front of Muzan while crying, my lord, I didn't mean it. I know where the gods are still enshrined. Don't kill me. Does this mean he is regarded as someone who eliminates harm for the people, like the Demon Slayer Corps? Wuzan looked at her and smiled. You know ghosts, right? The girl lowered her head and quickly replied, I know. Then can't you see that what you are worshipping is a ghost? Or a god? The girl lowered her head and dared not speak. Who could not guess this? But it was all for survival. I was wrong. I will take you to find those evil spirits. The girl looked like she was trying to atone her sins and help you. Seeing her like this, Wuzhan smiled with evil humor. I am a ghost too. The girl's face froze visibly. Chapter 3. Are you fucking me? She just wanted to ask, are you messing with me? But how could she have the courage to do that? He knelt on the ground, fearing that the evil ghost would eat him, and said tremblingly, well, I'll help you trick someone else to come over. I see, Muzan said with a meaningful look, I was lying to you. I am from the Demon Slayer Corps. You're just messing with me, right? The little girl is about to burst. Wuzhan looked at her expression. Although he wanted to laugh, he still kept a serious expression on his face. I wanted to give you a chance, but you are wavering like this, sir. Sir. Give me another chance. Please. The little girl was so scared when she heard the words that she rolled over and crawled to hug Wuzon's calf, crying loudly, and her pitiful appearance was really pitiful. Wuzon sighed, with a look of sympathy. Well, actually I am a ghost. The little girl whimpered twice. I won't cooperate with ghosts. Hey, Wuzon smiled and patted her head with satisfaction, looking at Jixing, who was trying not to laugh in the corner. You don't like eating women, right? Jixing said that if you say I don't like it, then I don't like it. Hearing this, the little girl looked up at Muzin in disbelief, and this time she really cried from the bottom of her heart. Sir, are you a human or a ghost? Wuzon touched her soft furry head and said with a smile, Ghost. Little girl, let me die, thank you. Okay, Wuzon mentioned her, I won't tease you anymore. The little girl's expression lit up. Sir, you are not a ghost? No, I'm a ghost. Just let me die. Her face was ashen. Is it really okay to tease me like this before she dies? Okay, I won't eat you, just help me out. The little girl subconsciously raised her head and smiled again. My lord, what can I do for you? From your place, call at least 2 people over here every day. The little girl's face froze again. Sir, this isn't good, is it? It's okay to cheat outsiders, because everyone in the town knows that the Lord God lives here. If you insist on cheating, it may be okay once or twice, but if you do it too many times, you will definitely be discovered. This is not easy to do, I don't care. If I can't bring anyone with me, I'll have to eat you to fill my stomach. It's up to you to choose whether to eat you or someone else. The little girl finally left in tears. To live, don't be shabby. Jixing worked for a long time and finally cleaned up the 2 rooms and created a clean space. He spread out the books for Wuzon in the yard and pressed them down with stones. Seeing that it was getting light, Jixing was just about to go back to the room, but Wu screamed at him. Muzin sat on the tatami, playing with the Nichiren sword that came from nowhere in his hand. Juyuki, let's go to participate in the Demon Slayer Corps assessment. Yanagisawa Noriyuki? Lord Ghost King, what did you say? Why has Lord Ghost King been acting more and more abnormal recently? It's not like before when he had a gloomy face all day long, as if saying you are all trash, and sooner or later I will become the ultimate creature and kill you. He now has more expressions, but, you are the Ghost King, it would be fine if you let me treat the wounds of the Demon Slayer Corps, but why the hell do you want to go to the Demon Slayer Corps yourself? What's more, Tingshi Mountain is covered with wisteria flowers. You can't even get in. Muzin threw the Nichiren sword aside in disappointment. Yeah, the wisteria flower is simply a bug. Come on, just bring the books in when they are ready. After saying that, Wuzon lay down and fell asleep. Jixing looked a little unnatural. His complaints were heard. The next night, Wuzon saw 2 young men sneak in, as if they were looking for something, but after taking a few steps, he bumped into Jixing. He was so scared that he turned around and tried to run, but was picked up by both hands. The 2 men screamed in fear. After seeing clearly in the moonlight that it was a person who lifted him up, they regained their momentum. Put me down. Are you also coveting the treasure of the Lord God? Seeing that he was indifferent, he changed his mind. Brother, don't go too far. Can we split it 50-50? But Jixing didn't care about what the 2 said at all, and walked into Muzin's room with his hand. The 2 were a little surprised and confused when they saw this. Jixing threw the 2 of them to the ground and said, Sir, it seems that the girl kept her promise. Wuzon put down the book in his hand. She definitely wouldn't dare. As they were talking and wondering, Muzin's long nails suddenly stretched out, and in front of their horrified gazes, he chopped off their heads. They are all mine. If you want to eat them, go outside and catch them yourself. Jixing, in the moonlight, on the pale street, the little girl was busy spreading rumors. Do you want the treasure of God? Then go find it. He's hiding there. I also spent money to build momentum. He can be said to be a talented person. Finally, I finished my work and was ready to take a break. I turned a corner and walked into the alley, and saw one of the 2 ghosts grabbing a person and stuffing him into his mouth. The scene was extremely bloody and horrifying. The guy who looked like a normal person that day now had bloodshot pupils, 2 sharp teeth exposed, and his mouth was filled with flesh and blood. The remaining body on the ground was badly damaged. Vomit. The girl couldn't help but hold on to the wall and retched. Fortunately, she didn't eat dinner. Jixing glanced over expressionlessly.
Under the gaze of the little girl, his mouth curled up and his smile gradually became more exaggerated, with blood streaking his sharp teeth. Seeing this, the little girl staggered back a step. Ah! A scream resounded through the night sky, and she ran away frantically, screaming in fear. Ji Xing chuckled twice. The next day, the little girl successfully tricked 2 more people into coming in. At night, the horrible ghost was seen preying on humans again, but she also realized that because she was now working for them, the guy would not attack her, which made her feel a little relieved. A week later, people in Chintown finally realized that a new evil ghost had appeared in the town. There were fewer and fewer people at night, and the little girl took advantage of the situation and said, "Only by going to the residence of the gods can you avoid being hunted by evil spirits." Thanks to her and Jixing's efforts, over the next 10 days, the number of people in the town decreased and the panic became more and more serious. Therefore, more and more people are falling into the tiger's mouth every day. An old tree in the yard is growing more and more lush, and the ground is full of fertilizer. On this day, a father fled into a house in the center of the town with his young daughter in his arms. Although he knew that the god was a cannibal, at least he had worshipped the god. "I guess he won't be killed, right? If you stay outside, you will be eaten by evil spirits sooner or later." Wuzhan heard the noise outside, put down his book and opened the door, and saw the father and daughter at the door, who were at a loss. The young child made him feel a little embarrassed for a while. "Are you here to escape?" The man looked at him, and although he was a little unfamiliar, he guessed that he was also here to escape. Just as he was about to say something, he heard him ask, "Have you ever worshipped the gods here?" The man nodded hurriedly. "I have offered sacrifices. And I have sacrificed 18 people. Where is this child?" Wuzhan looked at the little girl he was holding, who looked only 5 or 6 years old. The man looked confident. This child helped a lot when offering sacrifices to the gods. Come in. Chapter 4, Encountering the Demon Slayer Core. Again the man followed Muzan into the dark room and sat awkwardly aside. Muzan looked at his daughter. She didn't make any noise and just sat quietly beside her father. Wuzhan looked at the man again. "Go to the inner room first." The man couldn't help but look at his daughter, and Wuzhan comforted her. "Don't worry, it will only take a few minutes, she will catch up with you." The man nodded and walked into the room, looking back every step of the way. Wuzhan looked at the slightly bewildered little kid and said, "Did you really help your father trick others into being eaten?" Unexpectedly, the child got angry when he heard this. "Don't slander the Lord God. Wuzhan, the brainwashing is pretty damn thorough. Have you ever made sacrifices to your god?" To be honest, Muzan just couldn't bear it and wanted to give the child a chance. "Of course." Seeing her proud look, Wuzhan sighed. "Don't you think those who are eaten are innocent?" Although it's not quite appropriate for him to say this, she said angrily, "It's not being eaten. It's entering heaven." "Wuzhan, then why don't you go to heaven yourself?" "Little girl, can I say I don't want to?" Muzan sighed and stood up. The chance had already been given to him. He was not a saint anyway and was too lazy to straighten out the twisted thoughts of the people. To be honest, children are not necessarily innocent and kind. You can think about whether you were innocent and kind when you were a child and you will know. Wuzhan looked at the little girl and said, "Let's go." More than 10 days passed, and Wuzhan felt like he was being fed continuously every day. What he didn't expect was that there was no innocent. "It's totally off the mark. This guy is more competent than a ghost." But as there were almost no living people left in the town, the Demon Slayer Core noticed it. As soon as Muzan realized that the Demon Slayer Core had arrived, he packed up the books he had not finished reading and ran away. It was impossible to fight. He didn't really want to eat the Demon Slayer Core. There was no point in fighting. Before running away, he specially took with him the little girl who had helped him for so many days. The little girl had just learned that the Demon Slayer Core had arrived and was preparing to welcome a beautiful tomorrow. But Muzan suddenly picked her up in his hands and ran away. Her face was ashen. Could it be that she would never be able to get rid of this evil ghost? What a sin this is! Why did I lie to these 2 guys at that time? The 2 ghosts and 1 man finally arrived at a dense forest, not knowing when they would reach the next place that could shelter from the light. They decided to spend the night in the forest. The little girl was thrown to the ground roughly, and she huddled against a tree, not daring to speak. She was afraid that she would be eaten as food, but following the 2 evil ghosts she felt that even if she was not eaten, she would starve to death. Muzan took out a book and leaned against the tree. Jixing was also reading a book while watching the little girl. According to what the adults meant, it is indeed food rations. However, what Jixing couldn't understand was why the Demon King would be so submissive to the Demon Slayer Core who posed no threat to him at all. But I dare not ask, because the forest was so dense and leafy, there was almost no light coming in, and the day passed quickly.
Muzin looked at the little girl with a look that was as if he was considering whether to eat. The little girl shrank back in fear. "My lord, I have done nothing but hard work. Please let me go." Muzin picked her up, ignoring her pleas for mercy, as he had no intention of letting her live, but before he could do anything, an arrow suddenly shot out from the dense forest. Ji Xing's strength had already increased a lot by this time. He rushed over in an instant, grabbed the arrow, and looked around cautiously. Immediately afterwards, several arrows were shot from all directions. Ji Xing couldn't stop so many arrows at once, and Muzin didn't want to be shot and have his clothes torn, so he threw the rations in his hand aside and caught all the arrows in an instant. But then, almost at the moment he let go of the little girl, a sun blade slashed over. The target is his neck. Muzin was so fast that he took a step back and sideways to avoid the swinging blade. At the same time, he finally saw the slashing attack that came with its own special effects. Although he didn't have the breathing method yet, the opponent seemed to be a strong enough swordsman. The blade was reflective and the slashing left after images, like special effects. Muzin took advantage of the situation and grabbed the blade of the Nichiren sword, but the sharp blade did not even cut his skin. Muzin grabbed the sword with great force, and the guy who was attacking him almost lost his balance. His body tilted slightly, and he quickly let go of the sun blade to avoid falling, but in the few seconds he was delayed, the little girl had already been rescued. The member of the Demon Slayer Corps whose Nichiren sword was taken away retreated hastily, knowing that he was not strong enough to fight against the evil demon. He called on his teammates to take the little girl he rescued and run away quickly. The little girl who was carried away finally breathed a sigh of relief, finally got rid of those two evil ghosts. But before she could be happy, a figure instantly caught up with the fleeing Demon Slayer Corps and snatched her away. Ji Xing grabbed his boss's rations in his hand. In order to prevent any more accidents, he didn't even look at her pleading eyes. He grabbed her neck without hesitation and crushed her to death with one force. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were immediately furious. Killing people so wantonly in front of them, damn evil ghost. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps all swung their swords and attacked, their anger covering up their sadness, and they attacked with roars, but they are just ordinary people at most. Ji Xing's current strength is at least at the lower level, and he can kill any kid with one kick, but because of Muzin's request, he didn't use any heavy force, he just made them temporarily unable to fight. Looking at the Demon Slayer Corps members who were screaming and trying to kill him but were powerless, Muzin stood aside and looked at Ji Xing. "Let's go." Ji Xing nodded and followed Muzin. As soon as he was out of the sight of the Demon Slayer Corps, Ji Xing saw that one of Muzin's hands turned into a hideous monster with a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. It ate the corpse in his hand in one bite, and the chewing sound sounded somewhat creepy. His hand returned to its original shape and he looked at Ji Xing. Ji Xing was immediately frightened. Sir, hurry up and get going." According to Muzin's memory of the original work, Tamayo should be the first of the main demons to be turned into a demon by him. I don't know if I can meet Tamayo. After all, he is a talented person with strong medical skills and the best assistant in the original book, so it is better to try to win him over. People like Subakuni Yashiichi will probably have to wait for 100 years, during which time they can slowly improve their strength. I don't ask to surpass the ceiling, I just ask to outlast him. I don't know when Mingnu will appear. It's really inconvenient without the Infinite City. Chapter 5, Big Pie. In the next 3 months, Muzin hardly created any ghosts. He just laid off people along the way and set off fireworks for those he didn't like. Ji Xing followed behind Muzin and silently took note of the men that Muzin killed. There were more than 100 of them already. He is getting more and more scared now. With his boss's peculiar hobby of laying off employees, he will be laid off sooner or later. Every time Wuzan, who was considerate of his employees, read his thoughts, he would pat him on the shoulder and say, "Don't worry, I like you and I won't lay you off." Ji Xing said he really couldn't feel at ease. There are only about 200 ghosts in total, and you killed most of them. Besides, what on earth do you like about me? I'm afraid that one day you won't like me anymore. I am too lazy to elaborate. The two came to a place that had just experienced a war. Although they were on the victorious side, the place they arrived at was still a scene of people living in poverty, and all they could see were the elderly, the weak, and the sick. When Muzin first entered the city, he saw a scene that was like a slum. Skinny and naked people were everywhere on the streets. But the outrageous thing was that in the distance he could see a towering building, which was luxurious and extravagant. The candlelight actually illuminated this huge building. The streets were muddy, smelly, and filled with flies and bugs. When the beggars and refugees on the street saw the two people, they begged with all their might as if they had seen their savior. Wuzan frowned. To be honest, he had seen such scenes quite often in the past few months.
He would have given some money out of kindness, but as soon as he gave the money, these people would gather around him, as if helping one person would mean helping everyone. He suddenly looked at Jixing and said, "Let's start a revolution."
Jixing?
What did you say? Well, Muzin is too lazy to go, his vision is not that big.
Forget it, it's boring.
Wuzan looked around at the refugees on the road and noticed a little boy holding his sister. Although he looked thin and weak, his eyes were clear, and Muzin suddenly felt that he could do something about it. Jixing, take those 2 children with you.
Jixing?
What do you want to do now, sir? He now understood that although the Ghost King Muzin eats people, he does not eat them indiscriminately and will even help people when he can. But this is not important. What is important is that there are always things in his mind that others cannot understand. He did not try to guess the Ghost King's thoughts. He walked over there without saying a word, mentioned the 2 children and followed him out as for their struggles and pleas for mercy. It was of no use. After finding an inn, Jixing followed Muzin. The inn owner saw the 2 of them blatantly grabbing 2 children by force, but didn't say anything. After opening 2 rooms, Jixing looked at Wuzan's face, threw the 2 children to the ground and closed the door. The 2 children were a little scared. They were in pain all over their bodies from the fall, but they dared not make a sound. They huddled together and looked at the 2 rich-looking men in fear. These 2 people don't look like they would be kind enough to save people, and their actions are so violent. Could they be slave traders? Muzin walked closer to the 2 people with fearful eyes, squatted down, looked at the 2 children, and touched their heads. Do you want to have the power to eat and wear warm clothes in this chaotic world? The 2 children curled up and trembled slightly, not daring to look up. They were a little surprised when they heard the words. The boy raised his head carefully. Sir, you. There was a clear gleam of anticipation in the eyes of the 2. Wukan laughed. I can give you strength, but it will cost you something.
Do you have the determination?
The little boy swallowed his saliva and looked at his skinny sister curled up in his arms. Have.
The smile on Wuzan's face showed satisfaction, and also seemed to confirm, no matter what the cost?
The little boy nodded firmly. Okay.
Wuzan touched his head with a smile.
Suddenly, his nails grew longer and poked into his head. The little boy hadn't reacted yet, his pupils were filled with fear, and the sister in his arms suddenly became furious and opened her mouth to bite Wuzan's arm, but Muzin also poked his fingernail into his head. The 2 children were enveloped in intense pain and thought they were going to die. They cast pleading eyes towards Jixing, who was standing behind Muzin, begging him to be kind enough to save their lives, but all they saw were emotionless faces watching the scene coldly. In fact, Jixing was envious. Wuzan pulled back his finger, watched the 2 men writhing on the ground and screaming in pain, turned back and glanced at Jixing. I'll give you blood later. Muzin has a high level of control over the demons under his command, and has a certain understanding of how much of his blood they can withstand, and Jixing can still accept a lot of his blood. The previous scumbag boss had no intention of improving the strength of his ghosts. He just gave them some blood and left them alone under his control. Now Muzin feels it necessary to improve the strength of his subordinates. He didn't want the demon he valued to become the achievement of the Demon Slayer Core. As for the 2 people's wailing, even if the sound insulation is not good, no one would be willing to come and meddle in their affairs. Soon the pain subsided for both of them, and they lay on the floor with their arms and legs spread, gasping for breath, looking still in. Fearing, Muzin also learned the names of the 2 from their thoughts. The brother was Maruoka Masahiro and the sister was Maruoka Kinko. The amount of blood Muzin gave them was not much, but it was not too little either. The fact that they could withstand it showed that the 2 of them were strong enough and perhaps could reach the threshold of the lower moon, although the lower ranks are not that strong. This time, the 2 of them also understood what was going on. They had become evil ghosts who relied on cannibalism for survival, and the identities of the 2 guys in front of them were self-evident. But why them? Wuzan sat on a stool and drank the water that did not produce a rancid smell. Because I like the 2 of you. The 2 were stunned when they heard this, with undisguised surprise and panic on their faces. Can he read my thoughts? Yes, so don't let that foolish thought run through your mind from now on. Muzin looked down at the 2 of them and continued, don't lie down. I have a mission to turn you 2 into ghosts. The 2 men stood up and stood in front of him, lowering their heads, as if they had sensed that their lives were in the other's control. What do you need us for?
Wuzan showed a somewhat ambitious smile. Do you want to play the farming style? Do you want to change the world? Create a beautiful world where everyone is equal, without hunger and oppression?
Muzin's words were very tempting to a child suffering from hunger and cold. The 2 of them couldn't help but reveal a look of longing, but they simply couldn't believe that such a world had anything to do with man-eating evil spirits.
You now have power that ordinary people don't have. Why can't you use your own hands to create a country, a beautiful country ruled by you, where everyone lives and works in peace and contentment? Muzan was like a CX boss, painting big promises for the two of them. Chapter 6, Muzan's Meditation. Overthrow the tyranny of the daimyo. Establish a peaceful nation. Overthrow the tyranny of the daimyo. Establish a peaceful nation. Wuzan shouted once, and the two children followed suit, shouting with such excitement that their blood boiled. After some brainwashing, crossed out, guidance, the two established firm goals and determination. Muzan bought clothes for the two men with satisfaction, and asked them to wash and clean themselves. Then, through the connection between him and the ghosts under him, he passed on his relevant knowledge to them. The country described by Muzan is something people yearn for. The two young children were fooled by Muzan. The knowledge that emerged in their brains made them look at Muzan with a hint of fanaticism. Let's start from here. Wuzan touched the two men's heads and smiled. The two nodded firmly. The next night, screams were heard from the tall and luxurious building in the center of the town. Strangely, the next day, all the dignitaries who had been there and survived denied the incident. The dead died in vain, and the daimyo who survived said nothing. Perhaps it was because Muzan was over-brainwashed, and after the two of them improved their strength through cannibalism, their blood demon art was actually tampered with. By tampering with the other party's cognition, he makes the other party obey him, and both of them used this blood ghost art. Before leaving, Wuzan patted the two men's heads with satisfaction and said, "Come on, don't worry, you can take your time. Be sure to protect yourself." The two people were encouraged and nodded more firmly. For a better future, Jixing felt a little horrified when watching this scene. The reason why his master was so successful was not only because of his great strength and brainwashing of the two children, but also because of the Ghost King's subtle influence on the ghost's thoughts. The demons under Muzan's command may become closer to him in thoughts because they rely on his blood to survive and become stronger, and they will have a sense of worship for the Demon King. Muzan naturally also felt this. In the original work, even though the boss was despicable and cowardly, and was very cruel to his opponents, the demons were very loyal to him, and many of them even had feelings of admiration and even infatuation towards him. Originally I thought that since it was a big mistake, we should just let it go like we did in the final battle, but now I understand, it's normal. Muzan took Kiyuki and left the town, leaving behind the flame of hope. Maybe he tasted the sweetness, or maybe he thought it was fun. But after that, Muzan would create a ghost wherever he didn't like it. After a few months, Jixing gradually got used to seeing his boss laying off employees while hiring new ones along the way. He basically traveled all over Edo. The demons originally created by Muzan were basically laid off, and the remaining ones were ordered by Muzan to learn correct ideas. The atmosphere among ghosts has changed drastically, but of course, the Demon Slayer Corps encountered many of them along the way. Most of the time, they couldn't realize that the two were demons, but some did. Wuzan escaped all the way and couldn't catch up at all. They will also be mocked mercilessly. The Demon Slayer Corps gradually discovered that the demons seemed to have become more active, but also different. There was no news about people being taken away by ghosts in the deep mountains and forests, or people suddenly disappearing from a family at night. Instead, there were more reports about dozens of people suddenly dying in a certain place overnight, or evil people suddenly disappearing somewhere. There are also some places where people suddenly disappear, but the whole place denies it, saying that there are no evil ghosts at all and that the Demon Slayer Corps should not come to cause trouble. The attitude towards them is very bad. This makes the Demon Slayer Corps very worried. What exactly is Muzan's conspiracy? The people were so bewitched. This time, the Demon Slayer Corps is stationed at the Yabuyoshiki residence. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps looked worriedly into the distance. For some reason, the future had changed. He could not predict too many details. He could only vaguely see that the future world was becoming increasingly gloomy, with only a glimmer of light, like an extremely unstable hope, flickering slightly. There is no hope of killing Muzan within 100 years. How long will it take to kill that evil ghost? He looked at the hopeless future, sighed heavily, and called a crow. Muzan didn't care about anything happening to the Demon Slayer Corps. He was just lost in thought, and now the ghosts under his command are familiar with the 24 mantras and will not eat innocent people. Some are dedicated to creating a better world, some are like salted fish and only go out to fight bandits when they are hungry occasionally, some go out to punish evil and rob the rich to help the poor, some pretend to be humans and live happily with their wives and children, and some pretend to be gods and ghosts in shrines so that the people they protect regularly supply blood. But everyone is also paying attention to where the blue spider lily is. But Muzan had had enough fun and began to think about some deeper issues. For example,
What exactly is a ghost? According to the last Easter egg in the original work, this world should still be driven by technology, and ghosts are more like the last remnants of the mysterious side, but it is also a disease close to medicine. Although it is said that the blue Higanbana can help Muzan overcome his fear of sunlight, does it simply overcome this shortcoming? Or after taking it, will the problems of cannibalism and fear of wisteria flowers also be solved? Even worse, will it allow him to return to being human, and without a matching prescription? Will it work if taken alone? Furthermore, what parts of humans do ghosts eat when they eat them? Amino acids? Blood? Antibodies? DNA? Or something else? Why not animals? Why can eating humans improve your strength? What is the fundamental flaw that makes ghosts not die but can be restrained or even killed by sunlight? What component of sunlight is it that restrains ghosts? Ultraviolet light? Infrared light, or something else? Why is wisteria so poisonous to ghosts? What are its ingredients? What are the specific effects of the poison? The flowers of wisteria are not poisonous to humans, but other parts of it are poisonous. So what part is poisonous to ghosts? Muzan found that it was useless to rely on the pitiful knowledge he had in his previous life, and the backward technology of this era could not solve his doubts. Moreover, the existence of ghosts is more like a bug in the world than a disease, the only mysterious bug in the technological world. The so-called disease seems to be a trigger, according to speculation by Demon Slayer fans, the reason why Nezuko was able to overcome sunlight and cannibalism and Tanjiro became the strongest demon king was also because they ate the blue spider lily. After using the blue-red spider lily, there is a high probability that the problems of cannibalism and fear of sunlight can be overcome, but based on Nezuko's performance in the drama, even if she no longer needs to eat humans, she may still have a desire for humans. But what exactly is the problem with the curse of Abuyoshiki, a mysterious problem or a genetic disease? It turns out that Muzan was also a descendant of Abuyoshiki. The curse of the Abuyoshiki family is more like a genetic disease or a gene-related infectious disease caused by the short-lived Muzan rather than a curse. So, what about the stripes? Chapter 7, Alternative Methods to Improve Strength. According to the setting of the original work, it is more like a disease that can overdraw oneself, and it is an infectious disease, but it also seems like a mysterious power left over from the world against demons. Muzan feels that the world of Demon Slayer is scientific, but not very scientific. Rather than any big conspiracy, it seems more like different rules for different worlds. It's like something like Newton's theorem, a rule that can be further studied, but it is already a rule. The demons under his command will definitely not attract too much hatred for him, but in order to prevent himself from being punished by Yorichi or the game over in the final plot, Muzan still needs to make adequate preparations. Ghosts rely on eating humans to survive, which has already confirmed that ghosts and humans are in opposition. Abuyoshiki is under the curse and will always fight against him. Moreover, will there be plot power? Do you want to fight against the power of the plot like those predecessors who traveled through time? After thinking about it all day, Muzan suddenly looked at Jishin and said, "Let's go find Tamayo." Jishin? He was watching his boss frowning in thought, scratching his head from time to time, and suddenly heard his boss say this, his face full of confusion. Who is Tamayo? Why are we looking for him? Wuzan stood up and looked at the night sky where a crescent moon had risen. Let's go. No matter what, get Sumio first. She is the best assistant in the original novel and has strong medical skills, which shows that she has a strong learning ability. If you give her time and let her study, maybe she can solve his doubts. Yorichi, Tuju, and the cute Nezuko are all people who deserve special attention. He ordered his ghosts to keep an eye on Tamayo and tell him when they found her. While traveling through the night, there is no rush to find Tamayo. We should do something else first, improve our strength. Muzan brought Jishin to a martial arts gym. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. He dare not relax when there is a fate weighing on his mind. In the original book, the patterns and the transparent world need to be achieved bit by bit. It depends on the opportunity and requires him to break through his limits. With his current strength, it can be said that it is very difficult. Who else can hurt him? But you can learn some tricks. Ordinary people can kill ghosts through training. But how can he, a ghost king, improve to what level after hundreds of years by learning sword and knife skills and constantly training himself? Maybe the owner of the martial arts school really has the real talent. When the two men came to the door to learn as soon as it got dark, the owner subconsciously felt that they were not good people for some reason and refused to teach them. However, under Muzan's financial offensive, the owner finally agreed. The owner and his partner took him inside. Although he couldn't resist the temptation of the huge reward, he was still worried and said solemnly again, "Can you promise me that you will not use what you learned from me to do evil?" Seeing his serious look, Muzin put away his playful smile and assured, "Don't worry, I definitely won't."
The owner looked at Ji Xing again. "What about you?"
Jixing glanced at Wuzan before nodding. The owner sighed, walked to the shelf by the wall, picked up 2 wooden swords, and placed them solemnly in front of the 2 people. The leaking shadow sword technique focuses on attacking.
Ordinary people must train their minds before learning it.
The moment you pick up the wooden sword, I will be your master, but I need to know why you want to learn the sword. Hearing this, Wuzan did not hesitate. To protect myself. Muzin's words are true and there is not a single lie in them. The gym owner didn't expect Muzin to answer without hesitation, and it seemed like he was speaking from the heart, and this reason is reasonable. In this increasingly chaotic era, where cannibals are rampant, it is normal to learn swordsmanship in order to protect yourself. Although it's not very high-end, it's very realistic. He then looked at Ji Xing again. "What about you?" Ji Xing looked unnatural. After a few seconds, he scratched his head and said, "Actually, I don't really want to learn, but I just want to accompany the boss."
Muzin looked at Jixing with sidelong eyes and asked, "Why are you so honest now?"
Directly tell him secretly through his connection with the ghost, "If you don't want to learn, go somewhere cool."
The owner's expression seemed to be upset by Jixing's words.
"You are unwilling to learn my swordsmanship, right?" Jixing touched his nose embarrassedly and quickly slipped away under the unfriendly gazes of Muzin and the gym owner.
"I'm sorry, he's a little dumb."
Next, Muzin followed the rhythm of the owner of the martial arts gym every day. He started with some ridiculous heart training exercises. As long as he didn't have to be exposed to the sun, Muzin would complete them calmly. Although the museum owner felt strange that Muzin couldn't bask in the sun because of his skin disease, he was very satisfied with his steady mentality and gentle personality. He felt more and more that what he felt that day was a pure illusion. Afterwards, Muzin began to learn formally. From practicing the basics to swordsmanship and techniques, everything went so smoothly. The gym owner was amazed at Muzin's strong physical fitness, and was also pleasantly surprised at his extraordinary talent. Other students in the gym also noticed this new junior brother, a genius in swordsmanship, still a local tyrant. He is friendly and gentle, not arrogant, and helps guide others from time to time. This made Muzin very famous in the martial arts school, but it also made him a little impatient. Some young girls who were just beginning to fall in love always liked to come and see him, but that was nothing, as a look would not lose a pound of meat. However, his fellow disciples who always liked to ask him for advice would easily interrupt him. That's so annoying. There are even people who covet his money.
Don't overestimate people's bottom line.
There will always be people who use moral kidnapping to take advantage of him. What finally made Muzin unbearable was that at night, after he had just dealt with his fellow apprentices who came to ask for advice, he was told that his master was waiting for him in the woods behind. When Muzin walked over with confusion, he found out that he was deceived. The person who called him was not master, but challenger Jing-san, who also studied in the martial arts school. Muzin had noticed him before, because Jing-san would look at him with resentful eyes from time to time, but Muzin didn't care much. He just came to learn swordsmanship. He, who has an infinite lifespan, is too lazy to care about a weakling who can only live for a few decades. But being deceived like this inevitably made Muzin, who was already annoyed by being asked questions, even more unhappy. Jing-san held the knife at his waist with one hand and looked at Muzin with gritted teeth. "I want to challenge you."
Wuzan had a wooden sword hanging from his waist, and his expression was somewhat gloomy. "I'm not in the mood."
Out of respect for the gym owner, Muzin still didn't want to kill him, but Jing-san obviously didn't know that this was a chance for him to survive.
Seeing Muzin's expression, he felt that he was being despised and shouted angrily, "What are you pretending for?" Muzin frowned, and his gloomy face made Jing-san shudder subconsciously. He hurriedly drew out the iron knife from his waist, and the knife came out of the sheath with a clang. Looking at the wooden sword on Muzin's waist, he felt more confident. Chapter 8. What the hell is vampire magic? It was obvious that Jing-san's purpose was not just to challenge him. He called him to a remote woods and held a sharpened iron knife in his hand, intending to kill him. Muzin did not draw his sword, but suddenly smiled. "I want to know why you want to take my life." He. Jing-san sneered a few times. "I don't like the look of you like this. It's all your fault. Master was going to pass the martial arts school to me. Even Sakurako likes you. Why, just because you are good looking? Why are you pretending all the time? If it weren't for you, I would still be the most popular one in the martial arts hall. It's all because of you. Since you came, I have nothing.
His face became more and more distorted due to jealousy and resentment, and his voice was sharp and gloomy. I will kill you.
Kill you. I see, Muzin nodded.
It turned out that the master was planning to pass the martial arts school to him. Muzin moved closer, not caring at all about the blade facing him, and looked at Jing San, whose face was hideous and whose arms were shaking because of resentment, and smiled. So you want to know why I'm so talented? Jing San felt uneasy at the indifference of Muzin, and subconsciously took a half step back.
Realizing that he was weak, he became angry and took a fierce step forward. Why?
Wuzan grinned, revealing two sharp teeth in the moonlight, and his scarlet pupils were no longer hidden. Because I'm a ghost. Gurgle. At this moment, all of Jing San's original thoughts disappeared instantly, and fear occupied his mind. Ghost, he screamed and turned to run, but as soon as he made a sound, a huge mouth suddenly attacked and swallowed him in one gulp. The few hair-numbing chewing sounds seemed a little scary in the silent woods. Just as Muzin was about to change his arm back to its original shape, suddenly a knife with a cold glow chopped at him. Clang. The blade hit Muzin's arm that had turned into a monster, but it made a sound of hitting a hard object. The attacker put away his sword and stepped back. Muzin's arm returned to normal and he turned to look at the person who attacked him. The gym owner. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face. I didn't want you to see it. The owner of the hall looked solemn and resentful. My sword skills are not for evil spirits to learn. As he said this, he swung his knife and chopped at the ghost. Even though he knew the ghost was powerful and even though he knew he might be eaten by the evil ghost, Muzin took a step back, then jumped on tiptoe, leaped onto a tall branch, and looked down at the owner. Don't worry, I won't break my promise to you. The owner of the gym, an ordinary human being, was naturally unable to hunt down Muzin, and could only roar on the ground. You told me at the beginning that you were doing it to protect yourself. Wuzan curled his lips and said, in 100 years, someone will be able to kill me, but you probably won't see it. By the way, tonight is the duel between Muzin and Izo, and they were both killed by the demon. Don't think about committing seppuku, otherwise. Before he could finish his words, Muzin disappeared into the night sky. The owner looked at the empty night sky and seemed to have made a decision. After Muzin left under the cover of night, he found another martial arts gym. However, this time, after Muzin became his apprentice, he kept a cold face throughout the whole process. Relying on the vague sense of oppression from the Demon King, he successfully became a social insulator. Just run after learning. It goes very smoothly. Time flies. After visiting countless martial arts schools, Muzin has learned swordsmanship, boxing, fighting skills, archery, hidden weapons. It was another night. Muzin watched the last of his fellow apprentices leave the martial arts gym. He stayed in the gym and helped the owner clean up the venue. He continued to practice karate and watched the owner go to rest with a satisfied look on his face. The gym owner's daughter by the window was still a little kid. She dragged her head and watched Muzin practice. The gym owner rubbed her head and carried her away. Wuzan also somewhat likes this kind of life. As he was practicing, he suddenly noticed that the ghost under him seemed to want to contact him. Muzin stopped what he was doing and realized that he had found Tamayo. While the gym owner was still there, Wuzan hurriedly chased after him. Master, I may need to leave the gym. The gym owner held his daughter in one hand and looked back at Muzin. His eyes seemed to ask what was wrong. I have something to do. Seeing that he didn't seem to want to say more, the owner smiled and said, go ahead. It's not safe at night. Be careful. Muzin nodded, changed his clothes and said goodbye to the owner. After so long, I finally found a key plot character in Demon Slayer. What would Tamayo look like in real life? It was late at night, the full moon was hanging high in the sky, and a black shadow flashed by. Muzin's figure flashed by and finally landed lightly on the roof of the wooden house. Opposite it was the house where Tamayo lived, which was found by his ghosts. At this moment, there was a faint candlelight in the house. A figure was sitting in front of the window, with his head down, busy with something unknown. Muzin looked at the figure and it should be Tamayo. He jumped lightly and landed on the ground. The undisguised footsteps attracted the attention of the people in the room. Through the paper window, they could see the figure raising his head. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Tamayo's face, already frowning due to the fear that she would soon die, became even more worried. She slowly and gently opened a crack, but saw nothing outside. Tamayo closed the window in confusion. Could it be that her illness was so severe that she was starting to hear auditory hallucinations? And Muzin had already landed on a roof farther away. It's not the right time yet. When Tamayo is close to death, that will be the best opportunity to turn her into a ghost. Otherwise, there is a high probability that they will have to resort to rough methods, which will always backfire. At this time, Tamayo was already dying. Even opening a window was so difficult for her that she stayed up all night trying to find a way to stay alive. Muzin confirmed the situation and decided to stay here. He wanted to know what vampire magic was, and they were born from his blood, so can he use the blood demon arts of the demons under his command? Muzin's control over demons is from the mind to the body. He carefully felt the way his demons used blood demon arts, and followed suit by raising his palm towards a teapot. Clench your palms, snap. The teapot broke into pieces, and the tea in the pot spilled all over the table and dripped onto the ground. Nice. A happy smile appeared on Muzin's face. It really worked. Who cares what the principle of blood vampire magic is, as long as it works, but the birth of blood ghost arts must come from demons. Only when the demons under his command possess the corresponding blood ghost arts can he possess them, but that's enough. 10 days later, Muzin heard the conversation of people nearby, and it seemed that Tamayo was about to die. They seemed to feel very sorry for him as well. After all, Tamayo was a well-known doctor who had cured many people. His untimely death seemed like a sign of God's envy for his talent. At night, when Muzin came near Tamayo's house, he could sense Tamayo's breath was so weak and terrifying, as if he might die at any time. Wuzan walked over and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was a man, Tamayo's husband. Hello. Wuzan stood outside the door and smiled. Tamayo's husband looked at Muzin in confusion. Hello, what's the matter? Chapter 9, I am a doctor. Wuzan smiled politely and said, I'm a doctor. I heard that your wife is sick. Hearing this, he couldn't help but look at Muzin with suspicion. Muzin was really too suspicious. Not to mention that he had never seen the person in front of him. It was very strange that Muzin came here late at night, but seeing his wife's condition getting worse and worse and her body becoming terribly weak, he didn't want to give up even though the hope seemed impossible. He hurriedly and politely welcomed Wuzan into the house. Please come in. Muzin was brought to Tamayo's bedside. Tamayo was lying on the bed at this time, with a look of pain on her face. Her face was pale, and beads of sweat were sliding down her forehead. She rolled her eyes weakly and glanced at the two of them. Her eyes revealed unwillingness and reluctance, and she tried to open her mouth to say something. Her husband hurried over to hold her hand, and couldn't help but look at Muzin, who followed in. Doctor, my wife. Muzin walked to Tamayo's bed in a pretentious manner with a serious expression. After a moment, he looked at her husband, Fukasawa, who looked serious and heavy. This made Tamayo's husband feel depressed, and he asked hurriedly, Doctor, can my wife still be saved? Wuzan sighed, it can be saved, but it is very troublesome. It requires my unique secret recipe, but it needs to be kept secret. Keep it a secret? He repeated subconsciously, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded hurriedly, I'll be out right now. Having said this, he hurriedly left the room and closed the door, fearing that the treatment would be delayed. After confirming that he had left, Muzin looked at Tamayo, who was so weak that she could hardly speak, lying on the bed. Her haggard appearance made her look like she had lost her beauty and even seemed to have aged a lot. She looked at Muzin with hope. Muzin looked down at the woman on the bed. I can let you live, but there is a great price to pay. Tamayo opened her mouth with great effort and made a slight sound from her throat, as if to indicate that she was willing to pay any price. Don't worry, the way to survive is to become a ghost. Are you sure? Muzin knew that Tamayo would definitely agree. Just like in the original book, she was willing to give everything to watch her child grow up. As expected, Tamayo looked at Muzin eagerly without any hesitation after hearing this. If you agree, just close your eyes. Upon hearing this, Tamayo slowly closed her eyes, her weak and pale face looking somewhat worried and hopeful. Muzin stretched out his long nails and stabbed one of them into Tamayo's head. Ugh! The sudden pain stimulated Jushir to open her mouth and let out a hoarse roar of pain, but because she was weak, her voice was extremely weak. Wuzan withdrew his fingers and watched Tamayo struggling violently with her head in her hands, almost curling up like a shrimp on the bed. Muzin didn't know why, but when he gave blood to others, he liked to poke his fingernail into their head, or he would turn the end of the whip into a blade and insert it into their head. It must be the habit of the scumbag boss. It has nothing to do with him. Finally, the pain caused by Muzin's blood slowly faded away. She lay on the bed sweating profusely, glancing at Muzin. The moment she turned into a ghost, she realized a lot. For example, the guy in front of him is the legendary cruel and ruthless demon king Muzin, who has eaten countless people, and his life, thoughts, and even body are controlled by him. She is now a minion of the Ghost King. Not sure if it was out of fear, reluctance, or the sigh of surviving a disaster, Tamayo slowly sat up from the bed, as if she had accepted the painful future she was
About to face die in order to look after her children and accompany her husband, she will become a sewer rat that relies on cannibalism to survive, and kill innocent people for the despicable and cruel Ghost King. She didn't know whether her husband and children would hate her if they knew she was a cannibal, but thinking about being able to spend more time with her children, Tamayo accepted the reality. This was just her choice, she just fell into depravity, there is nothing to complain about, no need to be so pretentious. Muzin looked at Tamayo's face, which was sometimes sad and sometimes resolute, and was speechless. I haven't asked you to do anything yet. As a person of the Neon Warring States period who valued hierarchy, Tamayo accepted her identity, climbed down from the bed, knelt in front of Muzin, bowed her head and said respectfully, "Adult." Muzin discovered one thing, that the people he turned into ghosts were able to identify with their identities very quickly. "Okay, get up." But Tamayo still knelt on the ground, mustered up the courage to say something, but heard the Ghost King. Muzin said impatiently, "You should spend time with the children. Do whatever you want. I'm not going to force you to do anything. Who do you think he is? He is not a bad boss. On the contrary, he is a boss who cares about his employees and is kind to others. Okay, stand up quickly. There's no need to kneel down all the time. Also, don't eat people randomly. The bandits around here are just casualties." Muzin's words made Tamayo very happy. Although she could throw away her conscience in order to survive, it would be best if she was not forced to do evil. Moreover, it seemed that the Demon King still had some kindness in his heart. Did she specifically tell her not to eat people randomly? Muzin glanced at her, and Tamayo hurriedly lay back on the bed, pretending to be sick. It would be better to keep her transformation into a ghost a secret from her children and husband. When Muzin walked over and opened the door, he saw Tamayo's husband pacing back and forth anxiously in front of the door. When he saw Muzin open the door, he immediately rushed over and said, "Doctor, how is my wife? The root cause of the disease has been cured, but she is still very weak. She just needs more care." Muzin straightened his sleeves and was about to leave after walking past him. Tamayo's husband hurriedly called out to Muzin, "Here's your reward." "No need." Wuzan didn't even turn his head, looking like a master, just like a skilled doctor who was not interested in fame or fortune and had a kind heart. Tamayo's husband looked at Muzin's back with his eyes full of admiration. When Muzin's back faded away, he rushed into the room, his face full of concern. "Tamayo, how are you?" After Muzin called his personal assistant, Jixing, over, he started his journey to find fun again. Now he wandered around at night and stayed in hotels or guest houses during the day, copying the blood vampire arts of his subordinates one by one, or reading books silently, medical books, novels, literature, books on gods and Buddhas, and even books on mathematics. No matter what type, once they come into his hands, they will be read carefully several times. There was really nothing fun to do. And he was so free that he couldn't even read math books. After all, in this era, books are very precious. It's good enough to just read some. Why would you want to be picky? Although I really want to find the blue spider lily, there is no rush. It was a transparent world. Muzin felt as if he had touched something, but it seemed as if he still knew nothing. As time went by, this era became more and more chaotic, and wars became more frequent. The ghosts under his command could be said to have lived up to his teachings, and relying on their own blood ghost arts and powerful strength, they led their men into this chaotic world. Chapter 10, Travel Notes. Tamayo: in this era, ghosts need food. Not to mention those who died in the war, even the various extremely vicious people are numerous in this chaotic world. As wars became more frequent, what Muzin did not expect was that those ghosts under his command who had some medical skills took the opportunity to sneak in and work as doctors. Not only could they dispose of the corpses secretly, but they also received very good treatment. After all, in war, doctors who can save lives are very valuable, and Tamayo, with his superb medical skills, became famous, and the reputation of Dr. Tamayo spread in many places. The only one who could compete with Tamayo was Yanagisawa Noriyuki. Although Jixing's medical skills may not be as good as Tamayo's, blood demon art is a cure, but unfortunately, when Tamayo arrives at a place, he will help everyone he can before leaving, and he almost never charges for treatment. He is truly a philanthropist. Although Jixing usually doesn't charge any fees for saving people, it seems like he saves people based on his mood. He also seems to like collecting books. The strange thing is that everyone knows Kiyuki and Tamayo, but almost no one knows Muzin's name. On the contrary, many people think that Muzin is just a guy who is holding back Jixing, while others think that Muzin might be Jixing's bodyguard. After all, a weak doctor who wants to survive in such a chaotic world must have someone to rely on. After who knows how many years,
Musin had become so bored that he seemed to have read almost all the books he could
find and could only read them repeatedly.
Even his medical skills had reached a certain level, but because Jixing was by his side, he was too lazy to save people himself. He felt that there seemed to be nothing fun in the whole of Neon. Over the past few years, he had experienced all the night entertainment venues and beautiful scenery, but without the appreciation of food, Musin had lost a great pleasure. I just read books, sleep, and practiced the sword skills I learned all day. Musin was lying on the carriage, being tossed back and forth. He glanced at Jixing, who was resting with his eyes closed. Jixing, why don't you give up medicine and focus on logic? Jixing opened his eyes, looking confused. Musin looked at the wooden board above his head and said, "You go learn how to build a ship and a compass.
Let's go out to sea. We won't play Demon Slayer anymore. Let's play One Piece."
Jixing? Why can't I understand what you are saying? Jixing's confused look made Wutsun feel bored. No one could understand his jokes, and there was no point in entertaining himself. In fact, in this era, without powerful thermal weapons and powerful supernatural powers, ghosts are almost invincible. Except for not being able to find the blue-red spider lily and figuring out what the transparent world is, Musin can do almost anything he wants. If he hadn't intended to create a large number of ghosts, it would have been easy for him to integrate the entire Neon.
This made Musin even less motivated.
The original scumbag boss had no ambitions, and he was not much better.
Okay, go back to sleep.
Upon hearing this, Jixing hesitated and closed his eyes again. Just as I closed my eyes, the carriage suddenly stopped and a sound came from outside. I encountered robbery again, but it's daytime now, and it's not convenient for Musin and Jixing to go out. A daimyo sent someone to pick up Jixing and asked him to treat his illness.
Musin had nothing to do, so he asked Jixing to agree.
The two of them got on a carriage and started their journey. It was very early. There were sounds of fighting outside, as well as roars and screams. Wuzan was a little worried. To be honest, he had encountered quite a few robberies along the way and lost several people. Judging from the noise this time, it seems that the situation is not good. It's still noon and he really doesn't want to go out, but it seems that these guards can no longer hold on. He glanced at Jixing, who sighed helplessly.
He didn't want to go out in the middle of the day.
Even with an umbrella, the sun would burn his skin. He picked up a large black umbrella hanging vertically on the side, lifted the curtain, opened the umbrella and walked out. After a scream, Jixing lifted the curtain and looked at Wuzan. It's solved. Musin squinted his eyes due to the stimulation of the sunlight shining in, then walked out leaning on the umbrella. He took Jixing's umbrella with one hand, grabbed Jixing's shoulder with the other, and flashed into the forest not far away. Even though he had been teleported by Musin several times, he was still a little uncomfortable. The instantaneous jump in space made him feel confused and a little dizzy. After being thrown to the ground by Musin, Jixing rubbed his head and stood up dizzy. Just as he was about to ask his boss whether he still wanted to go find the daimyo, he heard Musin's answer, "Let's set off in the evening. Since we've already agreed, just go. Maybe we can find some books we haven't read yet." Finally, after a few days, the two, crossed out, ghosts found the daimyo who asked Jixing to come and treat his illness. Musin followed behind Jixing and looked at Jixing with a frown, and asked about the daimyo's condition at the bedside. "Sir, your illness is quite serious." Musin also realized at this time that the daimyo's disease was considered incurable in that era. In modern terms, it was a lung disease. Upon hearing this, daimyo's already weak face became even more uneasy. Jixing changed the subject. "I can treat it, but I'm afraid you need to stay away from others.
This is my family secret method."
Daimyo was a little hesitant, as he was worried about being alone in a room with Jixing, but many doctors have declared his disease incurable. Now that there is a lifeline, how can he give up? Seeing that he was hesitant, Jixing urged him, "If not, I'll leave."
Cough, cough, cough.
Daimyo was so scared that he started coughing and couldn't stop it for a while, as if he was going to cough out his lungs. Finally, after coughing, Daimyo hurriedly stopped Jixing and said, Okay, all of you get out." As the servants in the room left, Daimyo was asked by Jixing to close his eyes. Jixing pretended to take out a candy bean from the bag he carried with him, asked him to swallow it, and then used blood vampire magic to treat him directly. Daimyo was surprised to find that after drinking the medicine, he really felt the pain subsiding rapidly. After a moment, he opened his eyes in surprise after getting Jixing's consent. At this point, apart from a feeling of weakness, there was almost no discomfort. Jixing took out a box of medicine made from common herbs from the cloth bag across his waist, placed it on the table next to him, and instructed in a serious tone, "Take one pill a day,
otherwise the disease will relapse. Take the medicine on time, and you will be cured in a month. The daimyo nodded seriously upon hearing this. Sir, it's getting late. The mansion has prepared dinner.
Jixing stood up and smoothed his clothes, and Muzin also stood up from the side. Jixing shook his head slightly. No need, just give me the medical expenses. But just as he finished his words, the door was suddenly pushed open and a group of guys with swords and knives surrounded him. Muzin looked sleepy and glanced at Daimyo, who was sitting on the bed with an unhappy look on his face.
Chapter 11. The Ghost King retreats. The people who rushed in were not only the samurai under the daimyo, but also members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Muzin knew that he and Kiyuki must have attracted the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps, and he felt that the people in the Demon Slayer Corps might have already guessed his identity. Jixing looked at Muzin. He knew that his boss did not like to kill innocent people. Muzin did not like to kill people in the Demon Slayer Corps, almost everyone of whom had a tragic fate but strong and beautiful personalities. He would let them go if he could, although the Demon Slayer Corps is opposed to them. At this time, without the breathing technique, even if the Nichiren sword can kill demons by beheading them, the demons under Muzin are not weak at all, and the Demon Slayer Corps poses almost no threat. Muzin is actually waiting. If the demons under his command do not kill people at will as in the original work, will the Demon Slayer Corps still have a steady stream of new forces? In the end, only the Abuyashiki family is still holding on, but what's the point? At that time, he could even go to the Abuyashiki residence to mock the head of the Abuyashiki family. Diodi, it has only been a few years now, and things will change over time. But no matter what the future holds, Muzin is very unhappy with what the daimyo is doing. Now, several whips extended from Muzin's back, and all the samurai who wanted to protect the daimyo were swept away at once. The abdomen was hit by a huge force, and the samurai lost their resistance instantly when the others saw Wuzun's hideous scarlet whip flying in the air. They were so frightened that their legs went weak, and some warriors began to retreat, trying to escape. Muzin didn't know what was going on and why the Demon Slayer Corps would cooperate with the daimyo. The whip pierced into the daimyo's heart as smoothly as a knife cutting tofu. With the mentality of never wasting anything, Muzin transformed himself into a giant beast with one hand and swallowed up the daimyo, who was full of fear and regret. In one bite, he chewed and swallowed it in front of the Demon Slayer Corps. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps tried to stop him, but were stopped by Jixing. Muzin's arm returned to its original shape, and the flying whip easily whipped away all the surrounding Demon Slayer Corps and samurai. He randomly picked a member of the Demon Slayer Corps who was close to him, lifted him up in front of Muzin by his collar. Ignoring the other party's fierce eyes and futile struggle, Wuzun patted his face and said with a smile, I didn't intend to eat anyone, but you killed the daimyo. Send a message to Abuyashiki, don't be so arrogant, just because I'm too lazy to kill you doesn't mean I won't. The member of the Demon Slayer Corps who was held in the air by the whip gnashed his teeth and said, Stop talking nonsense. I will definitely kill you. Wuzun pushed him aside indifferently and glanced at Jixing, who nodded slightly. He casually threw away the warrior he was holding. Muzin's whip lifted up Jixing, and the two of them disappeared, leaving behind only the Demon Slayer Corps members and samurai who were unwilling but unable to chase after them. In the courtyard, the head of the Abuyashiki family reached out to catch the falling crow, stroked it gently a few times, and his face looked a little heavy. The future is getting more and more confusing. The darkness that enveloped the world became unreal. The short-sighted, selfish and cowardly Muzin he was familiar with seemed to have changed. The evil spirits began to disguise themselves as doctors, ordinary people, and even daimyo to profit from the war. The evil spirits seem to have split into two categories. One group wantonly slaughters humans and eats them, while the other group hides among humans and controls the war. But the Ghost King Muzin brings an evil ghost with superb medical skills to save people. What on earth does Wuzun want to do? Also, why would they show mercy to the Demon Slayer Corps, although some evil spirits still kill people wantonly and are rude to the Demon Slayer Corps? The evil spirits and demon kings hiding among humans have begun to avoid the Demon Slayer Corps since some time ago. The future he saw was an endless battle between the Demon Slayer Corps and the evil demons, but for some reason, he felt that this battle was becoming more and more meaningless. Why, killing ghosts can't be meaningless. Abuyashiki sighed deeply. He would not waver in his determination and will to kill the evil spirits at all costs. Evil spirits who kill people wantonly and have lost their humanity should not exist in the world. Only by killing the evil spirit Butsuji Muzin in the world can we prevent more innocent people from losing their loved ones because of evil spirits. This is their responsibility, but the fight against the Ghost King requires planning. Perhaps the threat from that day worked. Even though Muzan and Kiyuki's identities were exposed, no members of the Demon Slayer Corps came to disturb him. Time passed quickly, and Muzan, who had hundreds of years of memory of his trash boss, didn't feel that a few decades was very long. Although life without counting days is a bit boring, it is also comfortable. What made Muzan happy was that he seemed to be able to enter the state of the transparent world, but it was very unstable. About 10 years ago, Muzan entered the transparent world for the first time, and after that, Muzan only successfully entered it 5 or 6 times. He always felt that he was missing an opportunity. It doesn't matter if you are short of something. You won't die anyway, so just take it slow. More than 10 years ago, after wandering around for a while, Muzan found a village to settle down. The ghosts under his command will be responsible for delivering books and meat. Muzan, who settled down, relied on the knowledge accumulated in his mind over the past decades and successfully became a doctor under the alias Muzan Shuming. Although the villagers were curious about why the doctor never came out during the day, they all respected him. The last ray of sunlight left the earth, and the full moon hung high in the sky. The gate of Muzan's yard was open. He was holding a book, lazily lying on the rocking chair at the gate, looking at the starry sky. I miss the sun a little. I haven't seen it for almost 70 or 80 years. I hope it can find the blue spider lily soon. He wants to bask in the sun. A retired old man like him who is hundreds of years old cannot even satisfy the simple wish of basking in the sun. Alas, the rocking chair was rocking back and forth, and Wuzan simply basked in the moonlight, put the book in his hand on his face, and lay on the rocking chair. Wuzan's thoughts gradually became silent. When he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt something poking his arm. Wuzan narrowed his eyes, raised his hand to put the book that was pressing against his face to his side, and turned to look at the human cub that was poking him. A little boy was followed by 2 other kids. The little boy who poked him shrank his neck when Wuzan looked at him. Wuzan found it a little funny and couldn't help but smile. He reached out and touched the little guy's head. What's wrong? Seeing that Muzan was quite gentle, the little boy became bolder and found a stone to sit on with the 2 followers. Uncle, why don't you bask in the sun during the day? Wuzan leaned back in his chair and swayed leisurely. Uncle is sick and can't bask in the sun. The little girl asked anxiously, Uncle, aren't you a doctor? The little boy followed suit and said, Uncle, can't you cure yourself? Another taller boy shouted, Impossible. Mom said that Uncle's medical skills are amazing. Wukan smiled and said, No matter how good a doctor is, there are always diseases that cannot be cured. Uncle can't cure his own disease either. Then teach me how to treat the disease, and I will help Uncle treat it. Hearing the little boy's words, the 2 followers beside him also shouted, And me, and me. Wuzan felt it was a little funny and suddenly had an idea. How about teaching a student for fun? Chapter 12. Demon Wuzan regretted it, very regretful. He shouldn't even dream of teaching anyone medical skills. None of these 3 little brats studied hard. The story in novels that any little girl or child is a genius disciple is impossible. It can't be taught. It really can't be taught. He couldn't even recognize the words, and didn't study the knowledge he was taught. He just ran around everywhere, wanting to touch everything he saw. He almost broke the porcelain pot he was using to boil medicine. Teach shit. On the afternoon of the 2nd day after he promised to teach them how to treat diseases, Muzan had just made some cold medicine for a neighbor, and when he returned to the house, he saw 3 little kids standing anxiously in the corner. The bottles and jars on the wooden shelf behind him were untouched. Wuzan frowned and asked, What are you doing again? The 3 children laughed awkwardly, looked at each other, and then slowly moved away. Behind them was the medicine that Muzan had prepared for Amora, who had a sore throat. The container had been broken and spilled all over the floor. Muzan was angry subconsciously at first, then his eyes lost their light, and finally he sighed deeply and made way for the door. All right, get out. I am not well educated and I can't teach you. Uncle, please give us another chance. We know we were wrong. The 3 children looked pitiful, but Muzan, being a cannibal, did not respond to their pleas. He picked them up by the back of their collars and threw them out one by one. 3 little ones, no misery. After closing the door, seeing that Jingsuan was about to come to get the medicine, Muzan sighed and said, Just do it again. Next time I will move on and not be a doctor. It's not the right time to give up. Just as I was boiling the medicine again, I heard Jingsuan's voice outside. Although it was a little hoarse, it was still very energetic. Hey, you 3 are here to mess with the doctor again? Were you kicked out? Imura lifted the door curtain and approached Muzan's house. Doctor, I'm here to get the medicine. Wuzan kept moving his hands. Those 3 kids spilled your medicine. I'm boiling it now.
If you're not in a hurry, just wait a while. Jingsuan found a place to sit down, leaned against the wooden wall, crossed his legs, and chatted idly.
By the way, it's been more than 10 years, how come you are still so young?
Wuzan glanced at him and said, "You've taken good care of yourself, you don't look old."
What's wrong? You're a grown man, and you still want to take care of your skin?
My family keeps asking me how I maintain my health.
Staying up late and exercising more.
Muzan poured the scalding medicine into a jar and handed it to Amora. Remember to return the jar after use, no problem.
After seeing Amora off, Muzan lay back on the recliner in the house.
It was impossible for him to exercise more as he was too lazy to do so. Does the dignified Ghost King have to rely on simple exercises to keep fit? Great. Show off. As night fell, Wuzan lay down on the rocking chair outside the door with a book in his hand, enjoying the evening breeze. It's a good thing that he is not a human being. There were no air conditioners or electric fans in that era. In the hot summer, the only things that could keep cool were fans and the evening breeze. Wuzan was enjoying the cool breeze when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark shadow flashing by not far away. Then, a scream was heard from the direction where the shadow disappeared. Muzan frowned and slowly got up from the chair, and saw someone running past him in fear. Someone noticed Muzan who hadn't run away yet, and pulled him up and urged him, "Run. The ghosts are out to eat people."
Wuzan?
No, why doesn't he know? Wuzan broke free from him. You run first. After saying that, he walked in the opposite direction. The man hurriedly chased after him, but failed to catch up. He turned around and continued to run away angrily. Muzan jumped onto the roof and quickly rushed to the scene. He didn't sense his ghost nearby, and the ghosts under his command would not just pick a village to start eating. Standing on the roof, Muzan saw a huge creature with a hideous face and long sharp nails on its hands. Its scarlet pupils and sharp teeth in its mouth seemed to indicate its identity, a cannibal. All those who fell behind were torn to pieces from behind by its claws, but the strange thing was that this guy only knew how to kill people and seemed to have no interest in the food that was already in his hands. Moreover, Muzan didn't know that his ghost had this thing. This thing was extremely ugly, and its facial features were blurred. It was not a ghost under his command at all, and in Boss Xia's memory, he had never created such a ghost. Muzan took a step forward and kicked away the creature that looked like a ghost but was not a ghost. He turned to look at the villagers who were almost killed and said, "What are you looking at? Run!" The villager swallowed silently, crawled to his feet and ran away as fast as he could. This immortal doctor is truly a hermit master. Muzan looked at the creature that he kicked away. Because he deliberately controlled the strength of the kick, he only kicked it away, causing it to fall and get injured, but not killing it outright. This guy looked somewhat intelligent, but not too smart. He had already felt that Muzan was powerful enough to crush him to death, so he struggled to get up and try to escape. Muzan took a step forward and appeared directly in front of it. He stepped out and stepped hard on its head. Woo woo! The monster underfoot whimpered as if begging for mercy. Muzan's nails grew longer and he inserted a finger into his head. After becoming a ghost, the ghost's memory will be read by Muzan and even changed it. Well, Muzan wanted to see the memory of this thing. It's really strange. This kind of weird thing doesn't appear in the original book. This strange creature's body was invaded by Muzan's blood and it roared in pain, but was stepped on by Muzan and fluttered like a dehydrated fish. Muzan flipped through its memories, retracted his foot and took a step back. The creature, roaring in pain, suddenly exploded, splattering rotten flesh all over the ground. Wuzan touched the soles of his feet on the ground a few times, took out a cloth to wipe his fingers, and walked home slowly. This thing doesn't have much memory. It has low IQ and doesn't remember much. It seems that he has been instilled with some kind of ideology. He only knows that he is a demon. He wants to kill people. He will eat people if someone wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform appears, and he cannot appear under the sun. If you see other man-eating creatures, run away. Interesting. Could it be that this world is no longer the simple world of Demon Slayer that he knows? Will there be other forces? What is this for? Ruining his reputation, thinking that after decades, the fear of the cannibal ghost is still everywhere, and has even expanded beyond Tokyo, but the ghosts under his command have never killed people wantonly. There are still so many people in the Demon Slayer Corps. It seems that it is not because there is not enough time, but that something is playing tricks behind the scenes. Wuzan washed his hands and a smile appeared on his face. Interesting, really interesting. In Boss Xia's hundreds of years of memory, there is no mysterious power other than ghosts. Is it because he traveled through time and space, causing the butterfly effect, or is there a more terrifying existence? Everyone in this village should know that he is not an ordinary person, because all his actions just now did not avoid anyone. It's time to change place, and by the way, check out what this ghost-like thing is. Chapter 13 The Ghost King's Daily Life. A few more years passed, the lake was sparkling and the full moon was reflected in the water. A small boat was floating slowly on the river. Muzin was sitting on the boat, eating something scarlet that should be blurred out. On the other side, Tamayo was standing by the boat with a worried look on her face.
It's been decades. You can't take care of your great-grandson anymore, right?
Muzin took the last bite, wiped the corners of his mouth, and washed the blood off his hands with the water within reach. Tamayo said nothing. Her son passed away yesterday. She knows that she is still young and no longer suitable to accompany her grandson, but she is still reluctant to let him go. She was also depressed by her son's death.
It's not a farewell forever. You can still visit your grandson in the future. The worst that can happen is that you don't let him find out.
Tamayo sighed sadly. No need to look at it again. Wuzan raised his eyebrows and looked at Yance Hushi. A relieved smile appeared on Tamayo's face. The human Tamayo is dead. It's time for me to say goodbye to my former self.
That's good. It's good once you think about it.
Muzin nodded in agreement, picked up the oar and placed it in front of Tamayo. If you feel like it, row quickly and try to reach your destination before dawn. Tamayo, you are such a scumbag. Come on, my boss is like this, let's go rowing. From the day her son died, her identity as a human being disappeared, leaving only one identity, a demon under Muzin Kibutsuji. Whether it is to repay Muzin for giving her the opportunity to live and see her son grow up until his death, or her own persistence in life, she will always live in this identity, anyway.
Although this boss is disdainful in some aspects, he is not very disdainful. On the night that Muzin
encountered the first half-ghost, a strange creature that looked like a ghost but was not, he notified all the ghosts to be careful of this kind of half-ghost and kill it when they saw it, but unfortunately, the half-ghosts seemed to be deliberately avoiding them. Over the past few years, the number of half-ghosts killed was very small. The foolish Demon Slayer Corps thought that they were all demons under Muzin. They were all filled with righteous indignation, and their determination to kill Muzin became more and more firm. Muzin with the dogtail grass in his mouth, Muzin watched the night fade away, and looked disdainfully at Tamayo, who was still rowing hard. You can't do it, it's almost dawn. Tamayo put down the oars and looked up at Muzin, not seeming to worry about being burned to death by the sun at all. Sir, we can't reach the other side before dawn. Muzin found Tamayo's calm look boring, so he stood up and picked up her collar. The two of them disappeared at the same time, leaving only a wooden boat swaying on the water and slowly drifting along the river. Muzin felt a little disappointed that Tamayo guessed that he could hide in the darkness before dawn. He also wanted to tease her and see how panicked Tamayo would be. However, I can only say that she is worthy of being called Tamayo. She is smart. You should stay with me from now on, read more books, and study how to overcome the sun. Tamayo was standing on the ground, and could not avoid the aftereffects of teleportation. Her head was dizzy, and her body was swaying on the ground, and then she heard Muzin's words. She could only nod reluctantly, barely refusing to fall to the ground, and it took her a while to recover. Muzin brought Tamayo to the territory of Shizuji Asanuma.
Shizuji Asanuma was a man who was rescued by Muzin and was almost killed by bandits.
Unexpectedly, this guy was a daimyo. Because of his personality and values, I thought he was okay, so I stayed. Shizue had also been informed by Muzin that he would be coming over to stay for a while, and the house had already been prepared. Wuzan came into the room, lay on the rocking chair that Jingxi had prepared long ago, and took out a book from the side. Ah, this extravagant life.
Tamayo.
Wuzan glanced at her and said, pick a bedroom for yourself. Tamayo, this ghost king is living a really good life. Muzin heard Tamayo's complaints. Who are you scolding?
You are the one who is living a good life. Tamayo?
When Shizue learned that Muzin had arrived, he hurried over. When he pushed the door open, he saw the Demon King lying in a rocking chair like an old man. To be honest, he was very confused when the Ghost King asked him to make a strange chair. He couldn't even sit on it steadily and he couldn't figure out what it was used for until now. When I saw the Ghost King, I felt like I was seeing a retired old man. So this is how a rocking chair is used. After we conquer the world, he will come too. Jingxi saw that Wuzan had moved the book in his hand down a little, and he quickly knelt down, bowed his head and called respectfully, Sir. Muzin glanced at him and said, Stand up, don't kneel down all the time.
Go do what you need to do.
Also, remember to have your men pay more attention to the blue spider lilies.
They may only appear during the day. Upon hearing this, Jinxie stood up hurriedly and said, "Sir, someone from the Demon Slayer Corps is here. Come if you want, they can do whatever they want as long as they don't cause any trouble." Jinxie stood there hesitantly. Wukan smiled and sighed, then put down the book in his hand. "If you want blood, just say so." Jinxie's face lit up with joy when he heard that, but the next moment, he saw a whip suddenly emerge from the Ghost King's waist and pierce into his chest. Jinxie was instantly overwhelmed by severe pain and rolled on the ground screaming, "The Ghost King has no moral principles." Just as Muzan was about to retract the whip, he suddenly found that on the rocking chair, it seemed that the whip held the book more steadily than his own hands. Anyway, there is no need to avoid anyone. After Shizue successfully survived, he saw the scene. Muzan extended several whips from his waist, and the ends of the whips were like supports, holding the books in his hands. Even if the chair was shaking, the whip still held the books steadily. "What are you looking at? Get out of the way." Muzan glanced at Jinxie and thought, now that the absorption was successful, he can do whatever he wants. Jinxie hurriedly retreated. Shizuji Asanuma is also a cautious ghost. After noticing that the Demon Slayer Corps are approaching, even though he knows that the Demon Slayer Corps has a high probability of not threatening him, he still hopes that he can be stronger, so strong that he is not afraid of being discovered by the Demon Slayer Corps that he is a ghost. "Fortunately, my master is easier to talk to than I imagined, but the way he gives blood is a bit rough." Tamayo originally wanted to come in to get some books, but she saw the whole process of Muzan bestowing blood at the door. Tamayo, who had originally thought about whether she could ask Muzan to give her some blood, completely lost the idea after seeing this scene and remembering the time when she became a demon. Weak is weak, she is just an assistant anyway. Muzan heard Tamayo's thoughts and sensed her ability to bear. Decades had passed, and she could have tolerated more blood. A malicious smile appeared on his face. Chapter 14. Following the country for a moment, Zhu Shi felt his hair stand on end. The next moment, a whip suddenly pierced into her head. Zhu Shi's pupils shrank and she was instantly enveloped by severe pain. Her face was ferocious, she gritted her teeth, and growled in her heart. "No misery, you can do it." Muzan pulled back the whip and admired Tamayo's gnashing teeth expression. For a moment, he felt that this scene might overlap with the original work. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is completely different from the scumbag boss in the original book. He is doing this for Sume's own good. Tamayo finally stood up, without saying a word, and stood up from the ground like a zombie. With a gloomy face, she left Muzan's sight with the book in her hand. For some reason, anger brought her an inexplicable feeling, and these words emerged in her mind: "Why don't you die, this dirty man, the miserable Kibutsuji, Tamayo?" "Why do I think so, Wuzan? Why does this sound familiar?" When Muzan heard Tamayo's thoughts, he quickly denied it, saying that he was different from that trashy boss anyway. The comfortable life passed quickly, and the lords of the Demon Slayer Corps changed again and again. It has been more than 100 years since he traveled through time, and because of his interference, the original history has become unrecognizable, and now the remaining forces are basically Muzan's subordinates fighting each other, having fun. There are almost no other forces left, just a bunch of ghosts and a bunch of people fighting each other. The key point is that no one is willing to submit to anyone else. I have worked so hard for so long, why can't I be the one to establish the shogunate in the end? Therefore, even though they are all demons under Muzan, they will not give in to each other, and Muzan did not intervene in the end. It was not appropriate for him to intervene in such matters. I just reminded them not to let other forces take advantage of the situation and left it alone. Jinxie is also one of the forces that has the last laugh, so Muzan has stayed with Jinxie for decades without moving. But on this day, the surname of a family caught Muzan's attention: Sujikoku Wujan. Sujikoku Yoriichi? Sujikoku Yoriichi. Sujikoku, a samurai family. Someone from Sujikoku participated in the war, which attracted the attention of the demons under his command. Muzan finally remembered about Sujikoku Yoriichi, having stayed in this world for more than 100 years, and with almost nothing threatening him. Muzan no longer cared about time, so he completely forgot about Yoriichi Tsugaru, who would appear in about 100 years. To be honest, I was really panicked, thinking of the half-demon who had never been eliminated and was trying hard to make him take the blame. Muzan became even more panicked. No, let's get going, go find Yuichiro Tsujikoku. Tamayo followed Muzan, and the two spent several days finding the headquarters of the successor country. Tamayo followed Muzan and could clearly feel his undisguised panic.
Is there anything else in this world that can threaten the immortal Demon King? Muzin was in no mood to care about Tamayo's doubts and looked everywhere for the headquarters of the successor country. Fortunately, it's still early. After some inquiries, Muzin confirmed that at this time, Yorichi was just born and was neglected by his father. It is worth mentioning that, as a big family, Yuni's father, as the head of the family, can be said to be cold-blooded and ruthless, not to mention that he almost killed his own son even in the original work. He wanted to replace Tsugumi Iwakatsu directly because he discovered that Yashi Akiro was stronger. It can be seen that this guy, to a certain extent, has unconsciously used his son as a tool according to his own pedantic thoughts. His concept of self is too weak, as if he is a robot that is only concerned about his family. Muzin found a tall tree near the Jigwa headquarters, stood on the tree, hidden among the branches and leaves, and observed Yuriakair's situation. This time, Yuichiro was hiding in the house and secretly watching Iwakatsu practicing sword. He noticed his mother coming over, and hurriedly ran out to hold his mother in his arms. Akino, Yuichiro's mother, touched Yuichiro's head, smiled gently, and stood under the eaves with him watching Iwakatsu practice swordsmanship. Sweat was dripping from Yenching's forehead, and he would glance over from time to time, looking at Yuni, who was following him like a follower, with some displeasure. Muzin felt that Iwakatsu might be a little mentally abnormal because of his father. Tamayo stood beside Muzin and looked at her boss in confusion. Are these two children the ones that scare you? Wuzan nodded. Yes, but not as they are now. Tamayo? You mean you saw the future? Muzin was too lazy to explain and left with Tamayo. At this time, Yorichi was only 4 or 5 years old. Muzin didn't believe it. How could a little kid like Yorichi hurt him at such a young age? Impossible. In the next few days, Muzin created a clone to keep an eye on Yorichi's situation, while he began to read leisurely. And now for Muzin, reading books in this boring world is almost as attractive as reading novels in the past, but I still made more time to exercise myself according to the speculation in the original book. Because the location of the blue spider lily equals Tanjiro's house equals where Tsugumi Yorichi and his wife live. Therefore, Tsugumi Yashiichi grows up equals finds the blue Higanbana equals Muzin can overcome his shortcomings equals becomes invincible. For an old guy who has lived for who knows how many hundreds of years, time always passes quickly, and nearly 3 years passed in a flash, and Yuni's mother became increasingly weak. Rakino was lying alone on the tatami, and she felt as if she could feel her life slowly fading away. Faintly, she seemed to see a figure, a strange figure. This figure gave her an ominous feeling. Was it the god who wanted to take her soul away? Is she going to die? Do you want to live? Muzin stood in front of Akino and looked down at her. After all, she was Yorichi's mother, so he should save her if he could. Akino tried to open his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. Are you God? Muzin, I am a ghost. I can turn you into an immortal ghost. Perhaps it was the calmness of a dying man, or perhaps it was because he felt Muzin's kindness, but after Akino heard that Muzin was a demon, there was no change in his emotions. Instead, he shook his head. No. But can I ask you for a favor? Adhering to the idea that the dead are the greatest, Wuzan nodded. What is it? Let's talk about whether to agree or not first and see what you want him to do. Take care of my 2 children. Yuni is not liked by his father, but he is a kind child and should not be treated like that. Yenching is under too much pressure and he is too competitive. Akino's voice became weaker and weaker, and her eyes looking at Muzin became more and more turbid. Finally, under Muzin's gaze, she gradually became silent, perhaps because the person in front of her heard her request. Akino left calmly. Faintly, Muzin seemed to hear a faint thank you. He sighed. In fact, when he saw Akino, he guessed that Akino, apart from being a little worried about her children, had no resistance to death and was basically unlikely to want to become a ghost. It was just as he expected. Chapter 15. The half-ghost comes to make trouble again. Akino's death made Iwakatsu and Yorichi sad for a long time, and finally made the prince of the same clan fall into regret after reading his wife's suicide note in sorrow. Perhaps he should have given Yuni a better environment. At the same time, Yenching learned that the weak brother he was supposed to protect was actually a genius, and his father would definitely swap their positions, and he would live in that shabby house and then be sent to the temple. This made Yenching even more uneasy and jealous in his sadness, but when he learned that his brother was ridiculously going to leave and cherish that broken flute, Yenching was even more unable to understand. In the evening, seeing Yorichi being sent away through a small door, Muzin quickly followed. Originally, Yuni was going to the temple but did not go as planned, but when far away, Yuan, who was only 7 years old, took only some dry food and a knife, and walked away aimlessly in an unknown direction, with Wuzan following from a distance. On the other side, Jigwa Yencheng also sought his mother's diary. Yuichiro was a man favored by God, and Yuichiro's action of sticking to his mother's left side was not acting like a spoiled child as he imagined, but supporting his mother, which seemed to be telling him, "You are not as good as Yuichiro." Jigwe Yenqing's hands were bulging with veins as he grabbed his mother's diary, digging his nails deep into it. He grabbed the knife and walked outside to the sword practice area. At this moment, his face was ferocious, his pupils were red, and veins in his hands were bulging. He grabbed the handle of the knife and slashed at the dummy like crazy, growling like a wild beast. Why? I worked so hard for so long. Why did it end up being that guy? After countless cuts, the surface of the dummy was covered with knife marks. However, because he was still young, the wounds were only on the surface. However, his younger brother could easily chop the dummy in half. When the exhausted Jigwe Yenqing thought of this, the jealousy and resentment in his heart kept surging out, and his face was distorted to the extreme. Bang! The knife was thrown heavily to the ground, and Jigwe Yenqing walked towards Jigwe Yuani's narrow room step by step, panting heavily. Bang! The door was opened roughly and hit the doorframe violently. Yenshang rushed in angrily and looked around. Is this guy hiding? Suddenly he caught a glimpse of a note on the table, took a big step over and grabbed the note on the table. His face, which was originally distorted with anger, gradually calmed down, confusion appeared in his eyes, and he put the note back on the table in a daze. Is Tsujikoku Yuichi really gone? And then, Jigwe Yenqing rushed out suddenly to know, he couldn't accept such charity, he doesn't need it. Sooner or later he will surpass Yuichiro, give it back to him, sooner or later he will become the world's #1 warrior. Sugakuni Iwakatsu wants to get Sugakuni Yorichi back. If Sugakuni Yorichi leaves like this, he may never see him again, and he will always live in Yorichi's shadow. Sugakuni Yorichi must be found, but after chasing blindly for a long time, Sugakuni Iwakatsu finally realized that Sugakuni Yashiichi had gone far away. He stood there blankly, with a look of helplessness on his face. On the other side, as a few days passed, the food that Yuni carried became less and less. He didn't know where he was, and a field appeared in front of him. The field was empty. As he walked in it and looked into the distance for a long time, a figure appeared in his sight. It was a strange girl. She was standing in the field, holding a wooden basin. Their eyes met. Because it was daytime, Muzan could only hide in the woods in the distance and watch the two people meet from afar. Relying on his superhuman hearing and vision, Muzan saw the two people chatting for a few sentences and decided to go together. Sure took Yuani towards her home. Wuzan hurriedly followed. Here comes your chance to find blue spider lilies. It was already evening, the last rays of sunlight began to fade, the moon rose, and night fell. Wuzan suddenly felt that there was a creature approaching from behind. I immediately became alert. The next moment, a monster nearly 2 meters tall rushed towards Yuichi and Sure from the other side. Because of the distance, neither of them noticed. This monster is a half-ghost. The half-ghost has been concentrating on eating people for a long time and throwing the blame on him. Now he suddenly appears and his intention is obvious. Muzan rushed over and grabbed the half-ghost's neck. A half-ghost is just a half-ghost. Perhaps for ordinary people he is an invincible man-eating monster, but in Muzan's hands, he is just a piece of trash that can be killed at will. The half-ghost obviously didn't react, and his face was horrified. Under the cover of death, it let out a sharp scream, and Muzan's arm suddenly turned into a giant mouth and swallowed it. Muzan hoped to swallow the half-ghost and get his memory to see what this thing was like. The screams of the half-ghost naturally attracted the attention of Yuani and the other two people in the distance. They looked back and saw that Muzan's hideous arm, which had turned into a flesh and blood monster, had swallowed something and was squirming as if it was chewing, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. Even though he was not taken seriously, Yorichi was the son of the successor country and naturally knew about the existence of man-eating ghosts. He immediately realized that the guy in front of him was an evil ghost and thought that it was Muzan who was eating people, and the moment he saw the evil ghost in front of him, he realized that this guy was very dangerous. It's the Ghost King. His mission with super talent is to kill the guy in front of him, but he is only 7 years old now, and these two children, only 7 or 8 years old, faced the evil ghost. Yuni hurriedly pulled Sure behind him and said, "Sure, run." I stopped it. Even though Yuni has a strong talent for using a sword and can defeat an adult, he is only a 7-year-old child now, which is far from enough to face the evil spirit. Yashiichi pulled out a sword that was almost as tall as him and pointed it at Muzan. Wuzhan, Sure hid timidly behind Yuni. Although she was afraid, she didn't want to leave Yuni behind. Muzan wanted to explain, but he suddenly felt another half-demon attacking him. The 8-headed and half-demon took advantage of the fact that Yuri Akiro's attention was on Muzan and suddenly attacked Sure from behind. Muzan didn't care about Yuri Akiro's vigilance and rushed forward. MD half-ghost, ruining his good deeds. Even though the half-ghost's attack came suddenly and in large numbers, they were no match for Muzan Dai in a moment. Yuni only felt that the evil ghost in front of him was attacking him, so he swung his sword to block Muzan. At the same time, Muzan flashed and appeared in front of Shur behind Yuni. Yuni's heart trembled, and he quickly turned around and slashed at Muzan with his sword, but what came into view was the 8-headed evil spirits attacking from behind, and Muzan's back. The next moment, Muzan pulled out the long sword from his back and with a swing he repelled several half-demons that were attacking him, but at the same time, Yorichi's sword did not stop cutting Muzan's back, the skin that even the demon Slayer core members could not cut was cut by Yuan Yi's knife, leaving a huge wound several millimeters deep. Muzan couldn't help but take a breath. It hurts. Fortunately, Yuichiro only had an ordinary knife in his hand, and the next second, Muzan's back returned to its original state. Yuni also realized that something was wrong, and he held the knife towards the air. Feeling a little at a loss, Muzan looked back at the two of them, then rushed out, swung his sword and instantly chopped off the half-ghost's head. Only after dealing with these half-ghosts did Muzan breathe a sigh of relief. He now suddenly felt that the half-ghosts were not simply stupid, but more like an ant colony. These half-ghost individuals may not be able to do it, but there is a being with a high IQ behind them who was coordinating the plans. For example, just now, he used a half-ghost to not only attract his attention, but also made him recognized as an evil ghost by Yuni without paying attention, and then attacked Shur when Yuni was not paying attention. The reason why he attacked Shur was naturally to prevent Muzan from following Shur to find the blue-red spider lily. Chapter 16. This group of half-ghosts had been avoiding him and it was almost impossible to find their trace. Now that they dared to appear in front of him, it was enough to show how desperate they were to prevent him from overcoming his weaknesses. Sooner or later they will all be killed. Without the threat of the half-demon, Yorichi looked at Muzan, who was obviously a cannibal, and hesitated with his knife in hand. Muzan hesitated for a moment and finally decided to use violence. Anyway, the current little Yuni is no match for him. Let's catch him first, and then talk him through the reasons. Anyway, there is plenty of time. Suddenly, he grabbed the knife in Yorichi's hand, which was unable to cause any substantial harm to him. Yorichi reacted immediately, gripping the handle of the knife with all his strength and twisting the blade, trying to force Muzan to let go, but unexpectedly, Muzan was so strong that he snatched the knife away from him. Run away! Having lost his weapon, Jiguyuan shouted and tried to escape by pulling Shur, but Muzan threw away his knife and picked up the two men who were holding up their backs by their clothes in one hand each. Run away, come on, little brat, show me the way. Wuzan grabbed the two children and a proud smile appeared on his face. Yuni and Shur struggled desperately, trying to escape, but they were like fish out of water. Muzan threw the poem to the ground and looked at Xiao Yuani. Stop struggling. When Yuan Yi saw that Shur was released, he no longer cared about himself and yelled at Shur, Shur, run! Muzan glanced at him. He let go of Shur, knowing naturally that Shur would not run away. Yet he looked at Shur and smiled maliciously. Shur, you don't want Yuni to lose his life, do you? The expression on Shur's face looked like she was about to cry, but she held it back. She climbed up with dirt on her little face and looked at Wuzan with hatred, because she was worried about Yuni. She naturally didn't dare to run Muzan. He wanted to laugh, but what should he do? He suddenly felt that he had gone a bit too far by bullying a child. Don't worry about me and run. Bang! Muzan slapped Yuan on the buttocks and said, stop talking. Otherwise, I'll treat you as a third of the third rank. As he spoke, he took out a piece of cloth and a rope from somewhere, stuffed them directly into Yuichiro's mouth, and tied his hands. Yuni glared at him. Then he looked at Shur and said, where is your home? Lead the way. Shur held back her tears, sobbed twice, then turned around and led the way. Yuichi Jem. Although Muzan could leave directly, Shur would also take Yuni to his own home. After all, they couldn't go anywhere else except Shur's home, but since I can bully Yuni while he is still young, why not? With Yuichi's talent, he will be able to surpass him in a few years. If Muzan doesn't bully him now, he will never have the chance in the future. Along the way, apart from Yuni's grumbling, the only sounds were Shur's sobs and footsteps. 3 people, crossed out, 1 cheating player and 1 ghost, soon arrived at Shur's doorstep. This is a simple little thatched hut located in an open space not far from the fields. There are some wildflowers and grasses growing next to the hut, which looks quite artistic under the moonlight. Shur took a deep breath, looked at Muzan carefully, and mustered up her courage. I'll lead the way, let go of Yuni. Muzan touched Shur's head with a smile on his face. Shur wanted to avoid him but couldn't, and he didn't dare to avoid him. Because he was afraid, he shrank his neck and his body was a little stiff. Well done. Hearing this, Shur wanted to ask Muzin to let go of Yurichi, but she saw the evil smile on Muzin's face. But did I say I would let you go if you lead the way? Upon hearing this, Yuni struggled violently. Shur held back her tears, and stepped back in fear and anger. Muzin threw Yuichi into the thatched hut, picked up Shur with one hand, and took out a rope from somewhere to tie her up and threw her together with Yuichi. Shur couldn't hold back the tears any longer, and burst into tears, cursing Wuzhan, shameless. Yuni's legs were not tied, but he couldn't get up without his hands. He crawled over and stood in front of Shur, staring at the damn evil ghost. Wuzhan glanced at Shur, who was crying loudly, and threatened fiercely, "Don't cry." Shur stopped talking all of a sudden, but tears were still streaming down her face and she was sobbing with a twitch in her nose. Seeing that she really stopped shouting, Muzin lowered his head to look at the vicious Yurichi. He squatted down, smiled and patted Yuni's little face. "Hey, are you angry? I scared your wife to tears." But to Muzin's disappointment, Yuri Akiro's expression gradually calmed down, and in an instant it was as if he saw through everything. He curiously removed the rag that was covering Yuni's mouth to see what he could say. "Eat me and let poetry go." "Ah, this." Muzin looked at Shur, who was still sobbing, and Shur shouted, "No. Don't eat Yuichi." "Then I eat you?" Shur shrank her neck, but suddenly her eyes turned fierce. "Okay." Now, Muzin didn't understand. Even if these two were the official couple, they wouldn't be willing to give their lives for each other when they met at such a young age, right? "Are you all so kind?" Of course, he had no intention of really doing anything to the two of them. He just wanted to tease them for fun, but after being fed dog food by two little brats, he immediately felt bored, so he stood up, picked them up and threw them onto the tatami. "If you two listen, I won't eat you." Yuan subconsciously moved his body to block Shur. "What do you want to do?" "I want to support you, do you believe it?" It was obvious that the two did not believe it, but they always felt as if what he said was true. But the two also realized that they would not be hurt now. Yurichi took a deep breath and looked at Muzin seriously. "Are you the Ghost King?" "Yes." Muzin did not hide anything and admitted it openly. "Then why did you stop those ghosts from attacking us just now? Aren't they your men?" Shia looked at Muzin in confusion. "They are not, to be exact, they are not ghosts." Looking at the two people's puzzled expressions, Wuzhan explained, "They also eat people, but their IQ is much lower than that of ghosts, and I can't control them." Muzin paused, his face looking murderous. "These guys are called half-ghosts, they just want to go against me, I will kill them sooner or later." "Okay, I'll live here with you guys from now on. If you have any questions, you can ask them slowly. And don't even think about running away." After saying that, Muzin snapped his fingers, the ropes on the two men were untied, and his figure disappeared immediately. "This little thatched hut is still a bit too shabby. It's probably hard to keep out the wind and rain. Also, you need to bring some books with you." But if he plays the role of a father, then there is still a lack of a mother. For a moment, Muzin thought of the trashy boss wearing women's clothing, and was so scared that he quickly shook his head. "Impossible, absolutely impossible, women's clothing is out of the question." Taking advantage of the lack of sunlight, Muzin wanted to use blood demon magic to teleport books, wood, umbrellas, and other things. However, when Muzin returned to the thatched hut, he saw that the tatami was empty. Chapter 17. Give me food. The two little brats didn't run far before they were grabbed back by Muzin, thrown onto the tatami, and the door was locked. The next day, when the two men were released, they found 2 bowls of meat porridge on the table. The two of them turned pale. Could it be, even though the hot porridge exuded an enticing aroma, the two of them just felt nauseous? When Wuzhan saw the two people's expressions as soon as he entered the room, he said helplessly, "Pork porridge." The two cast suspicious eyes at him. "Wuzhan, I didn't lie to you." They still refused to eat. "Okay, if you don't want to eat it, go and pour it yourself." Wuzhan walked away in anger. In the end, the two of them were hungry for the whole morning. "I was starving and wanted to go out to find something to eat. As soon as I walked out of the thatched hut, I saw a wooden house that appeared out of nowhere. It was not luxurious but not simple either. The wooden house is surrounded by long eaves, creating a large area of shadow. Wuzhan sat in the shadow, a book in his hand and an umbrella placed diagonally beside him. Wuzhan heard the footsteps of the two people. "Yo, you are still hungry?" Yuni's face didn't look very good, but because of his expressionless face, not much could be seen. On the contrary, Shur glared at him fiercely. "There is rice and rice in the kitchen. If you want to drink rice porridge, make it yourself." After saying that, Muzin continued reading leisurely. Yuani looked at Shur and said, You stay in the house and be careful of this guy.
I'm going to find something to eat. Wuzan looked up at Yuni speechlessly.
Okay, the little brat is very tough. The next day, when Uni and Shur woke up, they found that the environment around them had changed. It's not the original thatched hut anymore. It's miserable. They both reacted at the same time, rushing out of the house. I saw 2 bowls of rice porridge and buns on the table in the outer room, steaming hot and fragrant. They both swallowed their saliva. They had found their own food yesterday, and although they did find some wild vegetables, which matched the food stored in the thatched hut, they were still full. But what the 2 kids made was just edible, and could not be compared with someone like Muzan who had lived long enough and learned everything. Resisting their appetite, the 2 walked out of the house and saw Wuzan lying on a rocking chair in the side room, taking a nap with his eyes closed. The 2 men's actions seemed to wake him up. Wuzan glanced at the 2 of them, walked over and saw the uneaten breakfast in the room. What's wrong? Aren't you hungry? The 2 kept silent and expressed their attitude through actions. Wuzan sighed leisurely. Oh, all right. As he said that, he walked over, picked up a bowl of porridge, grabbed Uni fiercely, pinched his chin and began to pour it in. Give it to me. Yuichi, Yuwu. Gokuwo. Let me go. Shur hurriedly ran over and grabbed Muzan's arm to stop him, but her strength was useless and she ended up getting hurt instead. After Wuzan poured the porridge into Yuani's mouth, he grabbed Shur, picked up another bowl and poured it in. You drink it too. Poem, I want to cry. Yuni had no weapon in his hands and was trying to pull Muzan in vain. Wuzan put the bowl on the table with a bang, and Shur stood beside him with tears in her eyes. Just as Yuni was about to go over to comfort Shur, he was grabbed by Muzan and a bun was stuffed into his mouth. Eat it all. Don't waste food. Yuan's mouth was filled with food, expressionless. Wash the dishes after you finish eating. If you don't, I'll stuff them in your mouths. The 2 children finally finished their breakfast reluctantly and washed the dishes. Muzan was reading a book on the side while watching the 2 wash the dishes. Hey, isn't that good enough? The 2 didn't want to talk, so they turned around and left. Don't go yet, come here. Muzan stood up and put down the book. The 2 looked at each other and didn't want to follow Wuzan. He could only turn around and pick them up, one in each hand. When he mentioned the study, he threw the 2 of them onto a stool, picked up 2 books from the bookshelf, and placed them in front of them. Copy them. The 2 little guys raised their heads and looked at him in silence. Wuzan, why are you looking at me? Is there something written on my face? Yuni couldn't bear it anymore. He stood up, looked up at Muzan and stared at him, but still had an expressionless look. What do you want to do? I'm asking you to learn. How many words do you know now? Don't you need to learn a few more words? Yuni didn't say anything, just looked at Muzan. All right. It's not easy for you 2 kids to be together. Are you not happy for me to raise you 2? We don't need the help of evil spirits. If you don't want to eat us, please let us go. Yuani's tone was flat, but extremely serious. Muzan didn't know what to say for a moment. Yuni was quite tough. Well, I saved your life from the half-ghost, right? And even though I am a ghost, I won't necessarily hurt innocent people. Yuani was stunned. What do you mean? Could the Ghost King be a good person? Will it hurt innocent people? What a joke. A ghost is also a human being. I just want to survive. Besides, I only eat sinful people. You don't have to be so hostile. You will only eat sinful people? What about those demons who kill innocent people? Aren't they all created by you? Didn't I just lay off some employees? All those ghosts were removed from the list. Now the only people who are killing innocent people indiscriminately, besides half-ghosts, are probably humans? Yuni was just a little boy. When he heard Muzan say this, he was a little confused for a moment as he knew very little about ghosts. Okay, hurry up and copy the book. Seeing his expression, Muzan slammed the door shut. He wanted to see, if Yuni was raised by him, would he almost kill him like in the original book? Moreover, it is indeed a bit miserable for 2 children, Yuni and Shur, to depend on each other for survival. After reading the original novel, he also wants to help them. Give me a complete childhood or something. If you want it to be complete, copying books is naturally necessary. The next day, after breakfast, Yuni and Shur were about to continue copying books together, but were stopped by Muzan. Do you want to learn swordplay? Yuan showed a look of doubt. I brought you your knife that day, and the poem. Do you want to learn it? Wuzan took out two knives from the cabinet behind and handed them to the two men. Yuni took the knife and looked at Muzan. Thank you.
Hey, call me daddy. Yuichi, I have adopted you now, right? I am your father, right? What's wrong with calling you dad?
Yuan pulled her outside with an expressionless face and looked at Wuzan provocatively in the sunlight. Wuzan, okay, wait until I find the blue spider lily, maybe Yuni really is cheating. As a pervert who can create his own breathing method, Yuni's swordsmanship does not need any learning or guidance. On this day, Yuni basically developed various swordsmanship by himself while guiding Shur at the same time. Unfortunately, this is not a novel, and Shur is not the heroine.
She does not have any cheats.
Although Shur cannot be said to be without talent, her talent is just average, so the purpose of learning swordsmanship is only to protect yourself, but this is enough. If a half-ghost appears in the future, and if Yorichi and Muzan are not around, she can just escape. Chapter 18, Try to compete with me. Although the two little kids, Yuni and Shur, were always unwilling to call him dad, they seem to have accepted this kind of life. After eating and washing the dishes every day, I start my day's tasks. 1 day to copy books and study, 1 day to practice sword skills. Under Muzan's repeated persuasion, crossed out, you must practice with your swordsmanship well, become stronger, and protect others. Yorichi gradually got used to the daily routine of practicing with the swordsmanship. Muzan always assigns tasks to the two of them, and they can go play after completing them. On this day, after Yashiakiro finished practicing with his sword, he looked at Muzan with the sword in his hand. He suddenly pulled out the blade and looked at Muzan with a fighting spirit. Wuzan put down the book with great interest. Want to compete with me? Yuan nodded. Okay. Muzan stood up from the rocking chair, walked slowly to the cabinet and took out his knife. The two came to the spacious house, and Shur followed them and stood aside to watch the fight.
Yuan said solemnly, please give me some advice.
Wukan smiled and drew out the blade. Yuan felt a sense of pressure in an instant. A natural swordsmanship genius who has the ability to see through the world, he can feel the horror of Muzan. No matter how lazy the Ghost King he saw during this period, he also felt the terrifying pressure at this moment. Yorichi opened the transparent world and saw the unusual structure in Muzan's body. He took a deep breath and rushed forward. Muzan also studied swordsmanship for a period of time, so he easily blocked the attack of the young Yoriakire. Yorichi attacked frantically, while Muzan defended with ease. The two of them moved so fast that they almost left after images. Yuni was panting and gradually becoming exhausted. Suddenly he roared and chopped forward fiercely. Muzan blocked it with his sword, and with a crisp snapping sound, a crack appeared on the sword in Yorichi's hand. Yuan paused for a moment, took a step back, and looked at the broken knife in his hand with complicated eyes. I lost. Muzan went over to pick up the broken blade, handed it to Yuni, and touched his head. It felt really good. You are only 7 years old. With your talent, you will surpass me sooner or later. I will buy you a good sword tomorrow. As for this sword, it is one of the few things that Yuni has that can commemorate his memories in his adopted country. Yuan nodded and put away the broken knife. Wuzan added, don't let me chop you to death when you grow up. Yuni raised his head and looked at Muzan in confusion. Aren't ghosts immortal? Muzan hesitated for a moment. He will die. Yuni looked at Muzan curiously. Muzan, do you really want to kill me? Yuni turned his head away. That wasn't the case, however, when they first met, and every time he saw Muzan, Yuni would feel for no reason that he was born to kill Muzan. But Wuzan shouldn't know this, right? Seeing that the two had finished chatting, Shur ran up and said, Yuni is amazing. What's wrong? I can't do it? Muzan stepped between the two of them. When he was a student, for some reason, whenever he saw a man and a woman walking together, he would always run between the couples as he was in a hurry. Shur is a down-to-earth child, and explained, because Yuni is still young. Okay, do me a favor next time. Yuni and Shur, ? Please pay attention to a flower called blue spider lily. It only blooms during the day. Pick it for me if you see it. As he spoke, Wuzan took out an atlas and said, it looks like this, the blue one, it should be growing nearby. Yuan looked strange. You forced Shur to bring you here just for this thing? Yes. Shur came over to look at it. I've seen this flower before, it grows behind the house. Upon hearing this, Wuzan's face lit up with joy. But there are none now, and I don't know when they will bloom. It's okay. It will bloom sooner or later. Just pick it for me when it blooms. Shur nodded. Yuni asked in confusion, what are you looking for this flower for?
Muzin didn't hide anything and said frankly, overcome the sun. I haven't been in the sun for hundreds of years. If you find the blue spider lily, will you never die? Wuzan heard what Yuni said. Do you really want me to die?
Yuni looked at the ceiling without saying a word to Wuzhan. At night, Yuni couldn't sleep. There's an evil, terrifying feeling about Muzin, and he always feels like for some reason he lives just to kill Muzin. But in the past few months, Muzin just seems to be a guy with a bit of a bad taste. He was a little scared that he might have to fight him in the future. If Muzin conquers the sun, will it prevent him from killing him in the future? While thinking about this, Yuichiro suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside, and they were not Muzin's footsteps. He immediately became alert, climbed up and picked up the broken knife beside him. I carefully opened the window a crack and looked out into the yard. I saw a woman in the yard. Just as he was wondering, he saw the woman glance towards him. Yuni hurriedly closed the window and lay back down, but his breathing was a little hurried. Then he heard footsteps approaching the main gate. After confirming that the other party was not walking towards him, Yuni breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the black cloth, and approached the direction of the woman's footsteps. Immediately afterwards, Yuni heard Muzin's footsteps and the woman's voice. I brought the knife. Upon hearing this, Yuni walked to the door between the hall and the bedroom and saw the two people through the crack in the door. The woman handed Muzin a knife. Could it be that what Muzin said was given to him? But I didn't see Muzin go out. He just stayed in the room reading books all day, so why did someone suddenly come to give him a knife? Besides, at night, it must be a ghost, right? Yuichiro still has a wary and disgusted attitude towards other ghosts. Wuzan took the knife and said with some regret, can you accept more blood now? Shu Shi's expression froze. No need. Don't worry, I'm not going to give you blood. Muzin had also discovered Yuni hiding in the crack of the door. Yuni was only 7 years old now, and he didn't feel good to see him stabbing people's brains. Tamayo breathed a sigh of relief before continuing. Shizue has prepared the food. Yuni is hiding inside. Food, human flesh. Just as I was thinking about it, a voice suddenly came from inside. Yuichi, Yuni quickly covered Shi's mouth with his hand. Shi understood at once and nodded. Just as Yuni was about to let go of Shi, he heard a rustling sound behind him and the door was opened. Muzin and Tamayo looked down at the two of them. Yuni was silent for a while. Being stared at by the two men, Shi's face turned a little red. Yuni lowered his head silently. Can't you be more professional when you peek? Muzin unceremoniously sabotaged the show. Wuzan, did you notice me from the beginning? Yes. Yuichi, upon hearing this, Tamayo looked at Muzin in surprise and lowered her voice. These two children know. Wuzan nodded, I know. Tamayo looked at him in surprise. Wuzan, okay, stop being surprised, just go quickly. Chapter 19. Are you okay? After Tamayo left, Yuni asked Shi to go back to sleep first and looked at Muzin seriously. Is that woman a ghost? Yeah, what's wrong? Muzin looked at him, still holding the knife that Tamayo had brought over, leaning back and forth in the rocking chair. A candlelight flickered in the dim hall and the breeze that crept in, making the shadows of the two people sway, and in the distance came the sound of something unknown. Yuni hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and asked solemnly, is the food she's talking about what I think it is? Yeah, I can't eat anything else either, but don't worry, they're all from bandits and mountain robbers. After a moment, Yuan nodded. He grasped the key point in Muzin's words, ghosts can't eat other things? What do you think? If I eat anything else, I can only taste the rotten smell, and I can't digest it. Otherwise, do you think I don't want to eat anything else? Now he can't even eat some melon seeds while watching the fun. The 7-year-old Yuni looked a little unhappy. Okay, I get it. Seeing his expression, Muzin patted his head and said, but the blue-red spider lily may allow me to eat other things. Yuni's eyes lit up. Really or real? Okay, go to bed quickly. You still have books to copy tomorrow. Yuan nodded and ran back to sleep. Muzin swayed on the chair, and suddenly, his figure disappeared, leaving only a rocking chair that was shaking slightly. The next day, Yuni got a new sword and a new book to copy. Yuichi, to be honest, he doesn't like copying books. He felt miserable every time he copied books, and only felt happy on the days he practiced swordplay. Wuzan looked at his bitter face and said, you can't just know how to use a knife, you need to be cultured. Yuni still had a bitter face. Wukan left with a smile, since he was not the one copying the book anyway. Childhood is incomplete without copying books. If there were not 9 years of compulsory education and college entrance examination here, he would have to send Yuni to various training classes to be happy. Yuni, listen to me and thank you. On the other hand, at this time,
Yuichiro Tsujikuni's father finally saw Yuichiro's talent in his wife's diary, and felt remorseful. He immediately decided to give up Iwakatsu and take Yuichiro from the temple, but he was told that Yorichi had not gone to the temple at all. From then on, he looked at Jigwe Yenching as if he was looking at a defective product, as if letting Jigwe Yenching inherit his position was a last resort. He looked at Yenshang with a look of disgust. Why didn't you tell me when you found out that Yuni was stronger than you? You're a piece of trash. He kicked Yenshang in the chest, and Yenshang staggered and fell to the ground. He kicked him hard again. Roll. Jigwe Yenshang got up from the ground with his head down, feeling humiliation and jealousy filling his chest. Under his father's stricter requirements and his own unwillingness, Yenshang practiced sword and studied frantically. He will surpass Yorichi. Sooner or later, he will become the strongest samurai. Wuzun's figure landed in the distance. Watching this scene, no wonder Jigwe Yenshang has such a personality. His father really deserves credit. It has to be said that the tragedy of the two brothers may be due to the scumbag boss in the original book, but their father is also one of the key reasons. After Muzan took a look at Iwakita's condition, he ran back to Shizuka because he wanted to eat. It is worth mentioning that at this time, the remaining forces are getting fewer and fewer, and both Jingxi and Zhangren are among the few forces left. This time, Shizue was excitedly reporting his great achievements and the current situation to Muzan, showing his determination and ability to unify all forces. Muzan was too lazy to listen, but seeing his employees so excited and motivated, he didn't want to discourage them, so he could only give them a few symbolic words of encouragement. Jingxi suddenly seemed to have been injected with hormones and became more motivated. Wuzan ate in silence. After he left, Jingxi immediately began to make the next arrangements. Muzan took advantage of the fact that it was just getting dark and saw Yuni and Shur, who had already fallen asleep. Sleep your ass off. Get up and have fun. Yuni and Poetry, __, are you okay? Wuzan, holding one child each, pulled them both out of bed. Come on, change your clothes, and I'll take you to the night market. After all, the two of them were still children, and when they heard there was something to play, they changed their clothes and followed Muzan. This place is remote and far away from the nearest city, but Muzan's blood demon magic is too much to resist, so he grabbed the two of them and brought them to the destination. In order not to scare people, it is natural to appear in an uninhabited place. But being teleported made both Yuni and Shur feel dizzy, and it took them a long time to feel comfortable. This Yuni just won't work. Hearing Muzan's sarcastic words, he glanced at Muzan sideways. This guy, is it really okay for you, the Ghost King, to be so unruly every day? This is one of the territories of the ghosts under his command. Because they have just one, the location is safe and the economy is developing well, so the night market is very lively today. There are lights and decorations everywhere, the tall buildings are brightly lit, the stalls and shops on both sides of the road are shouting, and there are so many colorful gadgets and delicacies that you can't take your time. There was the hustle and bustle of pedestrians and the sounds of lively conversation and laughter, and from time to time children ran by, playing with toys in their hands. Yuni, who had lived in a small shabby house for a long time and had never been anywhere, and Shur, who lived in a remote village, had never seen such a scene before, and both became excited. Yuni and Shur, who were still 7 years old, were dazzled at once. Wuzan patted their heads and said, "Just tell me what you want." Shur, however, noticed the key point. "Lord Muzan, do you have money?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I bring you here? To make you jealous?" Wuzan patted her head and said, "Also, call me daddy." Yuan glanced at Wuzan and pulled Shur along. "Let's go." "Wuzan, MD little p-kid, sooner or later I'll make you call me daddy." In fact, the reason why Shur Yi refused to call Muzan dad was because of Yorichi. Muzan followed behind the two of them. After all, they were just two kids. It was also very lively and fun, with lots of delicious food, but the two children were gentle and delicate after all, and they were embarrassed to buy too many things. If Muzan hadn't emphasized many times that they should buy whatever they wanted, the two of them would have just looked at everything and definitely not bought anything. After all, they are two poor children who lack love. The two of them were holding food in their hands, and Muzan's blood demon art space was filled with toys and food, and they finished shopping at the night market. Seeing the smiles on the two little ones' faces, Wuzan patted their heads and said, "How was it? Did you have fun?" Yuni and Shur both nodded slightly. "Well, call me daddy then. Let's go." Yuni pulled Shur along and quickened his pace. Wuzhan. Chapter 20, Lingering Fear ×2. After breakfast, Yori Akiro went on with his daily exercise as usual. Muzan suddenly remembered something and lay in the rocking chair under the shadow of the eaves.
watching Yuriakairo wielding a bamboo sword and chopping at the wooden man he had found.
Yuichi, how do you open the transparent world? Transparent world? Yuan-e was stunned.
How did Muzan know? He never said that, but when I think about how much Muzan knows, I feel relieved.
Can't you enter the transparent world? No misery, what precise speech?
Seeing his expression, Uni had the answer. The transparent world is the ultimate control of the body. It can isolate the fighting spirit, which is something similar to killing intent, from the outside world, and enter a state of selflessness, raising perception to the extreme. Muzan nodded and learned from Yorichi what the transparent world was. Only then did Muzan understand the transparent world. It takes extreme pain to open up a transparent world, and desperate situations are often more likely to stimulate a transparent world. Of course, this does not include cheating players, who are born with markings and a transparent world, and this is more like the ultimate skill. Only with a strong physique can you have a transparent world. Damn cheating player. Muzan didn't expect that he could open the transparent world again when he encountered a desperate situation, so he could only start practicing according to his own understanding. Time passed quickly, and Muzan accompanied his two children as they grew up while trying to enter the transparent world. On this day, Uni asked Muzan to practice with him again. Muzan also watched Yuriakairo's progress and was confident in his strength. Leisurely waited for Uni to attack. Yuan-Yi's face was solemn. He drew out his knife seriously, took a deep breath, and rushed forward suddenly. The blade cut through the air and chopped down. At this moment, Wu Tsang was stunned, looking at the special effects that were actually displayed before his eyes. Muzan's pupils shrank. Breath of the sun? You know how to breathe now? Muzan hurriedly raised his sword to defend himself. A hot breath like fire rushed towards him, and the sun-like brilliance made Muzan feel uncomfortable. Each of Yuichiro's strikes was swift and fierce, and because of the impact of his breathing technique, Muzan subconsciously exerted his strength. At this moment, Uni felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression, and the aura of the person in front of him suddenly became strange. The tyrannical power and the vitality that wanted to devour everything oppressed the young Uni to the point that his breathing stopped for a moment. At that moment, it seemed as if something pierced through Uni's brain. His eyes widened and his movements became extremely smooth. Muzan realized that he had overreacted and quickly took a step back to retract his sword, but then he saw Uni's red blade draw a circle like the scorching sun and slash towards him. Muzan's pupils contracted, and an unprecedented sense of danger came over him. In an instant, he sensed the trajectory of the knife and saw a different world. He quickly dodged and barely avoided Yuriakairo's breath of the sun, and stared blankly at Yuriakairo's sword with special effects. WOC. Uni. You want to kill me? This is the 13th style of sun breathing. How come it's available now? In the original book, this thing almost killed him. Click, the blade chopped the ground, causing a deep dent. Yashiakiro stopped moving and looked at Muzan with lingering fear. What did he just do? Muzan is still frightened. It's too dangerous to raise a child like Yuichiro. Even though sun breathing can't pose a threat to him now, he already has sun breathing in 13 styles, so it doesn't seem strange to have a red blade too. Muzan swallowed his saliva, put away his knife, and looked at Uni, who was sitting on the ground. I was scared to death. If you have any new gadgets in the future, please tell me before you show them to me. This one is too dangerous. It almost cost me my life, but he is planning to live into the modern era and play with his cell phone. Uni sat on the floor and nodded blankly. The feeling that Muzan gave him just now was too terrifying. It seemed that he would die completely if he was touched. The momentary danger made him overreact. Hey, Muzan sighed, walked to Uni and pulled him up. Get up, don't sit anymore. Uni was pulled up, nodded, and put away the knife. However, in the moment just now, Muzan, who was frightened out of his wits, successfully entered the transparent world. It's really a shock but also a surprise. It is worth mentioning that every time Uni fought with him, he used the spotted sword, and the fiery red blade was indeed very intimidating. He is indeed a cheating player. Muzan went over and drank a few sips of water to calm himself before picking up the book again. However, due to the momentary surprise and shock, his heart was still pounding and he couldn't concentrate on the book at all. Of the transparent world that we have wanted to open for decades has finally opened. Although it was very thrilling just now, to be honest, it can't cause any substantial harm to him. As long as Uni doesn't use the red blade, he will be safe. The most he will be is scared, but the benefits are really great. Although the transparent world does not strengthen the body, it is a manifestation of a person's, ghost's, ultimate mastery of his own body, absolute application of skills and superb perception. As one of the methods to improve the combat effectiveness of demon hunters in Demon Slayer, the ability of the transparent world to improve combat effectiveness is obvious. By seeing through the world, you can see the enemy's weaknesses and make it impossible for the enemy to predict your next move. But for now, it is of no use to Muzan. After all, the only person who poses a threat to him, Uni, is now his little brat. But speaking of it, Yorichi actually mastered the breathing method without him realizing it, and was so stimulated by him that he created the 13th style in an instant. This kid is really good at hiding. I can only say that it is worthy of being called the ceiling. 5 years later, the moonlight was gentle, the cool breeze made a rustling sound, and the leaves swayed slightly, casting shadows on the window. Muzan was sleeping leisurely in the rocking chair. For a long-lived being like him, sleeping should be the best way to kill time, but soon, Muzan was awakened by the sound of Yorichi pushing the door open. Taking off the book covering his face, Muzan opened his eyes and looked at Uni, who was holding a long sword in his hand. This time, the long knife in Uni's hand was stained with half-dried blood. His expression was a little complicated, and there were several cuts on his clothes caused by sharp claws. The young Uni's breathing was a little rapid, his face was red, and the hand holding the knife was trembling faintly. Wuzan's expression turned serious. What happened? I'm at a half-ghost. Muzan's eyes widened in an instant, the book in his hand was thrown aside, and he stood up. What's going on? Ever since he knew that Yorichi already had the breathing method, Muzan told Yorichi directly and frankly that the Nichiren sword was a method to kill demons, and that the breathing method and the Nichiren sword complemented each other and could cause greater damage to demons. Over the past few months, Muzan has naturally told Yuan about the half-ghost. Similarly, the methods that are effective against ghosts are also effective against half-ghosts. Although Yorichi is still young, his skills are already able to defeat ordinary half-demons and demons, so Muzan can let Yorichi run around without worry. After all, he is still a child, and he can't stay in such a place every day. I encountered a half-ghost in the village ahead, but I killed it. Muzan frowned and walked over, squatted down to check on Yorichi, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that his clothes were only torn a few times and he was not injured. After all, he has raised the child for several years, and the father, who is over 500 years old, can't help but worry. Chapter 21. 5 years. In 5 years, the teenage little Uni was grabbed by the arm and examined by Muzan, and stood on the ground at a loss. Some were touched by Muzan's caring behavior. After all, as a child who has never had fatherly love since childhood, he is the most easily moved. However, Muzan obviously didn't realize it. He just breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Throw the knife aside first, I'll find you some clothes to change." Yuan nodded slightly, ran to the side, took out a piece of cloth, wiped the knife, and put it on the table. Muzan was also puzzled. There hadn't been any ghosts nearby in the past 5 years. Those things couldn't even hide from him, so how could they have the courage to come and provoke him? Although the half-ghost seems to be against him and does not exist in the plot, it is really weak, but Muzan actually never took the half-ghost too seriously. After all, this thing should also be derived from his blood. He didn't know if it was the influence of Boss Xie's memory or what, but he just felt that this thing was not threatening at all. But now he dares to run nearby. What does he want? To do what? Besides, it's been 5 years, damn, he has never seen any blue spider lily. Get him. Looking at Uni, who had changed his clothes and was sitting aside carefully wiping the blade, and Sure, who was sitting aside looking at Uni with tender eyes, Muzan's expression became a little serious. He felt that he needed to face up to the reason why the half-ghost appeared. Although he didn't want to think in this direction, Muzan always had a feeling that there was a force preventing him from becoming stronger. For example, the blue-red spider lilies that appear every year in the poem disappeared after he arrived, and the half-ghost also appeared inexplicably. Although he rectified the company ethos, the half-ghost, through his own efforts, forced the ghost's reputation to remain the same. But for now, it's just speculation. It is still too early in the plot, and Uni has indeed been raised by him for 5 years. He doesn't believe that Uni can really do something to him. At this time, Iwakatsu gradually took over the family affairs under the arrangement of his father. He forgot about Yorichi's affairs and became more and more accustomed to ordinary life. The determination to be the strongest samurai was also thrown behind his mind. However, Muzan thought that Sugaquin Gansheng would become a demon in the end anyway, so he was not in a hurry. After all, Sugaquin Gansheng posed no threat to him. While he was deep in thought, Yorichi suddenly spoke, bringing Muzan's thoughts back to reality. "I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps." "Wuzan? What the hell? What did you say?"
Do you want to kill your old father who has raised you for 5 years? Seeing Muzin's expression, Uni hurriedly explained, I want to kill the half-ghost. Upon hearing this, Wuzan breathed a sigh of relief. Uni continued, when I was fighting the half-demons, I met the Demon Slayer Corps and saw the half-demons killing innocent people. I wanted to join the Demon Slayer Corps and use my power to save people. Also, I want the Demon Slayers to change their opinion of you. However, Uni did not say this. In fact, when he encountered the half-demon, Yashiichi did not kill it at first. It was not until the members of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived that he borrowed the Nichiren sword to defeat the evil demon. This made Yoriichi realize that even a half-ghost is immortal. If he wants to kill a half-ghost, he can only rely on the sun and the Nichiren sword. Muzin nodded. It was not like what he thought, that he had raised him for 5 years in vain and then the plot was inexplicably changed to chop him down. Go if you want to, but bring poetry with you. She wants to go out and see the world, too. Uni glanced at the poem beside him, whose face was full of anticipation. Protect the poem, good. Watching the son he had raised for 5 years and the daughter he had raised for 5 years leave, Muzin didn't know why, but he didn't feel any emotion at all. After living in this place for 5 years, it is time to move. However, it is still necessary to let the ghosts under my command arrange a few humans to live here and keep an eye on the blue spider lilies at all times. Muzin flashed away from here and appeared behind Tamayo. This time, Tamayo was sitting in a slightly simple house, reading a book on a wooden bench. Hearing the footsteps behind him, he was startled and turned around to look. I was relieved to see it was Muzin. Wuzan looked around and took in her living environment. During this period, Tamayo lived in a village with a large population and treated people for illness. Please try to tinker with it and see if you can make me immune to wisteria. You have been too idle lately. Tamayo, can't you see me having some free time? Muzin really couldn't bear to see Tamayo having nothing to do, and now that he has the best assistant in the original work, why not let him study what is going on with cannibalism and fear of sunlight, and how to overcome it? Although Tamayo complained in her heart, she was aware that her boss was concerned about her weaknesses, and that she also needed to study the issues that Muzin mentioned. Besides, there is no other way. As a ghost, I have to do what the Ghost King asks. Good. Muzin didn't care about her inner complaints and just did his job. After giving the instructions, he left. For Muzin, time passed quickly. Another 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The chaotic warring states period finally came to an end at this time, with the final result being the victory of Muraoka Masahiro's forces. To be honest, some of this was beyond Muzin's expectations. After all, Muraoka Masahiro and the others were just something Muzin did casually. On the contrary, Asanuma Shizuji was more promising for Muzin, but the result was that Masahiro won in the end. But of course, Muraoka Masahiro was able to achieve victory in a certain way. He chose to merge and join forces with the human force in the end, and eventually defeated the other forces. Shizue was very unwilling to accept this. He never expected that in the end Muraoka Masahiro would choose to sacrifice some of his rights and join forces with human forces to get him out. Therefore, in the shogunate that was finally established, although Muraoka Masahiro and Muraoka Kinko, who had never revealed themselves to be evil, held most of the power, the main component of the ruling class was still people. This time, the losers such as the calm and peaceful Muraoka Masahiro and the slightly unwilling Asanuma Shizuji stood in front of Muzin. Muzin lay in the rocking chair where he had been for more than 10 years, looking at the dozen people standing in front of him. Although Zhengren looked calm at this time, he also noticed his inner joy and desire for praise. Well done. Wu looked at Muraoka Masahiro and Shinzi with a sad smile. Asanuma Shizuji bowed his head and said nothing. Another ghost shouted unwillingly, my lord. But they have joined forces with humans. The shogunate is still controlled by humans. Our efforts have been in vain. Muzin looked at him and couldn't help but smile. I didn't ask you to control the shogunate and occupy the center of power, just end the war. But aren't we supposed to rule over humans? Wuzan looked a little unnatural. When did I say that? Chapter 22. Peepa Girl. The ghost who was speaking was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed that Muzin had never said anything about wanting to rule. At the beginning, it seemed that he only asked himself not to kill innocent people, and no other orders were given. As for the wars over the past few decades, it seemed that he was the one who wanted to do it. At most, he encouraged himself to end the war. So this is all just my imagination. Most of the ghosts in front of me look like, am I wrong? Have you figured it out? Seeing that they had figured it out,
Muzan suddenly extended a whip from his waist and stabbed it into the heads of Maruoka Masahiro and Maruoka Kinko. The remaining dozen or so ghosts were frightened and subconsciously dodged. After seeing what happened, they looked at Muzan awkwardly. The two ghosts who were given blood looked painful and let out low roars from their throats. Muzan feels that he can no longer grant blood just because the upper limit is raised. He can also be more clear in rewards and punishments unless he is willing to do so. Muzan retracted the whip, and the two ghosts knelt on the ground with their bodies hunched, breathing heavily. Wuzan glanced at the others and said, "What are you looking at? Just go do whatever you need to do." Hearing this, a dozen or so ghosts who reacted left, and Maruoka Masahiro and the other man also slowly stood up and retreated. Wuzan flashed away. This time, Tsubakuchi Iwakatsu had already married and had children. He finally met Yorichi, who joined the Demon Slayer Corps. He left his wife and children behind, resolutely picked up his dream of becoming the strongest samurai and joined the Demon Slayer Corps. The silly boy Yuani still thinks that his dear brother only cares for him as a younger brother, and that the two brothers have a very good relationship. He treasures the bamboo flute given by his brother as a treasure. Little did he know that at this time Jigwe Yenching was almost going crazy. It was necessary for Muzan to go over and remind Yorichi while he was on a mission. This time, Yoshikazu Tsugumi was on a mission with his beloved brother, because the Demon Slayer Corps still regards demons and half-demons as one. Yorichi has no ability to distinguish between demons and half-demons and can only take on the mission when he receives it. Moreover, in his opinion, even if the demons were under Muzan, they should be killed if they killed innocent people indiscriminately. This time, the two people's mission is to find the murderer in a small town. According to the mission description, the husband of a local Peepa girl was tortured to death by a ghost, but the Peepa girl escaped from the ghost's clutches that day and came out to play in rags. It is said that the music played by the Peepa girl was particularly beautiful because she lost her husband that day. Although it doesn't seem very reasonable, the Demon Slayer Corps adheres to the idea of never letting any evil demon go, so they ask the two brothers Jigakuku to investigate the situation. If a demon really exists, it must be killed. This time, at Iwaki's suggestion, Yashiichi and I investigated the situation separately. Uni had just asked a passerby and didn't get any useful information. As the sky was getting darker, Uni felt that he should meet up with Iwakichi first to exchange the information he had found, but in a trance, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure in an alley. Uni stopped and looked at the dark alley with confusion. The figure seemed to overlap with someone in his memory. Uni stood outside the alley, under the setting sun, looking at the familiar figure looking towards him, and couldn't help but ask in a lost voice, "Muzan?" Wukan smiled, "I came to see you." Uni hurriedly walked into the alley. He knew that Muzan could not see the sunlight, so it was hard for him to come to him in the daytime. "Is there something you want to talk to me about?" Although they haven't seen each other for 5 years, Yorichi knows that Muzan is not so idle as to come and see him. Wuzan curled his lips and said, "Is it not enough for the old father to just come over to see his son?" Uni was busy carrying out his mission and had no time to greet Muzan. As for what Muzan said, he did not take it seriously and asked instead, "Can you tell if there's a ghost nearby? What's wrong?" "I received a mission." Uni gave a description of the mission, and Wuzan frowned and said, "No, I can sense that there are no ghosts nearby, and the ghosts under my command will not kill innocent people indiscriminately." Muzan emphasized again that neither he nor the demons would kill innocent people indiscriminately. Yuani looked strange. "I have investigated and found that the husband of the murdered Peepa girl can't be called innocent. He gambled and committed domestic violence. It's not an exaggeration to say that he deserved to die," Uni explained. To be honest, he also felt that the life of a man like this would only ensure that the word scum would not go unpunished. Muzan felt a sense of déjà vu when he heard this, but there were actually many such things. He just felt similar, and assured, "I'm sure it wasn't a ghost who did it, otherwise I wouldn't have known, and I didn't sense any half-ghosts nearby." Uni was also a little puzzled when he heard this. Could it be an accident between ordinary people? It should be. "Okay, let's not talk about this. I came here to remind you." Yuan looked puzzled and waited for Wuzan's next words. "Your brother is a little paranoid now, and his mind is overexcited." Uni was puzzled. In his opinion, his brother was determined and hardworking, brave in battle, and caring towards him. He was absolutely perfect. Muzan really couldn't imagine how many layers of filters were applied to Tsugumi Iwakatsu in his younger brother's eyes at this moment. Let me explain in detail. After spending several hours, Muzan told Yorichi the whole situation from the beginning to the present, but Yorichi, who had a brother filter, was still skeptical. Seeing him like this, Muzin felt that all the saliva he had shed for the past few hours was wasted. Okay, go and verify it yourself.
I'm not free to come and tease you.
By this time, the sky had already darkened. Although Uni didn't quite believe it, he felt that there was a glimmer of possibility in his heart. He felt that it was time to reunite with his brother, so he hurriedly said goodbye to Muzin. Wuzan watched him leave and did not rush back. At this moment, he finally remembered where the familiar feeling of the Peepa girl described by Uni came from. Mingnu, but he had seen many similar things over the past few decades, and Muzin was just guessing. Moreover,
there is no description in the original work about when Mingnu appeared.
Muzin feels that he can go and take a look. What if it really is Mingnu? Without much effort, Muzin found out the whereabouts of the Peepa girl. Although I don't know where she lives, luckily she will have her next performance in 3 days, so I can just go there then. Muzin found a hotel to stay in and took a comfortable hot spring bath. Apart from anything else, soaking in hot springs is really comfortable. The night before the Biwa girls' performance, Yorichi and Iwakatsu had left early, and Muzin was strolling around the night market, taking advantage of the night to get some fresh air. After enjoying the breeze for a while in a 3-story pavilion, Wuzan went downstairs and prepared to go back. Because the hotel is not in a busy place, you need to pass through a sparsely populated path to get from the night market to the hotel. Muzin turned a corner and suddenly noticed someone approaching quickly. Chapter 23. It's really Muzin slowed down his movements, pretending not to notice, and continued walking forward at a leisurely pace. This time, the man hiding in the corner had already raised the weapon in his hand high, waiting for Muzin to turn a corner so that he could attack him directly. Muzin seemed to know nothing and turned around slowly. The man suddenly smashed the iron spike in his hand down. The next second, the iron spike was caught in Muzin's hand, and he also saw clearly the person who attacked him, a woman with tattered clothes and long hair. She realized that her attack had failed, and was even more horrified at Wuzhan's outrageous reaction speed and strength, and hurriedly tried to take back her weapon, but Muzin's hand was holding tightly, and she couldn't get it away at all, so she immediately let go and tried to run away. Unexpectedly, the next second, Muzin grabbed her wrist and pulled it hard. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Muzin still held her hand tightly and looked down at her in her eyes. The look of this incredibly strong man at this moment was somewhat scary, and his expression seemed very unhappy, but she didn't know that Muzin was actually quite happy and excited at this moment, and the current scene seemed not much different from what was described in the comics. Could it really be Mingnu? Muzin looked at the woman on the ground with a look of fear on her face, and without saying a word, his nails instantly grew longer and he stabbed her fiercely. Mingnu's pupils shrank and she felt a sharp pain on her forehead, followed by a burning pain that spread throughout her body, and she seemed like she was about to explode at any time. Wuzan pulled his hand back, shook off the blood on his fingers, and looked at the woman who was curled up on the ground and screaming. Finally, after a moment, her voice calmed down, and except for her heavy breathing and rapid heartbeat, her expression returned to calm. The moment she turned into a ghost, she realized that the being in front of her was the notorious Ghost King, and she had become his subordinate. Mingnu did not show any emotional changes and accepted the change in her identity immediately. Having suffered long-term torture from her husband, lived a difficult life, and struggled to survive, she had actually become mentally numb long ago. As long as she was alive, she had no other thoughts. She slowly got up and knelt on the ground with a respectful look. This time, Muzin was finally able to confirm that the woman in front of him was Mingnu, the secretary of the scumbag boss in the original work, but after reading Naruto's memories, Muzin couldn't help but feel some sympathy for her, and was glad that he found her before she killed more people simply for show. In order to prevent Mingnu from becoming addicted to killing, he has to give her some advice. After all, he still admired Mingnu very much. She could be said to be an excellent support, and he didn't want to give up just like that. But now Mingnu's almost numb mentality is quite twisted. The screams that Mingnu made just now also attracted the attention of the people around them. Muzin went over, grabbed Mingnu's shoulders and took her away. Mingnu's blood demon art is naturally the same as in the original work, Infinite Castle, but to be honest, now that he thought about it, he didn't seem to have any need for Infinite City. At most, it would just be an extra place to live. Muzin brought Mingnu to the house where he lived, threw her aside, and lay back on his beloved rocking chair before looking at her and saying, "Stop kneeling and go pick a room." At the same time, Muzin notified the ghosts under his command to come and explain to Mingnu the future rules and requirements of behavior. You can't kill innocent people indiscriminately, you must study hard, etc. Perhaps influenced by the 9 years of compulsory education, Muzin feels that the ghosts under his command cannot be illiterate. On the other hand, at the suggestion of Muzin, Yuani began to pay attention to the situation of his brother, Subakwan Iwaki. In fact, Jigwe Yenshing did not hide his emotions too much. A midsummer rainstorm hit the courtyard. Yuni saw through the window that Jiguki Yenshing had been practicing swordsmanship for 10 years without stopping. The raindrops the size of red beans hit Jiguki Yenshing's body heavily and densely like pebbles. Yuni saw the unwillingness and depression on his brother's face at this moment, and Muzin's words couldn't stop popping up in his mind. Yuani couldn't bear it, so he picked up a bamboo umbrella beside him, pushed open the door and opened the umbrella. Iwakatsu was immersed in the sound of heavy rain and did not notice that Yashiichi was walking towards him with an umbrella until the shadow of the umbrella covered his head. The sound of raindrops hitting the umbrella was so loud that water dripped from Yensheng's hair. He turned around and saw Yuni, who was looking worried. His already unhappy expression became even more gloomy. He looked at Yuni with a gloomy face, and his voice was full of impatience and disgust. "What are you doing here?" "Brother, it's raining too hard, let's take a rest." Yuni held an umbrella, and raindrops from the edge of the umbrella fell on his shoulders. "It's none of your concern." Jigua Yenshing pushed Yuni away. He didn't need Yuni to shield him from the rain. Yorichi took a step back. Originally, under the heavy filters, he only thought that such behavior was Iwakatsu's effort and competitiveness to save time, but now with Muzin's reminder, he finally realized that Iwakatsu seemed to be a little dissatisfied with him. Just as Muzin said, Iwakatsu, who was too competitive, saw that his younger brother, who was supposed to be protected by him, became a genius, while he himself became a weakling, and his unwillingness sparked jealousy and madness. "You don't have to fight like this. I'm just your brother anyway." Yuni looked at his brother, who raised the knife and waved it in the rain again. Upon hearing this, Jigua Yenshing frowned and stopped what he was doing. He turned around and looked at Yuni again with a mocking smile on his face. "Do you think everyone is born a genius like you?" "Ha!" The suppressed emotions kept bursting out, and Yensheng took a step forward and grabbed Yuni's collar fiercely, staring at him and yelling, "I've worked so hard for so many years, I practice swordplay every day. I still can't beat you. Why? Just because you are a genius? Why is it you? It should be me. I should be the one standing in front of everyone." Sugumi Iwakatsu's dream is not only to become the strongest samurai, but also to be a strong man who can take on everything, standing in front of everyone, protecting the weak including Yorichi, and taking on the responsibilities of a strong man. But in the blink of an eye, Yuni, who was supposed to be a weakling, turned out to be strong beyond his reach. He was careful, gentle, and powerful. The more perfect Yuni was, the more jealous he became. After venting his anger, Sugakugo Iwakatsu saw that Yorichi, who was being grabbed by the collar, had a look of pity on his face. He became even more angry, but his expression returned to calm, and he pushed Yorichi away. "I don't need your pity, go away." Yunichi looked at Tsujikoku Iwakatsu, who turned around and picked up the knife thrown on the ground. He was speechless for a long time. Finally, with a sad look, he bowed slightly and said, "I'm sorry." Jigua Yenshing turned his head and glanced at him, uttered a mocking tisk, and no longer focused his attention on Yuichiro. He doesn't need anyone's pity, he just needs to use all his efforts to surpass the so-called geniuses, and then become the strongest warrior, the strongest person who can protect the weak. Chapter 24. Going on a mission with my brother. Muzin now came to Mingnu's Infinite Castle. Although there was a building similar to the Infinite City in his previous life, he was too poor to have seen it, and he had always been curious about what the Infinite City looked like. Mingnu was like in a comic book, kneeling on the high platform in the center, holding a pipa in her hands. Because Muzin's aesthetic taste is still normal, Mingnu did not become one-eyed at this time, but she still covered her eyes with her long black hair and lowered her head slightly. Mingnu's playing of the pipa can change the layout of the Infinite City and teleport people in the Infinite City, but if you don't want to use blood demon magic and simply play the pipa, it is naturally possible. After killing her husband, Mingnu's only hope was the pursuit of more beautiful pipa playing, otherwise she would not have risked killing just for a better performance. After becoming a ghost, he had another vague idea that almost all ghosts had to make the Ghost King Muzin Kibutsuji more satisfied with him, but Naruto didn't know what mission Muzin had for her, and now that Muzin was in the Infinite Castle, she was afraid that playing the pipa would disturb Muzin. Muzin naturally knew what she was thinking, and stroked her head with smooth black hair. "Play a piece of pipa for me." Mingnu was stunned for a moment, then nodded and gently stroked the strings of the pipa. Ezhang, there was a soft sound, and then she began to pluck the strings of the pipa, producing a pleasant sound. However, Muzin didn't know much about the pipa, he just thought it sounded beautiful, so he sat on the wooden floor. A piece of pipa music doesn't take too long, and before I knew it, the sound stopped. Wuzan nodded and stood up. "It sounds good, keep it up." The pipa girl nodded slightly. Although her face still showed no expression, Muzin still sensed her satisfaction and joy. Muzin wandered around the infinite city for a while. The wooden building is extremely grand and magnificent, and each room is fully furnished. This made Muzin very confused. How could this blood demon art create things out of thin air? He even built a house with all the necessary facilities. I can't figure it out, so I don't want to think about it anymore. Generally speaking, if you want to leave the infinite castle, you can only let Naruto use blood demon jutsu to send you out. But Muzin can leave directly using blood demon jutsu. He left Infinite City in a flash and returned to the house that Shizue Asanuma had prepared for him, and lay back in his rocking chair. As soon as he lay back down, he noticed Asanuma Shizuji approaching. When he walked to the door, Muzin said, "Come in." Hearing this, Shizuka Asanuma pushed the door open and walked in. "Sir, I think, go do whatever you want, no need to tell me." Muzin was lying on the rocking chair and interrupted Asanuma Shizuji without even looking at him. Without him saying anything, Muzin already knew what he wanted to do from his mental activities. Shizuji Asanuma was still unwilling to give up and wanted to find Masahiro Maruoka to continue participating in politics. With Muzin's permission, Shizuji Asanuma left Muzin's room and hurried to find Masahiro Maruoka. Muzin realized that although Shizuji Asanuma was very capable, he was a bit rigid. Compared to him, Masahiro Maruoka was more flexible. For example, Shizue always looks down on people, thinking that as a demon he is superior to humans, and Muzin even thinks he is a bit stubborn. For example, he insists on treating Muzin with respect as a superior. It would be nice to learn from Maruoka. Masahiro, following the two brothers of Kuni, Yorichi started the brother attack mode. After the other pillars learned of the two's situation, they asked Lord Abuyoshiki to let them go together. On the mission, after learning the reason, Abuyoshiki readily agreed. Under the scorching sun, Uni received a mission sent by a crow to kill the evil spirit hidden in Riverview Town. With the support of the Lord, this task is required to be completed by Yuichiro and Iwakatsu together. Tsugumi Iwakatsu fiercely snatched the mission note from Yuichi's hand, glanced at it, and felt annoyed. Why did the two of them go on a mission together again? No matter what, he wants to kill the ghost, kill more evil spirits and prove your strength. Iwakatsu grabbed the knife beside him, without even looking at Yoshiakiro, and just said, "Let's go." Then he got up and left the Demon Slayer Corps' base. Uni hurriedly picked up the knife beside him and followed his brother. It took the two of them half a day to finally reach their destination, Riverview Town. The scene in front of me was peaceful and prosperous. Under the setting sun, farmers were carrying their hoes and walking home. The busy shops in the town began to close their stalls one after another. How could there be any ghosts? As usual, Iwakatsu and Yuichiro separately investigated the details. According to the mission description, someone saw evil ghosts eating people in a farmland near Riverview Town at night, so they ran away in fear and found a place to contact the Demon Slayer Corps and inform them of the situation. Tsugumi Iwakatsu asked Yorichi to find the person who saw the ghost, while he went straight to the farmland on the edge of the town. The terrain around Hajing Town is flat, with no obstructions, and the rice has only grown a little at this time, so it cannot cover human figures at all. If a ghost appears, he can discover it at the first time. Uni followed his brother's instructions, nodded, and before leaving, he warned, "Be sure to protect yourself. I'm not that fragile." Iwakatsu glared at him, then turned and walked towards the field. Uni sighed. The road ahead is long and difficult. Watching his brother's back disappearing into the distance, he also walked towards the local house where he could contact the Demon Slayer Corps. Those who can contact the Demon Slayer Corps are generally people who have received help from the Demon Slayer Corps or people who have been harmed by evil spirits and want to help the Demon Slayer Corps. Uni quickly found the family. It was a relatively wealthy family with several wisteria trees planted in front of the door. Uni also knew that Muzin hated wisteria trees. He had picked up wisteria flowers before and thought they were very beautiful, but after he took them back, Muzin seemed to be stimulated and remembered something horrible, and urged him to stay away from him as far away as possible. "Don't bring that thing near me." Later I explained the reason to him. Planting wisteria at the door is probably to prevent attacks from evil spirits. Uni knocked on the door, and soon a young man came and opened the door. "Hello, I am." Before Uni could finish his words, the man hurriedly grabbed Uni's hand, with a respectful and anxious look on his face. "You are the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, right?" Uni nodded blankly, not knowing why the person in front of him was so excited. "Come in." The man hurriedly brought Uni into the house. Uni followed him in and was warmly invited to the table. Uni sat at the table, looking at the host who had already gone to pour tea, not wanting to waste any more time. "No need for tea. I want to ask who discovered the ghost." "Ah, The man who was making tea responded and brought the tea to the table in front of Yuni.
It's that kid Jing Yuan. I'll take you there. Chapter 25. As it should be. Thank you for your help. Yuani stood up and bowed slightly. It's okay, it's my duty, but I have a favor to ask.
Yuni looked at him in confusion. The man said shyly, I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps.
I would like to trouble you to recommend me.
Yuni looked at the person in front of him and saw no signs of training.
He couldn't help but confirm, are you sure? Becoming a ghost hunter is very dangerous. You may be killed by ghosts at any time.
The man showed a firm expression on his face when he heard this, and nodded solemnly, I'm sure. Okay, but you need to pass the trial to join the Demon Slayer Corps.
I will recommend you to the previous Flame Pillar, but you need to complete the mission first.
The man's face showed joy when he heard this, and he was full of motivation and took Yuni to find the person who discovered the ghost. At that time, Jing Yuan lived on the outskirts of Hujing town, and it was already dark when the two arrived. Yamato, who lived near the farmland where the ghosts were discovered, was very uneasy. When he saw Yashi Akira wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, he hurriedly invited him in. I discovered the ghost in the farmland ahead 3 days ago. It was dark at the time, and I saw a very strange figure in the field over there. I was curious and moved closer. I saw the figure lying on a bloody corpse and eating it.
If I hadn't run fast, I would have been killed.
As he was speaking, Yuni looked in the direction that Jing Yuan pointed and vaguely saw a black shadow. Before he could take a closer look, the black shadow approached quickly.
Get out of the way.
Yuani was startled and immediately shouted up. He could also see clearly that the flying black shadow was none other than Jigui Yansheng, who was flying backwards for some reason. Bang! With a dull thud, Yansheng fell heavily to the ground. Yuni rushed out the door and shouted without looking back, You two, run! The next moment, another figure rushed over. Yuan quickly pulled out the long sword from his waist, pushed the ground with his feet, and rushed forward. Clang! Yuni stood in front of Jigui Yansheng, and the blade of the Nichiren sword collided with a sharp claw, making a crisp clanging sound. Immediately afterwards, another claw attacked.
Yuani exerted force suddenly, twisted his wrist, and a knife pattern appeared, removing the sharp claw while blocking the attack.
Then, he moved faster and suddenly pushed away the claw that was pressing on the blade. Jigui Yansheng endured the discomfort in his chest and struggled to get up, but the Nichiren sword was already lost. Looking at Unichiro standing in front of him, Sugakugo Iwaki was grateful for being alive, but also unwilling to accept the situation. Why the evil spirit that he could not contend with at all became his equal in the hands of Yorichi. Although he was unwilling, he was not arrogant. He knew that he had no weapons in his hands and was already a burden to Yuichiro. The best option was to escape from the scene as soon as possible, but the next moment, what Iwaki saw proved that Yashi Akira would not be dragged down, nor would he be able to fight against just one ghost. The evil ghost's attacks were as dense as rain, but Yuni responded with ease, easily blocking all attacks. He took advantage of the situation and exerted force with his blade. The ghost's hands were hit hard and became stiff. And in this brief moment, Yuni swung his sword and slashed horizontally. The fiery breath of the sun brought up a scorching heat wave, and a round sun was outlined by the swinging blade. Under the evil ghost's incredulous gaze, a smooth cut was made on his neck, and his head leaped into the air, drawing an arc snap. The ghost's head, with a look of horror and eyes open, fell to the ground. Yuani swung the blade to get rid of the blood on it, and looked at his brother behind him. How are you? As he said this, he put away his Nichiren sword and motioned for Iwakatsu to come up, and he carried him on his back. Jigui Yansheng frowned, took a half step back with disgust on his face. I don't need your help. Yuni's face looked a little disappointed, and Jigui Yansheng glared at him fiercely. Don't act like that, careful. Just as Yuni was about to help Iwakatsu, he heard the two people running away yelling. At the next moment, he felt a cold wind passing by, and Yuni suddenly grabbed Yansheng and took a step sideways, only to see a sharp claw passing by, just cutting off a few strands of black hair. Jigui Yansheng looked at the attacking evil spirit with lingering fear. Wearing a gray kimono, with long black hair tied up high and wearing wooden clogs, he is clearly an evil ghost whose head has just been chopped off. The evil ghost looked at his claws with a playful laugh. Oops. Dodged. Looking at the evil ghost with a slightly lost expression on his face, he looked at the place where a corpse should have been placed, but it was now empty. After being saved twice by Yuni, Jigui Yansheng's expression was extremely reluctant. Thank you. Yuani was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but smile. It's okay. But the ghost would not give them time to bond with each other. and launched an attack even more fierce than before. You just cut me and it hurt so much. Yuni said nothing and waved his sword to resist, but what was unbelievable was that the evil ghost was so powerful this time that Yuni was actually suppressed. Seeing this, Jigui Yenching said in his heart, "Aren't you a genius? How come you can't even deal with a mere evil ghost?" In the end, it still depends on him. Jigumi Iwakatsu turned and ran. Yashiichi caught a glimpse of Iwakatsu running away from the corner of his eye, and just breathed a sigh of relief and concentrated on attacking.
Your brother ran away. He abandoned you.
The evil ghost still had the energy to laugh at them while attacking. Yuan Yi's face was serious. Why is it so strong? You have to know that Muzan is not his opponent now. Muzan is the king of ghosts. There's no way there's a ghost stronger than the king of ghosts, right? Is it a half ghost? But as far as he knew, Muzan had always been disdainful of half demons, and half demons should be very weak.
Who are you? A ghost can't be that strong.
Guess Tisk. Yuni stopped talking nonsense. He was puzzled and could only use all his strength to resist the attack of the evil spirit, but he could only barely block the attacks and would be hurt from time to time, and the evil ghost had a strong recovery ability, so he would definitely be the one to die in a protracted battle. The evil ghost in front of him obviously expected it. How pitiful. Tisk. Yuni's expression became increasingly gloomy. This can't go on. Yuan Yi's breathing became heavy. His face became serious, and veins bulged on the hand holding the knife of the long sword. Breathing of the sun, Form 13, the red sword brought up a flaming round sun, and with the dual blessings of the transparent world and the patterns, Yuni's attack was extremely oppressive. The evil ghost was caught off guard by this sudden and extremely powerful attack, and retreated hastily, blocking it with both hands. His arm was cut off bit by bit, and the evil ghost, who had originally had a playful expression, finally became serious. But the next moment, a knife suddenly slashed at his back. Breath of the moon, bang, a head full of astonishment slammed heavily to the ground.
Jigui Yenching couldn't help but smile and looked at Yuni. Good cooperation.
Yuni also breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled as he went over to support his brother who was almost unable to stand. Thank you.
Isn't it natural for an elder brother to save his younger brother?
Chapter 26, Fantasy. But the next moment, in the horrified eyes of the two men, the corpse that had fallen to the ground stood up again, and the head that was chopped off and fell to the ground also showed an arrogant expression. The headless corpse leisurely walked over, picked up his own head and put it on his neck, grinning at the two guys in front of him. Surprised?
Unexpected?
At this moment, a word that Muzan had said popped up in Yuichiro's mind. Fuck, what the hell is this? Muzan used to tell him every day, you will be the ceiling of this world's combat power in the future.
Kill anyone who stands in your way.
Kill any ghost who stands in your way. Now Yuni wants to catch Muzan and ask him what this ghost is. Jigui Yenching's face also looked very unhappy. He was already injured and now he couldn't escape or fight back. Yuni took a deep breath and slowly looked at the demon whose fighting power was seriously exceeded. He did not even look at Yenching and said, brother, you run quickly.
I will cover you.
Sugakwini Wakatsu, who originally wanted to escape, was stunned when he heard this.
His expression turned even uglier.
He fiercely snatched the Nichiren sword from Yorichi's hand, pulled him behind him, and blocked him. I don't need you to sacrifice yourself to save me.
I'll cover you and you run.
Gingyue Qianyu looked at the two people standing motionless on the ground. The transparent screen in front of him, like a mirror, showed what was happening in the illusion. At the same time, Muzan's words came to his mind, don't just play around, change Jigui Yenching's mindset for me.
Qianyu curled his lips and said, boss, I'm just a fantasy person, not a psychiatrist. I don't care.
Qianyu scratched his head and said, okay, I'll try my best. Muzan's words came to his mind again, I'll give you a reference of an illusion.
The next moment, a story with a huge content entered his mind.
Qianyu's head even hurt for a moment after receiving so much information at once. Enduring the pain, he seemed to be manipulating something in the air. Naturally, no one can defeat the ceiling of Demon Slayer, but it is easy to create an illusion. Gingyue Qianyu's strength is actually not that great, but his blood demon magic is very useful. Although the pre-swing is long, once he traps people into the illusion, it is easy to operate and difficult to be detected. In the illusion, Yashiichi Tsugakwin was very clear that his brother was no longer able to fight, so he grabbed Iwakatsu and took a step back to avoid the attack. At the same time, he snatched the Nichiren sword, used one hand to block the evil spirit, and used the other hand to exert force and directly threw Tsugakwin Iwakatsu away.
Tsuji Koku Yorichi.
Jigui Yenching flew backwards and roared angrily. In reality, Jigui Yenching's body staggered subconsciously and escaped from the range of the illusion, but this was naturally also deliberately controlled by Qianyu. Jigui Yenching, who had escaped from the illusion, managed to keep himself steady and looked around in uncertainty. The next moment he reacted, suddenly drew his sword and rushed towards Jingyue Qianyu, but the next moment, he entered into another illusion that had been set up. In the illusion, Sugumi Iwasho killed more than 1,000 Kage Mizuki with one sword, and returned to the Demon Slayer Corps with his brother who had played no role. A few years later, he was still unable to defeat Sugumi Yorichi, and the gap between him and Sugumi Yorichi could never be narrowed. He opened up the transparent world and the stripes, but he also learned that he would die at the age of 25. Unwilling to die, he met Muzan and became a man-eating evil spirit under Muzan. Soon, he learned that Yorichi had met Muzan and almost killed him, but because he failed, and because he, as Yorichi's brother, became an evil demon, and Yorichi had let Tamayo go, he was punished for multiple crimes and expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. In addition, Muzan deliberately hid from Yorichi after that. Yuan, who was born to slay the Ghost King, never had the chance to complete his mission. At the age of 25, he thought that Yorichi was about to die. That day, he recalled all the memories of Yorichi when he was in the Demon Slayer Corps, and he felt a little painful. That day, he endured the discomfort and drank many bottles of wine but couldn't get drunk. He seemed to understand something vaguely, yet he seemed not to know it. From now on, he will only focus on improving his own strength. Many years later, he suddenly saw the old Uni living under a thatched hut in a forest. I heard what Uni said. He was not loved by his father as a child, but was loved by his elder brother. After leaving home, he met Sure, but was killed by an evil ghost. I wanted to do something useful and kill the Ghost King, but I was powerless. He also learned that his brother had become a demon. As a lonely man, he actually just wants to have a warm family, a small house, and be able to reach his wife and children, but it's all gone. After listening to Yorichi's story, Kokushibo left silently. Many years later, Kokushibo met the elderly Yorichi Tsujikoku. Brother, how sad. When the knife came down with unparalleled power, a trace of fear flashed across Kokushibo's face, and then he suddenly became calm. But after the first knife attack, he was only seriously injured and did not face the second knife attack. He looked at his brother who was no longer alive. Snap, a bamboo flute fell to the ground. Kokushibo bent down to pick up the flute, speechless for a moment. It seems that he was wrong. In the hundreds of years that followed, he seemed very clear-headed and desperate, but also seemed very confused and drowsy. Hundreds of years later, in the Infinite Castle, a young man fought with him. Through the Sunblade, he saw his own appearance, and his brother's words kept appearing in his mind. Brother, how sad. There were too many meanings contained in this sentence, and Jigui Yenching suddenly seemed to really understand it. The knife cut across his neck and he closed his eyes. Everything before my eyes turned dark. Am I going to hell? But gradually, a figure went from blurry to clear, and the memory of nearly 500 years became blurred like a dream. In an instant, just like waking up, the dream was quickly forgotten, and only some unforgettable feelings were remembered. The figure in front of me became clearer. Who is it? The memory before entering the illusion came back to him, and Jigui Yenching was startled. He looked down and saw the knife that fell to the ground when he entered the dream. He hurriedly grabbed the handle of the knife with one hand, and at the same time stepped back vigilantly. Mission accomplished, Lord Kokushibo, goodbye. The ghost smiled and disappeared, but another voice came from nowhere. Don't worry, I didn't hurt ordinary people. Uni, who was not far away, also came out of the illusion and looked at the scene in front of him in confusion. Wasn't his brother thrown away by him? Wasn't he trying to drag out the fight with the evil spirit until dawn? But then, Uni also reacted, and sure enough, this is an illusion. Jigui Yenching curled his lips. What did this ghost want to do? Why did he create such an illusion? What does it mean to be mission accomplished? Let's go. Jigui Yenching glanced at Uni, put away his knife and walked away. Uni looked around and saw the man who wanted to be a ghost hunter who had fallen asleep not far away. I'll take someone with me, hurry up. Chapter 27 Incident. Jingyue Qianyu is also a ghost created by Muzan, although his illusion can control the flow of time at will, making 1 second equal to 100 years. In fact, the knowledge, abilities, and the like in the illusion will be forgotten the moment he leaves the illusion. Only some unforgettable feelings will remain, which is similar to dreaming. Otherwise, Jingyue Qianyu's strength would not be limited to this. He would directly put himself into an illusion, create an illusion that lasts for hundreds of years, and directly ascend to the sky in one step, saying that he is the best in the world out of concern for his safety. Muzan used his ability to capture him. This guy is just a little too playful, but what makes Muzan unhappy is that, unlike other ghosts,
he seems unwilling to learn to read. Now he is one of the few illiterate ghosts. Muzin held Chiyu in his hand, and Chiyu showed a somewhat frightened smile. Master Muzin, originally he just called him boss, but now he calls him Lord Muzin. Muzin threw him to the ground and stabbed a finger into his head. Chinyu suddenly howled loudly in pain. Wuzan withdrew his fingers and glanced at him speechlessly, but he kept howling, and I was really annoyed. Just howl a few more times. Oh, then he grabbed another 1,000 and threw them to Yanagisawa Kiyuki, the doctor who turned into a ghost at the beginning, leaving a message: teach him to read. Yanagisawa Kiyuki, who was enjoying the cool breeze and imitating Muzin's rocking chair, looked at Chenyu, who suddenly appeared in front of him with a rather unhappy expression. It's so laborious. Jinghua Chenyu sat on the ground, looking at his future guardian with an embarrassed smile. Perhaps it was the effect of Chenyu's illusion. Yuni clearly felt the change in Iwakatsu, and the relationship between the brothers had visibly improved, with the support of Lord Abuyoshiki. As long as there is a mission for Yuichiro, there will be Iwakatsu, and as long as there is Iwakatsu, there will be Yuichiro. This mission felt a little different compared to the previous deeply hidden ghosts that were accidentally discovered. The most they did was cause the deaths of a few people, but this time, according to the mission description, it was an extremely powerful evil ghost that massacred almost an entire village. This time, the evil ghost was heading towards another village without any concealment. After the Demon Slayer Corps learned about this, they sent the two most recognized strongest men, Yorichi and Iwakatsu, to rush to the scene. After the head of the Abuyoshiki family sent out the mission, he always felt that at this moment, the future had vaguely changed, as if the Demon King was about to have a flaw. Is this mission related to Muzin Kibutsuji? His father told him that since 100 years ago, the future has become increasingly confusing, and the ability of the head of their Abuyoshiki family to predict the future has gradually been affected, and even the future seen twice can be very different. Couldn't find the reason. Moreover, the chances of killing the Ghost King will become fewer and fewer in the future, but this time, the future actually shows that something unfavorable to the Ghost King will happen. But the future he saw did not make Abuyoshiki so happy, because he also saw that an existence different from the Demon King would appear. What was that? Is it possible that anything else will appear besides evil spirits? When the two brothers who inherited the country arrived at their destination, they saw only ruins. The dilapidated and deserted village was filled with a lingering smell of blood. Dried black and red bloodstains on the ground were scattered along with shriveled and rotten meat remnants, like food scraps. Even at noon in summer, it seems desolate and cold. The two of them couldn't help but look heavy-hearted when they saw this scene that was like hell on earth. There are traces of huge evil spirits left in the village, not footprints, but marks left by dragging. The two looked at each other and hurriedly followed the mark. While it is still daylight and the evil spirits cannot come out to hunt, we must get there before it gets dark and the evil spirits strike again. The scorching sun set in the west, casting the last touch of orange. When the night sky rose, the two finally found the evil ghost in the cool breeze, following the traces they had left along the way, accompanied by the lingering smell of blood and the broken limbs left along the way. To be precise, both ends. There was no need to waste time dealing with the evil spirit that had caused such a tragedy. Yorichi and Iwakatsu drew out their Nikarin swords together. Clang, the long sword is unsheathed. The evil spirit was hiding in a cave, but his general appearance could be seen in the shadows of the night. The huge body looked like a tumor, with countless mouths full of sharp teeth, a long tongue wriggling in the air, exposed unknown organs and flesh and blood tissues pumping, and the lower body was like a snail without a shell, sliding around and leaving disgusting mucus. On the giant half-ghost, on the parts similar to the head, stood a human-shaped evil ghost. He looked very small, only about 1 meter tall, with a black cloth draped over his body, which seemed to be used to block the possible sunlight, and the sharp claws on both hands were exposed. These two strange-looking evil spirits gave people a powerful oppressive force different from ordinary ghosts. Although Yorichi could clearly feel that they were obviously not comparable to Muzin, he always had a bad premonition. "Brother, let me deal with the big one, okay? Giant ghosts are more oppressive." Iwakatsu grabbed the hilt of the knife. "No, leave the giant ghost to me." Although Yan Sheng has indeed become more open-minded, it is still his nature to be competitive. It's impossible to change. However, compared with his previous reluctance and jealousy, Yan Sheng now seemed to be fully confident and had a more reliable feeling. Seeing this, Ji Guiyuan nodded and said, "Okay." After saying that, the two of them divided the work clearly and rushed towards the two evil spirits that had already attacked. The footsteps of the two people also alarmed the two evil ghosts who were about to leave the cave. Being able to become upper rank 1, Sugakun Iwaki's strength must be quite high. At this time, both of them are already pillars. Even if it was a huge evil ghost, in Yenqing's hands it would just take a few more cuts. Roar.
The stupid evil ghost felt threatened and roared to intimidate Jigui Yensheng, but his body couldn't stop retreating. Bend your knees and step on the ground, jump up, breathed the moon. The giant ghost, which was more than 3 meters tall, had his head slashed by a knife. Before he could react, another knife followed. The huge head fell to the ground with a loud bang. At the same time, although the small ghost is fast, how can it be compared with Yorichi Tsugakun? This is a bug-level combat power that can slash thousands of times in an instant. The small ghost seemed to know what was happening and went straight forward without dodging. Suddenly, one cut to the throat. A head was separated from its neck. Just as Uni was about to put away his sword, the next moment, bang, with a muffled sound, the ghost in front of him exploded. Uni staggered and black blood splattered all over his body. He didn't know if it was the aftermath of the explosion or for some other reason, but Uni only felt that his brain was a little confused for a moment. My vision went blank for a moment, but I quickly recovered. It's like when you suddenly stand up after squatting for too long. Jigui Yensheng did not take back the knife, but ran over and asked, "Are you okay?" Uni shook his head, "It's okay." They looked at the wreckage in the cave and thought of the corpses along the way. Bury it. Okay. On the other side, Muzan had a strange feeling that something dangerous was about to happen. But who can threaten him now? Uni has become his son, who else? Chapter 28 Layoffs. Again adhering to the principle of caution, Muzan asked Shizuoka to check the surrounding environment for him, and decided that he would live in the Infinite City during this period of time, no matter whether it will happen or not, whether it is possible or not. Being timid is the rule. Bringing his own rocking chair and books, Muzan moved into the Infinite Castle, listening to Mingnu's songs every day, leisurely. At the same time, I was also thinking about when other characters would appear. The third brother was quite miserable, so I would try to find him as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be filled with sadness all his life. There is also the pair of Daki and Jafutaro. I can't remember the others very clearly through the eyes of other ghosts. Muzan also saw the current social situation. Suddenly I remembered something. He had given the Maruoka siblings some memories. No wonder they were so adaptable. With his advanced memory, Maruoka Masahito and Maruoka Kinko have realized the importance of technology and directly climbed the technology tree. Vigorously supports scientific and technological development. Muzan said, "The demons under my command are stronger than me," but Shizuji Asanuma could never understand, so he came to find Muzan. Muzan looked at Shizuji Asanuma, who was sitting in front of him. He sat in front of him seriously, reporting the recent situation, while unable to help but complain to Muzan with some personal opinions. Why should we change the policy of emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce? Moreover, the current ships are sufficient for fishing. Long-distance voyages are not only difficult but also costly, and the benefits are unclear. Muzan listened with one ear and let it out with the other. Finally, when Shizue Asanuma finished complaining, Muzan sucked on the food prepared by his men and poked a finger into Shizue Asanuma's head. Shizuji Asanuma shuddered, and his mind was forced to receive the message sent by Muzan. These are some memories about the future that were once given to Maruoka Masahiro and his sister. Pulling his hand back, Wuzan took the last bite. Understand? Asanuma Shizuji understood the memory in his head and nodded in confusion. I understand. That's fine, Mingnu. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a pipa was heard and Shizuji Asanuma was sent back. That night, the Maruoka siblings didn't understand why Shizuji Asanuma suddenly changed from being strongly opposed to being a strong supporter. After sending Asanuma Shizuji away, Muzan said to Mingnu, "Bring Izumi Yuta and Izumi Kagetsu here." As an excellent tool, Mingnu is never curious about what Muzan wants to do, but only listens to Muzan's instructions and carries out tasks. The next moment Izheng, two figures, a man and a woman, suddenly appeared at the location of the layoff meeting in the original book. With the sound of the strings, Mingnu sent Muzan to the high platform and looked down at the two of them. Wuzhan, layoffs. The two ghosts seemed to realize what was going on and hurriedly knelt down guiltily, not daring to look up. At Wuzhan and Muzan jumped down and landed in front of the two of them, mocking them. Even if we eat people randomly, Muzan won't notice, right? The sound of swallowing saliva was somewhat obvious, and Wuzhan's footsteps seemed to be stepping on their hearts. Sir, no. Wuzhan curled his lips. Nothing? Tell me about it? If he was just extremely hungry and didn't care about eating people, he could eat them secretly and give him a chance, but this attitude not only showed that he didn't take his orders seriously, but also showed contempt for him. Wasn't he looking for death? Standing in front of him was the demon king named Muzan Kabutsuji. Izumi Yuta's body was shaking slightly, and he felt a strong sense of oppression coming over him. When he was saved by Muzan, he looked gentle even though he was the Demon King, which made them think that Muzan was able to become the Demon King purely because of luck. He is just a kind-hearted fool. As for the rumors about the cruelty and terrifying nature of the Ghost King, they are just rumors, but feeling this pressure, they finally realized that there are some things that cannot be violated.
My lord, that is not what I meant. What does that mean? Come on, let me, a kind fool, listen to it and see what smart people think. Ha!
As the last word fell, Wuzan kicked forward fiercely. Bang! A blood flower bloomed, and then Muzan stepped on his head, causing it to explode. Seeing this, Quan Huiwei immediately turned around and ran, but the next moment poor Quan Huiwei, who had not escaped far, exploded directly.
Mingnu, clean it up.
At the same time, among the hundreds of ghosts, more than a dozen died at the same time. The ghost hiding in the mountains and forests only scared a few birds away, while the ghost hiding in the downtown area exploded into a bloody mist and rotten flesh, which really scared a lot of people and caused a lot of chaos. But this has nothing to do with Wuzhan. Although Muzan had reorganized his demons about 100 years ago, they could not resist their greed and arrogance.
Some demons did not know what was good for them and could not distinguish the rules.
Nothing happened even if they followed the rules, but some guys think that Muzan is too kind and look down on him for this. They think that if Muzan is kind to others, why would he harm his own subordinates? Their greed for greater power and desire for flesh and blood made them take risks, and some even went so far as to think that Muzan was not worthy of being the king of ghosts, and they despised him while boldly eating people. Although the number is not large, it also reminds Muzan that although he wants to have a big family of love and affection, some brainless guys do not cherish the life he gave them, so they are just going to die. After dealing with these guys, Muzan glanced at Mingnu, who lowered her head even more fiercely. He couldn't help but go over and touch her head.
Mingnu subconsciously shrank back but didn't dare to dodge.
It's okay, just be obedient and nothing will happen. Mingnu nodded, and Muzan heard Mingnu's inner voice. Take this as a lesson and cherish life. Time passed quickly, and another 3 years went by in a whirlwind. Muzan hid in the Infinite City for 3 years, thinking that even if there was any danger, it should be gone by now, right? He excitedly threw the book aside and went out to have fun. As Muzan's secretary and tool, Mingnu played the piano silently, put the books thrown on the ground back on the bookshelf with bookmarks. Although the scene of Lord Muzan's layoffs 3 years ago was a bit scary, Muzan, who had nothing to do in the past 3 years, was still very gentle, which made Naruto feel a lot more at ease. She was afraid that she would fall into the hands of a scumbag like her ex-husband. Although it was daytime, Wuzan could take a walk in the cool forest, taking the steps of not recognizing his relatives. Wuzan took a deep breath of fresh air while listening to the birdsong, wind, dewdrops, and rustling leaves in the forest. The thick layer of wet leaves makes a sizzling sound when you step on it. The only thing that makes the ghost unhappy is that some blind insects will buzz over and harass him. Dead. Feeling that his mood was affected by the disturbance, Muzan gritted his teeth and decided not to go shopping anymore. Who would still stay in the forest at night? I'd better wait until nighttime to go to the night market. But before he walked out of the forest, Muzan suddenly heard footsteps coming from not far away and vaguely saw a figure somewhat familiar. Chapter 29. Your crazy black hair with red edges, tied up in a high ponytail, a familiar face with red pupils, a red haori over a yellow garment, earrings with sunflower patterns swaying slightly, and a long sword at the waist. Wuzan's face lit up with joy. Hey, Uni. Kibutsuji Muzan. Upon hearing this, Muzan realized that something was wrong with Unikairo's expression. He saw that Unikairo's face was solemn, his voice was suppressed, and he looked ready for battle. Even his eyes showed murderous intent towards him, and one hand had already grasped the hilt of the knife. Wuzan couldn't help but frown and took a step back carefully. What do you mean? Choke. Uni suddenly pulled out the sun blade from his waist. Wow, breath of the sun, fiery flames burst out on the red blade. Yuan swung the knife and Muzan was so scared that he quickly stepped back. There was no doubt that this little bastard wanted to kill him.
Are you fucking crazy?
Muzan shouted, while tensing his nerves and dodging Yorichi's attack with all his strength. Compared to the Muzan in the original work, he has worked hard to improve his strength over the past 100 years. Even though he is still no match for Yorichi, at least he can barely dodge Yorichi's sword. Tsujikoku Uni concentrated on swinging the long sword without saying a word. The intensive attacks put a huge pressure on Muzan. While dodging, the hem of his clothes behind him was cut by the blade,
and the silk threads even fell to the ground with burnt edges. The blade frequently scratched the surface of his skin, and Wuzan felt a burning sensation that was difficult to recover from. Taking advantage of the gap in Yorichi's attack, Muzan hurriedly retreated to create some distance, leaped into the air, landed on a high branch, looked at the ground cautiously, and looked up at Yorichi, who was holding a long sword in his hand. Yorichi looked up at Muzan, who was standing on a tree branch several meters high with the full moon as his background. He didn't know why the Demon King looked so familiar with him, but at first sight, Yorichi, who knew the horror of evil demons and took killing demons as his mission, understood that his life's mission was to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. But from the battle just now, Yashiakiro could clearly feel that the guy in front of him had not taken the initiative to attack. And although he could feel the horror and terrible vitality of Muzan Kibutsuji, he could not sense any malice, and the vague sense of familiarity is even more confusing. He couldn't help but look at Muzan, who was standing above. Do you know me? Wuzhan? No, I raised you for 5 years. 5 years, you didn't recognize me in a blink of an eye, right? Repaying kindness with enmity, huh? But after a moment of hesitation, Muzan immediately thought, has Uni lost his memory? You lost your memory? After careful consideration, Uni felt that he did not feel that he had lost his memory, so he put on an expression as if he wanted to kill Muzan. The so-called sense of familiarity might be that Muzan Kibutsuji had done something to him. Wuzan was stunned. Damn, you start fighting as soon as you disagree, right? Seeing that Yashiakiro was about to leap up with the help of the low branches, Muzan hurriedly started running. After all, I have raised it for 5 years, so I still feel a little reluctant to kill it, and it seems that Uni has lost his memory, and he was restrained when he took action. But Uni is not like that, and he is stronger than himself. In the original novel, he was chopped to pieces with just one blow, but being able to hold out for so long was already an extraordinary performance. Fight your ass. Muzan used the blood demon technique to run away and disappeared from the spot, but now, Tsugumi Iwakatsu was still just Tsugumi Iwakatsu, and Yuichiro, who doesn't have to worry about his brother turning into a ghost, relies on the transparent world to start chasing him directly. He has hundreds of demons under his command, and Muzan's blood demon arts are naturally varied, so the ability to escape is more than enough. But the problem is, no one can escape very far. Muzan heaved a sigh of relief just after escaping from Yorichi's sight. He was already several towns away from where Mori was staying. Muzan wondered how he could catch up with him, but the next moment, he suddenly felt a burst of heat blowing towards him. Muzan's pupils shrank, and a red knife with the scorching heat of the breath of the sun was reflected in his eyes. Wuzhan. Muzan was so frightened that he stepped back instinctively and dodged sideways. With a few strands of his black hair slowly burning, Muzan widened his eyes and looked slowly at Uni, who was full of fighting spirit, with lingering fierce grass. Damn, is this a human? Even though he already knew that Yoriakiro's ability was at its ceiling, everyone agreed that he was still a human being after all, right? But, damn it, is this a human? Who is the ghost? He escaped by using the blood demon technique to flash, but Uni caught up with him in an instant with his feet. Muzan no longer dared to think that if he escaped to Mugen Castle, Uni might be able to catch up with him. Is this thing Uni really this strong, or is it a modification of the legendary power of the plot? In the original book, I didn't see Muzan having such a hard time escaping. Uni didn't care what Muzan was thinking. He caught up with him and slashed him again before failing once. Muzan retreated hastily and frantically, his 7 hearts pounding with tension and fear. At this moment, Tsugumi Yashiichi was full of oppression, with the marks on his forehead and a murderous expression, and he was holding a long sword that was stained with his blood. Compared to Wuzan's miserable appearance, he looked more like a ghost. Muzan can't be defeated, and he can't escape either. For a moment, Muzan failed to dodge in time, and was hit on the arm by the knife. A deep scar was left on half of his arm, extending from the elbow to the wrist, and blood kept flowing out. Muzan was unable to recover from the damage done by the red sword, so he continued to dodge while enduring the pain. Finally, taking advantage of the gap when Yuanyi's sword was dodged, Muzan escaped again. Then his face suddenly lit up with joy, as he realized that Jigui Yensheng was also nearby. He didn't care what would happen, even if he had to take Yensheng as a hostage, he just had to survive first. Muzan suddenly appeared near Jigui Yensheng in a flash. Before Jigui Yensheng could react, a sharp claw appeared on his neck. Although after becoming a demon, Kuniyama became the strongest upper rank one among demons except Muzan, he is not a demon yet and cannot fight against Muzan at all. Jigui Yensheng subconsciously wanted to resist, but the knife in his hand was easily taken away. The slight pain in his throat made him dare not make any move. With his life in someone else's hands, Jigui Yensheng did not dare to act rashly and asked carefully, "What do you want to do?" Now he didn't even know who the guy who suddenly appeared behind him was, and he had no idea what was happening. Your brother is chasing me, so I can only use you to save myself. As soon as Muzin finished speaking, Yuni caught up with him. Seeing Muzin holding his brother hostage, his face was a little gloomy, the misery of Kibutsuji. Seeing this, Jigwei Yenching also understood what was going on, but he was even more confused that he remembered that many years ago, Yuni had told him that when Yuni ran away from home, he met Muzin and was saved by Muzin from the hands of a half-demon. They lived together for 5 years. He also told him that the Ghost King was not what he had imagined, but what is the situation now? Yuichi, didn't you say that Muzin was your savior? What's the situation now?
Muzin was also stunned when he heard Iwakatsu's words.
Did Yuni tell Iwakatsu about this? Yuni just looked confused. Did he say that? Moreover, how could the Demon King Muzin Kibutsuji be his savior? He has lost his memory and is chasing me to kill me.
Muzin understood the situation all at once, and knew that Sugakuen Iwaki was his life-saving straw, but he was afraid that Yuani would rush over and chop him, so he didn't dare to let go of the claws that were on Yenching's neck. Jigwei Yenching was being held hostage and understood the situation, but he didn't know whether it was true or not. He looked at Yuni in confusion, waiting for him to speak. Yuni was just confused, frowned, and asked his brother for confirmation. Did I really tell you that? Seeing that Yashiichi was also confused and put down the sword in his hand and had no intention of continuing to fight, Muzin breathed a sigh of relief, carefully put down the hold on Yensheng and said, "See. I told you he had lost his memory."
Chapter 30. Finally we can talk. Yuani was confused for a moment.
In his memory, he had never met Muzin, but looking at Muzin's expression from beginning to end, it didn't seem like he was faking it, and he couldn't ignore his brother's words. Muzin hid behind Jigwei Yenching and poked his head out and said, "Even if you want to repay kindness with enmity, you have to give a reason. I didn't kill anyone indiscriminately or anything like that. I raised you for 5 years. Why are you killing me? Chase me down as soon as we meet. Did I kill your whole family or
something?" Yuani was speechless for a moment. Isn't it normal for the Demon Slayer Corps to hunt down the Demon King? But he also vaguely felt that something was wrong. Did he really lose his memory?
Hiding behind Sugakugo Iwakatsu, Muzin saw that Yorichi was confused, and he breathed a sigh of relief now that he was temporarily safe. Jigwei Yenching glanced at the so-called Ghost King who was trembling behind him, and then looked at Yuni. Now he realized what level his younger brother was at. God's favored people. Sugaku Kuni joined the Demon Slayer Corps purely to have a chance to surpass his brother, and he didn't have much obsession with killing demons. In addition, Yorichi had said before that Muzin was actually kind, so he advised Yorichi, "Calm down and think about what happened." Yunichi held the knife in his hand, because he was afraid that he would let the Demon King run away after finally seeing him, so he refused to put down the knife. Seeing this, Muzin responded to Jigaku Iwakatsu, yes, let's put down our weapons and talk calmly." Yuni looked at his brother's face, hesitated, and finally put away the knife, looking at Muzin warily. "All right." Muzin saw that Yorichi had put down his knife, and then he moved out from behind Sugakuen Iwakatsu little by little. Yorichi, whom he had raised for 5 years, suddenly went crazy. Knowing how terrifying Yorichi was, Muzin naturally would not let down his guard. "You can never be too careful." Yuni asked his doubts and confirmed with Muzin, "Have I really seen you?" Muzin could only endure the pain from the minor wounds that could not be healed and the huge scar on his right arm. He grabbed his right arm with his left hand and said, "Have you forgotten that I met you when you left home at the age of 7? Later, I built a new house near Shi's house and raised you too for 5 years. Have you forgotten?" Yuani looked confused. "Didn't I meet the house we built after poetry? And what is a half-ghost?" Yensheng was also confused now, and looked at Yuni. "You told me about this half-ghost thing, how could you not know it?" "Yuni?" Muzin turned to Iwakatsu and said, "Look, he has lost his memory." At this time, Jigwei Yenching was more stable. He did not expect that the so-called Ghost King would be so cowardly and stupid. Okay, it's not just a case of amnesia, it's more like someone has tampered with him. "You're right." Wuzan nodded in agreement. He also thought of the time 3 years ago when he was frightened by the sense of crisis that suddenly appeared and hid in Infinite City. He looked at the two of them and said seriously, 3 years ago, I felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. It should be related to the matter of Yuani. Did Yuani encounter any strange things 3 years ago? After saying that, Muzin thought of the half-ghost who had always been making things difficult for him, and added, especially when you meet a half-ghost. Considering that Yorichi has forgotten everything about him, Muzan said, half-ghosts should be another kind of ghost that has escaped my control.
Most of them looked deformed. The two frowned in silence, recalling what happened 3 years ago. One reason is that it has been too long and they have forgotten a lot of things. Also, as ghost hunters, they have dealt with ghosts a lot. Even though the frequency of ghost appearances had decreased, they still encountered ghosts at least a dozen times that year. Yanqing suddenly thought of the two ghosts, one big and one small, that Uni and he encountered when they were on a mission. The explosion of the small ghost gave Uni a headache for a while. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like what Muzan had described, so he told Muzan about it. Uni was very confused. Although he had a strange headache for a while at that time, there was no inconsistency in his memory about that period of time. Muzan was able to confirm after hearing that those two were half-ghosts. To be honest, most of the ghosts encountered by the Demon Slayer Corps are already half-ghosts. Naturally, there are also some ghosts under his command. If someone does not act according to his instructions, such as killing innocent people indiscriminately, then they will die and Muzan will not care. As for others, when Muzan finds out, he will also notify Naruto to transfer the demons discovered by the Demon Slayer Corps to the Infinite Castle. So in fact, many ghosts are already very familiar with the Infinite City. If you have no place to live, go to Infinite City. If you have had enough fun, go to Infinite City to mess around. It must be the work of a half-ghost. He modified Yuichiro's memory. Damn these idiots.
Wuzan cursed bitterly. Iwakatsu ignored the useless words and asked, but the half-ghost is already dead. How can we restore Yuichiro's memory now? Have no idea. Wuzan answered instantly. Yorichi and Iwakatsu, so you are quite proud of it, but you can ask others.
Muzan brought two ghost hunters to Tamayo's residence.
When Tamayo saw two big men with Nichiren swords hanging on their waists suddenly appeared in her home, she was confused and terrified. When she saw Muzan behind the two of them, she was left with nothing but confusion. What's wrong? The boss defected to the enemy? But this was just a thought. When she saw Muzan, although she didn't understand when the Demon King had mixed up with the ghost hunters, she knew that there should be no danger. Look at Wuzan. His memory was modified by a half-ghost using blood magic.
I'm wondering if I can restore it for him.
Muzan pointed at Yorichi and looked at Tamayo. Tamayo vaguely felt that Yashiakiro looked familiar, but she couldn't tell who he was. I don't understand it even more.
Aren't you, the Ghost King, the one who knows the most about blood ghost magic?
Besides, she is just a doctor. You ask me about memory. Muzan listened to Tamayo's inner complaints and looked at her expressionlessly. Tamayo, okay, forget he can hear what he thinks, and in order to figure out why ghosts were controlled by wisteria flowers, she did expand her curiosity and studied a little bit about blood vampire magic. I do understand a little. Wu can explain the situation in detail. Shushir pondered for a moment and said this blood magic should be a one-time thing, and it may come at the cost of the opponent's life. The huge cost also makes the effect of this blood magic extremely strong, not only making it impossible for the person being cast to detect it and have no memory defects, but also making it almost impossible for the person to recover. Besides, I have no way of knowing if there will be any other effects.
Chapter 31. Crazy again? Stop talking nonsense and just tell me if you can recover.
Muzan was too lazy to listen to Tamayo's long speech. Tamayo was used to her boss's personality and said, I don't know. You can stay here for a few days while I study it. Muzan looked at the two of them as if asking for their opinions. The two looked at each other and nodded, okay. 2 days later, it was almost morning and the sky was about to brighten. Muzan wanted to use sleep to get through the boring day. Just as he fell asleep, he was suddenly awakened by a loud noise. He opened his eyes and looked out. Shiryueni kicked the door open, drew out his long sword with a clang and murderous look. His gloomy face was exactly the same as in the original book. He slashed towards Muzan without saying a word to Wuzhan. Fuck! He was so frightened that he quickly rolled off the bed and avoided the knife. At the same time he yelled, What are you doing? The misery of Kibutsuji. However, Yeti gritted his teeth and squeezed out his name, then swung his knife again. The wounds from the previous few days hadn't healed yet, and now he was in so much pain that he ran over to chop him like crazy again. Wuzhan was also very angry for a moment. I didn't dare to kill you 2 days ago, but you're still pushing it further, right? Muzan didn't care whether Yorichi's memory had been modified again. He used all his whips and fought back fiercely. At the same time, he used the whip to grab a knife hanging in the corner, and Muzan took it and drew the sword. Who doesn't know how to use a knife?
He approached and chopped him down without any mercy. A moment later, help! Aowa! Tamayo! Iwakatsu! Help! Yorichi has gone crazy again.
Muzan was hacked all over, and even a whip was chopped off and fell to the ground. He was flapping his arms and legs like a fish out of water. Muzan rushed out of the house that had been chopped into pieces and was about to collapse, shouting for help. I can't beat him, I really can't beat him. Even a cheating player cannot beat an invincible player. Jigaku Iwakatsu and Tamayo were also alarmed. Tamayo knew her own fighting ability level, so she hid and observed the situation. Jigwa Yenshing ran out and quickly drew his knife to block Yuni's attack. Yui! Before he could finish his words, Yuni, who was thought to have stopped attacking, actually slashed towards him directly. Jigwa Yensheng! Are you crazy? Yuani's face was gloomy and he glared at Wuzan with murderous intent. This time, in his memory, after meeting Muzan a few days ago, Iwakatsu had been seduced by Muzan and turned into a ghost, and he also used a trick to tie him up and wanted to attack him. Although Yuani was reluctant at this time, he still looked determined. He has the obligation to stop his brother's losses in time when he goes astray. I'm sorry. The knife in Yuichiro's hand chopped towards Iwakatsu without mercy. How could Jigwa Yenshing be able to resist the attack from this person who was at the ceiling of his combat power? For a moment, the threat of death almost suffocated him. The next moment, Muzan pulled him over with a whip and avoided the attack. At the same time, the sharp blade at the tip of the other whip blocked Yorichi's blade and hurriedly fled with Iwakatsu. TMD, there is no way I can beat him. Under the cold, clean white moonlight, in a small courtyard, a guy with a whip behind him was holding a guy with a knife, followed by a murderous ghost hunter. The three of them were making a lot of noise in the yard. In the deserted forest outside the yard, there is only the rustling sound of the wind and the chirping of birds as the sky is about to brighten. The three of them made a mess in the yard. Even the stone wall was broken into pieces, broken tiles, stones and dust were scattered all over the yard. Muzan watched as the sky was about to dawn, but Tamayo was still hiding behind the wall, bleeding and performing illusions as much as she could. But it doesn't work on the ceiling. Tamayo! Stop bleeding! Find a solution quickly. Muzan grabbed Tsujikoku Iwakatsu and dodged while urging Tamayo. At the same time, he took the opportunity to kick a huge stone over, trying to stop Yuani. Chopped the stone with his knife and rushed over like a ghost without slowing down. Muzan's head was about to split apart. You are a ghost, Shusher wants to curse. What can I do? Muzan hurriedly dodged Yorichi's attack, while Tsugumi Iwakatsu was dragged behind by his clothes, almost suffocating him. He watched helplessly as Yorichi's knife narrowly missed his nose, and his breathing almost stopped from fear. He adjusted his posture with difficulty and swung his sword to the ground. His neck loosened a little for a moment, and he shouted hurriedly, Muzan! You're strangling me! Wuzan was panicking to save his life. If Yenshing hadn't shouted, he wouldn't have noticed that Jigwa Yenshing's face was turning red. He was so scared that he quickly threw him out. Yensheng flew backwards over the broken stone wall, his clothes torn, and crashed heavily into a tree not far away. Tsubakuni Yashiichi's main target was Muzan. He glanced at Iwakatsu and turned around to continue chasing Muzan. Tamayo Muzan dodged the attack in a panic, with wounds all over his body. Just as he was about to urge Tamayo to find a solution, he heard Tamayo shout, turning him into a ghost might help him regain his memory. Naturally, the words also fell into the ears of Yuichiro and Iwakatsu. Yuichiro, whose memory had been modified, felt that Muzan could not help but tempt his brother to turn him into a ghost and wanted to attack him, so his attack became more fierce. He was determined to kill Wuzan as quickly as possible. Muzan was about to cry, what the hell? He couldn't even touch the hem of Yuichiro's clothes, and he wanted to turn him into a ghost. Yensheng didn't want his brother to become a ghost, so he took a step ahead of Muzan and leaned against the tree, with one hand on the ground and the other on his aching chest, and shouted and asked, is there no other solution? Tamayo was so frightened by the murderous look from Yoichi that she shrank her head and hid behind the wall, shouting amid the loud noise of ding ding duong duong, no. This is the only way. Don't hesitate. Last time, if it were Tsugumi Kyubi Iwakatsu, he could have stopped Yorichi and given him time to calm down and have a good talk. But now, with the memory modified, Muzan has become his enemy, and Iwakatsu has become a misguided ghost, and there is no room for negotiation at all. If we delay any longer, we will all die at dawn, and the bigger problem is that even if Tsugakun Iwakatsu was not killed by the sunlight until dawn and Yorichi realized that something was wrong, there would be nowhere to hide here. In addition, with Yorichi fighting with them, Muzan's hope of survival was almost zero. Sugakuji Iwakatsu was also very unhappy, and so was Muzan, as their lives were put in danger by the half-demon's conspiracy. Muzan glanced at Iwakatsu inquiringly. Jigwe Yenching gritted his teeth and shouted, "Become a ghost." Upon hearing this, Muzan made up his mind. He gritted his teeth, swung the whip, turned around and rushed towards Yunichi. Yunichi was not deaf, so he naturally knew what Muzan was planning. He immediately swung the knife straight at Muzan's head. Wuzan must be killed. Muzan used several tube whips and bone whips to block Yorichi's blade with all his strength, and endured the pain of the tube whips being cut off one by one. Yuni reacted quickly, and when he saw that the sword had not yet been struck, he stepped back to avoid Muzan, but the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Yuni, and its sharp claws were about to pierce his back. But how could Yuni be hurt by an ordinary ghost? He stepped back, turned his body suddenly, and slashed with a knife. Yanagisawa Jishing was so scared that he quickly stepped back. Ningnu. In an instant, Yanagisawa Kiyuki disappeared from behind Yorichi. Disappeared with him were Muzan and the other three. Chapter 32. How to lose when a dragon rides on your face. Muzan breathed a sigh of relief after finally being sent to Infinite City. Looking at Mingnu, who was holding the pipa and lowering her head, she sat down on the ground without caring about her image. Survived. Fortunately, there is Mingnu. If Naruto wants to teleport during the battle, since she is not very skilled at it now, she will basically come to the Infinite Castle with Yorichi. If Yanagisawa Kiyuki hadn't been called over to help, he might not have been able to hold on. As for turning Uni into a ghost, it was so funny, he thought, it was impossible. A sneak attack is simply impossible. Once he appears, Muzan is sure that Yashi Akira will notice it at the first moment, and it will be difficult to escape. Then, Muzan looked at Tamayo, who was standing aside, and asked, "Is there really no other way?" As he was able to hear Tamayo's thoughts, he actually already had the answer, but he just hoped that Tamayo could come up with another solution. Iwakatsu, who was teleported here, was lying weakly on the ground. After hearing Muzan's words, he propped himself up and looked at Tamayo. Tamayo shook her head. "There's nothing I can do now. The blood demon magic that Yorichi is suffering from is obviously going to modify all the memories related to you, which will eventually make him hostile to you. Moreover, no one except the caster can remove the blood demon magic. The only way to change it is to turn him into a demon. Otherwise, even if it is solved this time, his memory will still be modified in the future." Not at all. After becoming a ghost, he is controlled by you, because the effect of blood ghost magic is only possible with your blood, and it will not be effective because of your presence, and only this method can completely solve the problem and prevent future troubles. Otherwise, who knows what might happen next. When the two heard this, their faces turned bitter. Wuzan wailed, "The problem is that I can't turn him into a ghost." "No," Tamayo said seriously, "you can." "Wuzhan?" I looked at Tamayo expectantly, hoping that she could offer some constructive suggestions. "You said that if you work hard, you will succeed. As long as you keep trying, you will succeed sooner or later." "Wuzhan, you are such a little genius." Seeing Muzan's expression, Tamayo said helplessly, "There is no other way. You can only try more. If you fail, run back to Infinite City. Otherwise, both of you will have to hide in Infinite City until Uni dies." Tamayo, who already knew that Yorichi was the child that Muzan had raised about 10 years ago, continued, "Besides, you don't want the little creature you've raised for 5 years to become your natural enemy, right?" Wuzan's mouth twitched a few times. "It won't be a natural enemy." Muzan looked at Sugakuen Iwakatsu. "What are you going to do?" "Jigwe Yenching, just hide." They are brothers in distress. 3 days later, Yashiichi Tsugumi returned to the Demon Slayer Corps and told the truth, and just like the original plot, he was expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. At some point, Tenkichi Kamado's family had moved into the small thatched hut, and the people who were originally arranged to live in the house built by Muzan became their neighbors, and they enthusiastically helped them rebuild the thatched hut, making it more livable. After leaving the Demon Slayer Corps, Yashiichi walked towards his former residence with Sure. When he saw from afar that people were living in the two former houses, he was about to leave, but was seen by Tanjiro, who was returning home from chopping trees. Tanji saw the two of them, and waved his hand high with the firewood on his back. "Hey, it's getting dark, come stay for the night." Uni glanced at the poems around him. "So this is your residence?" Tanji scratched his head sheepishly. "It's okay," Sure smiled gently, "my husband and I are planning to build another house, so please stay with me for a few days." Uni sat next to Sure, holding Sure's hand and smiling gently. Muzan learned from someone living in another house that Yorichi had already settled down there, considering that the blue-red spider lily might appear because of the arrival of the Kamadou family, he temporarily gave up the plan of assassination. If no blue spider lilies appear after 2 years, just take action. After learning from Muzan that Yorichi lived in that place, Iwakatsu left Mugen Castle. Since he couldn't beat him, couldn't he just hide? At this point, he finally understood that Yashiichi, who was given the task by God to kill Muzan, was not a human. All the ghosts, including the Ghost King, have agreed to this. That is a combat power beyond this world. Just treat it as a plug-in player. It would be foolish to try to compare yourself with him. However, Iwakatsu did not give up his dream of becoming the strongest samurai, excluding Yorichi. But just as he left the Infinite Castle and was about to return home, Iwakichi saw the Demon Slayer Corps. The ghost hunters who were misled by Yoriakai's news had already regarded him as a ghost. Sujikoku Iwakatsu. A ghost hunter was filled with anger, and he chopped at him while roaring, "You are not worthy of learning the breathing technique." Jigui Yensheng, Mingnu, Bang. Jigui Yensheng appeared again in Infinite City. It is impossible to fight. Muzan had also instructed Naruto that if anything happened to Tsugakugo Iwakatsu, she should bring him back to Infinite Castle in time, and Ji-Kuni Iwakatsu's actions made the members of the Demon Slayer Corps more certain that he had turned into a demon. Standing in the Infinite City, Jigui Yensheng suddenly remembered the dream. It seemed more and more familiar. As Tanji listened to Yorichi Tsugakuni telling his story, he silently showed a sad expression when he heard that his brother had turned into a ghost. With a sad smile on his face, Yashiichi was sitting under the eaves, looking into the distance. Suddenly, he saw Tanji's child running towards him with a smile. For a moment, something seemed to be touched in his heart. He took off his sunwool flower earrings and carefully put them on the child's left and right ears. The sunlight shone on his face, and his sad smile seemed somewhat warm at this moment. The next year, Yashiichi taught the sun breathing to the Tanji family in the form of the fire god dance. The Kamadou family, who make a living by burning wood, are closely related to fire. When Tanjiro was learning to dance the god of fire from Yorichi, a blue-red spider lily quietly bloomed. She sat under the eaves, watching the two people dancing in unison in the sun, and suddenly noticed a familiar yet slightly unfamiliar flower blooming in a corner. I couldn't help but look at Uni. The people who were arranged to live here nearby also noticed Shire's abnormality. They followed her gaze and looked in the direction she was looking. Their pupils shrank and their faces looked overjoyed. I walked over quietly and dug out the flower by carefully digging out the roots, although the flower was already closed when it reached Muzan's hands. But, I've got the flowers, but I'm still worried that they won't bloom? How to lose when flying dragon hits the face. In the original book, after learning from the previous incident in which a pig's offspring died from cultivating a blue-red spider lily, Muzan is extremely careful with the blue-red spider lily he gets. It was sent to Masahito Maruoka and Kinko Maruoka, who wanted to nurture it well if they could see the light of day. That day, Wukan laughed the whole day like a big fool. Chapter 33. Hee. Wuzan sat on the wooden board, grinning foolishly at the thing in his hand. After laughing for a while, Muzan coughed twice in a pretentious manner and straightened his face. Be reserved, be reserved. Hee. As soon as he finished speaking, Muzan couldn't help but grin again. Blue-red spider lily, the power of the plot is just that. See, he still got it in his hands. After careful artificial cultivation, Muzan got the blooming blue-red spider lily. In order to prevent being half-ghost or the power of the plot that he didn't know whether it existed or not, Muzan made up his mind and decided to take it directly. And now there is only one flower, and I can't bear to let others eat it. Tamayo sat on the other side, a certain distance away from him, looking at him expressionlessly. Yimingnu was still in the old position, with her head down and her pipa in her arms, ready to take timely action if anything unexpected happened. Sugakun Iwaki also came over to join in the fun and look at Muzan, but he stood by the railing, a little far away from Muzan to prevent any accidents from happening. Muzan looked at Tamayo and regained his composure. I ate it. If anything happens, you must save me. Muzan held the blue-red spider lily, which he was afraid to lose and didn't even dare to wash, with a serious and even solemn expression on his face. He carefully put it to his mouth, but his movements suddenly froze, and he put his hand down and turned to look at the people in front of him again. If I become a human, you won't kill me, right? Tamayo, Mingnu, and Iwakatsu, you were so careful. Seeing their reactions, Muzan raised his hand and put the blue-red spider lily into his mouth. His movements paused again and he looked at them. I really won't turn into a human or die if I eat it, right? Okay, I'll eat it. Seeing that they were speechless, as if to say, don't you know what's going on, Muzan stopped wasting time. After all, the blue-red spider lily can't bloom for long, and he himself knew that there was a high probability that he would not turn into a human or die. After all, for hundreds of years, Muzin himself and his former boss have done a lot of research on relevant information. Combined with the foresight of the original work and referring to Nezuko's situation, it is basically certain that everything will be fine. Taking a deep breath, Muzin made up his mind and swallowed the blue-red spider lily in one gulp. I chewed it twice and savored it. Wuzon's face suddenly crumpled into a ball, feeling numb and astringent, and there was an indescribable smell, like all kinds of rust, insecticide, gasoline, and rot. All kinds of indescribable smells suddenly came in. Whole mouth was filled with that taste, and my throat felt as if it was pierced by the strong taste. I felt miserable all over, but the next moment, before the smell had faded away, an intense burning sensation spread from the stomach and intestines to all parts of the body, especially the wounds caused by Yuani's cuts, which made the pain even worse. Wuzon's face suddenly became even more painful and ferocious. He kept curling up his body, and his plum-red pupils and long black-red nails that had been retracted could not help but show up. His sharp nails were deeply embedded in the flesh of his palms, and blood vessels on the back of his hands and neck bulged. The thumping of his 7 hearts became especially loud and rapid. The bone whips and tube whips on the back, waist, and legs all appeared and danced wildly like mad. The surrounding wooden pillars and floors were torn like paper in an attempt to relieve the severe pain. Seeing this, Tamayo stepped back in a hurry.
Muzin's whip didn't matter at this time. If they were accidentally hit, they would be finished.
Moreover, his heartbeat made the 3 of them feel uncomfortable. Their hearts were extremely uncomfortable. The floor was dented by his claws, and Wuzon's teeth made a squeaking sound when he bit it. My consciousness was a little fuzzy, and I felt as if I was immersed in a burning volcano, with every cell surrounded by heat. Time became extremely long. It seemed like a day, a month, a year, or even decades had passed before Wuzon fell to the floor in a daze. Gradually regaining consciousness, Muzin opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at the top of his head, which was exactly the same as before he fainted. He felt his body and found that all the pain had disappeared. The scars left by Yuichiro's chop on his body had also disappeared. The tube whip and bone whip were still hanging on the wooden board, not getting weaker. Muzin felt relieved, and the tube whip and bone whip that had poked a bunch of holes in his clothes when he came out were put back into his body. Muzin got up from the ground and saw Mingnu kneeling in the old place holding a pipa. Tamayo and Iwakatsu had already left, because they were afraid that something might happen if they moved him. No one touched him and just left him on the ground.
How long have I been unconscious? 1 day, sir. Only 1 day?
Wuzon was a little surprised. How come it's only been 1 day? He felt that he would not be surprised if he was told that it was a year. Maybe it was too painful, so it felt like it took too long. After all, he still remembered getting injections as a child, and a few seconds felt like a very long time. Muzin straightened his clothes that were full of holes, feeling somewhat expectant and excited. Mingnu. Upon hearing this, Mingnu gently plucked the strings of the pipa. Muzin appeared in the house where he lived, changed his clothes, and took a deep breath. It must be all right. Wuzon opened the window a crack, saw the sunlight coming in from outside, and carefully reached out his hand to feel it. It doesn't hurt. Muzin got a little bolder, opened all the windows, and stretched one hand under the sun, safe and sound.
I am really not afraid of the sun anymore.
Muzin suddenly seemed to have lost his mind and jumped out of the window. The sunlight sprinkled on Muzin's body, which had not seen the sun for more than 500 years. The long-lost warmth from the sunlight seeped into Muzin's skin. It's been more than 100 years, more than 100 years, he finally saw the sun again.
I'm alive again.
Muzin opened his arms, raised his head, looked directly at the sun, and shouted. Anyway, even if his eyes hurt from the sun, he would be able to recover. Staring directly at the sun, sprinkle some water. Wuzon couldn't help but grin foolishly. Invincible, now I'm really invincible, no one can kill me. To be honest, after traveling through time, fear of the sun has always been a concern for Muzin. After all, in the original work, Muzin died from sun exposure, so he has never felt safe. Even if he is invincible, he still finds it difficult to feel at ease because of this weakness. But now, after taking the blue-red spider lily, not only am I no longer afraid of the sun, I am not even afraid of the red sword. The red knife relies on high temperature, and together with the sun, the blue-red spider lily eliminates this weakness. Although he still couldn't defeat Uni this time, Uni couldn't cause any harm to him either. Various wild ideas also emerged, but let's put those thoughts aside for now. Muzin, wants to bask in the sun now, lying comfortably in the rocking chair, with the sun shining down. Wuzon felt so comfortable. Not long after, Tamayo, who learned that Muzin had woken up, rushed over.
Sir, give me some blood. I need to study it.
Chapter 34 Yensheng equals good brother. Muzan cut a wound and blood flowed down his arm into the small bottle that Tamayo took out. After filling it up, Tamayo took the bottle and left with satisfaction. Muzan ran towards the town facing the sun to buy food. He, Wutsun, no longer has to eat people. After taking the blue Higan Bana, Muzan's disease was positively treated. He was no longer limited to eating humans, but could digest other foods. But as a ghost, his habit of eating humans to increase his strength remains unchanged. It doesn't matter, as long as I can eat normal food. The long-lost son, the town where Muzan lives, is not very prosperous and has a small population, but there are many small shops open in the morning. Under the rising sun, people began their busy day. There are already quite a few people on the street. Muzan smelled the aroma of food wafting on the street, and finally the nausea disappeared. He ran over excitedly to have breakfast. On this day, Muzan tried sushi, sashimi, ramen, and other foods. Thanks to his strong digestive ability, he didn't feel full at all after eating for a whole morning, but the satisfaction is already full. After eating a lot of main course, Wuzan started to buy some snacks. To be honest, some desserts are still delicious. Wuzan ate while buying. It was not until noon that Muzan returned with a full load. Thanks to the blood demon magic of the mirror space, all the things Muzan bought were thrown into the mirror space, and there was no passage of time in it, which was comparable to a refrigerator. It was absolutely useful. When he returned to the courtyard, he noticed that Ji Guyansheng was waiting for him. Muzan recovered from his excitement when he saw Tsugaku Wakatsu, and remembered that Yorichi's issue had not been resolved yet.
How about I turn you into a ghost? Then I can outlive you to death.
Wuzan came over and said with a chuckle. Ji Guyansheng looked at him silently, as if saying, "Don't waste time." Muzan suddenly felt bored. Okay, it was just a joke, but are you so anxious to turn Uni into a ghost? At this point, Uni has become a chess piece in the hands of others. How can a person live with false memories? Besides, even if he becomes a ghost now, he is not afraid of the sunlight and he can have infinite life. If he was not worried that he would have to rely on cannibalism to survive in the future, Ji Guyansheng would have been tempted.
You still want to eat people now? Muzan didn't know what Iwakatsu meant by this question, but he answered it anyway. Not really. You can eat normal food. Although you can eat humans, it's not necessary. Then quickly turn Uni into a ghost.
Yensheng urged. Wuzhan, you were such a good brother. Muzan grabbed Iwakatsu and went straight to the place where Yorichi lived. At this time, Yorichi had already arrived in the forest and was chopping wood with Tankichi. Now, Yorichi and Tankichi are two good wood-chopping brothers, chopping wood together, selling charcoal together, and dancing the fire god dance together. And now Shur is pregnant, and the two old fathers are talking happily about their wives and children. But the two good brothers did not realize at this time that the two old silver coins had been eyeing Uni from afar. Muzan and Iwakatsu Tsugakushi were
hiding in the forest.
Through the gaps between the leaves they could see Yorichi chopping trees on the ground.
It was such a waste.
How could the ceiling be chopping trees? Uni vaguely felt that he was being watched and couldn't help but look around. Fortunately, Muzan was hiding far enough away and was not discovered. He glanced at Ji Guyansheng beside him and said, "Forget it, go aside first, don't let Uni kill you by mistake." Ji Guyansheng, the harm is not great, but it is extremely insulting. Even if I'm not good at cooking, I don't need to say that, right? But he also understood that it was really pointless for him to stay here, so he was sent away by Mingnu. Muzan took a deep breath. Although he was certain that Yorichi could not cause any substantial harm to him, Muzan was still afraid. The previous battles will become a shadow in his life. Suppressing his heart that was pounding with nervousness, Muzan's expression became fierce, his nails grew longer silently, and he swung out several long whips behind his back. It is directly the strongest form of the next moment. Uni suddenly felt a chill on his back, and the axe that was halfway through chopping down a tree was swung towards his back. Muzan swung the pipe whip behind him violently to block Yorichi's axe, and at the same time, without slowing down, several pipe whips stabbed towards Yorichi at the same time. Uni didn't have a knife at this time. Although the axe was strong, it was still no match for the knife, but to be honest, Muzan still can't beat Yorichi. Yet he swung the axe and chopped off several of Muzan's whips in an instant. Muzan had come here with the intention of injuring 800 enemies at the cost of 1,000 of his own lives. Even though his whip was almost completely chopped off, his speed did not slow down at all.
He finally pounced on Uni.
Uni looked grim, but it was too late to retreat. Muzan poked his finger into Yorichi's head, and pain came over him instantly. Yorichi suddenly chopped off half of Muzan's head with an axe, but Muzan, who had already succeeded, ignored all this and withdrew his fingers and stepped back. Muzan's blood was injected into his body. The previous attack was the last one. At this moment, he had completely lost his fighting ability. His consciousness was dizzy and his whole body was weak. He only felt unbearable pain all over his body. A slightly familiar feeling of dizziness came over him, and Yuani cried out in pain. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. The axe in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, and then he fell down. Muzan finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this. With only half of his head left, he looked extremely terrifying and miserable. His severed whip pipe lay on the ground. He looked extremely miserable. Tiny tentacles of flesh and blood extended from the edge of his head, spreading and weaving rapidly, forming flesh and blood tissue, blood vessels, bones, eyes. In just a few seconds, his entire head recovered, and Muzan went over to pick up the whips one by one. The whips melted into his hands like melting ice. Oh, poor me, Muzan looked at the blood splattered on the ground. It was all his own blood. There was finally movement from Yuni's side, and his body moved slightly. Muzan was startled by this and first distanced himself slightly. Then, after I felt that I had control over Yuichiro, I breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. Yuni finally regained consciousness, climbed up from the ground with difficulty, looked at Muzan, and saw that Muzan's clothes were cut into several holes. His expression was a little complicated. His memory was restored, but he also remembered the modified memories and the memories of the battle, so he has mixed feelings now thinking about running back with Shur, who had mentioned Muzan once and was scolded by him. He felt even more at a loss. Yuni looked at Muzan and finally said sorry. Muzan was relieved, and his sharp nails that had been transformed into demons also recovered. He walked over and raised his hand to touch the head of Yorichi, who was taller than him. It's okay, I don't blame you. And Wuzan showed a not-so-serious smile. I'm already your old father. It's normal to forgive my son Yuichi, although I should be touched. How obsessed are you with this? Chapter 35, Give You Some Blood. In the simple, slightly cramped but very warm thatched hut, Shur brought tea to Wuzan and Yuani, and sat down next to them with her big belly, leaning against Yuani. No miserable hiccup seeing that his son had taken his own cabbage and even played a game of running away from home with the cabbage. Although Muzan had already known about it, he still couldn't help feeling sad when he saw Shur's big belly. So he slapped Yuani on the head. Let you work on the poem. Although Yuni didn't feel any pain, he still shrank his neck. Shur smiled, then asked in confusion, what on earth happened? Wuzan was too lazy to say anything, so he glanced at Yuani and motioned for him to speak. Yuni then told Shur the reason for the incident, and Shur nodded. So, Yorichi, you have become a ghost like Muzan-sama now, right? Yuni was a little worried and couldn't help but hug Shur from the back. Wuzan glared at him, then looked at Shur and said, how about I give you some blood, too? No, Shur shook her head, I don't want to be a ghost. Wuzan asked, because ghosts need to eat humans and are afraid of sunlight? Yeah. Shur nodded. Then you can rest assured. Wukan said with a smile, we have found the blue-red spider lily. Now it doesn't eat people and is not afraid of the sun. After saying this, Wuzan looked at the poem expectantly. The meaning was obvious. Come on. Let's all become ghosts together. Unexpectedly, Shur shook her head again. No need. Why? Muzan immediately asked. He didn't understand. Isn't this equal to eternal life? Why is he unwilling? You look down on ghosts, don't you? The poem explains, I just want to spend my life peacefully with Yuni and live with him. As she spoke, she looked at Yuani tenderly, with a gentle and satisfied smile on her lips. Wuzan was speechless for a moment. Food. Muzan slapped Yuani again, glared at him, and stood up. Just live your little life. Yuni rubbed his head, smiled awkwardly, and watched Muzan disappear with a little embarrassment. 4 years later, the people who were originally arranged to live near Yun's family have already left, and the only people living in the small plain in the forest are Yunichi and Tanji's families. Almost all ghosts have either taken the blue-red spider lily or received blood from Muzan, and are no longer afraid of the sun. Unikaido is still living a warm life with Shur. Muzan comes to visit from time to time and brings some snacks or something. After Unikaido recovers, Jigaku Iwakatsu is no longer a threat. The Demon Slayer Corps can't pose any threat to him at all. He began to wander around, learning swordsmanship, and helping Muzan kill half-demons he met, become a famous wandering warrior. On this day, Jigwe Yenching came to the vicinity of Yuan's family, under the golden sunset, looking at the three houses standing quietly on the flat ground. The roofs shining brightly in the sunlight, he caught a glimpse of Cher sitting under the eaves, with her head down, sewing something attentively, and a strange woman next to her was also sewing something. There were two children playing in front of them. His footsteps startled several people, and the two children stopped playing and looked over there along with their two mothers. Cher was startled, then stood up, waved at Yencheng with a smile, and shouted Iwakatsu. Jigwe Yencheng was invited into the house, took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, and asked Cher, "Where's Yuni?" Cher sat opposite, looking through the window at the forest, as if she could see Yuni's figure. With a smile on her face, "He's gone to chop wood. He will be back in the evening, so he should be here soon. You can stay for dinner too." "Okay, excuse me." At night, while eating, Yuni heard Yencheng say, "I recently heard that people who open the mark will die before the age of 25. You are the first person to open the mark, so I want to ask you, is there any way to live past 25? Upon hearing this, Cher, who had just sat down, couldn't help but look at Yuni, and then looked at Iwakatsu worriedly. Yuni frowned and shook his head. "I don't know either, but maybe I can ask Muzan." Yencheng looked at Yuni. "Do you have a way to contact him?" In the past few years, Iwakatsu has hardly seen Muzan as he has been busy improving his swordsmanship and has been unable to contact Naruto. "Muzan can sense my thoughts, but he may not notice." Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Hey? You looking for me?" "Three people." Jigwe Yencheng couldn't help but complain, "You are the Ghost King, can you come whenever you are called?" "Hey, is it wrong for me to care about my son?" "Yuichi, okay, just call him over." Iwakatsu was about to get down to business, but was interrupted by Muzan again. Muzan pulled over a small stool, sat on it and said, "There's no way to live past 25. The stripes are just borrowing strength from the heavens with your lifespan, just like a candle, burning itself out." Jigwe Yencheng couldn't help but look disappointed when he heard this. "Is there really no other way?" Muzan shrugged. "How about I give you some blood?" Jigwe Yencheng looked a little conflicted, but when he thought about how Yuni had already turned into a ghost, he definitely couldn't die before Yuni. He immediately understood and nodded decisively. "Give me blood." Muzan, he just knew it, even Yorichi has become a ghost. Can Sugakuni Iwakatsu still refuse to become a ghost? Okay. In order to prevent Sugakuni Iwasaki from rolling on the ground in pain and messing up Yuichiro's little home, Muzan carried Iwasaki to the Infinite Castle. As soon as Iwaki stepped onto the wooden board, he saw Muzan poking a finger into his head. Pain. Muzan ignored Yencheng's face twisted in pain, slowly withdrew his fingers, and watched Jigwe Yencheng rolling on the ground. But what Muzan couldn't understand was why he had 4 more eyes after Kuniwasatsu became a demon. Muzan watched helplessly as 4 eyes appeared on his face. It was so strange, and he knew that although Jigwe Yencheng had 6 eyes, he adapted almost immediately, as if it was a natural thing. At the same time, countless blades emerged from his body, veins bulged, and a low roar of pain came from his throat. Ningnu was no longer surprised by this and practiced her pipa peacefully. After a while, Jigwe Yencheng finally stood up, and the blades that emerged from his body were all retracted into his body. He looked at Muzan with lingering fear. "Would you please stop poking my head? I'd love to. Change your clothes right away," Muzan said as he threw a set of clothes over. This time, Jigwe Yencheng's clothes were torn into tatters, and some parts of his body were exposed. He took the clothes, looked down at himself, his expression unchanged, walked into a room with the clothes given by Muzan, changed his clothes and walked out. Wukun laughed. "You've become a ghost, shall I give you a name?" Jigwe Yencheng looked at him expressionlessly. "That's not necessary. You will be Kokoshibo from now on." Muzan said to himself, "Jigwe Yencheng, your situation is different from that of Yuni," Muzan explained after hearing the inner thoughts and doubts of Jigwe Yencheng. "Yuichi is still living a simple life with his wife, so why change his name? But you have run away from home to pursue martial arts, so it would not be a good idea to use the name of a successor country, right?" Jigaku Iwakatsu, also known as Kokoshibo, didn't care much about it, so he didn't think about it anymore. He nodded, feeling that there was a hint of truth in it, thinking that he still had to travel, and considering that his 3 eyes might cause trouble, Kokoshibo disguised himself as a normal human. It's okay for a jerk boss to turn from a man into a woman. It's easy for me, Kokoshibo, to hide my eyes. Chapter 36. Go pick up the head. At this point, the upper string 1 and the upper string ceiling are aligned. More than 40 years have passed, and Muzan has always been unhappy, because he discovered that there were no melon seeds here. Why are there no melon seeds? Every time I go to join in the fun and want to eat some melon seeds, I can't. Fortunately, there was watermelon for him to nibble on, thanks to the whip, Muzin always holds a book in his hand and a watermelon in his hand. Even if his hands are covered with watermelon juice, it does not affect his reading, throwing away the melon rind. Muzin washed his hands and used blood demon magic to come to the vicinity of Yuan's family. It is early morning and the sun has not yet risen, but Yuichiro has already gotten up to make breakfast. In this era, being over 70 years old is considered very long-lived, but today, Shi's health is getting weaker and weaker, and now he can hardly do any work, only Yuani can make breakfast, and we can only eat porridge. Muzin knocked on the door. Yuani, who was cooking porridge, turned around, opened the door and saw Muzin outside. This time, Yuni still looked young, but the experience of 40 or 50 years made him look a little old. Yuni could guess the purpose of Wuzan's visit, pointed to Shi's room and said, "She will wake up soon, you wait for a while." Okay. Muzin found a place to sit first, looked at Yuni who was busy at the side, and asked curiously, "Where are your son and grandson?" "Joined the Demon Slayer Corps." "Wuzhan, you are pretty good." Squeak. The door made a slight sound, and Yuani opened the door and walked in with a bowl of porridge. In the not-so-big room, the elderly Shi was lying on the tatami, covered with a quilt, and opened his eyes with difficulty. Yuani went over and put the porridge aside, squatted down to help Shi up, picked up the porridge, and fed her with a spoon. Shi leaned against the wall and smiled. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of porridge and started coughing again, finally stopping coughing. Shi looked at Yuni. "You won't blame me for not wanting to become a ghost, will you?" Yuni shook his head, "No." Shi smiled and said, "Thank you for taking care of me for so many years. It's a pity that I have to leave you alone." Yuani seemed to understand the meaning of the poem. His face was a little bitter. He put down the porridge and leaned against her. Muzin saw that there was no time left, so he hurried in. Shi looked at Muzin and smiled. "Lord Muzin, this is really the last time. Are you sure you don't want to become a ghost?" Shi shook her head. "No need anymore, it's enough." She was happy, had children, a husband who loved her, had experienced what she wanted, and now she is satisfied. Everyone has his own aspirations, and poetry no longer requires anything. Ah. Wuzhan sighed, "Okay, I'm leaving." Shi smiled and leaned on Yuani. "Yuani, open the window, I want to see the sunrise." "Good." 10 days later, Yuni arrived at the Infinite City and looked at Mingnu. "Where is Muzin?" Mingnu said nothing, but gently plucked the strings of the pipa. With a soft sound, Yuni appeared in Muzin's yard. When Muzin raised his eyes and saw Yuni, he knew that Shi was gone. "When I took the book down, I suddenly saw that Yuani's face was expressionless, and even had a bit of insight and open-mindedness." "You're not going to give up and don't want to live anymore, are you?" "Yuichi, it seems not." A Wuzhan breathed a sigh of relief. "Come on, don't be sad. Shi has made her own choice." Muzin got down from the rocking chair, took out a small cookie from nowhere and handed it to Yuni. "Eat something sweet and don't look so sad." While eating the cookies, Yuni couldn't help shedding tears. "I don't know why, but I always have a feeling that I have a lot of happiness that I shouldn't have." Muzin raised an eyebrow. The world of Demon Slayer is really mysterious. It doesn't matter whether he is supposed to have it or not, just be happy and don't think too much. Yuan nodded. Wuchan said again, "Oh, by the way, Kokushibo is looking for you." "Yuni? He has practiced swordsmanship for decades and wants to fight you. Should I let Mingnu send you over?" Yuan nodded, and at the same time took the paper handed to him by Wuzhan and wiped the biscuit crumbs and oil stains on his hands. Muzin was also teleported over out of curiosity. Decades of wandering made Kokushibo a little tired, so he opened a martial arts school and began to hone his skills and exercise his body day and night. In addition, if any blind guy appears, he will accept him with a smile, and his strength will increase greatly. After receiving the information from Muzin, Yuni came directly to an open field. When he arrived, Yorichi and Muzin were also sent here by Naruto. Kokushibo's face was solemn and serious. He drew out his long sword and stood ready. He looked at Yorichi, who had already grasped the sword handed over by Muzin, and took a deep breath. "Come on, no mercy." Yuichiro drew out his long sword. Yoshiakiro, who had recently lost his wife, really needed to vent. A terrifying aura emanated from his body, and Kokushibo suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Jigwe Yueni used all his strength without mercy. A breath of the sun, the blade seemed to be ignited with flames, creating a scorching heatwave. Type 13. The next moment, Kokushibo's eyes flashed, and he felt pain in his neck. The scene in front of his eyes was spinning, and his head was cut off. Instant seconds, Kokushibo didn't even have time to demonstrate his swordsmanship before he was beheaded. Good. Black Death defeat. Muzin was watching the fun and acting as a referee. and he shouted when he saw this. Uni put away the knife and looked at his headless brother. Thank you. He felt that his brother was using this as an excuse to vent his anger, and now he really didn't feel so bad anymore. Kokushibo's face was not looking good. He was full of confidence but was killed instantly. He was not a magnanimous person to begin with, and now he felt like he was slapped in the face, although it is indeed a bit interesting, and I have never thought about defeating Yuichiro, but at least hold on for a while. Okay, stop looking so gloomy and go pick up your head. Muzan reminded Kokushibo from the side. His head is still on the ground. Kokushibo's face became even uglier. He walked over, bent down, picked up the head, pressed it back, and glared at his boss. As for the knives used by the two men, they were naturally ordinary knives, otherwise they would not be able to withstand the ordeal as they had not yet broken through their limits and overcome beheading. Moreover, the damage of the sun blade is indeed stronger than that of ordinary swords. Muzan went over and patted Kokushibo's shoulder. Relax, you must have become stronger, at least the strongest besides me. And Yuichiro. I'm not that fragile. Kokushibo glanced at Muzan and looked towards where he lived. I prepared lunch. Great. Kokushibo will provide meals today. Because Muzan was too lazy to cook, except for going out to buy food, he would eat from all the ghosts' homes in turn. Yuichi, of course, he was often taken advantage of. Although Kokushibo's cooking skills are not very good, he knows how to enjoy life and asks others to cook for him. Although for ghosts, humans are still the most tempting, but if I can enjoy other foods, I naturally won't refuse. Although ordinary food is digested quickly, it is much easier to obtain than the food in the past. Long as you don't pursue strength too much or meet someone who wastes air while living, you will generally eat well. Chapter 37. Kamaji. After finishing his meal, Muzan came to Yanagisawa Kiyuki. For Yorichi, he has come to terms with it and is wandering around the world with a Nichiren sword and an ordinary sword. At the same time, he helps Muzan kill any half-demons he encounters. There are two knives hanging on his waist, like a double-sword warrior. Muzan is very dissatisfied with Tamayo's research progress. How many years? Haven't figured out how to overcome Wisteria yet, so he wanted to bring Yanagisawa Kiyuki over to help Tamayo figure it out. Yanagisawa Kiyuki was taking a leisurely nap when he was awakened by Muzan's noise. He turned over and climbed up from the tatami in a daze, and saw a huge demon king standing in front of him. I suddenly became clear. After not seeing him for decades, he suddenly appeared before my eyes. Walk! Seeing that he woke up, Muzan lifted him out of the bed and appeared directly at Tamayo's house. Tamayo was also taking a nap and was awakened by the guy Muzan hadn't seen in decades. She was so scared that she stood outside the window, looking at her leisurely, like a ghost holding another ghost. Tamayo got up, put on her coat, opened the door, and looked at Muzan. Boss, what are you doing here again? Muzan put Yanagisawa Kiyuki down and said, You are too slow in your research. I found an assistant for you. Yanagisawa Jishin finally landed, straightened his clothes, stretched out his hand and forced a smile on his face. Hi, Tamayo. Well, that's her problem. After decades of research, no one has figured out why Wisteria can harm and drive away ghosts. Muzan patted the two men on the shoulders solemnly, as if he had entrusted them with an important task. Come on. I'm rooting for you. Don't be lazy. After saying that, he disappeared on the spot. The most effective Wisteria flowers on ghosts is to weaken and poison them, but it cannot cause fatal damage. In addition, he is no longer afraid of sunlight, so he cannot cause any big waves. Moreover, Tamayo once told him that if he was really afraid, he should eat Wisteria flowers in advance. He would naturally overcome the fear after eating them for a few years. If he was more optimistic, he might not be afraid anymore after eating them a few times. The process will be painful. Muzan doesn't want to suffer for nothing, so let Tamayo lose her hair. The best support has come to him. How can he waste it? After giving instructions to the two, Muzan also started to work on another matter. One of his ghosts has already spotted someone who looks like Komaji. In the Edo area, there was a little boy who depended on his father for survival, but his father was seriously ill and bedridden. The child made a living by stealing. He was caught and punished many times by the enforcement office, but because he was still young, he was not killed. If the ghosts under Muzan hadn't heard the rumors when passing by, they would not have discovered him. Looking at the description, it is almost the same as Akaza's experiences as a human as described in the original work. When Muzan rushed over, the child had already become famous far and wide for stealing things everywhere and was branded as a sinner. Muzan found out a lot of information without much effort. That child's name is indeed Kamaji. That guy lives here. What do you want to do with him?
Kamaji's neighbor pointed at his house and looked at Muzan in confusion. Wuzan smiled and said, I'm a doctor. I heard that there's a child here whose father is seriously ill.
Okay, that's too much kindness. The man muttered something, shook his head and left. Another passerby passed by and saw that Muzan, a stranger, seemed to be looking for Kamaji.
One of them walked over with a worried look on his face, obviously not hearing what Muzan had just said. Hello? Are you here to look for that kid Kamaji? Wuzan looked at the old woman who was approaching him strangely. Well, what's wrong?
The old woman sighed, and subconsciously thought that Muzan had something stolen and came here to ask for it back, so she advised that child's father is seriously ill, and he has been trying to make money to buy medicine for his father. He is a pitiful man, so please don't blame him too much.
Wuzan understood what she meant. Don't worry, I'm a doctor. I just want to come and see if I can treat his father.
The old woman breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that, and then hurriedly took Muzan to Kamaji's house. When I opened the door, I found the yard was empty. Through the half-open wooden door I could see a man leaning against the wall coughing violently. The old woman hurried over to pour him a glass of water and introduced, he is a doctor, and he came here specifically to see you. The man finally stopped coughing and looked at Wuzan weakly. Muzan nodded as a greeting and moved closer to check. He also learned a lot of medical skills from Tamayo and Yanagisawa Noriyuki, and he had the memories of both of them, so he could cure diseases, and Yanagisawa Noriyuki's ability was healing. After a series of examinations, Muzan was able to confirm that it was probably just bronchitis, but due to long delays and lack of money to buy medicine, it became serious, and even treatment became difficult. It's not difficult to say, Muzan can solve it with just one treatment, but for his own purposes, Muzan decided to have a talk with Kamaji first. After the old woman left, Kamaji quickly ran back home with a small packet of medicine. The clothes Kamaji was wearing at this time were made of rough gray-brown rags, which were basically just a piece of cloth that had been sewn a few times. A black cloth was tied around his waist to hold the clothes in place. His clothes were covered in patches and the edges were unstitched. The black cloth around his waist was torn and tattered, and the cloth tied around his clogs looked like it had been restitched several times. There were scars from beatings on the wrists, ankles, and neck. His short black hair was a little messy, but Kamaji was smiling as he held the medicine in his hand. When he saw a stranger sitting in the house, his first reaction was alertness. Wuzan showed a gentle smile. Hello, I'm a doctor. Kamaji breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that, but then he hesitated to speak. He wanted the doctor to take a good look at his father and treat his illness, but he was afraid that he would not have the money to pay him. Wuzan continued, I want to treat your father, and I won't charge any fees, but I need to talk to you alone. Muzan hopes to turn Kamaji into a demon, but he will not force him. His current behavior is actually more out of pity for the character in the original work. I always feel that since I have come to this world, I should help the characters who I saw so pitifully in Demon Slayer in my previous life. After closing the bedroom door, Muzan looked at Kamaji in the yard and said, I just diagnosed your father's illness. It's just bronchitis. The treatment shouldn't be difficult, but because it's been delayed for too long. Upon hearing this, Kamaji hurriedly asked, is there any way to treat it? Wuzan nodded, okay, but it's a bit troublesome. As long as it can cure my father, anything is fine. Kamaji, who was only in his teens, stood in front of Muzan and spoke anxiously. No matter how much money it costs, I will find a way. Wukon smiled and said, don't worry, you don't have to pay. I can prepare the herbs. Kamaji was startled, then asked, well, what do you need me to do? Chapter 38. Who gave you the courage? Wuzan shook his head, I just want to help you now, maybe I will need your help in the future. Kamaji was stunned for a moment. Why? Wuzan looked at him suspiciously. Kamaji raised his head and looked at Muzan, repeating, why are you helping me? Wuzan patted his head and said, because I want to help you. I will bring the herbs tomorrow. Please take good care of your father tonight. Wukon smiled and touched his head. Hey, Kamaji's head feels very comfortable to touch. Thanks. Kamaji watched Muzan's figure gradually walk away and shouted at him. I don't know if he heard it. Muzan asked his demons to buy him the necessary herbs, and then he went shopping in some shops and bought some clothes, snacks, and other things. I prepared these things in the morning, bought some breakfast, and packed it up to take with me. Standing at the door of Kamaji's house, Muzan knocked. Kamaji, who got up early, had already prepared breakfast, but because of poverty, it was just some rice soup. Or to be more precise, boiled rice water, with a few wild vegetables, which was breakfast. Hearing Muzin's knock on the door, he, who had been waiting for a long time, ran excitedly to open the door. When I saw Muzin standing at the door carrying a big bag, I felt hope in my heart. When he caught a glimpse of the bag of food in Muzin's other hand and smelled the aroma, Kamaji couldn't help but swallow. Wuzan couldn't help but smile when he saw him like this. Walking into the house, he put the fragrant breakfast on the ground, opened the package, took out the prepared herbs, and looked at Kamaji. "Where is the kitchen?" Although Kamaji was very envious and puzzled by the various foods and clothes in Muzin's package, he did not dare to move and took Muzin to the kitchen. Muzin took a look and started to decoct the medicine. While boiling medicine in the kitchen, Muzin saw Kamaji looking at the breakfast he bought with envy but not daring to touch it. He walked over, opened a bag of breakfast, and handed it to Kamaji. "Try it?" Kamaji looked at the fragrant and steaming rice, which was topped with meat, sauces and vegetables that he had never eaten before, and raised his head to look at Muzin's smiling face. "Are you really giving it to me?" "Of course, eat it." "Thank you, can I let my father have a few bites?" Kamaji took the meal, but instead of eating it, he asked Muzin. "I also prepared one for your father," Muzin said, opening another package of steaming hot breakfast and a sealed container of hot porridge. "Your father is sick and not suitable for this. This is easier to digest." "Thanks." After breakfast, the medicine was ready. Muzin watched Kamaji bring the medicine to his father, watched his father drink it, and then went to wash the dishes and kitchen utensils. Kamaji's father looked at his son's busyness, then looked at the kind-hearted person sitting on the tatami, and forced himself to stand up, kneeling towards Muzin. "Thank you." Muzin did not stop him, which actually made the person receiving help feel more comfortable. He waved his hand. "It's okay, I just helped you, lie down quickly." After Kamaji cleaned up the kitchen, Muzin took out the clothes and snacks from the package and placed them in front of him. "These clothes are for you and your father. Don't steal things anymore. Your father doesn't want to survive by stealing other people's money, right?" Kamaji couldn't help but lower his head. He was grateful, but also felt that a sinner like himself did not deserve it. Muzin won't say any chicken soup for the soul either. Someone will heal him in the future. He needn't worry about it. For the next few days, Muzin stayed here, boiling medicine every day and giving Kamaji's father some treatment from time to time. Kamaji would use Muzin's money to buy meals every day or cook them himself anyway. It's impossible for Muzin to cook. A month later, Kamaji's father's condition improved and his physical condition became better day by day. To this day, he rarely coughs anymore. Kamaji has also gotten used to Muzin's presence. "I am busy buying groceries, cooking, and cleaning every day. Seeing my father's condition getting better and better, I feel that life has hope." A year passed quickly and his father's illness was finally cured. After Muzin finished eating the breakfast made by Kamaji, he looked at Kamaji's father, who had already started to pack up and prepare to find work, and looked at the two of them. "Your illness has been cured, and it's time for me to leave. This money can help you get through this period of time." Kamaji, who was about to clean up the table, paused. "Are you leaving?" Wukan smiled and patted his head. "We'll see each other again in the future. Maybe I'll need your help in some way. You must work hard." Kamaji nodded vigorously, but he was still mostly sad in his heart. He didn't think that someone like him could help him, and he felt that Muzin's kindness over the past year was not something that someone like him deserved. "Thank you very much for your help." Upon hearing this, Kamaji's father hurried over and knelt on the ground. Muzin also doesn't know whether Kamaji will meet Koyuki again in the future, but I feel that the elusive force of the plot might lead him to meet Lien Shui. But these things don't matter now. The important thing is that the demon Slayer Corps finally found Muzin's residence. On this day, Muzin had just returned home when he noticed a group of people gathered at the door. The house was also full of people, all wearing Demon Slayer Corps uniforms. "No, my head hurts." As for the people around, they had already been evacuated. Muzin really couldn't bear to part with some of the books and collections he had accumulated for dozens or even hundreds of years, and was conflicted about whether he should just run away. In the end, he chose to confront it head-on. Joke. He is the Demon King Kibutsuji Muzin. How could he be scared away by a group of Demon Slayer Corps? Besides, why would he threaten them when he couldn't be killed, hit directly? If Uni is a ghost, who else can be his opponent? The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were frightened when they suddenly saw Muzin appear. They quickly drew the Nichiren swords from their waists and rushed over without saying a word. Muzin directly whipped out all his weapons. Ordinary members of the Demon Slayer Corps don't even have the chance to get close, as they would be injured by the aftermath of the battle if they did. The pillar-level demon hunters can only hold him back but cannot cause any harm at all. What a joke! Even the ceiling couldn't cause any substantial damage to him, and these losers wanted to hurt him. Muzan handled the situation with ease and didn't use any harsh force against these guys. The 4-pillar-level demon hunters just felt that Muzan was teasing them like a cat playing with a mouse, and their full-strength attacks could not hurt this guy at all. At this time, Muzan's combat power has surpassed that in the original work, and in the original work, it took countless layers of debuffs for Muzan to be defeated. Now Muzan is in his prime. It's not something ordinary people can deal with. Muzan didn't understand who gave Abuyoshiki the courage to find his address and come over to provoke him. This Demon Slayer Core Lord is not very good. Chapter 39. A warning. At this time, the Abuyoshiki residence, the funeral of the previous Demon Slayer Core Lord who died due to a curse, has just been held. The young new lord is filled with hatred for Muzan and is determined to kill him. After learning of Muzan's whereabouts, even though there was no possibility of killing that evil ghost in the future he saw, the young man refused to give up. It took 100 years to finally discover that guy's location, so how could he give up? Because of that evil ghost, Abuyoshiki has been cursed for generations, and his father just passed away not long ago. How can he remain calm? The people in the Demon Slayer Corps, who suffered the grief of their lord's death, also deepened their hatred for Muzan. A group of people rushed over in a frenzy, but Lord Abuyoshiki, who had been keeping an eye on the battlefield situation, finally realized his own stupidity after learning the battle situation through Raven messengers. If he acts on impulse, the Demon Slayer Corps will pay a heavy price for him. Muzan was surprised to find that among this pillar there was the breathing of the Sun's Yuichiro's grandson. That's awesome. However, although his grandson inherited the powerful genes of the successor country, he is far from reaching the level of Uni. Muzan said, "Sprinkle some water." Feeling tired of playing, Muzan kicked a pillar away. Although he used less strength, it was enough to cause him serious injuries. Then he grabbed a pillar and threw it high up, and it fell to the ground, losing its ability to fight. Seeing this, the only 2 remaining pillars roared and chopped over, but the blades were easily blocked by Muzan's whip, and he pushed one of them away and threw him to the ground. Only Yorichi's grandson was left. Muzan considered that if Yorichi became a demon, it might affect the little guy, so he didn't tell him about it. Instead, he tied him up with a pipe whip and patted his head regardless of his struggle. Tell Abuyoshiki not to bother me. He can't afford the price of being too willful. After saying that, he pushed him away. He walked back to the house leisurely and began to pack his things. What a joke. My home address is known by the enemy. Why are you still staying here? Let's move our things and leave early anyway. If he wants a house, just let Yanagisawa Kiyuki find one for him. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps could only watch unwillingly as the Demon King packed up his things and left leisurely. So angry. It's a pity for Muzan too. After all, he has lived there for dozens or even hundreds of years, so he should have some feelings for him. It's necessary to let Masahito Maraoka and Kinko Maraoka take some action and develop the Demon Slayer Corps. It is not allowed to carry swords or knives privately or to attack civilian armed groups. The shogunate is all his people. Muzan can't defeat the Demon Slayer Corps? But as long as he doesn't have the heart to kill Abuyoshiki, the Demon Slayer Corps will not disappear. Not to mention that Wuzan would not attack the family of his birth in Boss Se's memory. He would not kill a family that was so miserable. So he really doesn't have any way to stop the Demon Slayer Corps for the time being. Moreover, the Demon Slayer Corps can help Muzan kill some half-demons, so they are not completely useless. It can also provide employment opportunities, fog, for Yuichiro's grandson, Abuyoshiki residence. The 3 pillars who were seriously injured by Muzan, the one who was slightly injured, and several ordinary demon hunters who were affected were sent over and lay in a row of beds. The young head of the Abuyoshiki family visited all the people who were injured because of his impulsiveness, and learned of Muzan's warning. He fell into guilt. The only thing he was thankful for was that fortunately no one died in this operation. Although it was a good thing, he also sensed something was wrong and looked through the family records. After a day of research, Abuyoshiki was surprised to find that since more than 100 years ago, every time they went to encircle and suppress the Demon King, there were almost no casualties, and at most there were serious injuries. Why? In the future, he predicted, there would be no chance to kill Muzan. Perhaps the only task assigned to him was to pass on this task with all his strength and create an opportunity to kill the Demon King in the future. 3 years later, a warm afternoon, Muzan passed by Edo and went to visit Kamaji. Strangely, after knocking on the door for a long time, no one came to open it, until an old man next to him shouted at him, "Are you here to see Kamaji?" Wuzan turned around and nodded. "Isn't he at home?" The child was taken away by the people from the Suryu dojo. "Where is his father?"
Wuzan asked. The old man replied, his father went fishing and will be back in the evening. If you are looking for Kamaji, you can go to the Soryu dojo. Thank you very much.
Muzan thanked him and went to find the nearby Suru dojo. It seems that Kamaji has already met Master Keizo in Koyum. After passing through this area, the front was a little more prosperous with many dojos opened. The Sulia dojo occupied a large area and its location was also very conspicuous, so Muzan found it without much effort. At this time, the Sulia dojo seemed a little deserted, with withered yellow leaves falling outside the door. Compared to other dojos, there were some sounds of fighting and talking coming from inside. Recruitment advertisements were placed at the door, and people passed by from time to time, which made the Sulia dojo stand out. When some people from other dojos saw Muzan, they thought he was there to learn kung fu, and they excitedly surrounded him, trying to recruit him.
There are no disciples in the Soryu dojo, come to us. It's just like that there. Come to our kendo field. Wuzan was a little annoyed, his face looked a little unhappy. Get lost. A hint of aura was revealed, which suddenly startled the expressions of the group of people who had gathered around holding leaflets and shouting, and they dispersed in fear. He kept muttering, if you don't want to watch it, then don't watch it. Why are you scolding me, the real murderer? Muzan was really annoyed with these guys, so he broke away and walked towards the Sura dojo, stood outside the empty door and knocked. Soon, hurried footsteps were heard from inside. Squeak, the door was opened, and the person who opened the door was stunned when he saw Muzan outside, and then his face was full of surprise. Doctor?
Muzan had a smile on his face. Kamaji had grown taller at this time and was wearing a white Taoist robe, but his appearance had not changed much.
I'm passing by here and came to see you. How are you doing?
When Kamaji heard this, he couldn't help but think of Master Qingzong and Lian Xue.
A smile appeared on his face unconsciously.
He scratched his head embarrassedly and turned to look at Lian Xue, who was hiding behind the door and looking at the two of them. Seeing this, Muzan moved closer and patted his shoulder. Great, you found a girlfriend? No, Kamaji stepped back hastily, waving his hands in panic. Lian Xue is Master Qingzang's daughter. I am helping Master Qingzang take care of Lian Xue. Wuzan answered with an ambiguous tone.
Well, come in and have a cup of tea, it's already evening.
Wuzan shook his head. No, I have something else to do.
I just came to see you on the way. But I want to remind you, be careful of the nearby dojo, don't be poisoned. Kamaji was stunned. What does that mean? He knew that other dojo had always disliked them, but poisoning them? They can't deal with you and your master, but they can poison you. Protect Lian Xue well, especially at the critical moment. Don't take it lightly. Wuzan explained, then said, okay, I'm leaving now. Chapter 40 Kamaji's life. Muzan left.
Kamaji watched Muzan's figure cast a long shadow in the setting sun and gradually disappear, then he slowly closed the door. In his eyes, this doctor, whose name he had not known for a year, was very mysterious. He kindly helped him and cured his father's illness and then left. After 3 years, it suddenly appeared again. I never mentioned Lian Xue's name, but he seemed to know everything. He left a few words of reminder and left in a hurry. It was like the incarnation of God, coming and going in a hurry. Is it really that the gods took pity on him and came to help him? Kamaji couldn't understand, but I also took note of Wuzan's words. Be careful of other dojos, protect Lian Xue, and be careful of being poisoned. A few years later, Kamaji was 18 years old that night. Under the fireworks, Koyuki confesses her feelings to Kamaji. Kamaji then confessed to Koyuki without hesitation. He would become stronger than anyone else and protect her for the rest of her life. The full moon, the starry sky, and the blooming fireworks, reflecting the two people's figures in confession, witnessed this scene. A few days later, Kamaji wanted to go home to tell his father the news, but just as he was about to go home, the doctor's reminder kept appearing in Kamaji's mind, be careful of being poisoned. Kamaji seemed to understand something. He hurriedly turned back from the gym and shouted, Lian Xue, Master Qingzang, let's go to my house together. Lian Xue, who was scooping water to prepare for cooking, turned around and looked at Kamaji, who ran back and smiled, okay. In the evening, Kamaji's father came to the Sorya dojo with them to prepare for the wedding together, but as soon as he returned to the Sulia dojo, he found some dead birds lying in front of the well and beside the water tank, and there was even a dead sparrow floating in the water scoop. Kamaji's pupils shrank and he hurried over. He swallowed, grabbed a bird foraging by the wall, and let it drink the well water. The three of them came over with a puzzled look on their faces, and saw that the bird that drank the water died soon on the spot. The four of them understood that someone had poisoned the well. Lien Shui was filled with fear. If Kamaji had not allowed them to go with him, she and her father would probably have drunk the well water and died by now. Kamaji couldn't bear it anymore, so he threw down the water scoop and shouted, "It must be the nearby dojo. I'll go find them." Lien Shui grabbed Kamaji's hand and looked up at his face. "Don't be impulsive." Kamaji was furious. "They almost killed you." Master Qingzong held Kamaji's shoulder, his face somewhat serious. "We will investigate first, and then hand it over to the Commission for Discipline Inspection for handling." Kamaji was somewhat unwilling, so he gritted his teeth and nodded. The next day, the people from the Kendo Hall found that the people from the Sulia Taoist temple were safe and sound. They immediately realized that they had been exposed, but they did not panic. They just did not cause trouble again. A few days later, Kamaji and Koyuki got married. A week later, they found solid evidence and reported the Kendo Hall to the executive office, but unexpectedly, the Kendo Hall turned the tables. The Bugyo office simply lied with its eyes open, denying the evidence of Kamaharu and the others. Without saying a word, it imposed a punishment, demanding that the Surya Dojo give the dojo to the Kendo Hall as compensation, otherwise it would go to jail. Kamaji couldn't hold it in any longer, and he jumped up and kicked the official in the face. "I will kill you. Help! Catch him. You crazy dog." The official was kicked over and struggled and yelled, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Finally, Kamaji and Master Qizang left the magistrate's office with their clothes slightly disheveled and several knife marks on their arms. The two returned to the Sulia dojo, but they didn't dare to open the door for a moment, so they stood outside the door and looked at each other. "What should I do? If I hit someone from the enforcement office in the heat of the moment, I will definitely be sentenced and sent to jail. It's over." The four of them ran away. Just when the two were in great distress, squeak, the door was opened. Lien Shui looked at the two people outside the door, puzzled. "Why are you standing outside?" The two were a little embarrassed to talk, but Qingzong finally told the story. After hearing the whole story, Lien Shui was angry and worried, but the footsteps behind her reminded Lien Shui that there were guests at home. Muzan and Kamaji's father saw that Rin Shui had not come back since she went out to open the door, so he came out to check. Kamaji was surprised when he saw Muzan. "Doctor? I heard you guys say outside. What happened?" Wuzan asked. Qingzang also heard Kamaji mention a doctor who helped him a lot, but what puzzled Qingzang was that this doctor looked too young, didn't he? According to Kamaji's description, he must be at least 30 or 40 years old, but he looks about the same age as Kamaji. Kamaji told the story to Muzan and his father, and then said to Muzan worriedly, "Doctor, please leave quickly, otherwise you will be implicated when the enforcement department comes to arrest us. This damn enforcement office is in collusion with the Kendo Hall." Given their nature, once the doctor finds out that he is familiar with him, he will definitely not be let off. In a place like this, how to convict depends entirely on the mood of the law enforcement officers. Wuzan didn't care, he just nodded and said thoughtfully, "Oh, don't worry, I can handle it." Kamaji's long-standing impression of Muzan made him subconsciously feel that Muzan could really handle this matter, although it seemed ridiculous when he thought about it. After living for hundreds of years, Muzan no longer had any interest in pretending to be cool or showing off in front of others, so he simply informed Yanagisawa Kiyuki about the matter and let him handle it. This place is not too remote, so Yanagisawa Kiyuki can still handle it. While the four were waiting anxiously, 3 days later, they received news that almost all the staff of the executive office were dismissed and exiled for greed and bribery, and that someone was arrested for bribing the owner of the Kendo Hall, and the Kendo Hall was banned from operating. Muzan stayed in the Surya dojo for a few days. When Kamaji learned the news, he ran to Muzan in surprise and told him about it. "Doctor, how did you do that?" "My friend is just helping me." After staying for a few days, Muzan could no longer bear their overly respectful attitude and left quickly. They all felt that Muzan had done them too much good and they wanted to give themselves to him and treat him as a guest of honor. Wuzan said, "Subway, elderly people, and mobile phones." As time went by, Kamaji inherited the Surya dojo, which accepted several students and gradually began to thrive. Kamaji's father and Kizu also died one after another due to the passage of time. They passed away peacefully, watching their children being happy. More than 10 years later, the frail Lin Shui also came to the end of her life. Kamaji stayed by Lin Shui's bed with one of his children, watching her slowly close her eyes and her breathing become quiet. His children also inherited the dojo. Kamaji has good physical fitness and is still in good health even though he is over 40 years old. After experiencing a fulfilling life, the only thing he could not let go of was that he could not repay the kindness of the doctor who had helped him, and he didn't know where the doctor was now. "Are you still alive?" Kamaji suddenly wanted to find a doctor while he was still able to move. Chapter 41. Searching for Kamaji. Decades have passed, and the Demon Slayer Corps, which once became powerful because of the appearance of Yorichi, has fallen into silence again. When the last demon hunter with stripes died, the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps fell to its lowest point again. What's even more ridiculous is that even though Muzan Kibutsuji has lived in the sun for decades, the Demon Slayer Corps still believes that demons can only appear at night. In addition, for unknown reasons, the authorities have introduced several measures to suppress civilian armed organizations, and the Demon Slayer Corps' living space has been infinitely compressed. However, relying on the predictive ability of the Abuyoshiki family, the economic operations of the Abuyoshiki family remain unaffected, and the financial support of the Demon Slayer Corps has not changed. The Demon Slayer Corps has never realized that the ones they are now fighting with all their might are no longer Muzan and his demons, but half-demons who have low IQs but are largely similar to demons. On a hot summer day, a cool breeze blows by, the scorching sun was hanging high in the sky, and the high temperature kept the number of pedestrians on the street small. The 6 demon hunters were not wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms. Instead, they had the Nichiren swords hanging from their waists, hidden under their large Haori. A passerby with pale skin came hurriedly. The ghost hunter called out to the passersby, "Hello, can I ask where the hidden god forest is?" The passerby stopped, looked at them, and pointed to the mountain in the distance. "That's it." After saying that, the passerby hurried away. "Thanks." The ghost hunter thanked the passerby from behind and headed in the direction he pointed. The passerby suddenly stopped, looked at their figures, shook his head, and continued on his way. The passerby was none other than Muzan. Although he was no longer afraid of the sun was extremely scorching during this hot summer, and he felt dizzy without an umbrella. As for the purpose of the Demon Slayer Corps, Muzan naturally knew it. The hidden god forest is a small forest where a half-ghost appeared. He had just dealt with it. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were destined to make a wasted trip. Come to think of it, the ghost hunters he had seen during this period were really getting weaker than the last. The reason he came this time was because he heard that Kamaji was looking for him, so he wanted to get out and get some fresh air. He had been staying at home for decades, so it would be nice to see if there were any changes. By the way, look for Kamaji. I don't know where the child is now, but he should be in his 40s. I hope he is still alive when he finds Kamaji. Thinking of Kamaji's extremely strong physique, Muzan felt that there should be no problem. As it was getting dark, Muzan arrived at the Sorya dojo. Things are no longer the same. After knocking on the door, Wuzan stood outside and waited for a few seconds before a little child ran over to open the door. "What can I do for you? Is Kamaji here?" The child was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly shouted towards the dojo, "Father! Someone is looking for Grandpa." Wuzan was invited into the house, and a cup of tea was barely placed in it. The tea leaves slowly fell to the bottom of the cup, and only a few leaves were still floating on the water. "Are you the doctor's child?" The man sitting opposite Muzan asked urgently. "Ah." Although he didn't expect that Muzan was treated as his own son, he just accepted it. "Yes, where's Mr. Kamaji?" "My father left home a year ago to look for your father. He told me that if anyone came to look for him, they could look for him in the direction of sunset." "Thank you very much." Wuzan stood up and was about to say goodbye. The man subconsciously wanted to persuade her to stay, but seeing that Muzan had no intention of staying any longer, he didn't say much. Muzan picked up the paper umbrella that had been placed at the door, opened it and raised it up, his back getting farther and farther away. A few days later, Muzan headed west. When we arrived at a prosperous town, we checked into a hotel and got a room. Unexpectedly, he met members of the Demon Slayer Corps again on the roadside, but Muzan knew that there were no ghosts nearby, and he didn't find any half-ghosts either. There's no way he's been exposed, right? At this time, the 3 ghost hunters each ordered a bowl of ramen at a ramen restaurant on the roadside and were waiting to eat. Out of curiosity, Muzan also went over, ordered some ramen, and approached the ghost hunter. "Hello?" The ghost hunters were a girl and 2 boys. When they heard that Muzan seemed to be talking to them, one of the taller boys looked over and said, "Hello." Muzan asked curiously, "Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps?" The ghost hunter nodded, a look of alarm on his face. "What's wrong?" "As long as he wants to report it, he will be knocked out. The government has invested a lot of money to suppress civilian armed groups. If you report someone carrying a knife privately, you can get 300 taels of rice-based economy. It is equivalent to a warrior's income for half a year. So during this period, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps were also afraid of being reported. Seeing their alert expressions, Muzan understood what was going on and said hurriedly, "I won't report it. I just want to ask, is there a ghost nearby?" The ghost hunter breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We received a report that people have been dying strangely nearby. We suspect it may be caused by ghosts, but it may also be man-made." "I see." As they were talking, the ramen was ready. The ghost hunters took the ramen handed over by the boss, and Muzin's was also ready. "You know what, it's quite delicious." After saying goodbye to several ghost hunters, Muzin continued to look for Kamaji and also wandered around. As the night unfolded, in the bustling downtown area, Muzin suddenly felt something pressing against his back. He knew there was someone around him, but since the streets were full of people he didn't pay attention, but now he realized that someone had a knife against his back. The man grabbed Wuzun's wrist and threatened in a low voice, "Don't shout, go." Muzin also cooperated and followed the people who captured him. The surrounding environment became more and more desolate. The two walked out of the city and came to a dilapidated and abandoned house. Hearing the footsteps of the two people, several more people came out of the dilapidated house. Through the cracks in the door and broken windows, Wuzun saw the corpses thrown in the dilapidated house. "Hand over the money." Muzin is a foreigner who came from somewhere else, and he spent money lavishly all day long. In addition, he had no weapons and did not look like he was capable of resisting, so it was normal for him to attract attention that he was going to destroy the body after being robbed. Although there is no need to eat people, but the ones who are offered to you, after a while, help. Help! Don't kill me! A ghost! The last robber, who was terrified, crawling on the ground, trembling, crying, and running away, was swallowed up in one bite. Muzin's arm returned to its original shape. He glanced at the three ghost hunters who were hiding behind the wall and trembling uncontrollably, then pretended not to see them and walked away. Muzin was in a good mood after tasting the familiar taste after a long time, but he needed to remind Maruoka Masahiro, Maruoka Kinko, and others to improve the social atmosphere and develop the economy. It is not good to be robbed halfway. Muzin has a hunch and will find Kamaji soon. Chapter 42. System improvement. As he expected, while walking in the downtown, Wuzun was stopped by a surprised voice, "Doctor?" Muzin turned his head to look to the side, and saw a slightly older figure staring at him in surprise. There were tears in his eyes and he looked a little dazed. "Kamaji?" Wuzun asked tentatively. The elderly figure was dressed in gray-brown clothes, and his black hair mixed with gray still had his familiar hairstyle. "It's really you." Kamaji was surprised and ran towards him through the crowd. Muzin brought Kamaji to a restaurant, poured tea, and said with a smile, "I've been looking for you for a while." Kamaji, who is already over 40 years old, smiles like a child in front of Muzin, who looks only 20 years old. "I want to repay your kindness while I am still alive." Just as Kamaji finished speaking, hurried footsteps were suddenly heard outside. The footsteps approached quickly, and in a blink of an eye, 3 people rushed into the restaurant with knives in hand. "Evil ghost! Get away from here! He's a ghost!" The ghost hunter yelled and slashed at him with his knife. Muzin suddenly felt his interest was dampened and looked at Kamaji beside him. When he saw the doctor, who was exactly the same as before, he actually already had some guesses. At this moment, the doctor looked at the panicked crowd fleeing, but there was no fear on his face. The ghost hunter had already raised his knife and slashed towards Muzin. He also confirmed it. A ghost hunter grabbed Kamaji's wrist and tried to pull him away, shouting, "This guy is a ghost! Run!" Muzin stood up and blocked the sun blade with one hand, looking at Kamaji, who was grabbed by the demon hunter by the wrist, with no trace of fear on his face, and refused to leave, and his mood suddenly became much better, and he smiled. "Do you want to become a ghost?" Kamaji nodded firmly when the ghost hunter saw this. Although he didn't know the specific situation, he could obviously tell that this guy wanted to become a ghost. Without hesitation, he raised the knife and slashed at the two of them. "Kill the evil spirits." Muzin grabbed the Nichiren sword and pulled hard. Snap! The hard sunblade broke directly. Then he kicked one of the kids. "Don't make trouble." Muzin withdrew his gaze, his nails grew longer, and as Kamaji looked a little nervous, he poked one of his nails into his body pouch. Before Kamaji became a demon, he never imagined that becoming a demon would be so painful. Besides, why does it have to be stabbed in the head? The 3 ghost hunters watched the birth of a ghost, but they were so painful in the abdomen from being kicked that they couldn't get up at all and glared at Muzin fiercely. After seeing this scene, how could they not know that this guy was the Demon King Kibutsuji? Muzin, Kamaji, who has regained his youthful appearance, also seems to have regained his youthful mentality. He comes to the Infinite Castle with Muzin and looks around curiously. "From now on, you should be called Akaza. This will be a farewell to your old self." Akaza nodded, "Okay."
Wuzan added, as a ghost, I won't let you work yourself to death, but I have a request. Hearing this, Akaza's face turned serious. He listened carefully to what Muzan would ask and would do his best to fulfill it. You must recognize all the characters. Akaza? What did you say? Okay, I'll send you to Kokashibo first, and learn from him. Kokashibo, please find me something to do. I still need to practice with my sword. From that day on, Akaza began his hard study time. Kokashibo was unwilling to care about him and simply threw the book to him and didn't pay much attention to him. He would only come over from time to check on him and deal with the accumulated problems. Akaza, I want to cry. God knows that to become a ghost you need to be able to read. After several years, Akaza finally passed Muzan's assessment, extremely painful that he thought that becoming a demon meant working for Muzan and he would not hesitate to do anything. After all, even though Muzan is the king of demons, he still leaves a very good impression on him. He believes that Muzan would never do anything evil and is determined to repay his gratitude with his infinite life, but I never expected that the first step to repaying a favor was to learn to read. You can ask me to fight, quarrel, and even kill. I have been honing myself all my life, and you ask me to learn from you, crying my heart out. Really, however, in the past few years, he has not only learned to read, but also mastered the blood vampire arts, destruction and killing, strengthened his will to become stronger, and understood some strange rules between ghosts. For example, Muzan likes people to call him boss. Of course, calling him Muzan-sama is also fine. Wuzan likes to poke people in the head. Ghosts are not afraid of the sun, so go out and bask in the sun bravely. It's okay not to eat people, just eat well. There is a kind of ghost that is not under Muzan's control, a half-ghost. Kill them if you meet them, this kind of thing. Soon, all the ghosts received Muzan's notice. Muzan established some systems, although they were of little use. At most, those with special titles would be given the right to create demons by Muzan. Apart from that, it was just a title, but it also aroused the competitive spirit among the demons. The first one is the 12 ghost months. It is divided into upper and lower strings. 6 people each. Kokashibo Ei ascended to the rank 1, Akaza ascended to the rank 2, and whoever else wants to be a rank 1 can apply to the Infinite Castle. After becoming one of the 12 demon moons, one can be challenged at any time and a bloody battle of position swapping will begin. The losers will be replaced, and Yuichiro Tsujikuni was given the title of Sealing. Tsugumi Yuichiro, Muzan, are you seriously ill? And the star string was established, especially for powerful auxiliary personnel. Tamayo, Narum, Yanagisawa Noriyuki, Maruoka Kinko, and Maruoka Masahiro were given the name star strings. In fact, Tsujikoku Yashiichi, Kokashibo, and Tamayo did not want to play with Muzan, but they still gave Muzan face. Wuzan, then I also want to thank you. In short, at this point, the system among ghosts has been perfected. However, considering that Tamayo and Yanagisawa Noriyuki were still busy with the wisteria flowers, and everyone else was doing their own things, Muzan did not make a fuss and call all the list personnel to Infinite Castle for a boring meeting. Infinite City. Muzan pointed at Akaza, who had passed the cultural test, and taught Kagetsuki Chiyu, who refused to learn. Look at him. He has learned all the characters after just a few years of study. How can you, a ghost who is hundreds of years old, not give me some peace of mind? Gingyue Qianyu looked like he was called out by the teacher for a lecture. He lowered his head and said nothing. Muzan also realized that he was willing to admit his mistakes and would never change. It's better not to waste time. That he looked at Akaza and said, I'll leave him to you. Teach him to read. He glared at Yu Qianyu with glasses again. Don't even think about leaving Infinite City if you can't read. Miracle, if he uses illusions, teach him a lesson. Mingnu nodded. After giving the order, Muzan left Infinite City. Akaza and Gingyue Qianyu were left staring at each other in bewilderment. Akaza was confused. He had finally learned all the characters after years of hard work, and now he had to teach others. Hey, the bad student. Gingyue Qianyu scratched his head and looked at Akaza embarrassedly. Chapter 43. Little Ming Girl. Muzan has always been resentful of those few guys who refused to raise the overall knowledge level of the demons, and Kagami Chiyu is one of the most difficult ones for him to deal with, and now it's thrown to Akaza, who has to work hard to teach. To be honest, he is the only one left now. As long as he can read, the knowledge level of the ghosts will be declared that all of them can read. An obsessive compulsive person. This time, in the room arranged by Mingnu, Gingyue Chiyu was sharing the common sense among demons with Akaza. Muzan is actually a very cowardly person, he said, and looked around cautiously. After confirming that Muzan was too lazy to pay attention to him, he boldly complained at sharing experience with newcomers. If you want to complain about him, just make sure he doesn't notice it. But I've been beaten several times.
I don't know why he insisted on making me learn to read. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the pain of being hit on the head by Muzin, and touched the top of his head. He always pretends to be gentle, but in fact he is very cruel and not serious. He is the one who distorted the morals among the ghosts. Akaza was also somewhat interested, so he put down the book that he didn't really want to read and listened to him. Akaza's reaction further sparked his interest in talking. Let me tell you, if you are short of money, you can look for Naruto or Asanuma Shizuji. Naruto can communicate with all the ghosts and help the boss manage the money. But I warn you, if you ask for too much, you will be beaten. It is better to make money by yourself. Speaking of his dark history, Jingyue Qianyu was not polite. Several decades ago, I asked Naruto for too much money, so I was beaten up by Naruto and Muzin, and then I started making money on my own. It's really stingy. Speaking of Mingnu, he added, by the way, if you are in danger in the future and can't fight, just shout Mingnu for help, and she will teleport you to the Infinite City. But the boss said that it is better to break the limit, so that you don't have to worry about being beheaded and more. Jingyue Qianyu was talking excitedly. He had finally found a ghost who could patiently listen to his imparting of experience. He opened the valve all of a sudden and became excited when he suddenly realized that something was wrong with Akaza's expression. The voice stopped abruptly, and he turned his head stiffly to look behind him, forcing a smile that was uglier than crying. Boss, did you hear everything? Wuzan smiled and said, what do you think? Then, Akaza saw Muzin smash his friend's head with one punch, and the friend's head quickly recovered and watched Muzin disappear with a smile. Akaza couldn't help but gasp. It turned out that he still couldn't adapt to the customs among ghosts. Why do you always blow your head off? His impression of Muzin was shattered in an instant. Aren't you in pain? Jingyue Qianyu touched the newly grown head. It's okay. Ghosts have a low sense of pain. They only feel pain when they are cut by the Nichiren sword or the He sword, or when they absorb the boss's blood. It's so painful. Usually, if a head or arm is lost, they will just feel a little bit at most. Akaza, no wonder you have no remorse at all after being beaten so many times. But Akaza, why did you suddenly become upper rank too? I don't think I'm weak either, so why can't I do it? How about we have a fight? Then, Kagemizuki Chiyu, who actually didn't have much combat power and had a very long pre-blood demon technique, was killed instantly by Akaza. Muzin discovered a guy who looked like a character in the plot. There was a little guy in the fishing village who did weird art. He always tortured fish and stuck the fish carcasses to the pot, and both of his parents died in the process of fishing. Muzin knew this guy Yuhu, and just like Hantengu, there was nothing worth being moved about, but this is his chance to verify the existence of the power of plot from time to time. After all, he is an upper-rank demon in the original work, and is considered a key character. If he doesn't turn Yuhu into a demon, will the power of the plot allow him to become a demon? In the following period of time, he stopped Yuhu from killing the child who laughed at him, but he also saw the child being beaten by Yuhu. Then, Muzin discovered that a half-ghost appeared. With a clear goal, he walked straight towards the jade pot. Muzin, who was hiding behind the house, saw Bangi cut his wrist and let the blood flow to Yuhu, who was beaten black and blue, to drink it. This basically allows Muzin to confirm that the so-called power of plot does exist. Muzin would not watch the half-ghost leave from his sight, and at the same time verify the strength of the power of the plot. Muzin rushed out suddenly, and the whip behind him instantly pierced into the half-ghost's body. The half-ghost obviously didn't expect that Muzin, the Ghost King, would hide behind the house and attack him secretly. I was caught off guard. Directly penetrated. Muzin did not bring the Nichiren sword. Even though he was a half-demon, he was actually born because of his blood. Although he was out of control, Muzin still had the ability to kill him. His arm turned into a giant mouth and swallowed Yuhu, who had just turned into a ghost, in one gulp. Yuhu watched his savior being eaten. He was so scared that he got up from the ground and ran away. At the same time, he shouted for help, tears streaming down his face with fear, but Yuhu had just turned into a ghost at this time, so he was naturally not very strong. He was caught up by Muzin in an instant and was swallowed up with a terrified look and screams. This jade pot actually has intelligence. Moreover, the other half-ghost that was eaten by Muzin just now also has some intelligence. You know, most of the half-ghosts he met were fools with nothing in their brains, but Yuhu just happens to be intelligent. This half-ghost is more like a tool of the power of the plot, but this mysterious force obviously has no self-awareness and will only make adjustments based on changes, at most a little ahead of time. But that is only at the level of artificial intelligence. Its form is more like the so-called destiny, but more powerless. Moreover, it seems that the more it is related to Tanjiro. And the final outcome, the greater the influence, but some settings must be taken into consideration.
If he deliberately changes it, the power of the plot will be of no use. The biggest impact at present is the appearance of the half-demon, which has made it almost impossible for Muzan to detect the half-demon. So the Demon Slayer Corps has always believed that the demons under Muzan are the ones who eat people, maintain the influx of fresh blood into the Demon Slayer Corps. But Muzan knew that if he could deal with the so-called curse of the Abuyoshiki family, he would solve the problem of the Demon Slayer Corps, and then deal with the half-demons. He didn't believe it. What else could the power of the plot do? After dealing with the half-ghost matter, Muzan returned to the Infinite Castle and found that Mingnu was covering her eyes and giving earnest instructions to Akaza. The boss's rules must not be violated, and innocent people must not be killed indiscriminately, otherwise you will be fired, which is very miserable. As he spoke, he realized that Muzan had arrived and quickly shut up. She returned to the platform holding a pipa, knelt on the ground and nodded slightly, as if nothing had happened. Wujan, you little Ming girl have two faces, right? Chapter 44, Doma joins the gang 1 year later. Infinite City. Jinghua Chenyu acted like Fan Jin had passed the imperial examination, waving the paper high in the air, running around like crazy and shouting, I'm free. I passed. Ha 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 ha. Wuzan pressed down the head of Fan Jin, who jumped in front of him. Calm down. Xianyu struggled to break free for a few times but couldn't. He stopped listlessly, turned his head to look at Wuzan, then laughed. Boss, can you let me go first? Snap. Xianyue fell to the ground, quickly got up from the ground, and said seriously, Boss, I also want to become one of the 12 demon moons. Muzan can read the consciousness of ghosts. How could he not know what Chiyu is thinking? Don't you just want to have some fun? He wants to join in the fun of everything. He's just a pure fun-loving person. To be honest, more than 1,000 blood demon arts are not combat type, and the 12 demon moons are still not strong enough with his strength, but in terms of auxiliary, it can be said to be very strong. Although the pre-swing is long, the role it can play is very significant. Wuzan thought for a moment and said, don't even think about the 12 demon moons. Xingxian can give you a place. Xianyu had only mentioned it casually, not expecting Lord Muzan to take his words seriously, but now he was a little surprised. Great. Thank you, boss. As soon as he finished speaking, he winked at Mingnu and asked her to send him out quickly. I'm afraid that Wuzan will regret it. Mingnu glanced at her boss and lightly plucked the pipa strings. With a slight sound, more than 1,000 people were sent out. Doctor. Master Muzan, why do you require us to learn to read? Although Akaza went through the most difficult process of learning to read, they still had to keep learning according to Muzan's request. Aren't they ghosts? A ghost that is ferocious, powerful, and prestigious in this regard. Wuzan was naturally too lazy to explain. I am happy to do so. Akaza, well, you are the boss and you have the final say. By the way, since you don't have anything to do for the time being, go to Maruoka Masahito and give him a hand. He's having some problems. Maruoka Masahiro and his companions are already very old, and in order to conceal their identities as ghosts, they disguise themselves to look gradually older over time. But being in a high position for a long time is bound to cause dissatisfaction among some people, and as things develop, there will be some resistance from some short-sighted guys. It's a good opportunity for Akaza to go over and cooperate, and also for Maruoka Masahito and others to make the transition and change into new identities. Akaza had heard about Maruoka Masahito and Maruoka Kinko over the past year, but he was just a fighter, so how could he help them? But he couldn't disobey Muzan's order, so he asked in confusion, Lord Muzan, what do you need me to do? Muzan waved his hand, I don't know either, just ask Maruoka Masahiro when the time comes. After saying that, Mingnu understood Muzan's meaning. With a clang sound, Akaza was forcibly sent out and directly to the vicinity of Maruoka Masahiro. Suddenly I appeared in an unfamiliar environment. The gentle sunshine was shining on the street, a few pedestrians were passing by in a hurry, and magnificent buildings stood in front of me. Akaza looked up at the huge building in front of him and swallowed silently. The door was pushed open and a young woman ran out. She looked around for a few times and caught sight of Akaza. She showed a happy expression and ran over. You are Akaza-sama, right? Yes. Akaza answered subconsciously, then realized, had Lord Muzan already given the order? The woman said with a professional smile, Master Maruoka, please come over. Follow me. As the woman walked into the building, she pushed open the door of a room. There was an elderly man sitting in the room, and he smiled when he saw him. After the woman left, the room was dark, and the old man stood up to lock the door. Please sit down. Seeing Akaza sitting down, he asked, You are the Akaza that Master Muzan mentioned, right? Right. Akaza has already sensed the breath of a ghost from the person in front of him. This is a very mysterious thing that humans may not be able to distinguish, but as fellow ghosts, they can clearly feel it. Of course, it could also be Lord Muzin's operation. Another 10 years passed in a hurry, and Muzin always felt that as he grew older, time passed faster and faster. It feels like 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye, but since he is immortal, it doesn't matter. A few years later it was already 1670. What made Muzin realize the passage of time was the appearance of a new character in the plot, Doma. He had never thought of turning Doma, a pure and funny person with no emotions, into a ghost like in the plot, but perhaps it was due to the power of plot. That guy met a funny person like him, and immediately felt like he had met a close friend, just like Boya meeting Ziki. The same goes for Doma. Faced with the invitation from Chiyuki, who is also a fun-loving guy, he, who has no emotions, naturally does not think that ghosts are scary creatures. In the plot, he had inexplicably asked Muzin to let him become a demon, so now facing the invitation, he naturally accepted it with pleasure. One is willing to fight, the other is willing to be beaten. When an adulterer meets a whore, they hit it off immediately, so Muzin, who had never paid much attention to his subordinate, suddenly noticed that there was a ghost. Take a closer look. Wow, it's Doma. After thinking about the memories from hundreds of years ago before the time travel, Muzin sorted out Doma's achievements in the original work: Kene, death, Shinobu Kocho, die you fucking pig, died out a master at stirring up hatred. Then, Doma and Chiyu were suddenly teleported to the Infinite Castle. More than 1,000? Doma saw the famous demon king Muzin Kibutsuji and gave an obviously fake smile. Lord Muzin. Xianyu looked around and found the figure of Lord Muzin standing on the railing, with a puzzled look on his face. Lord Muzin, what's the matter? Apart from Naruto and Muzin, there seemed to be only two of them in the Infinite Castle. Why did the boss call them over? Muzin jumped off the railing and landed in front of Chiyu and a curious-looking Doma. Can he read? More than 1,000. How could Doma, who was known since childhood as being able to communicate with gods and listen to people's complaints in the Eternal Paradise religion, learn to read? Xianyu had already anticipated what Muzin was going to say next, and listened to Muzin's sentence with a look of death: teach him to read. When he learns all the characters, he can leave Infinite City. Also, explain the rules to him. Don't let me clean up the mess. Watching the boss leave, Chiyu looked like she was about to cry. She looked listless and patted Doma, who was showing a fake smile beside her. We are finished. Whether we can be free depends on you. Doma looked puzzled. Why did Master Muzin ask for literacy? He's happy to do so. Xianyu pouted unhappily. I've already said that the boss must be completely different from what you imagined. Wuzan didn't pay any more attention to the two of them. As for Doma, Muzin doesn't know whether his twisted personality is simply due to his lack of emotions or is caused by his experiences. After all, the absence of emotion does not mean the absence of wisdom. The influence of memory will not disappear with emotion. At most, the influence will fade, but at this time, Doma was already 14 or 15 years old, and he had already accepted the complaints of the believers and watched his parents die. He had unknowingly placed himself in a position that was void and superior to others, and the so-called salvation began to take shape. But it's just the beginning. Doma, who has not yet eaten humans wantonly, is not as hopeless as in the original novel. Chapter 45 gets started. But even so, Muzin is not proficient in how to educate a child who has grown up crooked. The key is that this guy has no emotions. Forget it, let Doma's affairs take their own course. Then, 2 years later, when Muzin just arrived at the Infinite Castle, he saw Doma approaching Akaza with a smile. Akaza had a gloomy face and wished he could smash his head with one punch. Chiyu looked at him awkwardly. After all, it was he who found Doma, and in fact, when he was learning to read, Chiyu had already recognized Akaza as his elder brother. Mr. Akaza, you are so cold. Lord Muzin is here. Doma smiled and looked in the direction where Muzin appeared. In the original work, Muzin didn't like Doma very much, and he doesn't like Doma now either. This guy has a fake smile on his face. Lord Muzin, I finally see you again after 2 years. Although Doma said this, Muzin had already seen through his heart and was very disrespectful to him. I don't understand Muzin's request, and even think that Muzin's behavior is stupid. Why can't he eat people at will? Humans are fragile and stupid, only by eating them can they be freed from their suffering, and he always thought Xianyu was childish, and in Akaza's eyes, not eating women is incomprehensible. This time, Akaza also noticed that Muzin's face was not looking good, and glared at Doma with a gloomy face. Shut up! Doma immediately looked aggrieved,
but actually he didn't feel anything inside. In addition to Muzan, Doma, Senyu, and Akaza, Tamayo and Yanagisawa Noriyuki also came to the Infinite Castle. Compared to their playfulness, Tamayo and Yanagisawa Noriyuki were much more stable and just watched them play from the side. As for the reason why they gathered in Infinite City this time, it was because of Tamayo.
Because the current technological development is almost non-existent, Tamayo's task is
naturally impossible to accomplish. But she is not a fool, so she discussed it with Yanagisawa Kiyuki. The two hit it off immediately. To do technology, thanks to the influence of their boss, the two of them already had this understanding, so they came up with this idea. But everything requires an economic foundation. So, the two of them had the idea to create products through their exploration, thereby creating economic value. But this requires manpower. When Muzan learned about this, he didn't expect that their minds could be so broad, and out of curiosity, he readily agreed. Senyu, Doma and the others were just free, so they were called over. As for Akaza, to be honest, Muzan didn't trust Senyu and the others, so he let Akaza take the lead. After 2 years of being influenced by them, Akaza still didn't understand much, but he understood something. Speaking of which, Doma is indeed a genius, both in combat and in other aspects. It only took him a few months to learn to read, which made Chiyu very happy. In short, Lucier Pharmaceutical was established at this point. Muzan's original intention was that he felt it was quite interesting and wanted to play with it. Moreover, isn't it too advanced to name it Lucier Pharmaceutical? But what no one expected was that 5 years later, Lucier Pharmaceuticals became more and more famous and became one of the best pharmaceutical factories in the country. At Tamayo's instruction, the young Doma's eternal paradise was thrown aside, and the original believers either became employees or left the church. As for the current situation, it seems natural when you think about it. Among the hundreds of demons, although they cannot be said to be united, they are working together and obey Muzan's orders. On the official side, there are Masahito Maruoka, Kinko Maruoka, and Shizuji Asanuma. In addition, they are already supporting business and technology. Tamayo and the others have accumulated knowledge that ordinary people don't have over a long period of time, plus the support of Muzan. The current situation is reasonable and logical. So, this scene happened. A man in formal attire pushed open the door of the conference room. In the conference room, Doma was sitting in the main seat in a formal suit with a fake smile on his face, while Akaza was sitting beside him shaking his legs with an unhappy look on his face. Seeing the door open, Doma stood up with a businesslike smile. Hello. The visitor was a member of the Abuyoshiki family, Abuyoshiki Tenii. He came on behalf of the Demon Slayer Corps to discuss the price of large-scale purchases of medicinal herbs from Yanagi. Hello. I have to say that Doma is still quite awesome. Under Tamayo's deliberate guidance and the influence of Muzan's blood on the character of demons, although his personality is still unpleasant, his three views are gradually becoming normal. While at Lucier Pharmaceutical, after several years of learning, he gradually took on important responsibilities and became one of the leaders of Lucier Pharmaceutical. However, some ideas will not change. For example, he thinks people are stupid and ridiculous. He also yearns for love, and he has contempt for almost everyone except himself. When Muzan learned that Doma was discussing the price of the medicine with the Demon Slayer Corps, he looked strange. The Demon Slayer Corps is here to ask the upper ranks to buy medicine, right? Interesting. No, he wants to go and see. Muzan excitedly ran to the corridor outside the conference room door, and there were more than 1,000 people following Muzan to watch the fun. When Doma was smiling and seeing off the Demon Slayer Corps members from the meeting room, Abuyoshiki Taniya walked past Muzan and Chiyu and glanced at them. Wuzan responded with a smile. The atmosphere here is quite good, we can cooperate for a long time. Abuyoshiki Taniya was talking to Doma as their figures walked away in the corridor. The internal environment of this so-called Lucier Pharmaceutical was also very good, which gave him a very good impression. Wuzan and Shinyu looked at each other and wanted to laugh. Akaza was still shaking his legs in dissatisfaction inside, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Muzan's figure and stood up excitedly. Lord Muzan. As he spoke, he quickly walked out of the meeting room, with a painful expression on his face, and pleaded, Lord Muzan, let me do something else. Doma really deserves a beating. This, Muzan can understand Akaza. After all, he had seen Akaza's experiences from his memories. Even if the current Doma is no match for Akaza and his values are not so twisted, the problem is that he still lacks. She puts on a fake smile every day, and as soon as she sees Akaza, she comes up to him and says, Sir Akaza, I missed you so much. And Akaza doesn't know much about related matters. Doma always comes up and says, Sir Akaza, you can't do it, let me do it. You will never be able to learn it, Lord Akaza. Undisguised sarcasm, he puts on a fake smile and thinks he has a good relationship with her, but his eyes are full of disdain. Things like this are extremely infuriating that he now wants to go back to Maruoka Masahito and kill some troublemakers for him. Let it vent. Muzan thought that it was indeed time to move Akaza to another place.
Since Doma was under Tamayo's supervision, he would not do anything out of line.
Lord Muzan, I miss you so much. At the corner of the corridor, Doma came over with a smile on his face. At this moment, he was holding a female corpse with one arm missing. The corners of her mouth and arms were covered in blood.
He walked over and tore off an arm. Lord Muzan, would you like to try it? Girls' bodies are very nutritious. Wuzan looked unhappy. Can't you be more careful when eating?
There are more than just ghosts in Lushur Pharmaceutical. Doma pouted in grievance and looked at Akaza. Lord Akaza, would you like to eat something? Akaza glared at him grimly, knowing that he doesn't eat women. It's not that Muzan doesn't mind Doma eating people at will, but as a demon, Doma still doesn't want to die. Plus, his thoughts have changed slightly, so he does abide by the rules. The corpse in his hand was just a scumbag who was killed casually, but the male accomplice had been eaten up in a few bites. After all, the food menu has been reduced now, and being picky about food is still a bit of a luxury. I can only save the girl I like for later and enjoy her slowly. Doma blatantly ate while walking, which made Muzan a little unhappy. You can eat whatever you want by yourself. If you eat here like this, it will cause trouble for Tamayo and the others. Doma didn't completely ignore Muzan's words. He finished his meal quickly in a few bites and took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth.
Don't worry, Master Muzan. Now all the humans have gone back to rest. Only we ghosts are left. Akuza-sama.
As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone's anxious shout. The four ghosts on the scene all looked over at Doma. Smiled. Chapter 46. Doma runs to Yukuko. The visitor was an ordinary human being, just a gatekeeper. The security guard was an ordinary human being, but he was stared at by four ghosts. Even though he didn't know that the guys in front of him were all ghosts, he inexplicably felt a sense of fear, but it was only for a moment.
He just thought it was the embarrassment caused by being watched by so many people.
He came to his senses and noticed that Doma-sama was also there, looking at him with an unhappy smile.
He hurriedly said, Doma-sama.
In Yanagi Pharmaceutical, everyone knows that although Doma-sama is always smiling and Akaza-sama is always in a bad mood, in fact, it is Akaza-sama who is more likely to talk. Doma's smile always looks fake, which is a bit scary. After greeting Doma, the guard looked at Akaza and said with a worried tone, there was a little child kneeling at the door begging for medicine, saying he wanted to save his mother. Upon hearing this, Akaza subconsciously thought of how he once knelt in front of others to beg for medicine in order to save his father, but was ruthlessly thrown out and sometimes even beaten. I felt touched for a moment and said, take me there. The guard seemed relieved when he heard this. He also wanted to help the child, but he was powerless, so he hurriedly led the way. Wuzan followed curiously. Doma wanted to follow, but was glared at by Akaza and was forced to stop. Doma, oh, if you don't want me to follow, then don't let me. Why are you being so fierce? The guard almost ran to the side door with the two of them. A skinny little guy in tattered clothes was kneeling on the ground. His unkempt hair was hanging down in a mess, partially covering his face, but the wet tear marks on the ground showed that he had just cried. He heard the noise, looked up and saw them, as if he had found a life-saving straw, and hurriedly knelt forward, kowtowing and crying, please have mercy on me and save my mother. She is dying. Akaza bent down, grabbed his arm and helped him up. Don't worry, come in and talk.
Muzan looked around.
Because it was a side door, there were almost no people here. He had to say that this kid was quite sensible. If it was at the main entrance, although he could take advantage of the sympathy of the crowd and there might be a glimmer of hope to force them to help him, but it was not certain what would happen to him in the end. After all, saving one person requires saving countless people, and no one wants to set this precedent. But in a place like this, there aren't many people, so it won't have much of an impact, although you may be directly ignored or even encounter danger. It is undeniable that this makes people feel good. It is also possible that this child knew in advance that the people in Lushur Pharmaceutical are more kind-hearted. Muzan was very confident about what Akaza would do, so he did not follow him. At this moment, he was attracted by what Doma saw. After finishing the discussion with the Demon Slayer Corps, Doma naturally ran out to have fun. As a demon who has a preference for women, he would naturally run to places where women gather. For example, Uguo. It is worth mentioning that this place is called Rashomen's Other Shore. Xinggu is one of the buildings that handles the business here at Yugwa. Through Doma's perspective, Muzin saw the white-haired girl in the Oiran's room inside the Aoya and the black-haired boy who threw away his sickle and ran in excitedly. The boy was wearing cyan clothes, and from his exposed chest one could see that he was skinny, his body was slightly deformed, his face was covered with black spots, and his hair was messy. The girl was extremely beautiful, with blue pupils against her fair skin. She was wearing light pink clothes, and because she was in the Qinggu, she was dressed very beautifully, like a fairy from Earth. Muzin was certain that she was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his hundreds of years of life. It can also be confirmed that this is Daki, that is, Xiaomei. I have to say, this is even more beautiful than what I saw in the anime. An indescribable feeling that seems to perfectly fit all the characteristics of beauty. At this time, Doma was standing on a roof not far away, looking at the brother and sister with a smile. He also liked beautiful women, so they must be delicious. Such a woman should merge with him and live forever together. He should redeem this poor person, but unfortunately, Lord Muzin doesn't seem to like his redemption. Just like looking at meat and eating vegetables, Doma was in a good mood when he watched the Oiran eating the food he had just grabbed. If we talk about the person who was most active in cannibalism, it must be Doma. Asa being without much emotion, eating should be one of the few enjoyments he has. It is also his way of exercising salvation and finding the meaning of life, but in fact, ghosts are still ghosts. Even if they have eaten blue-red spider lilies, are no longer afraid of sunlight, and can eat normal food, they are still man-eating ghosts. Compared to food, not to mention its lower nutritional value and inability to improve strength, its appeal is far inferior. Humans are absolutely more attracted to ghosts than anything else. Wuzan came to Yugwa that he wanted to see if he could adopt the two children. After all, I was moved for a while when I watched the anime. I discussed with others in comments and forums how miserable they were and how much they wanted to be saved. Some people even wrote stories like, if they joined the Demon Slayer Corps. From Doma's perspective, these two children should be around 10 years old. From this perspective, Mei is really miserable. No matter how beautiful she is forced to do miserable things in Yugwa to make a living. We can also see from the way she died in the original book that it was not as easy as imagined. Doma, who was sitting on the roof, saw Muzin and, not caring about the shocked looks of others, jumped down in one step and ran to Muzin with a smile. Lord Muzin, did you come here specifically to see me? Wuzhan, no, don't block the way. Wuzhan grabbed his shoulders and pulled him aside. Doma suddenly looked aggrieved, covering his face with his hands, with non-existent tears flashing in his eyes. Although he could predict Doma's behavior, Muzin still couldn't help showing an expression. Subway, old man, mobile phone.jpg. Seeing that Muzin didn't want to pay attention to him, Doma resumed his smiling expression and followed Muzin, who was about to leave. Lord Muzin, do you also want to save the poor people here, eat them, and become one with us, granting them eternal life? Muzin ignored Doma, who was following him and nagging him non-stop. Although Doma may have some understanding under the subtle influence of Tamayo and his blood, his essence will not change. In addition, Doma already has almost complete ideas at this time, and changing him is a very difficult thing. Muzin doesn't want to bother with that, but he does have a way, and Doma is not like a robot with nothing. He is a fun-loving person who likes to have fun and will actively pretend to have emotions. Also in the original work, Doma's so-called deformed love for Shinobu Kocho at the end shows that he is not completely without anything in terms of feelings, and when his disguise was torn off by Kaneo, he was furious. Yugwa is actually a gathering place for the flesh trade, and it was already dusk. When Muzin and Doma behind him approached the blue house, an enthusiastic little girl ran over. Muzin moved his feet and safely avoided her touch, and the little girl suddenly hugged Doma, who didn't want to avoid her at all. Doma pretended to be shy. In fact, I felt nothing inside, and even had a little appetite. Chapter 47. I will kill you if you dare to bully her. In fact, before he traveled through time, the original Muzin had done almost everything. So, Muzin, who inherited the original memory, walked into the blue house with ease. Seeing the lady boss running over, he took out a handful of money without saying a word. Send the courtesan over here. The proprietress took the money and immediately smiled happily. She responded with a few flattering words and hurriedly ran to call Xiaomei. She knew that the little girl was a cash cow. She is so attractive at such a young age. Won't she be very profitable when she grows up? Muzin and Doma were taken into separate rooms. Doma threw the little girl aside and left the room to find Muzin. It doesn't look like it can be eaten, so why are you helping it? Looking at Doma, who ran in excitedly, Muzin was really impatient. You were so idle. can you please stop following me? Doma saw that Master Muzin had a gloomy expression, so he ran in shamelessly and sat on the tatami without any hesitation. He looked at Muzin, who was sitting on the other side, and said with a smile, Master Muzin, why do you look so unhappy? Call after he finished speaking, Muzin let out a long breath, and his originally gloomy expression gradually turned into a fake smile like Doma's. He stood up, walked a few steps to Doma, and mentioned him without saying a word. Doma? Open the window and throw it out with all your strength, Doma. Miserable man. Ah, it feels good. Muzin looked at Doma's figure disappearing into the horizon along with the setting sun. A smile of satisfaction appeared on his face and he sat back on the tatami comfortably. You can't be nice to people like Doma and Chiyu, otherwise they will definitely become more and more aggressive and buzz around you. Soon, Xiaomei was brought in by the proprietress. This gentleman specially asked you to come here. You must serve him well and don't ruin his mood. Xiaomei stood in front of Muzin with an expressionless face, and there was even a hint of dissatisfaction in her eyes. If it weren't for this guy, she could have stayed with her brother a little longer. Seeing Xiaomei like this, the proprietress could only smile and say, this child is always like this, please don't mind it. Muzin didn't say anything, but stood up, walked to Xiaomei, and touched her head. It feels good. Xiaomei let Wuzan touch her head casually with a cold face. Wukan smiled, squatted down and looked at Xiaomei. I will adopt you. Xiaomei? Past customers came only for her beauty, and since she was the most beautiful courtesan, it was not easy to redeem her. She looked into Muzin's eyes, which did not contain the ugly desire of those guests. No need. Xiaomei refused outright, just wanting to deal with this guy quickly. The proprietress was also a little unhappy. Sir, this child is our most beautiful girl. Wuzan glanced at her, then looked at Xiaomei and stroked her snow-white hair. Together with your brother, I'll adopt both of you, and you won't be hungry or bullied anymore. How about that? Although Xiaomei, who is only 10 years old, always looks cold under the guidance of Jifutaro, she is just a simple little girl, having been hungry and cold since childhood. The words of no misery are very tempting, and I can still be with my brother. Xiaomei's expression softened a little. I want to ask my brother. Okay, let's go find your brother. Wuzan stood up, and the proprietress beside him hurriedly said, Sir, this is not a good idea. As he said that, he quickly stopped Xiaomei, who was about to take Muzin to find the prostitute Futaro, and grabbed her wrist roughly. Asa Ghost King with many ghosts under his command and a lot of money, Muzin took out a sum of money that made the proprietress' eyes widen. The magic of money made the proprietress let go immediately, and her originally dissatisfied expression suddenly became flattering and surprised. Sir, I will take you to find his brother now. Where's the indenture? Wuzan looked at her. You don't think this huge sum of money is a tip, do you? This is the money for redemption. Having money doesn't mean he will spend money lavishly. Besides, Wuzan doesn't want to give more money to a boss lady who doesn't care about human life for money. I'll get it right away. The proprietress ran upstairs to get the contract of sale. Wuzan looked down at Xiaomei and said, Let's go. Xiaomei nodded and found the prostitute Taro, who had already left and was walking on the street with a sickle in his hand and looking vicious. When Jifutaro heard the approaching footsteps behind him, he clenched his sickle and turned his head fiercely, but when he saw Xiaomei, the expression on his face suddenly softened and he turned and walked closer. Noticing Muzin beside Xiaomei, he looked at Muzin cautiously with aggressive eyes. Brother, he wants to adopt both of us. Xiaomei pointed at Muzin and said to Jifutaro with a happy smile. Jifutaro looked Muzin up and down with suspicion. What is this guy's purpose? What do you want to do? He held the sickle in his hand and glared at Muzin. Muzin didn't mind his attitude. After all, surviving was so difficult, and the malice around them made them have to be vigilant about everything. He smiled and looked down at the dirty prostitute Taro. I want to adopt you. Then you can eat what you want, wear nice clothes, and don't have to worry about being bullied. Although Jifutaro wanted to lead Xiaomei to a happy life, he obviously did not trust a stranger and grabbed Xiaomei and pulled her behind him. Seeing Muzin's smiling face, coupled with the fact that he looked like a guy born happy, made him extremely unhappy. You bastard. We don't need it. Wuzhan sighed. So do you want your sister to serve others in the Qingwu when she is only 10 years old? And then be bullied by some bad guys one day? Don't you want your sister to live a happy life from now on? The prostitute Taro gnashed his teeth and squeezed out vicious words from between his teeth. You bastard. Although Xiaomei didn't quite understand why her brother was like this, when she saw that her brother was unhappy because of the person in front of him, her attitude suddenly changed. She hid behind Jifutaro and glared at Muzin and Wuzhan. You two siblings are awesome,
but it is obvious that even though Jafutaro was very unhappy, what Muzin said hit home what he cared about most. He hoped that his sister could live happily instead of being bullied in such a disgusting place. Moreover, it was obvious that this guy had no power. Even if he was adopted, if this guy dared to bully Xiaomei, he would kill him. He will definitely be able to protect Xiaomei. We'll go with you. If you dare to bully Xiaomei, you'll be dead. Hearing this, Wukan was delighted. Okay, let's go. I'll take you to take a bath and buy new clothes. Muzin immediately and skillfully took on the role of a father. Under the unhappy look of Jafutaro, he touched his dark gray hair with satisfaction. It's messy and a little dirty, and doesn't feel as good as Xiaomei's, but it must be very comfortable to touch after washing. The prostitute Taro struggled for a few times, then held his head and glared at Muzin fiercely. Don't touch me. Okay, I won't touch you. Muzin said as he continued to pat his head. The prostitute Taro struggled a few times but couldn't get free. You need to wash your dirty clothes and buy you some new clothes. Don't run around with your chest exposed in the future. Chapter 48. 100-year-old man Jafutaro was unhappy that Muzin forced him to put on one piece of clothes after another. Xiaomei watched from the side and laughed. Although the prostitute Taro still had dark spots on his face and an abnormally thin waist after washing, he looked much cleaner. Wuzan threw a dry towel over. Dry your hair. Jafutaro took the towel, curled his lips, walked over and carefully wiped Xiaomei's hair, which had not been wiped yet. Xiaomei sat on the stool wearing her newly bought clothes and had her hair wiped immediately. By the time the two of them finished cleaning up, it was already completely dark. Come on, I'll take you to see your brother. Muzin held a little kid in each hand. Because it was dark, the three of them walked through the town and entered the forest. The scene in front of them changed a little, and the two little children traveled through space without being noticed, arriving at another small town far away from Yugoku and walking out of the forest. Jafutaro was still alert to his surroundings and at the same time wary of Muzin. If this guy behaves in any way that's wrong, he'll kill him. Where are you taking us? Jafutaro still did not put down the two sickles in his hands. Although he had changed into clean clothes, the worn and dirty sickles were still in his hands. He looked at Muzin and asked in a bad tone. What made him unhappy was that although the guy in front of him looked weak, he didn't care at all about his ferocious appearance and looked fearless. It's really frustrating. Almost there. Muzin answered casually. Soon, Muzin brought the two little ones to the outside of a house's fence. This is a simple house, not very big, but not too small either. It is enough for 3 or 4 people to live in. There is only a simple wooden fence around the simple wooden house, and it seems that there is no worry at all about wild animals, thieves, or something breaking in it. Judging from the clean door and the footprints on the muddy floor, someone was living there, but it was late at night and the house was now pitch black. Muzin led the two people in through the gap in the fence as if he had come to his own home, stood at the door and knocked twice. There was a rustling sound from inside the door, followed by footsteps. Squeak. There was a long call from the door of some years, and at the door stood a tall man with long black hair with red tips. Although the red mark on his forehead is a bit scary, he has a gentle temperament and wears white clothes with a red haori on the outside. No misery? When Yorichi was woken up, he looked at Muzin, whom he hadn't seen for decades, with an expressionless face. Wukan laughed twice and touched the two children on his left and right. I'll bring your brother and sister to see you. Upon hearing this, Xiaomei and Jafutaro looked at Muzin and then at Unichiro in disbelief. What the hell? Uni looked down at the two children and could almost imagine something. Then he cast a suspicious look at Muzin. You're so free? Let me in first. Why are you asking me to stand outside and talk to you in the middle of the night? As Muzin spoke, he squeezed past him and entered the house without waiting for Yorichi to move aside. He sat on the tatami and looked around. Your house is quite cozy. Uni closed the door helplessly and looked at the two silent children. You guys take a seat too. Then he looked at Wuzan. Tell me, what are you doing here? Do you have any food here? Prepare something for them. Yuichi, you are pushing your luck. He turned around and went to the kitchen to find some dessert, placed it on the table in front of the two of them, and looked at Wuzan. Xiaomei leaned closer to Jafutaro and looked at the desserts on the table with some envy. Jafutaro was a little hesitant. Muzin looked at the two of them, and patted the head of the prostitute Taro who was sitting next to him. It's okay, eat. Jafutaro hesitated for a moment before picking up the dessert and placing it in his sister's hand. Seeing this, Muzin turned his gaze back to Uni. I just thought that you, an old man over 100 years old, would be too lonely, so I let these two children accompany you. Prostitute Taro and Xiaomei? 100 years old? Yuichi,
What about you, a 700 to 800-year-old old man? Seeing Uni looking at him with dead eyes without saying a word, Muzin curled his lips. Okay, these two children are Yugwas. They have no parents, so I adopted them. I'm too lazy to raise them. Uni remembers the 5 years he was raised by Muzin. Although there was nothing wrong with it, he had to cook the meals, clean the room, and do everything by himself. He didn't know whether these two children were suitable to be raised by Muzin, a guy who could lie still in a rocking chair for almost the entire year. Finally, as Wujan expected, he sighed and said, "Okay, these two children stay with me."
Hey, I knew you would be soft-hearted.
Wuzan spoke his mind without hesitation. Uni was speechless. Seeing the two children eating without courtesy, who had inherited Muzin's habit, he couldn't help but touch their heads. "You guys eat first, I'll talk to him, don't run around." Having said that, he opened the door and walked outside. Seeing this, Muzin followed and closed the door.
Tell me about these two children.
Knowing that they had lost their parents, Uni was afraid of upsetting them and tried to carefully avoid them. The prostitute Futaro in the room put down the food in his hand in doubt, watched the two people walk out, and carefully pushed the door open a crack. Seeing that neither of them looked over here, Jafutaro opened the door a little wider, slipped out, hid behind the well in the yard, and eavesdropped on their conversation. Naturally, Yorichi and Muzin discovered him the moment Jafutaro pushed open the door, but seeing that Jafutaro looked worried, they just ignored it. At least this would give him some peace of mind.
They are Yugwa's children.
Their mother should have been doing that kind of work, but she died of syphilis. As for their father, I don't know much. When I found out, the girl was called Xiaomei and was a prostitute in Xingya. As for the boy, his name was Jafutaro and he must have had a difficult childhood because he was not good looking. He originally made a living by collecting debts, so he has a rather violent temper. Yorichi nodded thoughtfully, and he finally understood why Muzin sent these two children to him. The difficult childhood experiences must have caused these two children to have somewhat distorted personalities. Muzin must have been too lazy to care about them, so the task fell on the shoulders of him, an idle person. But just like Muzin said, he seemed to kind of wish to have a child to accompany him. He ended his travels several decades ago and settled down here after helping an old man who died. I have also felt lonely for decades.
Chapter 49.
The Ghost King is saved. Jafutaro seemed to understand why these things had to be avoided from them, and after hearing the conversation between the two, he couldn't help but feel relieved.
Okay, I'll leave these two little ones to you.
After saying this, Wuzan turned around and left. When the figure disappeared from their sight, he flashed in front of Doma. He wanted to take Doma to do something interesting. Because he has no ability to teleport, Doma can only use his feet after being thrown to an unknown place by Muzin. But unexpectedly, Doma came to the vicinity of a honey trap gang. It turns out that this thing has existed since ancient times. When several cute little girls appeared in front of Doma, Doma smiled. But when he thought of Lord Muzin's request, Doma's smile turned into a fake one. But when a group of big men jumped out and the little girls revealed their true faces, Doma laughed from the bottom of his heart. It's time to eat. When Muzin came to Doma, he saw that he was eating happily. Doma noticed the footsteps and looked up to see Lord Muzin looking down at him. He held a head in his arms, swallowed the meat in his mouth, grabbed a leg, sat on a male corpse with a terrified face and pupils rolled up,
and laughed from the bottom of his heart, saying, "Lord Muzin, would you like to eat?"
Don't think too much, he was happy simply because he met the girl he liked. But Wukan was not happy. Doma acted without scruples, and the result was simple. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps were attracted. When Doma was killing those guys, the screams alarmed not only ordinary people. Maybe it's the so-called power of the plot, or maybe it's something else. Even though the Demon Slayer Corps was forced into decline by the environment, they are still very tenacious, and their pillar-level strength has not decreased at all. Looking at a group of 4 demon hunters running towards him holding the Nikarin swords, Muzin had an idea. He took a deep breath and showed a horrified expression. Under Doma's incredulous gaze, he seemed to shout at the top of his lungs as if he had seen a savior. "Help!
Ayawa!"
The sound echoed through the night sky, and Doma was stunned. The ghost hunter also noticed the weak and helpless survivor at this time. He rushed over with all his strength, drew his long sword and slashed at Doma without saying a word. The 4 people had clear division of labor.
3 of them stopped Doma and stood between him and the terrified survivors.
Under siege from 2 pillars and a stepson, Doma, who had just become an upper rank, was too shocked and was a little flustered at first. "Lord Muzin, what the hell are you doing?" But the warning from the Ghost King in his heart stopped him from saying more, and he could only concentrate on dealing with these 3 guys. Muzin looked as if he was saved, But he looked at the hellish pile of corpses with lingering fear and swallowed his saliva, looking at the ghost hunter who grabbed his wrist and wanted to take him away. Tears of multiple emotions flashed in his eyes, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, can they defeat the evil ghost?" As he said this, he couldn't help but look back at the people fighting with concern. The ghost hunter looked confident. "Don't worry. They are the pillars. They will definitely defeat the evil spirits." Doma was completely impressed when he saw the mighty Demon King being rescued by a ghost hunter. All the non-existent emotions were stimulated. He had always thought that Lord Ghost King was just a gentle and principled man, and he had always been like this in front of him. But today he finally understood. For the coolest moves, you still have to look at Muzan Kibutsuji. What is he? A Doma, clang. The Nichiren sword swung forward, and Doma waved his hand to raise an ice blade, which collided with the sword, and a metallic clanging sound was heard. It was only Doma's first time fighting, so he quickly adapted. From being flustered to being able to handle it with ease, he gradually started to have fun. He put on a fake smile on his face again. This made the three people who were dealing with him extremely unhappy. To deal with our two pillars and stepson in this way, aren't you underestimating them too much? Doma smiled and waved his fan. Blood Demon Art, Crystal Prince. An exquisite. Little Iceman stood on his fan, with the same annoying smile on his face, holding the small fan in his hand, and gently fell to the ground. Let him play with you. Doma slowly took a step back and looked at his little Iceman, who stopped them. But at this time, Doma was obviously not enough. Although both pillars have no markings, no transparent world, and no red swords, they are still pillars. Muzan was also watching the battlefield through Doma's vision, and seeing him adapt to the rhythm and even drifting away, he said to the demon hunter who was pulling him, "Go back and help them. That evil ghost seems very strong." Seeing that he had escaped far enough, the ghost hunter nodded and hurried back to the battlefield. Doma was watching the three demon hunters fighting desperately, feeling relaxed. A sudden chill blew behind me. Doma was startled, and the next moment, click, from behind, a Nichiren sword slashed fiercely on his neck. But because Doma had an extremely strong physique, the sword only cut a layer of skin and got stuck in the flesh and blood, unable to advance an inch. But this also frightened him, and his smiling expression became a little unhappy. Wow! He closed the iron fan in his hand and swung it backwards. Bang! The returning ghost hunter was knocked back by the huge force, hit hard against a rock, and couldn't help coughing up blood. But the next moment, Doma was stunned. His palace was destroyed. Two sunblades attacked from the left and right. Snap! The two sunblades hit his neck at the same time, but they were unable to cut him at all. A sneak attack is not a good idea. Doma smiled and opened his fan, waving it with one hand. Blood Demon Art, scattered lotuses, ice flowers flew all over the sky, and the two men retreated hastily. TSK. Why can't I cut it? One person cursed angrily. Immediately afterwards, a long knife suddenly stabbed into Doma's abdomen from the front. Doma lowered his head and looked at the Nichiren sword inserted into his abdomen with a smile. That's really good. As suddenly, the Nichiren sword was pulled out and the wound on the abdomen healed instantly. I've had enough fun. Although Doma did not suffer any substantial damage, as it was his first battle, he was frightened by the demon hunter's unexpected actions several times. I don't want to play anymore. Blood Demon Art, lotus flower. Several ice vines appeared out of nowhere, and the ghost hunter hurriedly swung his sun-will sword to block the attacking ice vines. But ghosts are not gentlemen. Doma threatened his stepson, who was lying beside the stone without any fighting ability, half hiding his face with a golden iron fan, and said with a grin, "Are you going to give up on him?" Tisk. One of the pillars tooted in dissatisfaction. "You cover me." He cut off an ice spine with one knife and used the time bought by his companions to desperately get closer to his stepson, but they had already used up all their strength in resisting the three Bingting people, so they would inevitably have to bear even greater pressure if they wanted to save people. The ice spines had countless ice blades on them, and those that were not dodged scraped his skin ruthlessly, leaving his arms, shoulders, and legs covered with bloody wounds. Chapter 50. I'm impulsive. The two of them were also unable to withstand the attacks of countless ice spines. Bang! Ahem! The other stepson finally couldn't hold on and was whipped out by a vine. He fell heavily to the ground and coughed up blood. Dong Tian. The other pillar couldn't help but yelled, looking at the ice blade that was about to attack his fallen stepson. He hurriedly blocked the swinging ice vine and quickly retreated, but Doma naturally wouldn't let him have his way. A bang! From behind, an ice vine whipped up fiercely, and the huge force made him fall to the ground. The sun-will sword in his hand was whipped hard and fell to the ground. The only pillar who still had the strength to fight could no longer hold on and was easily knocked to the ground. The four tried hard to stand up and continue fighting, but no miracle happened. Doma kicked a pillar that still had the strength to struggle to get up, and proudly picked up the thigh that had not been eaten from the pile of corpses nearby, and said with a grin, "Don't struggle. I'm very gentle and I won't kill you." Looking at the evil spirits gnawing on human flesh in front of him with pride, a feeling of helplessness filled his heart. "I'm going to kill you." The stepson, who was lying on the ground, struggled and stretched out his hands desperately, trying to grab the sunblade not far away, and yelled madly. Doma walked up to him with a smile, kicked him, and kicked the Nichiren sword next to him away. The four ghost hunters watched helplessly as the evil ghost had a full meal. They all gnashed their teeth, and the pain of impotence was almost unforgettable. When the evil ghost left leisurely, the few of them didn't have the strength to stand up again. They just thought that as time passed, they would die, but the next moment, there was a rustling sound coming from the bushes in the distance, and a familiar figure appeared. It was the survivor who had just been rescued. "Are you all right?" That day, the Demon King received a letter of introduction to join the Demon Slayer Corps. After receiving the letter of introduction, Muzan remembered something. To join the Demon Slayer Corps, you need to pass the Demon Slayer Corps assessment, and the place where the Demon Slayer Corps is assessed is full of wisteria flowers. Moreover, he just remembered that at Tingshi Mountain, all the ghosts under his command had lost their perception. They lost their perception when he crossed over here. Combined with the memories of the trash boss, those ghosts have escaped his control? It seems that those half-ghosts were born out of control at that time. In that case, the ghosts in Tingshi Mountain can actually be classified as half-ghosts. What Muzan faces now is how he can overcome Zatoka and go to Fujixi Mountain to take part in the assessment. If he insisted on going despite the discomfort, it wouldn't be a big problem. But Muzan really didn't want to endure the discomfort brought by the wisteria flowers. But there is really no hope for Tsumage. After all, the technology tree has not been opened yet and there is no way to climb up. Muzan still came to Lushur Pharmaceutical and found Jushur. Strangely, for some reason, Muzan's perception of Tamayo's thoughts suddenly became vague. When Muzan came in front of Tamayo, she was leaning on a chair with a frown on her face. Her face was abnormally pale, and her sharp teeth and long claws that had been hidden were exposed. Her hands were tightly grasping the handles of the chair, and the handles had been squeezed out of shape. Noticing Muzan's arrival, she managed to force out a voice, "Lord Muzan. What's wrong with you?" Muzan didn't rush Tamayo to answer, and waited patiently beside her. Finally, after a few hours, Tamayo seemed to be recovering, but she still seemed a little uncomfortable. Muzan looked at the bottles and jars on the table next to Tamayo in surprise and joked, "Are you planning to get rid of me and start your own business?" Tamayo wiped the sweat from her forehead due to the pain just now, put down the towel, and said, "Lord Muzan, I have concocted a potion that will make you immune to wisteria flowers after only 2 doses. Wuzan's face lit up with joy, and it sounded somewhat similar to the vaccine he had received. Can't help but feel it's quite reliable, but thinking of how Tamayo was about to die just now, he couldn't help but frown and said, "You weren't just being affected by your so-called potion, were you?" That was before the improvement. However, it will still be painful after the improvement. And I need to tell you what the so-called medicine is first. Muzan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Tamayo's answer without hesitation. Although his perception of Tamayo's thoughts was still a little vague, he could feel that Tamayo was telling the truth. A little painful shouldn't be too unbearable, right? Muzan was a little excited about wanting to go play with the Demon Slayer Corps, and hurriedly urged, "Forget about the explanation, just take it out first." Tamayo opened her mouth, but seeing Muzan's anxious expression, she didn't know what had happened or what she had thought of. After a moment of hesitation, she picked out the latest potion from the table and handed it to Muzan. Out of kindness, she reminded him, "Will you not reconsider it?" "No need, you won't die anyway, right?" "I definitely won't die, at most I'll just feel uncomfortable." Because he was also anxious to overcome his last weakness, although Muzan had some doubts about what he had in his hand, he just took a look at the purple-black potion in his hand, swallowed his saliva, and made up his mind to drink it down in one gulp. "Anyway, I won't die." In an instant, pain broke out. The whole body felt as if it was bitten by countless insects, with an itchy and numb sensation accompanied by a feeling as if being hit by a heavy hammer. The 5 heads all seemed to be filled with lead. I felt a little drowsy and a feeling of weakness attacked every part of my body, but my 7 hearts were beating stronger and stronger. The pain at this moment was second only to when I ate the blue-red spider lily. Tamayo. Muzan's voice was deep and torn, and he squeezed out Tamayo's name from between his upper and lower teeth like a roar. In order to ease the pain, his body cells began to proliferate crazily, and huge tumor-like flesh appeared on his body surface. More and more, this scene. is extremely similar to the one in the original novel, where Tamayo sacrificed herself to make Muzan drink the poison. It's so miserable. Does it mean that I have to hurt him every time I overcome a weakness? It was when I ate the blue spider lily, but while Muzan could clearly feel that his body was becoming increasingly weak, he could also clearly feel that this posed no threat to his life. As time went by, he could even sense that he was evolving. Muzan felt his consciousness becoming increasingly dizzy, and heard Tamayo's somewhat worried voice, "Sir."
"Boss."
Watching the huge piece of flesh spreading out, Tamayo was forced to move away, looking worriedly at Muzan, who was almost occupying the entire room. Finally, after Muzan felt that he had suffered for an extremely long time, the pain began to fade away, disappearing quickly like the tide. At that moment, Muzan seemed to have regained control of his body and took a few deep breaths. He felt like he had survived a calamity. The wildly proliferating flesh and blood was taken back into his body, and Muzan gradually returned to his original appearance. Thinking of Tamayo's several reminders before drinking this stuff, he couldn't help but rub his temples. I was impulsive.
"Tamayo, what on earth is going on with this thing? It really hurts a little." Chapter 51. When will the cycle of revenge end?
A gentleman does not fight with a villain because wisteria flowers are actually meant to restrain ghosts. They are completely opposite. So in fact, it can be said that there is nothing that can allow ghosts to overcome the toxins of wisteria flowers without pain. The only way is to force yourself to adapt through pain, just like some diseases can only make you immune after contracting them. The only thing I can do is to minimize the number of times and pain of adapting to it. The main ingredient of that medicine is actually concentrated wisteria flower extract, but I added some ingredients with anesthetic and therapeutic effects. This can reduce the pain a little bit, and compared to the long term and multiple times before, this only needs 2 times, and the second time will be much less painful than the first time. In fact, Tamayo is a ruthless man. He directly tests the medicine on himself and has tried it 3 times. As Tamayo's condition recovered, Muzan was able to read Tamayo's thoughts and memories again. That he could see that Tamayo's pain was much greater than his own, and to be honest, this kind of pain is actually not as painful as the pain the ghost felt when he gave him blood. It is actually about the same as eating a few wisteria flowers. Thinking about it again, according to what Tamayo said, if you want to overcome wisteria, you must go through this thing, and I feel relieved. This time, Tamayo took out the second bottle of medicine and looked at Muzan silently. The meaning was self-evident. Wuzan, taking a deep breath. Muzan continued to hypnotize himself. A short pain is worse than a long one. I have survived the first suffering. It would be a loss if I don't drink it. You will have to drink sooner or later anyway. So the sooner you die, the sooner you will be reborn. Bring it on. Done. He grabbed the wisteria flower concentrated extract handed to him by Tamayo and drank it in one gulp. It hurts.
"Come on, boss,"
Tamayo shouted from the side, but for some reason, Muzan seemed to hear a hint of gloating. In fact, he had already seen the pleasure of revenge in Tamayo's heart. He should have thought of this day when he gave Tamayo blood. But it was indeed as Jusher said, the pain this time was far less than the first time, and it got through it. Finally, Muzan managed to pull through, looking at Tamayo, who walked in with a cup of wisteria tea.
"Boss, try the wisteria tea and see if it works."
Wuzan took a deep breath, smiled slightly, and then shouted, "I'll give you blood first."
Sniff, snap, Tamayo was horrified. In an instant, Muzan poked a finger into Tamayo's forehead.
In severe pain, the teacup in her hand fell and shattered, and the tea spilled all over the floor.
"Kibutsuji Muzan."
Tamayo roared in pain and screamed while holding her forehead. Wuzan withdrew his fingers and glanced at Jusher with contempt. After several decades, this time the blood gift was given to Jusher because of his improved physique, so the amount of blood he could accept was quite a bit. Come on, hurt each other. There were wisteria flowers in Tamayo's office, so when Tamayo was in pain, Muzan also tried to carefully eat a wisteria flower. It's nothing at all. Celebrate together. He is perfect now, and no space. Finally, Tamayo's pain faded away. When will the cycle of revenge end? A gentleman does not fight with a villain. She regained her usual calm expression, steady and gentle.
"Any more medicine?" Wukan said with a grin. "Tamayo,
what do you want medicine for?" As soon as the doubts arose and were brought into Muzan's train of thought, Tamayo suddenly understood, and more can be made. Wuzan gave a malicious smile. "Make more, I'll pick it up tomorrow." The next day, Muzan came to get medicine. Amid Tamayo's advice to take it easy, he found the first victim with a dozen or so potions and a malicious smile on his face. Doma traveled a long way on foot, crossing an unknown distance, and finally returned to Lusher Pharmaceutical. He was eating his favorite food to reward himself, his face covered in blood, when he saw Muzin Kibutsuji walking towards him with a malicious smile, but he didn't have much emotion, so he still showed a fake smile. Miserable adult. Muzin came over, put his arm on Doma's shoulders and linked shoulders with him, then mysteriously took out a bottle of purple-black potion from somewhere and placed it in front of Doma's sad-faced Diodi.
Mo, do you want to overcome the last flaw and become a perfect creature?
Doma didn't believe at all that Muzin simply wanted to come and deliver medicine, and his undisguised smile said it all. He smiled and said, Lord Muzin, this potion is so precious, I won't use it.
He.
There was a chill in Muzin's laughter. He suddenly grabbed Doma's head and poured the potion into his mouth. This is not up to you.
Kibutsuji Muzin. How could a mere upper rank resist the Demon King?
After swallowing a bottle of medicine, Doma felt the pain he hadn't felt for a long time. He stared at Muzin with a ferocious face, and his exposed long claws scratched the wooden floor. Muzin put away the bottle of medicine, not caring at all about the look Doma gave him, and even felt very comfortable with it. It's also thanks to the good soundproofing here that Doma specially found this room for eating, otherwise it would have attracted others here long ago. Although Tamayo, who already knew Muzin's plan, did not hear the noise, she came over at this time. When she pushed open the door, she saw Doma lying on the ground in pain, staring at Muzin fiercely. Muzin looked at Doma with a smile. To be honest, Doma always had a fake smile in Lucier Pharmaceutical, and he would go up to and annoy anyone, ghost, he saw. It can be said that he was both annoying and helpless. Tamayo could only patiently reason with him and give him advice, which did have some effect, but it was minimal. And now it seems that magic has to be defeated with magic. There is always a way to conquer something. There is a reason why this guy can become the king of ghosts. Ignoring Doma, who was standing aside enduring the pain, Tamayo walked up to Muzin. I need some of your blood.
What?
I want to find out what the difference is between your blood and that of ordinary ghosts. Wuzan heard this and stretched out his arm. Tamayo took out a needle, inserted it and drew a tube of blood.
After collecting the blood, she looked at Doma again. You should take it easy, don't worry, I'm sure.
Muzin waved his hand and drove Tamayo away quickly. Tamayo left in silence. Finally Doma managed to survive, thinking that he had no way to deal with Muzin. He could only smile. Lord Muzin, you really care about me?
Of course not.
As Muzin spoke, he took out a bottle of medicine from somewhere. Here, there's a second bottle. Doma, forced to drink the second bottle. I was fully prepared, but I didn't expect this time to be much less painful than the first time. In addition, since I had just experienced pain, my threshold was raised and I just gritted my teeth and got through it. Wuzhan said on the side. After drinking 2 bottles, you won't be poisoned by the wisteria flowers anymore.
Thank me now. Doma, listen to me, thank you.
Chapter 52. Let's take part in the Demon Slayer Core assessment. Muzin found his second victim, Chiyu. When Muzin met Xianyu's first reaction was to run.
Why are you running? Can you get away?
Muzin easily caught Xianyu, who was running wildly. He pulled him by the back of his collar and took out a purple-black potion. Come on, I'll help you get immune to the wisteria toxin.
No need. Doma already told me.
This thing hurts. Muzin grabbed Xianyu's head and poured the potion into his mouth. That's not up to you.
Drink it for me.
Xianyu, there are always tears in my eyes because I hate you so deeply. Then, after Muzin persecuted more than 1,000 people, he found Kokushibo. Wukan took out the medicine with a smile and waited for Kokushibo to be horribly hurt. Drinking this will make you immune to wisteria poison. Kokushibo took the purple-black potion from Muzin's hand, swallowed it without hesitation, and then looked at Muzin with an expressionless face. Wuzan? Why don't you react? He took out the second one without any disbelief. Kokushibo took it without hesitation and drank it, still expressionless. Wuzan? Being stared at by Kokushibo with 6 eyes, Muzin said, goodbye. He knew that Kokushibo was feeling pain at this moment, but as expected of an upper rank one, this little bit of pain was nothing at all. There was no response from Kokushibo, so perhaps that was the case with Yorichi. Muzin was too lazy to make a trip, so he just threw the potion to Naruto and asked her to deliver it to Yorichi. After seeing Kokushibo's reaction, Muzin lost his playful mood. To be honest, most demons can actually tolerate pain quite well. Their pursuit of power also allows them to endure great pain. That if we have to say, only Buddhist ghosts like Muzin and fun-loving ghosts like Doma and Chiyu would not remain calm in the face of pain. And is this the only pain that Kokushibo, Akaza, and the others feel? Sprinkle some water. This is just a small episode.
After defeating Wisteria, Muzin still has to join the Demon Slayer Corps, but of course he wouldn't be the only one going. Doma, who had just had a hearty meal and had forgotten the pain of Muzin forcing him to drink the medicine, was lying comfortably in a chair. Then I saw Wuzhan coming again. Lord Muzin. Doma still had a smile on his face, but his voice didn't seem that happy. Let's go take part in the Demon Slayer Corps assessment. Doma? What did you say? He was completely confused when Wuzhan picked him up and took him away from Lushur Pharmaceutical. The next moment, we arrived at a field. Make yourself a new face. After hearing Muzin's order, Doma smiled and looked at Muzin for a second, then slowly changed his face into a different appearance, making him a little shorter and his body shape changed. Muzin maintains the appearance of Tian King Doma, but this is actually not his original appearance. Muzin's appearance has changed so many times that his original appearance is no longer important. If he's happy, he can change his face every day. At this moment, they could see a mountain not far in front of them. Fujisaki Mountain, which was the location of the Demon Slayer Corps assessment. Muzin let go and threw Doma to the ground, then walked towards Fujikiyama. Doma followed with a smile on his face. There is no other way. We have to carry out the orders of Lord Ghost King. Besides, it seems interesting, the Demon King brought upper rank 3 to join the Demon Slayer Corps, but they couldn't even detect it. You are my younger brother, and our parents were killed by upper rank 3 Doma. Now we want to join the Demon Slayer Corps, kill evil spirits, and avenge our parents. Do you understand? As a person who loves fun, Doma also became interested. He couldn't help but start to act like a jerk, and said with a smile, Boss, I think it's more appropriate to say that you killed our parents. Shut up. Doma lazily replied, Okay. The two people soon arrived at the foot of Tingshi Mountain. Boss, don't get caught. I'd be heartbroken if you were killed by the Demon Slayer Corps. Shut up. Okay. At this time, many people had gathered at the foot of Tingshi Mountain. However, it is not like in the novels, where the protagonist meets a very familiar person wherever he goes, and the person only looks for the protagonist. Two identical little girls, one with black hair and one with white hair, but in fact, the black-haired child is a boy, and Wuzhan always felt that the pupils of these two children were very large, which was a bit scary. Hello everyone, thank you for coming to the final selection tonight. The two kids talked to each other, and finally with this sentence, then the final selection begins. The prospective ghost hunters at the foot of the mountain jumped over the wisteria trees and rushed into the mountain. Muzin looked at the group of lush and flourishing wisteria trees surrounding the foot of the mountain. Although he knew that he was no longer afraid of wisteria flowers, the memory of 100 years still made him feel a little uncomfortable. He glanced at Doma, who was excited and carefree next to him, and said, Let's go. Across the stone path where wisteria flowers are in full bloom, there are slightly faded red wooden pillars on both sides, with strings hanging with pieces of white cloth on the wooden pillars, and the wisteria flowers cover the sky. There was a beautiful purple color everywhere. After no longer being afraid of wisteria flowers, Muzin suddenly felt that wisteria flowers were also very beautiful, in bunches and bunches. There was also a very faint fragrance in the air, which was subtle, not choking, and somewhat refreshing. If you think about it carefully, it seems that wisteria flowers can be eaten. As we went deeper, there were no wisteria flowers on the mountain. Wisteria trees only grew in a circle at the foot of the mountain, and there were only ordinary trees in the circle. Because it was night, the two men heard footsteps before they went too far. It sounded like he was barefoot, along with the rustling of grass and the sound of leaves being blown down. A guy with blue veins on his face and a ferocious but excited smile rushed over. The sharp nails and teeth clearly revealed his identity. A living person. Ha 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 ha. I haven't eaten a living person in a long time. Doma looked at the ghost rushing towards him with a smile, and leisurely opened the golden iron fan. His appearance made the ghost, who thought he was a hunter, very upset. Shouldn't you run away in fear? I will tear you into pieces and swallow your flesh into my stomach bit by bit. Doma was not angry and still had a smiling face. He waved his hand lightly and an ice blade appeared out of thin air, cutting off the head of the attacking ghost in front of his shocked eyes. This kind of ghost that could be captured alive in Tang Shishan is just right for use as a test. After all, it is too weak, but in fact, ghosts cannot kill ghosts. Although Doma cut off his head, the ghost was not affected at all. When the ghost saw Doma produce an ice blade out of thin air, he understood something. He bent down to pick up his head, and his expression calmed down. Are you a ghost too? Ghosts can't kill ghosts. Except for the Ghost King. Muzin revealed sharp nails on his hands and moved closer as he spoke. The ghost now felt a familiar, terrifying aura and couldn't help swallowing his saliva.
Why did the Ghost King Muzin Kibutsuji come here? I was happy for a long time when I thought that I had escaped from Muzin's control, but now I couldn't be happy at all.
My lord, please listen to my explanation. Don't kill me. Please. Don't kill me. Help, help.
Chapter 53 Rainbow Knife. After becoming a half-ghost and breaking away from Muzin's control, he naturally couldn't kill the half-ghost with just a thought. However, he could just poke a fingernail into its head and inject blood, causing the half-ghost to die instantly. Watching the half-ghost explode into a bloody mist, Muzin on the side wiped his hands with a cloth in disgust. Doma suddenly felt that there should be a limit to having fun. Who knows if Lord Muzin gets mad one day and uses him to set off fireworks.
Let's go,
Muzin said as he went deeper inside. He felt that he should get a sun blade. He still preferred to stab the head and grant blood rather than deal with half-demons. Doma followed with a smile, because there were quite a few people taking the test, and there were also many ghosts on Mount Tingshi. There were faint cries for help, screams, fighting sounds, and roars coming from all directions in the forest. But because Tingshi Mountain is quite large, some places are very quiet. After Muzin easily dealt with a few blind demons, screams were heard.
Help! Help! I don't want to die. Don't eat me. Please don't eat me.
The voice was full of fear and desire to survive. Muzin looked in the direction where the voice came from, glanced at Doma, then turned and ran in that direction. After passing through several trees that blocked the view, a female ghost with a ferocious appearance, blood and flesh at the corners of her mouth, and horns on her head was seen pouncing on a man with a mouth big enough to swallow a human head in one bite. The man held the knife to block the ghost girl's mouth, using all his strength. And his arms were shaking from the oppression. Muzin did not slow down. As soon as the female ghost heard the footsteps, a sole of the foot appeared in her eyes. Bang! Muzin kicked the female ghost mercilessly, and she was kicked away. She hit the ground several times with great elasticity, and finally rolled twice and stopped under the tree. She roared like a wild beast and climbed up angrily. The internal injuries and skin abrasions caused by the collision healed quickly. She stared at Muzin cautiously. The person who was rescued by Wuzan hurriedly got up. Thank you. Muzin glanced at him and had to say that he was lucky. Let me lend you my Nichiren sword. Muzin grabbed the knife from the man's hand, waited, it felt good, and then a smile appeared on his face. Breath of the sun. One-piece round dance. A hint of red spread rapidly, quickly occupying the entire black blade, turning it into a bright red like the sun. Ghost?
A scorching heat wave hit her, and the female ghost was completely powerless to resist such a terrifying aura.
The arc-shaped flame chopped off his head directly, but killing a demon didn't seem to make Muzin very happy. Although it should be very interesting for the Demon King to use the sun breathing, it reminded him of the memory of being chased and chopped by Yuni with the red sword. There is no need to use the breathing of the sun for anything else. Doma on the side also never expected why a Demon King like you would know the breathing of the sun. Ghost King, breathing of the sun, killing ghosts? Muzin raised the knife vertically in front of his eyes and took a look. Adjust your breathing, water breathing as. Muzin controlled the blade, the red color faded away, and before the black color appeared, it was quickly replaced by a deep blue color. Looking at the blue blade, Muzin was satisfied. So, it's just right for the Demon King to use Tanjiro's breathing. What kind of day breathing is this? The person standing next to him was simply stunned. Why does the sun blade in your hand change color?
Big brother, can you take me with you? No matter what, find someone to hold on to first. Anyway, he doesn't want to be a ghost hunter in the Demon Slayer Corps anymore. He can't win, he really can't win. He just wants to stay alive. Muzin looked at him, holding his Nichiren sword in his hand. Okay, but can you lend me your Nichiren sword? No problem, no problem. The sun blade is yours. The man did not hesitate. Being alive is more important than anything else. It's just one sun blade. I can give you 10 more without any problem. Okay, follow me.
When Doma saw Muzin holding the Nichiren sword, he suddenly wanted to get one too. He looked at Muzin and said, My lord, I'm going over there.
Be careful. Muzin gave a reminder and then didn't pay much attention to it.
If Doma wanted to go play, let him go. However, I still reminded Doma that he cannot kill people when he wants the Nichiren sword. Doma readily agreed. He thought it would be nice to get a Nichiren sword by saving people like Muzin did. After all, he is a gentle leader, and saving the world is his mission. Muzin has the memories of all demons, so he knows the sun and moon breathing. With 100 years of experience, he can switch between most breathing techniques at will. Therefore, the people who followed Muzin were simply numb. This is the first time I see the Nichiren sword changing colors like fireworks. and it even has a rainbow color and colorful black. The Sunblade has become your palette, right? Muzin was really into it. Water breathing, fire breathing, moon breathing, thunder breathing, wind breathing. You can play with the various breathing techniques however you want, and slay ghosts with each breath. Teng Shishan's ghost was completely devastated. What the hell was this? At this moment, Muzin was waving the black colorful Nichiren sword and chasing the three-headed and a half-demon. The half-ghost screamed like a ghost howling, "Help! Don't kill me! Please! Let me go!" Cries for help and screams could be heard wherever they stepped. "Run! He. You can't escape. No ghost can save you even if you scream your throat out." Muzin chased him like a cat playing with a mouse, with a perverted smile on his face. To others it sounded like a ghost was chasing someone. 4 figures, 3 fleeing and 1 chasing. The ghost nearby heard the cry for help and thought it was a ghost chasing someone, so it popped its head out to steal the prey, but when he saw Muzin, a human and his terrifying aura, he turned around and ran without saying a word. "I would rather die than let my friend die, it's so funny. There is no such thing as helping each other among ghosts. If they could kill each other, they would fight for the blood of Lord Muzin in other ghosts' bodies, but it was obvious that this ghost was not as fast as the other 3. Muzin passed by and slashed at it with his knife. A flash of yellow appeared, and the ghost did not slow down Muzin's speed at all. The ghost being chased is simply despicable. Such a waste. How come I can't even slow him down? A man was attracted by the sound and thought it was an evil ghost chasing someone, but he was dragged by an evil ghost and became anxious for a moment. As a result, the 3 panicked figures fled past him. Ghost, which big brother is so fierce, chasing the 3-headed ghost. Without time to think, he swung his sword to block the attack of the evil ghost. This ghost was stronger than he thought. I'm afraid, the next moment, a figure with a purple-red shadow flashed by, and before he could react, wow, the ghost he fought had his head cut off. The man stared blankly at the 4 figures getting farther and farther away, and couldn't help but utter 2 words: ox asterisk. Chapter 54 is interesting. Ring and equal to, someone else was hit and it took him a moment to realize what was going on. Although Muzin had too many rainbow-like grooves on his knife, he seemed to understand something. "Take me 1. He shouted and followed, so the group changed from 3 fleeing and 1 chasing to 3 fleeing and 2 chasing, with 1 person left behind trying to catch up with Muzin. As for the ghosts that were encountered, those who were fast and quick to react would run away immediately and join the ranks of those being hunted and barely survive. But if they hesitated for a moment, Muzin would cut their necks with a single blow. The ghosts being hunted are amazing. How come he didn't realize these ghosts are so useless? And then, in addition to more ghosts joining the hunt, more people join the hunt like a snowball. It gets bigger and bigger. At that moment, the ghost shed tears. Why are humans so scary? The night at Fujixi Mountain became extremely lively with the huge noise, overwhelming shouting, the screams of ghosts, and Wujan's unbridled laughter caused by the mighty pursuit. Kill! Hey! Run away! You can't escape! Help! Kill the ghost! Don't chase me! I can't run anymore! When the ghosts were forced to the foot of the mountain and were completely blocked by the wisteria flowers, their eyes lost their luster. Tired, destroy it quickly. Come with me. Kill these evil spirits. Muzin had no awareness of being the king of demons at all. He held high the Nichiren sword with many flaws, and with a command and accompanied by earth-shaking shouts, a wave of people rushed forward. Kill them. Kill the evil spirits. The scene was chaotic for a while, with the screams of ghosts accompanied by the morale-filled shouts of killing, and under the wisteria flowers, Wutsan laughed wildly. Suddenly, I heard a voice saying, "My fate is in my own hands." An evil ghost rushed into the layers of wisteria trees regardless of everything. Since he can't win, he must try his best to win a chance of survival. I'd rather die under the wisteria tree. Go. Perhaps the other ghosts were inspired by his spirit. Several evil ghosts turned around and ran into the wisteria forest. Then, they all died. Wujan, this makes my blood boil. Isn't the death too sloppy? When Doma was holding the Nichiren sword, he was attracted by the noise and looked at the violent scene with a dazed look on his face, and looked at Muzin in confusion. You are the Ghost King. Forget it, as long as you are happy. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the round sun in the east was rising slowly from the horizon. The sunlight was shining on the earth, and spots of light were swaying under the shade of the trees. That night, the ghosts on Mount Tingshi suffered heavy losses. That night, the ghost hunters killed to their heart's content, and that night, Wuzan had a great time. Happy. The other ghost hunters were also tired. They sat on the ground and gasped. Some of them also noticed Muzin, a guy who didn't look like a good guy with a smile, and the Nichiren sword in his hand that seemed to have changed color several times. Muzin put away his Nichiren sword, took out a sweet cookie from somewhere, found a big rock to sit on, and handed one to Doma, who was standing beside him. Doma looked at the cookie in his hand and then remembered that he could still eat normal food. 5 ants. Delicious. The next few days were relatively simple. Muzin led a large group of people and spontaneously formed a group. They killed any ghosts they saw. If a ghost got in the way, they would kill the ghost. If a human got in the way, they would add more people. Doma also became addicted to the game and became obsessed with snatching the ghost head from others. I'm so happy to see you guys upset. 7 days later, in the morning, when the first rays of morning light shone on the earth, the forest was already quiet. Ghosts basically killed them all. More than 20 people returned along the original route in a mighty procession. The 2 children in the Yutarusha house were also surprised. Are this year's newcomers so strong? There were almost no casualties. This is a good sign. Welcome back. Congratulations. Being safe is more important than anything else. First you pay for the uniforms, then you measure your body and carve your class. Following the process, Muzin looked at a group of crows flying in the sky and watched a crow land on his shoulder. Doma also tilted his head and looked at the crow flying over. Muzin stretched out his hand, and the crow seemed to be very human and knew what Muzin meant. It immediately fell on Muzin's fingers, and he touched Crow with his other hand, and then stroked the front of his neck with his fingers like petting a cat, and Crow closed his eyes comfortably. Please choose the steel stone for forging the blade over there. Looking in the direction they mentioned, there were already some jade steel stones placed on a wooden table. Muzin doesn't quite understand why he has to choose the materials for forging the sword himself. Muzin looked at the guy who had been following him for 7 days. His name was Takashima Shigeki. Your knife. Muzin returned the knife to him and looked at the guys who had excitedly rushed to the table to pick stones. He was not in a hurry. After those excited people rushed up to choose for a while, the chaos became less chaotic. Muzin then took Doma over and picked one at random. At this time, Takashima Jishin came over and looked at Muzin. Su Xing, do you think I should join the Demon Slayer Corps? Muzin named himself Su Xing, which means a name but no surname, while Doma is called Su Wu. Takashima Jishing's words made Muzin look sideways. Are you afraid? He lowered his head and nodded slightly. Muzin immediately put on the look of a life mentor and said earnestly, only by facing fear can you overcome it. People need to make progress. You are only one step away from joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Why do you want to give up halfway? Muzin's words left Takashima Tomoyuki speechless for a moment. He was right, don't give up halfway. Thinking of his own experience, he made up his mind to face his fear. I understand. He shouted suddenly, not caring at all about the strange looks from others, and rushed forward to choose the steel stone. As for why Muzin wanted to enlighten him, he is happy to next. Muzin and Doma had their bodies measured and their levels engraved. It's thanks to their ability to inhibit wound healing, otherwise this level wouldn't be achieved. It's magical to say, the level engraved on the arm can be revealed as long as he clenched his fist. Isn't this better than the invisible pen that appeared in ultraviolet light that he played with when he was a child? With a clenched fist, it appeared. After a while, it disappeared. Make your fist again and appear again. Wujan, interesting. Ring and equal to ring and equal to. In the past, he could play for a whole day. After receiving the Demon Slayer Corps uniforms, they left Fujikiyama and went back to their homes to find their mothers. Thinking that the crows following them were too smart, they would be exposed if they ran to Infinite City. So he took Doma and found a nearby hotel to stay. Muzin suddenly thought of the swordsmithing village that had been hidden so well. Maybe he could find it after joining the Demon Slayer Corps, but he doesn't really care. Some people also settled down here because they had traveled long distances. 14 days later, a tall man wearing a strange mask and a big hat covered with wind chimes came to Muzin's residence carrying a large vertical wooden box on his back. Chapter 55 Knives of various colors. Muzin did not rashly use blood demon magic to spy on whether this guy was handsome or not. It would be bad if he was discovered. I watched him untie the cloth that bound the sunblade, revealing the sunblade inside. Muzin took the Nichiren sword and slowly drew out the blade under the watchful eyes of the swordsmith and Doma. As Muzin adjusted his breathing, the color-changing sword was slowly covered by a layer of azure blue from bottom to top. He really liked Tanjiro's water breathing, so he decided to use water breathing from now on. He would no longer change color to become more colorful than neon lights like he did at Fujikiyama. It's blue, a very beautiful color, the swordsmith sighed. Good luck to you. I thought it would be in color.
Doma muttered to himself, under the mask that he couldn't see. The swordsmith's brows twitched twice. What the hell is colorful? Do you think the sun blade is a rainbow blade? Please show some respect to the Nichiren sword. He glared at Doma, stood up angrily, put the box on his back and left Doma. Where's my sword? Wuzan glanced at him and said, the swordsmith who forged the sword for you is here. Just as Muzan said, another person opened the door, stuck his head out wearing a strange mask, and asked, is Suwu here? Doma stood up quickly, it's me. I forged the sun blade for Suwu, he said as he took off the large wooden box on his back, opened it and untied the cloth straps while saying, the sun blade is forged from ore from the mountain closest to the sun. This stone is exposed to the sun all year round, without rain or clouds. It absorbs the power of the sun and can kill evil spirits. Muzan was fiddling with the Nichiren sword in his hand while complaining in his heart that the Nichiren sword was no use against ghosts now, but half-ghosts should still be killed. Finally, under Doma's somewhat impatient look, the swordsmith handed the Nichiren sword to Doma. Under the swordsmith's expectant gaze, Doma drew out the blade. Instantly, a dazzling array of colors spread from the hilt to the entire blade. Swordsmith? What is this colorful, dazzling thing? I've learned a lot. The Nichiren sword can also be colorful. Muzan was also surprised. You are so good. You can create a rainbow version of the sun blade without even breathing. Mary Sue was ecstatic, too grassy, but the next moment, the colorful colors on the blade in Doma's hand began to fade, and the pale and empty white covered the entire blade. Different from the white of breath of the clouds, this white did not give people a good feeling. It was complete nothingness. The blade faded rapidly, causing Doma's fake smile to disappear. The swordsmith had no idea what was going on, so he could only scratch his head and leave with the wooden box. Su Xing. Hurry to Southeast Town. Su Wu. Go to Southeast Town quickly. An evil ghost has appeared in Southeast Town. Hunt down the evil ghost. ×2. Their two crows flew in at the same time and started screaming, and Doma looked over with a smile that he wanted to eat these two noisy crows. The crow seemed to sense the danger and looked around vigilantly, but to no avail. It carefully landed back on the shoulders of the two people. Wuzan touched the crow's little head. Let's go. He was quite curious, because there weren't actually that many ghosts under his command that had been discovered so far, and most of them were too lazy to prey on humans brutally like wild beasts. Whether it is exchanging food, killing evildoers, or other ways, there are many ways to obtain human flesh, and they don't have to eat humans now. So what have the demon slayer Corps been busy killing all this time? The condition for becoming a pillar is to kill 50 demons. So where did it come from? When the two of them arrived at the place the crow mentioned, it was already night. According to the mission description told by Crow, people always go missing at night, and it is suspected that evil spirits are preying on people, and according to local people, there have been many outbreaks. The west side of town has the most missing people. Muzan and Doma came to the west side of the town together. Because the economy was not developed at that time and the so-called town was not very big, the two of them could basically keep the so-called west side of the town under surveillance. Because of the rumors about ghosts, almost no one dared to go out at night, and the only people left on the silent street were the two of them. Walking separately, the sound of Wuzan's footsteps echoed in the long, empty corridor. The sound was gentle but scary. Although Muzan came out to kill ghosts at this time, if someone saw him, they would probably think that Muzan was the ghost who killed so many people. A slight cold breeze blew past, and Muzan suddenly exhaled, grabbing the hilt of the Nichiren sword with one hand. Wow! A black shadow suddenly attacked from a small path on the side, and Muzan drew out his Nichiren sword almost in an instant. Laughed. The long knife pierced the attacker's arm easily. As he stared in disbelief and horror, Muzan grabbed his neck, lifted him up high, and said with a smile, "It's not a ghost." Being strangled by Muzan, he couldn't breathe, his face turned red, and he struggled desperately to pry open Muzan's hand. Wuzan swung his hand and he was thrown out violently, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Enduring the pain, he quickly got up and ran away without saying a word. Muzan looked around and saw no one. The crows had run as far away as they could because of the battle. He stepped on the ground and chased after him. "Hey, you're the so-called cannibal, right?" The man was startled at first when he saw Muzan chasing him from behind, but when he saw that the distance was safe enough, he shouted boldly, "So what? Aren't you guys here to catch ghosts? If it's not a ghost, get out of here. Killing people is against the law." Laugh. Wuzan couldn't help but laugh. "You really know better than me." Now that it was confirmed that this guy was the murderer, Muzan did not hesitate and increased his speed. The man suddenly saw a huge black shadow leaping from behind him. His pupils dilated, and in disbelief and horror, he turned his head to see a huge mouth opening towards him. "Save, help! Ghost. Why can't I make a sound?
In the end, the man only saw a huge mouth swallowing him, and he lost consciousness again after a few sounds of breaking bones and chewing flesh. Wuzan's arm recovered. At the same time, I also notified Doma that the problem has been solved. The two of them set off directly without caring that it was already midnight. When it was almost dawn, the two crows cautiously returned to the place where the battle took place, only to find that they had already left. It cackled twice and hurriedly chased. After at noon, the tired crows finally found them and landed on their shoulders to rest. Wuzan smiled and touched him on the crowcod twice, and it was unclear whether it was feeling comfortable or complaining. After resting enough, the hard-working crow flew away again. They have to go back to report and bring new tasks, tired to death. Chapter 56, The Ghost-Slaying Warrior. The industrious crow brought a new task. There is a ghost hiding on Tian Mountain, go and kill it. The two people followed the crow towards their destination. When it got dark again, the two arrived at their destination. It has to be said that in this age without computer assistance, the reasonable allocation of tasks and the reduction in the travel time of the demon hunters of the Demon Slayer Corps are also thanks to the hard-working crows. Unfortunately, when the crows were following them, if the two of them came across anything edible, it was always inconvenient and they could only waste it. Regrettably, the forest on Tianshan Mountain is very dense, with only a lonely large sacrificial hall. The crow ran away quickly before any danger arose. The two of them gently opened the door of the shrine. Squeak. The old sacrificial hall was covered with dust, and Muzin's hands were also covered with a layer of dust, revealing an expression of disgust. There were spider webs everywhere in the hall, and as the two moved, the startled little insects flew, jumped, and hopped around. But after crossing the threshold and walking inside, there was not much dust inside, which clearly indicated that there had been some recent activity by someone or other people. Muzin can confirm that the ghost is definitely not in his hands, under his influence. Who would like to stay in such a shabby place? Moreover, this mountain is barren, with people only active at the foot of the mountain. Do you want to starve to death? There was a faint rustling sound coming from inside, as if something was moving. Even though it was pitch black, it did not affect the vision of the two real ghosts. I saw clearly that behind the statue of something unknown, there was a half-ghost with a hideous face, biting the remaining limbs and flesh in its hands. His skin seemed to be rotten, with a noticeable blue or purple color, and the tumor was extremely conspicuous. Muzin remembered that this ghost existed in the memory of the original trash boss, but because it was too weak, he didn't pay attention even after he broke free from control after he traveled here. He died immediately. In the darkness, he saw two people walking in, opening their big mouths full of sharp teeth, throwing away the food in their hands, and pounced on them, accompanied by a disgusting smell. The half-ghost roared and rushed over. Muzin couldn't help but take a step back and signaled Doma, "You go ahead." Doma is simply too much. You eat humans, but I kill the disgusting half-ghost, right? There's nothing I can do, he's the boss. Doma looked disgusted, drew out his Nichiren sword, and swung it. Before the half-ghost could react, his head fell to the ground when the crow flew back. Standing at the door, taking advantage of the light coming in, he saw Muzin take out a piece of cloth and hand it to Doma. Doma wiped the knife back and forth with the cloth in disgust. It stinks. There was a corpse on the ground that had not yet completely disappeared. Take a break. Let's go to Fuji House to repair. The two crows shouted. This is the Fuji family, which received help from the Demon Slayer Corps and printed wisteria flowers on its family crest. The two were welcomed in politely. Doma looked at the wisteria trees planted all around the mansion. The owner who led them into the mansion noticed Doma's expression and explained, "Because we might be targeted by ghosts, we have planted wisteria flowers around here to keep ghosts away. You can rest here without worry." Doma nodded casually, maintaining a smiling expression on his face. 3 months later, because Muzin did not actively look for missions, even if they met a ghost, none of them survived past the next day, and basically all of them died as soon as they met. Therefore, the names of Su Xing and Su Wu as geniuses also reached the ears of Abuyoshiki at the Demon Slayer Corps base. In just 3 months, the two of them were close to the pillar level standard. This made Abuyoshiki Terrazumi very pleased. My swordsman is really excellent. In the past 3 months, Muzin has also discovered that the so-called ghosts are basically 3/10 of those who kill people and use ghosts as an excuse. Just take care of the simple murderers, Muzin and Doma, and reward yourself at the same time. But if it was like what happened in the washing machine, where the reasons for the murders were bizarre and the victims were not innocent, Muzin would not bother to care and would just report the situation directly, and most of them, almost 6 or 7 out of 10, are half-ghosts. Presumably, in order to find the blue-red spider lily, he only created ghosts within a certain range, and he was afraid that too many ghosts would affect him, so he did not create ghosts on a large scale. But half-ghosts are different. They are like a turtle and a mung bean, and when they fall in love, they develop into a half-ghost, but they are all trash with no intelligence and weak power.
The only thing worth mentioning is that they are hiding.
They are even more ruthless than the scumbag boss who saw Yuichiro, and the rest are the ghosts under Muzan who were discovered. Point 2 Crow's Cod. Waking up, Muzan and Doma Wujan looked at the two birds that landed by the window in silence. Feeling annoyed, Doma even smiled and looked at them silently. Smiling, the two birds don't care about their reactions.
As long as they don't eat it, they can do whatever they want. Qingyu Town. Powerful evil spirits have appeared. Go and kill them.
In fact, this will be the last battle for Su Xing and Su Wu to be promoted to ZHU. To be honest, in the past 3 months, the two of them have been running around everywhere, and with the help of the Demon Slayer Corps' intelligence network, they have eliminated quite a few half-demons, and the hospitality of the Fuji family made Muzan very comfortable. After defeating the ghost, follow Crow to Tang's house to eat,
drink and rest, then continue on your way.
If you kill half a ghost, you'll make a profit, and if you kill a murderer, you'll also have a good meal. The only thing that made Muzan uncomfortable was why in the original work Tanjiro went to Abuyoshike's house not long after work, and he had worked for 3 months but still didn't know where the Abuyoshiki residence was hidden. He didn't just come here to work for the Abuyoshiki family. Shouldn't he go to the Abuyoshiki base and live with the big family of the Demon Slayer Corps, and then let the warm environment and enthusiastic teammates of the Demon Slayer Corps influence Doma, right? One of the reasons why Muzan joined the Demon Slayer Corps was that he wanted to have fun, but it's always been just the two of them, which is really boring. Another reason is that I want to continue with the Demon Slayer Corps' environment and teach Doma the correct way of thinking. A pig was so moved that bubbles appeared on its head. Kaneo learned how to make choices, and Muchiro recovered his memory. No matter how it happened, they were moved by each other, and their personality defects were finally resolved. Why is it that when it comes to him, he has to kill demons alone with his brother? The wind is whistling and the Ishue River is cold, and I am alone with my brothers, a ghost-killing warrior who doesn't need emotions or companions? Forget it. Muzan took Doma and followed the crow towards the so-called Qingyu town. But as they got closer, Muzan realized that the direction they were approaching was where the demons under his command were hiding. According to the mission description, there is a powerful evil ghost hiding in Qingyu town. People would disappear almost every night, although most of them were troublemakers in the town, hooligans, and even robbers from the surrounding areas. This made the people in Qingyu town believe that they were blessed by the gods until 3 days ago. Chapter 57 You Go Fight. I'll watch. Someone was passing by a house and heard some uncomfortable noises. He looked over secretly and discovered a horrifying scene. A terrifying evil ghost was tearing into a corpse. The corpse's abdomen had been eaten hollow and a look of fear could be seen on the corpse's face. When the news spread, some people thought that it was a god that would only eat evil people and that they needed to offer sacrifices to it actively. But some people were more sober and ran to the Fujinoya to seek help from the Demon Slayer Corps. Weak humans do not have the courage to live with powerful, cannibalistic ghosts. Then, Muzan and Doma came over. Wuzan rubbed his head. The ghost here is Yamakawa Kuta, a very Buddhist ghost under Muzan, but he is addicted to the pleasure of cannibalism, so he tries hard to find places with poor order.
Qingyu town is remote but has a large population.
It is also poor and has almost no order, so Yamakawa Kuta likes it very much and has settled here for a long time. This time it was finally discovered. To be honest, Yamakawa Kuta has a strong physique because he has lived a long time and eaten a lot of people, but because he is a Buddhist, the blood ghost technique is to run away. I think Muzan's actual combat ability is just at the lower level.
Oh, you deal with this ghost. Doma?
Another stinking half-ghost? Muzan heard his inner voice and said, "You can rest assured, it's not." But he also secretly told him to go for it boldly, because it was a ghost and could not be killed, but he should not use blood ghost magic thanks to Tamayo's wisteria flower concentrate and blue-red spider lily. The demons under Muzan will now be safe even if their necks are cut by the Nichiren sword. That if you don't like someone, you can fight them, even if it means fighting to the death. At most there is a little pain. Yamakawa Kuta stood on the balcony, overlooking the quiet Qingyu town. You've been living here for almost 10 years, right? He also knew what happened in the past few days, and it was time to leave here, but before leaving he needed to squeeze out the value of this place. Those who worshipped him as a god also told him that someone was asking the Demon Slayer Corps for help. He couldn't help feeling a little nervous when Doma found Yamakawa Kuta with a smile on his face. Both ghosts sensed that the person in front of them was also a subordinate of Muzan, Yamakawa. Yasutaka breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was the Demon Slayer Corps coming. The next moment, Doma suddenly drew out the Nichiren sword with a smiling face. Yamakawa Kuta?
Why are you, a ghost, holding the Nichiren sword? Then, Doma took off the Haori he was wearing, revealing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform underneath Yamakawa Kota. What are you doing? I'm here to kill you. Doma smiled and rushed forward, waving his knife. Yamakawa Kota couldn't help but yelled, You betrayed Master Muzan? How could that be? Doma responded casually without slowing down. Yamakawa Kota really had no idea what was going on, so he climbed over the fence and jumped down from the balcony. What on earth do you want to do? Kill you? Doma chased after him without any hesitation. Yamakawa Kota didn't want to figure out what was going on anymore. This guy was already wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, so what else was there to say? The originally gentle and handsome face became terrifying, his fangs were exposed, his pupils turned red, long claws appeared on his hands, and he turned around and rushed forward. I will clean up the mess for Master Muzan right now. Doma dodged his attack with a smile, but at the same time he became cautious. This guy is not as weak as he looks. In addition, it is not very convenient for him to use blood vampire magic now, and he is unable to perform it. Besides, in fact, most of his blood vampire magic is aimed at humans who are fragile and unable to recover quickly. He can only resist with his strong physique and the breathing method he learned from Muzan. Doma took advantage of the gap in his attack and slashed at his neck with the Nichiren sword without mercy. With his quick reaction speed, Yamakawa Kota twisted his body and deflected the Nichiren sword. Laugh with a long cutting sound. His arm was chopped off by the sun blade and fell to the ground with a thud. Yamakawa Kota turned sideways and quickly stepped back, taking the opportunity to bend down to pick up the arm and connect it to the wound. Countless flesh threads like tree roots emerged from the broken ends and connected together in a matter of seconds. Doma didn't want to give him too much time to recover, so he twisted his body. An attack. Clang, the Nichiren sword collided with the hard claws, and Doma was suppressing Yamakawa Kota subtly. But after all, Yamakawa Kota lived longer, and with his tremendous strength he turned the situation around and suppressed Doma. Doma still had a smiling expression on his face, which made Yamakawa Kota extremely unhappy. You are so strong. Doma praised in a fake way, and then continued to mock. It's a pity that you can't fight at all. As he said this, he stepped back suddenly, and using the inertia to twist his wrist, he attacked directly with a flash of knife flowers. Yamakawa Kota was hit on the neck, but thanks to his strong physique, the wound did not cut off and just stayed in his flesh and blood without advancing an inch. He showed a ferocious smile and grabbed the sunblade fiercely. You are too weak. Who said that? Doma replied with a smile. He slid the Nichiren sword sideways, the sharp blade with a pale color directly cut off his finger. Ha, you are too weak. Doma looked at Yamakawa Kota, who was grinning as he grew new fingers and healed his wounds, and said nonchalantly with a smile while weighing the Nichiren sword in his hand. You're not that strong. Yamakawa Yasutaro roared and rushed forward. This time his speed was even faster than before. Wukan landed on the top of the building, eating snacks while watching them fight. It would have been even better if there were melon seeds. Let Doma do this kind of laborious and unprofitable job. He is too lazy to act. When the time comes, just scratch yourself a few times and make a few wounds. Seeing that Yamakawa Kota finally showed his strength and grabbed Doma a few times, leaving him with a deep wound, Muzan hurriedly secretly reminded Doma not to recover. As time went by, the two ghosts under the moonlight had been fighting for so long, but to no avail. Yamakawa Kota was able to recover, and apart from some tears in his clothes, there were no substantial wounds at all. Although Doma was injured and has not recovered yet, it does not affect the battle at all. He also feels annoyed. Fighting with demons is really boring, it's better to go find humans. Wuzan also felt that it was about the same. Yamakawa Kota suddenly heard the voice of Lord Muzan in his mind. Leave. Yamakawa Kota was stunned. Lord Muzan was paying attention to him. He quickly replied, but this guy betrayed you. At the same time, Doma also heard Muzan's voice, asking him to leave. Look up and to the left. When Yamakawa Kota heard the voice, he looked over in confusion, and at the same time noticed that the guy who spoke in a very annoying way had also stopped attacking. Then, he saw Lord Muzan wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform on the balcony. Master Muzan, what are you doing? Chapter 58 Doma Transformation Plan. Boss, you really know how to play. Yamakawa Kota returned to his human form, biting the flesh in his mouth and sighing. He had been sent to Infinite City by Naruto, and had just finished a battle, and was starving to death. Muzan and Doma pretended to be seriously injured, and their clothes were torn to tatters by sharp claws during the battle. He leaned against the wall weakly with a look of resentment on his face. When the Demon Slayer Corps' logistics personnel came to rescue them with a stent, Su Xing looked like he was saved, breathed a sigh of relief.
and fainted. Looking at this scene, Doma said, "Lord Muzin, it turns out that you have not lived in vain for hundreds of years. What great acting skills. I'm dizzy too." The seriously injured two brothers were sent to the Demon Slayer core base after a simple treatment at Fujiya's house. Muzin memorized the route well along the way. Hehe, Abuyashiki, you're a fool. The address of your base camp is now known by your mortal enemy. Now your mortal enemy has come to your house and is receiving your treatment. You were such a wimp. All you need is the sword forging village, and I've figured out your background. You were such a wimp. Bullshit prediction. You couldn't even predict that I would run to your house. Ivi, you were such a wimp. Doma looks at Muzin-sama, who was giving a lewd smile and keeps smiling at this time. The two had been sent to the ward and were being cared for by people from the department responsible for treatment. Hearing footsteps approaching, Muzin quickly regained his normal composure and leaned against the wall behind the bed to read a book. As the curtain was opened, several figures walked in one after another. Wuzan was stunned. Owner of the child's residence, there is a group of pillars following behind. What's going on? Discovered his identity. As long as you are safe. Abuyashiki stood in front of Muzin and Doma's beds with a gentle smile that was completely different from Doma's. You are excellent swordsmen. Now take a good rest here. From this we can see that the leaders of the Demon Slayer Corps and the demons are completely different. Demon Slayer Corps Lord, gentle, steady, consider the overall situation, and just be safe. Ghost King, hehe, you are too bad. Layoffs. Layoffs. Wuzan breathed a sigh of relief that he had not been discovered. He had worked diligently for 3 months and he didn't want his work to be in vain. He put the book down and nodded, looking like a newcomer who was deeply touched by the visit of his boss, Doma. Smiling, after Abuyashiki left, the remaining pillars came up. A tall man with a rough voice stood in front of their bed and looked at them carefully. You mean the so-called genius? The standard of being close to the pillar in 3 months? It sounds like he's a little unhappy. Doma didn't respond, and his smiling face made him even more unhappy. Muzin did the same, looking at him with a fake smile. The tall man was visibly angry. What do you two mean by acting like this? Muzin and Doma, laugh you kid. He was so angry that he clenched his fist and hit Muzin. A guy behind him who was a little smaller but not short hurriedly stopped him. They are still injured. Don't be impulsive. Ha! The tall man let out a long breath and glared at the two of them. I won't bother with these two little guys. He put his fist down and left the ward directly. Sorry, he's a bit impulsive, don't mind. Wukan smiled, it's okay. Doma also gave a very fake smile, and the pillars felt extremely uncomfortable seeing him smile like that. By the way, according to the regulations, you have already met the requirements to become a pillar. The Lord should tell you soon. The man laughed. A tall girl at the side stepped forward excitedly. So maybe we'll fight side by side in the future. Let me introduce you to each other first. The one just now was the earth pillar, Sugiura Tomoki, who has a bad temper, and he is the water pillar, Kajima Mizuiro, the strongest among us. As she spoke, she pointed to the person who had just stopped the earth pillar and continued, I am the rock pillar, my name is Akajiri. There were 9 pillars in total, and she introduced them one by one. Except for Tuju, who was unhappy with the two of them, everyone else was very friendly. Just as the water pillar Kajima Mizuiro said, soon, the two people were appointed as pillars. When Muzin was sitting under the eaves reading a book, he saw Akajiri coming over, and he looked up in confusion. Akajiri sat aside, glanced at Doma, who was smiling in the room, and whispered, Su Xing, does your brother have any problems? After that, he added, if it's inconvenient to say it, forget it. Muzin glanced at Doma and felt ecstatic. Didn't this achieve the second goal? He nodded, it's not inconvenient. He has never had emotions since he was a child, so he always smiles, trying to make himself feel emotions. Is that so? Do you mind if I tell the others? They are also somewhat concerned about Su Wu's condition. It's nothing to mind. So, with the support of Muzin, basically all the pillars and most of the people in the Demon Slayer Corps base knew about it. The so-called genius Kongju, Su Wu, had no emotions since childhood. His parents thought he was the son of God because of his appearance. He grew up listening to other people's complaints. In the end, his parents died in front of him because of ghosts. What a poor little guy. Perhaps becoming a genius came at the cost of his emotions and happiness. He always looks smiling, but actually he is so eager for affection. So when Doma said some extremely annoying words, he just endured it gently. Rock pillar Akajiri unconsciously put herself into the role of a mother and always came to visit him.
And the result was that Doma no longer said those annoying words to her with Tamayo's
advice, teachings, and Muzin's coercion as the basis. Rock Pillar's repeated visits successfully made Doma go from his first fake smile to unconsciously waiting for Akagiri's arrival. Muzin looked at the changes and thought it was really effective. Come to think of it, Doma was just a teenager when he was transformed, and he had never experienced the love of his parents. Thinking about how in the original work Doma once wanted to keep Kotonoha by his side, it should be related to the maternal love that he once lacked, right? At the same time, as the strongest pillar, Water Pillar Mizuiro Kojima is like everyone's big brother, taking care of everyone with the gentleness of water. The wonderful atmosphere of mutual healing within the Demon Slayer Corps made Muzin feel relieved. Then he would just let it go and leave the transformation plan of Doma to the Demon Slayer Corps, although, apart from forcing Doma not to kill people randomly and throwing him to the Demon Slayer Corps, he didn't do much. Time is the best medicine. Before they knew it, Muzin and Doma had been in the Demon Slayer Corps for more than a year. After Muzin and Doma completed their mission and returned to the Abuyashiki base, they saw Akagiri helping the people in the ward treat the patient's wounds. Seeing Su Xing and Su Wu returning safely, he smiled, walked over and touched Doma's head. Doma still has that same unchanging smile on his face. You can tell at first glance that he doesn't look like a good person, but at least when he looked at Akagiri, there was no contempt in his eyes, and he really listened to Akagiri's words seriously. No need to pretend all the time, learn to respect others and so on. Although I didn't change it, I still listen to it.
This is enough to show that Akagiri has successfully occupied a place in Doma's heart. The foundation of emotion is bond.
Chapter 59, Go Support. In the original work, when Doma was a human, his parents and the people around him never thought of establishing a bond with him. But after becoming a demon, under the leadership of Boss Xia, bond, what is that? In the end, he could only establish a distorted love with his weird feelings for Shinobu Kocho, and then he had the so-called feelings, and some people believe that this feeling is more like hatred than love, but Doma, who has never had any feelings, thinks it is love. Whether it's true or not, it shows that Doma's lack of emotions can be changed with the help of others, and this is indeed the case. At least at this moment, Doma will not put himself in the position of God that his parents once gave him. After all, you don't have a good talent, so it's normal to feel resentful. Muzin heard Doma mocking Sugiura Tomoki again. This basically happens whenever the two meet. Sugiura Tomoki was so angry that veins popped out of his fists. All you can do is talk.
Fight me. I don't want to bully you.
Doma smiled, turned around and left, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Sugiura Tomoki was despised and humiliated like this, and he was filled with anger and rage.
He yelled, I have feelings after all. Who are you? Are you worthy of being called a human being? Doma's smile disappeared instantly, and his calm face suppressed anger.
He turned around and looked at him coldly, his hand already touching the Nichiren sword at his waist. Do you want me to teach you how to talk? He was frightened by Doma's eyes and realized that what he said seemed to be a bit too much. He lowered his head slightly and tried to utter two words, sorry. After saying that, he turned and left. Doma put down his hand that was holding the handle of the Nichiren sword in a daze. Why should he apologize? Shouldn't he be angry now as well and have to fight? Unable to figure it out, Doma smiled again. Muzin was about to go over to stop the fight, but Sugiura Tomoki actually apologized. As the one who was the most unkind to the two of them among all the pillars, this guy never apologized. Forget it. Muzin stopped paying attention and turned to look at the crow flying over. He stretched out his hand and let him land on his finger. The crow seemed very anxious and exhausted. After landing on his finger, he did not have time to rest and tried to open his mouth and shout at the top of his voice, Southwest. Southwest. A powerful evil spirit has appeared. Go and support Niwa Jukio. Niwa Jusei, the Rakuhashira, is quite powerful and was one of the 4 people who fought with Doma that day. Muzin checked the ghosts under his command. Well, this guy has met the upper string again. Upper Moon 1, Kokushibo Yuichiro raised Mei and Kafutaro on behalf of Muzin. Seeing how Kafutaro, as an older brother, loved his sister so much, Yuichiro missed his brother even more. Maybe I could take these 2 kids to find Yensheng. Kokushibo learned of Yorichi's thoughts and said, I'm going to continue my travels. In addition, he was actually really free, so he didn't ask Mingnu to help teleport him. He just measured the earth with his feet. After asking about Yuichiro's location, he started to walk away from Yuichiro's direction. He has not yet reached the strength of Yuichiro, and does not want a playhouse with Yuichiro. I want to become the strongest samurai. Just take your time and raise your little brat. Then, the 3 pairs of eyes that were not concealed clearly said, "I am a demon."
The demon slayers, come and beat me up.
Of course, Kokushibo also had this idea. He wanted to see what level the current Demon Slayer core was at. When Niwa Jusei learned of Kokushibo's location, Kokushibo was waiting for him there. The result naturally disappointed Kokushibo greatly. That's it, even if it's impossible to reach the level of that so-called wall-climbing player named Yorichi, he should be able to get through a few moves in my hands, right? He hasn't even used much strength yet, and you can't beat him. No wonder Muzan never took the Demon Slayer Corps seriously from the beginning to the end, thinking that he was a senior of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kokushibo had an idea and started to fight with Niwa Jusei, wanting to get some guidance. What made Niwa Jukio feel ironic was that Kokushibo was fighting him using the Nichiren sword and breathing techniques. Kokushibo nonchalantly took his attack and commented, "The speed is still too slow and not fierce enough." Although Kokushibo had good intentions, he saw this behavior as a blatant humiliation, so he gritted his teeth and attacked madly. However, Kokushibo easily blocked all his attacks. "You want to find a weakness? I left so many loopholes for you, why can't you find it?" "Shut up!" Niwa Jusei roared. "You shouldn't bring too many emotions into a fight." Kokushibo reminded expressionlessly. "You use too many fancy moves, and you haven't practiced your breathing techniques properly." He's right, I need to calm down. Niwa Jyaking let out a long breath, calmed himself down, and became more serious. "Not bad." Kokushibo showed a satisfied look. The battle between the two became more and more intense, but Kokushibo was always at ease, while Niwa Jyosei was gradually getting weaker. The long-lasting battle was still very stressful for a human being. You should become a ghost. There are too many limitations for an ordinary human being. After fighting for so long, Kokushibo has developed a love for talent and can't help but start missionary mode. Impossible. Niwa Jusei roared, and his aura suddenly became powerful. "Even if my body is destroyed, I will definitely kill the evil ghost." "Never mind. I knew it was like this." Kokushibo casually took his attack, swung his sword, and chopped straight down, leaving a deep wound on his chest, while saying, "You're still far behind. There are still 12 ghosts as strong as me. You'd better try harder if you want to defeat us." Niwa Jusei stepped back in pain, blood oozing from his chest. The huge wound made it difficult for him to move, and every movement would pull at the wound, but he couldn't watch the evil ghost leave his sight again. "I will no longer watch evil spirits devouring human flesh in front of me. Fight with all your might. Kill the evil spirits, never let anyone lose their life because of their own powerlessness again." Kokushibo felt that since he had been stabbed in the chest, there was no need to continue fighting. He should have known better than to retreat. As a result, I saw this guy grabbing the long knife, ignoring the gaping wound and the amount of blood staining his chest clothes, and slashing again with a roar. "Are you going to die?" Kokushibo blocked it with his sword. "You can't kill me. What's the point of fighting so foolishly? As long as I'm alive, I won't let you hurt anyone." Kokushibo silently looked towards the town not far away. "Okay, I understood." They thought he was going to eat people. This perception is almost impossible to change, and Kokushibo has no intention of wasting any more time. With a puff, he stabbed the Nichiren sword into his shoulder. With the blood flowing out, his arm would probably be disabled if he didn't get timely treatment. However, Niwa Jukio tried his best to use his muscles to clamp the Nichiren sword that was inserted into his body, and at the same time, he used his remaining hand to swing the Nichiren sword and chop it up a few. The Nichiren sword hit Kokushibo's neck, but only penetrated a few millimeters and could not go any further. With a click, Kokushibo grabbed his Nichiren sword with his other hand and exerted force, breaking the blade of the sword into pieces. A sizzle as blood spurted out. He drew out the Nichiren sword and threw him out without mercy. "Don't waste your energy." Niwa Jukio fell heavily to the ground, and tried to stand up with his still usable hands. "Don't run." Without even turning his head, Kokushibo put the Nichiren sword back into its scabbard, leaving only his back as he walked towards the town. Chapter 60, Omega. Doma watched the scene silently. Although he still had a smiling look on his face, he vaguely realized that the salvation he had originally believed in seemed to be as empty as the so-called gods and Buddhas. Looking at Niwa Jyaking, who was lying on the ground, trying desperately to stand up but unable to do so due to excessive blood loss and being too weak, he was already a little stronger than when he fought with him that day. "Forget it, let's save him." Doma ran over from behind a rock in the distance, as if he had just
arrived, with a fake look of sadness and worry. I'm really worried about you. I'll be heartbroken if you die. After he finished pretending to say this, Niwa Jiaoqing urged him, stop acting, go chase that evil ghost. You're going too far. How can you say I'm acting?
Doma said as he took out a bandage to treat his wound, while sighing in his heart that the human body is indeed too fragile.
Don't worry about me. Go chase that ghost.
Niwa Jusei shouted anxiously, and Doma looked at him with a smile. Niwa Jiaoqing felt uncomfortable being stared at. Stop staring at me. He always felt that Su Wu's smile at this moment seemed a little familiar, and it was not a good feeling. How could it be possible? Su Wu is just a kid who has just joined the Demon Slayer Corps and is working hard to kill demons.
Su Xing went to stop him.
Hearing this, Niwa Jingqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then hurriedly reminded, he is very strong.
Su Xing can't deal with him alone, you go and help him. Doma looked at him with a smile, I will save you first, can you die?
Niwa Jiaoqing stopped talking. On the other side, Muzan has caught up with Kokushibo. Kokushibo had an indescribable expression on his face as he looked back and forth at the Ghost King in front of him. Was he crazy, or are you stupid? Why are you wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, still holding the Sunblade?
Come on, let's fight with the Sunblades.
Wuzan was eager to try it. Kokushibo was amazing. What the hell is this? Degree, Master Muzan, I don't have time to play with you right now. But after he finished speaking, Muzan drew out his Sunblade with a smile. This is not up to you.
Miracle Girl. Send me away. Ming-Nu. Do you dare to send him away and try? Kibutsuji Muzan. Are you too idle? Kokushibo was forced to block Muzan's attack with gritted teeth and then slashed at him with a knife. I'm just too idle, what's wrong?
Muzan caught his attack, twisted his wrist, deflected the blade, and continued to cut. Kokushibo took a deep breath and decided to fight. The two men's swords flashed so fast that it was impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. They swung hundreds or thousands of times in a few seconds, and all that could be heard was the dense sound of metal colliding. But Muzan is a demon king after all.
He can't defeat Yashiichi Tsugakuni alone. Even if Yashiichi is lucky, Kokushibo, no. The situation became clearer as time went on, and Kokushibo found it increasingly difficult to withstand Muzan's increasingly faster and fierce attacks. Seeing that he could no longer resist, Muzan Kibutsuji ruthlessly chopped his neck with the Nichiren sword. At the next moment, Muzan suddenly stopped and without trying to dodge, was slashed hard in the chest by Kokushibo, leaving a horrific wound. With a look of pain on his face, he covered the wound on his chest, which was still bleeding, and took a half step back weakly. Why are you so strong? Then, as seen on the old man's cell phone in the subway, Kokushibo fell to the ground, and the Nichiren sword in his hand was thrown aside. Then, Kokushibo saw Upper Six wearing the uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, holding the Nichiren sword, crying with a fake face as if he was wearing a mask, and running towards him sadly waving the sword. I want to avenge my brother. Kokushibo, subway, old people, cell phones. Then, in his own confusion, he was teleported to the Infinite City by Ming-Nu. Damn it! He got away.
They were soon sent back to the Abuyoshiki base. Muzan was lying on the hospital bed and said to Abuyoshiki Terrazumi, who came to visit, although he escaped, I got some information. Muzan Kibutsuji designated the 12 strongest demons as the 12 demon moons, divided into upper and lower moons. That demon is the upper moon, and should be the strongest demon besides Muzan.
Uni is nothing, he is just hanging on the wall. Abuyoshiki Terrazumi smiled gently. You did a good job, we will definitely kill the evil spirit. Wukan smiled. Doma was standing aside, just watching to see how long Lord Muzan could act. Akagiri also ran over to visit the two of them. She always knew that they were both very pitiful, as their parents were killed by evil spirits when they were very young, but he used his own flesh and blood to block the evil spirit, preventing more people from falling into tragedy. Although he was bearing such a heavy past, he was always smiling. Su Xing was even more so.
He was always so considerate and caring towards everyone.
Although Su Wu had no emotions, he always kept smiling, looking at Su Xing sitting on the hospital bed reading seriously, and Su Wu always smiling. I felt more and more distressed for these two. Only 15 children die. In fact, at this time, Muzan was reminding Tsujikoku Yorichi Kuroshibo was running away. I heard you were going to look for him, so I ran away. Are you happy? Are you happy or not? For all, Jafutaro, who was fiddling with his new sickle, and Xiaomei, who was following behind him, looked over curiously. From what we could see with the naked eye, Yuni's face didn't look very good, and he seemed like he wanted to hit someone. Xiaomei was so scared that she hid behind the prostitute Taro, then raised her head and whispered to her brother, "Brother, what happened to brother Yuni?" The prostitute Taro was unhappy. "You should call Yuichi uncle."
"Only I am Xiaomei's brother, Sai Nabla." On the other side, Muzan began to threaten Kokoshibo.
"Kuroshibo, shall I ask Naruto to send you to Yorichi?" Deoda. Kokoshibo looked unhappy in the Infinite Castle. "Lord Muzan, just play your game in the Demon Slayer Corps and don't get involved in this. He needs to see Uni, but not now." "TSK, no, you're such a fierce guy." Muzan started to contact Yunichi again. "Your elder brother doesn't seem to want to see you. Do you want me to tell you where he is?" "No need, my brother will come to see me when he wants to." "Well, Muzan feels boring. The two brothers are connected in heart, right?" Mingnu looked at the murderous Kokoshibo and finally received a notice from Muzan. She hurriedly sent Kokoshibo away, fearing that Kokoshibo would be so angry with Muzan that he would lose his mind and attack her directly. Then, peaceful days returned. Muzan's life in the Demon Slayer Corps is extremely comfortable. Because of his gentle personality, friendly appearance, and the smile on his face, he thrives in the Demon Slayer Corps. Doma and Sugiura Tomoki started fighting. For safety reasons, Niwa Jusei watched from the side so that he could stop them at any time if they got really angry. But as the two fought, Niwa Jusei's brows became more and more furrowed, and he looked thoughtful and extremely serious. Chapter 61 Sunbathing plus Wisteria. Muzan looked at Niwa Jusei in confusion, stood up from the steps under the eaves and put down the book in his hand. I went over and patted his shoulder. "What's wrong?" Niwa Jusei was startled and turned his head sharply to look at him. Muzan noticed the flash of fear in his eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Niwa Jusei shook his head and quickly smiled to cover up his expression. "It's okay, I was distracted." "Tell me anything you can," Muzan reminded him, and Niwa Jusei nodded quickly, turning his attention back to the two people fighting. Wuzan then went back to sit down and read. Glancing at Muzan, who was reading a book intently, Niwa Jusei breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention to Doma with a serious look on his face. Muzan naturally noticed his actions. What was going on? He himself was confused. "I lost." Sugiura Tomoki took a step back, retracted his Nichiren sword, and looked at Doma. As time went by, he had gradually accepted these two men, and this battle made him even more convinced of their strength. "If you lose, just admit it openly." Doma also sheathed the pale Nichiren sword, and almost instinctively smiled and mocked. "Mr. Sugiura, I've already told you that you can't beat me." Sugiura Tomoki was so angry that he exploded again. "Don't be so proud, kid." In the evening, Niwa Jusei tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. The more he thought about it, the more it resembled the evil spirit. In his mind, Suwu almost coincided with the powerful evil spirit that day. In doubt, he suddenly felt that these two brothers were suspicious from every aspect. That night, Su Xing was just one person, and the strength he displayed was just that of an ordinary person. However, from the assessment of Teng Shishan to today, he had no training and had not learned breathing techniques from anyone, but he suddenly became a pillar-level ghost hunter. He suddenly thought of a rumor he had heard. A man named Yamashima Jishing said that he saw Su Xing holding the sunblade and using any breathing method, and that Suwu was even more suspicious. But it can't be a ghost, they can move in sunlight and use the sunblade and breathing techniques. What is going on? He wants to discuss it with others. Then, the next day, Muzan was reading a book leisurely when he heard footsteps and saw Niwa Jusei walking towards him with a bag of something unknown. Wuzan put down the book in confusion. "What's the matter?" Niwa Jusei placed the bag in his hand on the table next to Muzan and said with a smile, "I bought some wisteria tea yesterday, but it's a little too much, so I'll give you some." Wuzan looked at the tea bag wrapped in paper and nodded, "Thank you." After Niwa Jusei left, Muzan finally understood. This guy seemed to be doubting him. He sunbathes every day, why do you doubt him? So, the next day, Muzan ran around with wisteria tea, and even ran to Niwa Jusei's room, and drank a cup of wisteria tea while chatting with him. "Just look at it, this is wisteria tea, drink as much as you want." Finally, I gave him a bag of wisteria cake. Niwa Jusei watched Muzan leave and silently looked at the wisteria cake in his hand. Am I overthinking? In the next few days, Niwa Jusei could always see Muzan sunbathing, eating wisteria cake and drinking wisteria flower tea in Niwa Kiyoshi. "No, the more you do this, the more suspicious I become." "Gigi, what are you eating?" Doma suddenly popped up, looked at the wisteria cakes on Muzan's table, grabbed one with his claws without hesitation, and put it in his mouth to taste it under Niwa Jukiyo's focused gaze. "It tastes good." "You actually left me alone to eat it." Muzan and Niwa Jukiyo, Izai, eat, eat, eat. You ate it all. Muzin stuffed the entire plate of wisteria cake into Doma's hands and said, "Eat it quickly." Doma walked away with the wisteria cake in his arms. Smiling, Muzin looked at Doma's back and silently took a sip of wisteria tea to calm his nerves. Gigi's lethality is too strong, especially when it comes out of Doma's mouth. Muzin thought that this would completely dispel Niwa doubts. What I didn't expect was, when he and Doma returned from their mission, Niwa ran over and said with a grin, "Isu Xing, I found an open-air sun spa. I heard the service is very good. The Lord said he would take us there to relax." Well, how come even Abu Yoshiki Teruzan is involved? Is this a suspicion that he is wearing some transparent high-tech material that can block out light? In fact, Abu Yoshiki Teruzumi did not doubt the two of them. As a demon slayer corps with good welfare and a good environment, the Lord would take the pillars and demon hunters with good performance to places like hot springs to relax. He is willing to believe every child who joins the demon slayer corps. Besides, there wouldn't really be any ghosts that would be so idle as to run off to become pillars in the demon slayer corps, right? Are you still so diligent in killing ghosts every day? What a joke. He just agreed because several pillars took the initiative to suggest it. Muzin looked at Doma, who had become addicted to wisteria cake, and after watching Niwa leave, he said, "I think you should cherish the time you can spend with Akajiri." Doma is no fool, so he naturally understood what was going on. "But you said this." A day later, Muzin and Niwa went to the hot spring together, while Doma followed Akajiri, chatting as they walked. Because the distance was not far, they arrived at their destination quickly and men and women bathed separately. Doma watched Akajiri walk into the women's hot spring section before changing his clothes. Niwa Jiaoking was so engrossed that he almost wanted to stare at the two of them. Carefully observing them changing their clothes, Muzin was startled by the stare, took a step back cautiously, and looked at Niwa Jiaoking in horror. "I like girls. Don't have any bad thoughts." Niwa Jingqing was stunned and was about to retract his naked gaze. "No." Wuzan retreated again. "Stay away from me." When taking a hot spring bath, Muzin and Niwa Jiaoking sat on each side, and he would move whenever Niwa Jiaoking moved. "Niwa Jukio, don't think too much." "That's not what I meant." Muzin, be alert, retreat. Retreat. Retreat, Niwa Kiyoshi, TT, what a sin. Although there seemed to be some misunderstanding, Niwa Jukio eliminated the last doubt. "But the more I think about it, the weirder it gets." No, he won't give up. He told his lord his idea, and the lord smiled. Although he would not ignore his words, he did not seem to have any doubts about the two brothers. Basically everyone else does too, only Kanzuya Kojima, Mizuiro's younger brother, who fought the demon with him that day, felt that something was wrong, and Tomoki Sugiura was a little suspicious. Since these don't work, there are only other ways. Chapter 62. The aftereffects are coming. Muzin and Doma went out to carry out the mission again, but after investigating, it seems that it is neither a half-ghost nor a ghost, but people. It is likely that this is another perverted murderer who disguised his own murders as ghosts. At night, the two who had already investigated the matter and had a guess went to search separately. It is best to confirm directly. When a scream resounded through the quiet night sky, Doma was close by and rushed over. Quickly, he saw a beautiful woman holding a bloody dagger in her hand, with a perverted smile on her face, looking full of pleasure. She noticed Doma's arrival, holding the dagger in her hand, and slowly turned around to look at Doma. You saw me." Doma also smiled, and he could have a good meal. He held the sun blade and said with a smile, "Is the so-called ghost you, this lovely girl?" She was a little surprised at Doma's reaction, but she was relieved to see that Doma, the only witness, did not seem to be planning to escape. "Why? You want to rid the people of harm?" The woman held the dagger and looked at the ghost hunter in front of her. It was really ridiculous, like a dog trying to catch a mouse. Doma looked at her with a smile. "I don't have that intention, but I am very interested in you." As he said that, Doma rushed over. The terrifying speed startled the woman, and it arrived in front of her almost in an instant. Before I could react, I felt a cold touch on my neck. The woman's body stiffened, and a laughing voice came to her ears. "You smell so good." As he spoke, the sharp claws on his neck pierced into the skin slightly, causing a stream of blood to flow. The woman finally understood that this was not a ghost hunter. It's simply a man-eating evil ghost. The woman's body stiffened, and she instantly lost the arrogance she had when facing humans. Her expression became fearful and nervous. She tried to maintain a steady breathing, suppressing her fear, and her voice trembled slightly. "No, don't eat me. I'll help you find more people to eat. But I just like your taste." Doma took a big bite of the food in his hand. The woman's face was filled with fear and she opened her mouth wanting to scream,
but strangely no sound came out. I could only feel the pain helplessly, my consciousness disappearing bit by bit. Musin stood aside and watched Doma eating happily, and silently used blood demon technique to eliminate the sound. The two ghosts didn't notice that a few birds like sparrows in the sky spread their wings and flew away. Let's go back and report. Musin saw that Doma had finally finished eating and urged him. Doma took out a cloth and wiped his mouth, then followed Musin. When the first rays of sunlight in the east shone on the earth, the two finally appeared on the horizon and saw the Ubuyoshiki settlement not far away, but the next moment, a sharp arrow shot from the front, and then countless ghost hunters rushed out from all directions, holding the unsheathed sun-will swords in their hands. How could the two ghosts not understand now? It was discovered. Musin casually blocked the attack of a ghost hunter, looked at Niwa-Jusei who was rushing towards him, and threw away the ghost hunter who had not yet approached him, while asking, "I want to know how you found out I'm a ghost?" Niwa joking said nothing. He was too disdainful to talk to the evil spirit, especially this despicable guy who plays with people's feelings. Akagi-ri was even more furious. She thought she was a nobody, but it turned out to be a demon. The love was deep, the hatred was deep. Akagi-ri roared without mercy and drew her sword to slash at Doma. "You despicable devil! How dare you deceive my feelings?" Doma dodged her attack with a smiling expression on his face. "Except for the fact that my parents were killed by demons and that I am not a human, everything else is true. I don't care what your situation is, becoming a ghost is wrong." Akagi-ri shouted and slashed wildly, but how could Doma, an upper 6, be attacked by a pillar that didn't even have a marking? Doma dealt with Akagi-ri while looking at Musin. He didn't like such scenes. Musin saw that Niwa-Jusei didn't say a word and just roared a few times at most. He kicked him out and shouted to Kojima Mizuiro, "Do you want to know how I moved under the sun? Tell me how you found me, and I'll tell you." Musin snatched away Mojima's Nikarin sword, and he seemed to understand that they could hardly defeat these two guys, so he followed Musin's wishes and at least got some information. First, tell me how you found me. Musin snatched the knife from another pillar's hand and looked at Kimura Mizusense. Kojima Mizuiro glared at Musin. "You better not break your promise. The birds in the sky saw you eating people. So that's it. It turned out to be the birds from yesterday." Musin didn't pay much attention to them because they were not crows. He didn't expect that they were members of the Demon Slayer Corps in training. Damn. Why aren't you afraid of the sun? Hearing Kojima Mizuiro repeatedly asking him, Musin gradually revealed an arrogant smile on his face. "Because I'm awesome. Even better than the average ghost. I'm the perfect creature." After saying that, he grabbed Doma and disappeared. Mizuiro Kojima looked as if he had eaten shit. Got fooled, damn ghost, sooner or later, kill them all. Musin returned to the Infinite City and wanted to laugh. How could he possibly reveal more information to his mortal enemy, the Demon Slayer Corps, at that time? He told them that there were 12 ghost months just for fun.as for the information, like ghosts cannot be killed by the Nikarin sword. Hey, I won't tell you, just guess it yourself. Let's fight with the half-ghost, ring and equal to. To be honest, Musin felt that he had gone a bit too far. The Demon Slayer Corps are working so hard, and each of them has their own miserable life. It would be really disrespectful for you to jump over there, but, happy, DOD, Doma didn't seem to have any ideas. He was already feeling anxious because he couldn't eat humans openly in the Demon Slayer Corps, and now that he was free, he hurriedly asked Mingnu to take him out. He wanted to go find happiness. Musin didn't expect that Doma was so open-minded. To be honest, Akagi-ri does occupy a certain position in Doma's heart, but how could he not have any feelings at all? Never mind. He doesn't care anymore. He had long missed his rocking chair, but as time went by, Musin was eating snacks and took the time to look at what his ghosts were doing. But I found that Doma's strength was coming back. His mind was filled with the sweet words that Akagi-ri had said to him, her daily companionship with him, and the pats on his head she would make every time he completed a task. We will be enemies from now on. My Akagi-ri. You don't have to be so tired all the time. If you don't want to laugh, you don't have to try hard. Just show your true emotions and relax. I will accompany you as you grow up, just like a mother. Don't just think about saving others. We are all one of countless people. Your power has protected so many people, it's great." Doma was eating crazily as if to vent his emotions, the wisteria cakes paired with blood and meat, but he couldn't help but lose his smiling expression and a sad look appeared on his face. Chapter 63. This thing has been made. Doma calmed down and asked Naruto to send him to find Muzan. Looking at Doma, whose tears were still on his face, Muzan suddenly felt that he might have used too much force, great joy and great sorrow, an outburst of emotions. As soon as Doma saw Muzan, he rushed over, but Muzan dodged and crashed into the rocking chair. Lord Muzan,
I want to turn Akagi into a demon. You think she wants to become a ghost?
In no mood, Doma lowered his head, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Muzan. Master Muzan, what do you think I should do? Muzan spread his hands. How should I know?
Doma, believe it or not, I will cry in front of you.
Alright, go back to your old smiling self.
Doma looked at Muzan for a long time. I don't want to laugh anymore.
I don't want to laugh anymore. Muzan pulled over a small stool and ate a snack. Don't worry, I'll think about what to do.
Muzan scratched his head. To be honest, what else could he do? However, you can harass her every day, and one day she will be moved by you.
Doma, you are such a reliable boss. Are you sure that the result of harassing her isn't that she hates me more? Isn't it that she wants to kill me with a knife? And even if she is really touched by me for the first time in her life, are you sure that she, a pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps whose mission is to kill demons, will have an easy life? When Muzan saw Doma's thoughts, he was really shocked. In just a few years,
have you learned to consider others? This is really too much effort, isn't it? The Demon Slayer Corps is so powerful?
Muzan scratched his head over and over again, just like doing a math problem, and suddenly an idea flashed. I'm not kidding.
I'll give you a solution. You just harass her first.
Doma, Lord Muzan, stop joking.
Don't interrupt me.
Muzan glared at him and continued, and then, as the strongest pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps, it was only for those few years. You always go to her to explain things, although it is definitely useless, but at least there is a basis. Then when she retires or something, I'll have a bigger one. Save her life or something like that. And besides, you've never killed an innocent person. Just tell him that it was the hateful Muzan who turned you into a ghost and you had no choice. But you never killed innocent people and saved many people. Plus you had a miserable experience. If it really doesn't work, you can just pretend to risk being killed and give her some information, such as who the 12 demon moons are or something like that. It doesn't matter anyway, just do it this way. I tell you, it's done.
Doma's eyes lit up when he heard this. Lord Muzan, you are indeed worthy of being the Demon King.
Of course not. Doma left with his usual smiling expression, and Muzan continued to lie back and take a good sleep. Soon, Doma took action.
As soon as he caught sight of Akagi, he ran over to explain that he had never touched an innocent person, and even helped from time to time. Muzan is too lazy to pay attention. His attention was now drawn to a gadget he had never expected, a steam engine. Good job, you guys, it's only the beginning of the 18th century, and you've already invented the steam engine? Although it is a little later than the Western group, it is really good. Muzan was attracted to it. To be honest, history at this time is completely different from before. Even in society, with official encouragement, technology has become an important topic. Although it has not yet emerged, the question is whether the government is willing to invest. In fact, the person who invented the steam engine was a ghost. He was also a lucky guy who was given a bunch of memories of his past life by Muzan, but he was quickly eliminated during the Warring States period. I didn't expect that he is such a talent in this area. The memories that Muzan left him included past historical developments, so it seemed reasonable to follow this hint, create something out of it, and then by something. Asanuma Shizuji, Maruoka Masahiro, Maruoka Kinko, and others who also had their memories lost by Muzan naturally understood the meaning of this thing and all ran over. Muzan excitedly looked at the big guy in front of him while surrounded by ghosts. This steam engine is not small, it is bigger than a person, after all. It has just been built. He suddenly felt that it would be great if he had a mobile phone in his hand. After all, it was one of the first steam engines made in the world and would definitely go down in history books. Why not take a picture? Unfortunately, I don't have a cell phone. Shan Zhuan, the inventor of the steam engine, stood aside flattered, watching Muzan looking at the big thing he made with satisfaction. Muzan nodded, went over and patted Shan Zhuan on the shoulder. Not bad, well done. Shan Zhuan nodded excitedly. Lord Muzan, I will definitely work harder. Don't move,
Muzan suddenly said. Although Shan Zhuan was confused, he stopped moving immediately. As a result, the next second, Muzan poked a finger into his head. A memory flowed into his head and body along with Lord Muzan's blood. Pain. Muzan pulled out his fingers and looked at him holding his head in pain and growling. The ghosts beside him were no longer surprised. As everyone knew, Lord Muzan liked to poke people in the head, and giving blood was very painful. However, they couldn't help but reveal envy in their eyes. It was really great to be given blood by Lord Muzan. This should be the pursuit of almost all ghosts. The gift of blood represents not only greater power, but also the recognition of Lord Muzan, whom they respect. Although Kokushibo, Tsubakuni Yoichi, Tamayo, Doma and others showed almost no respect for Muzan, they still respected him fundamentally, but it doesn't have to show. After recovering from the shock,
Shan Zhuan gasped, "Thank you, Master Muzan."
There was an extra memory in his head, which seemed to be the advanced knowledge known to Lord Muzan. After all, Muzan used to be a student studying pure science.
Even if his grades were not excellent, he at least learned most of the knowledge. In addition, after traveling through time, with the blessing of 5 brains, his previous memories not only did not disappear, but became clearer, and his grasp of knowledge also improved. Just throw it to them for use.
It's okay, just do your best.
Muzan patted his shoulder.
Actually, he wanted to touch his head, but since he was already so old, he gave up. Just touching the child's head is enough. Speaking of which, it seems that we should go and see Xiaomei and Jifutaro, brother and sister. Before leaving, Muzan randomly selected a few lucky people and gave them some memories. Technology is often the result of the joint efforts of many people and is embodied in one person. So the more ghosts who have his memories in this area, the better. Muzan came to Yorichi's residence and approached from a distance. When you get closer, you can see Jifutaro fiddling with a sickle in the yard. He looks at Xiaomei with a boastful expression on his face, as if to say, "Brother, I'm so awesome." Xiaomei also looked at Jifutaro with admiration. Chapter 64. I can hear Xiaomei, the prostitute Taro. Muzan walked over and greeted the two of them. Xiaomei looked at Muzan, hesitated for a moment, then looked at her brother beside her. Her brother nodded, bowed slightly, and called out, "Father." Wuzan was stunned for a moment.
Xiaomei called me father. Call me again and I'll hear you. Xiaomei looked puzzled, but still said obediently, "Father?" "Oh. That's right."
Wuzan stood in front of the two of them with a father's smile on his face and touched their heads. Then he looked at Jifutaro and said, "Come on, Jifutaro, call me father too."
"Jotaro, okay, whatever you say goes."
"Father."
"Oh. Yes."
Wuzan touched the two men's heads with satisfaction. "Isn't this better than Yueni? That guy Yueni raised him for 5 years and then he chased him and chopped him down. Look at them, I didn't even raise one. As soon as we meet, to call me father." When Yueni heard the noise, he saw Muzan squatting in front of the two men and asking them to call him father, leaning against the door. "I watched Wuzan suffer from his illness." Muzan raised his head and looked at Yueni. "Look at them.
And then look at you.
I raised you for 5 years and you didn't even know how to call me father. Yuichi, if you like people to call you dad, just open an orphanage." Muzan heard Yueni's inner voice. Forget it, forget it.
I don't expect you to call me father anymore in this life.
I have raised you for nothing for 5 years.
After saying that, Muzan seemed to have discovered something and looked at Yueni in surprise. "You actually told them that we are ghosts?"
"What else?" The two of them were not afraid even after they knew they were ghosts. As the prostitute Taro said, "You won't hurt us, so why should you be afraid?" What they feared more was hunger, cold, and Yugua, who carried the pain. At this time, the prostitute Taro and Xiaomei were already 17 or 18 years old, although Jifutaro still has a deformed waist and black spots on his face, which makes him look a little scary. He is not malnourished and is not as skinny as in the original book. However, due to his natural appearance, he is not much different. The biggest difference is that he is dressed neatly and his hair is neat. Xiaomei became more and more graceful, with white hair and blue eyes, like a snow elf. The two learned a lot of fighting skills from Yuichiro, but Jifutaro still liked the sickle. Xiaomei learned to weave, and with the money she earned she could buy herself some of her favorite snacks or buy something for her brother and uncle Yueni. But Jifutaro is different. Relying on his powerful sickle skills, he can harvest crops very quickly.
His powerful harvesting skills are well known far and wide and have won the respect of many farmers.
Many people are willing to pay him to help harvest the crops. People call it the crop harvester. When Muzan learned everything that had happened through Yorichi's memory, he showed an indescribable expression. "So cool, you are worthy of it, sixth brother. What's the big deal about chopping off a sound column? Harvesting crops is what a truly strong person should do." But Muzan also saw how they addressed Yorichi. "Uncle Yorichi, no. You all call me father, how can you call him uncle? Call him brother." Suddenly, seeing Wuzan's serious expression, the two of them couldn't help but become serious as well. I only heard Wuzan say solemnly, "You should call Yueni brother, not uncle."
Takashi Taro, Xiaomei, and Yuichi, well, we ordinary people will never guess what you were thinking. The prostitute Tailang swallowed his saliva and said, Father, I am Xiaomei's only brother. Wuzhan, you are quite domineering, perhaps to change the subject, or perhaps for something else. Jifu Taro said, Lord Muzan, I want to become a demon. The courtesan Taro carefully changed the address. Muzan couldn't understand, you guys are living a comfortable life now, why do you still want to become a ghost? Jifutaro seemed to have anticipated Muzan's doubts and explained, I want to be with my sister forever, and Xiaomei is so beautiful that she shouldn't grow old. I also want to become stronger, strong enough to protect my sister forever. Muzan never expected that Jifutaro could say something like this. Are you serious? Jifutaro nodded solemnly. Wuzhan looked at Xiaomei again, and Xiaomei nodded, I don't want to be separated from my brother. Wuzhan couldn't help scratching his head, you two should think about it carefully. You are only 17 or 18 and you are thinking about eternal life. Don't think about it. We've been thinking about it for years. Forget it. Muzan saw that the two of them were so determined and thought that it was true. In his previous life, at this age, he would have already applied for the college entrance examination and made his own decision. Okay, don't regret it. There is no way to turn you from ghosts into humans now. The two of them were delighted when they heard this. Thank you, Master Muzan. I have to say that Yueni is pretty good at raising children. He brought the two little guys back from being on the verge of growing crooked, and they are quite polite. Close your eyes, it hurts. Upon hearing this, the two of them quickly closed their eyes, a little nervous. The initiation ceremony of poking the head will not change. Each of them poked a fingernail in, and Wuzhan pulled out his finger, watching their faces becoming increasingly ferocious. It was so painful. Moreover, is it necessary to poke the head? It hurts. Wuzhan looked at the two of them squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands, baring their teeth and making painful shouts in their throats. The amount of blood he gave was not too much, and it certainly would not exceed their limit. In addition, both of them had good physical fitness, so there would definitely be no accidents. The result was just as he expected. The two of them quickly got through it. He stood up with lingering fear and touched the head that had just been stabbed. Restored. Muzan also learned about the two's blood demon arts, which was exactly the same as in the original work. You two should get used to the blood demon technique. If you have any questions, just ask Yorichi directly. However, if you don't want Xiaomei to call you any brother, then don't call me father, it's boring. It doesn't matter whether Jifu Taro and Xiaomei call him father or not. What's important is that I raised Yuichiro for 5 years. This has almost become his obsession. The prostitute Taro, Xiaomei, and Yuichiro Tsujikoku. Just as Uncle Yorichi said, Lord Muzan is very weird, just follow his lead and don't worry about the reason. Sure enough, Uncle Yorichi is much more reliable than Lord Muzan. Muzan slowly looked at the two new ghosts and said quietly, I can hear you. Prostitute Taro and Xiaomei, exclamation point. Wuzhan didn't care about this matter, and said okay, let's go to Infinite City for the assessment in a few days. If you two are destined to be taught, literacy shouldn't be a problem. After saying that, Wuzhan left. What's this? It's actually just finding a son and a daughter for Yuichiro, although the two guys called him father. In their hearts, the person who had the status of a father should be Yuichi. Muzan is more like a benefactor who helps them escape from suffering. Chapter 65, changes with each passing day. Cheating to surpass. When Xiaomei and Jifutaro were sent to Mugen Castle by Yorichi, they were confused when they saw the disheveled Mingnu handing them 2 pieces of paper filled with densely written questions and 2 pens. The two then remembered that the assessment Muzan was talking about was a cultural assessment, really, an exam. Zheng Mingnu looked at the 2 confused people, stroked the strings of the pipa, and the 2 people were immediately sent to the examination table. The 2 confused people saw Lord Muzan eating snacks on a high place. Oh, Naruto is the deputy examiner and Lord Muzan is the chief examiner. I only heard Wuzhan remind me, collect the papers in 1 hour. The two of them then realized that there was a time limit, and hurriedly lowered their heads and began to answer incoherently. Time passed quickly, and while Muzan was waiting in boredom, the 2 candidates finally handed the papers to Mingnu when she reminded them that time is up. With Wukan around, no one would dare to cheat even if he only used 1 set of papers from beginning to end. Mingnu started to mark the papers ruthlessly. In just a few minutes, the results came out. Under the nervous gaze of Mei and Jifutaro, Mingnu looked at Lord Muzan. My lord, they passed. Muzan was very regretful, and he suddenly felt that technology did not necessarily need to develop so fast. Look, the coal mining has begun. Fortunately, it is still regional pollution now,
and we can avoid places with severe pollution. Fortunately, there are no smoky factories around his house. After thinking about it, he felt that he must go and remind Shizuji Asanuma and the others. Do they dare to make the air so polluted? Now this is not just a country, for Muzan, it is almost becoming his territory, compared to Maruoka Masahito and Maruoka Kinko, who mainly deal with political affairs and control the overall situation. Asanuma Shizuji's current experience is mainly focused on the introduction of new policies, developed technology, commerce, shipping, and the like. So,
Muzan found him. Miserable man, aren't you making things difficult for us? Shizuji Asanuma looked embarrassed.
To get to this point, some sacrifices were necessary. Looking at Muzan, Shizue Asanuma looked embarrassed. Wuzan scratched his head and said, "Okay, you don't have to take such big steps.
Just take it slow. Also, plant more trees and the like. That's good for the environment. Don't be stubborn. Have you lived for hundreds of years in vain?"
So, not long after new policies have been introduced, the area around the factory must be planted with trees, and transplanting of mature trees is not allowed. To be honest, it's really nice to be able to solve the problem with just one sentence. Soon, Muzan learned the news from Doma. The Demon Slayer Corps had moved. After all, they were discovered by ghosts. Even if they didn't know that Su Xing was the king of ghosts, they had to leave their original place. Time passed quickly, and Doma finally waited for Akagiri to retire. The reason is very simple. The bones were broken in battle and cannot be healed. When Doma arrived, she had already chopped off the half-demon's head with one sword. There were 4 or 5 half-ghost corpses lying beside him, gradually disappearing. Next, Doma continued to explain. According to what Boss Sia said, the result was very encouraging. Akagiri finally accepted Doma. So,
Doma moved directly to the place where Akagiri lived after retirement. He would go to greet her with a smile every day.
Akagiri became more and more accustomed to having a grinder by her side. After finding out that Doma likes to eat wisteria cakes, I always buy wisteria cakes for Doma. Later, Doma watched Akagiri find her own happiness, and like a younger brother, he watched her get married and have children. Doma also knew very well that he had never had any romantic thoughts towards Akagiri, but was just making up for the maternal love and family affection that he had once lacked. Today, he finally
understood Lord Muzan's good intentions. Wuzan?
Another 10 years passed quickly, and Muzan looked at the steam car in front of him. He looked at Shan Zhuan again. "Awesome, yours is almost 100 years ahead of the steam cars of the West." He cheated and overtook on the spot, right? Shan Zhuan scratched his head with a naive look on his face, and the other team members gathered around him. Although he did not complete it alone, he is one of the main contributors. "Good, you're doing great, keep it up. If you need anything, just let me know." Muzan patted his shoulder with satisfaction, as if he had been entrusted with an important task. "Then go around and see this steam car that looks more like a horse-drawn carriage." Of the cars at that time were nothing like the cars of later generations, but they already used steam engines as power. Muzan patted each ghost's head with satisfaction and left, suddenly feeling expectant. In fact, the steam car was just an attempt. Their real goal was electricity. They have the knowledge given by Lord Muzan, so how can their goals be limited to just steam engines? They want to build a generator, electric motor. They are going to start an industrial revolution. Jump directly to the third industrial revolution. Sai, Nabla. Later, Muzan watched huge ships float on the ocean. Cars began to appear, and factories rose from the land. The workers showed up. 50 years passed quickly. Muzan was shocked when he saw the so-called phone in his hand. This is hanging, thanks to the Oni's unlimited lifespan and Muzan's knowledge, plus his unconditional support. For 50 years he tinkered with everything you could think of, including generators, gas engines, ships, light bulbs, and telegraphs. It is not uncommon to see people squatting in the bushes with a gun in hand, hunting in a sneaky manner. At the same time, the chemical industry also embarked on a journey. After all, he had invented the microscope a long time ago. Tamayo and Noriyuki Yanagisawa had already started observing the microscopic world with microscopes. What's even more interesting is that when the name of the country was decided, as a die-hard fan of Muzan, the country was named Sujikoku and the flag was a big Suji character, Wujan. Well, this really became his territory now. One day, a ship returned with a handful of seeds. 3 years later, Muzan finally ate what he had always dreamed of, melon seeds. The Demon Slayer Corps were stunned. How come the world is changing so rapidly? Winky face. In fact, it's not just the Demon Slayer Corps. There are also demons. As old people who are dozens or hundreds of years old and have lived from the Warring States period or later eras to today. They are accustomed to the life decades ago and are confused to see the world changing almost every day. When I thought about how fellow ghosts like Shan Zhuan were changing the world while I was just messing around, I suddenly had an urge to roll up my sleeves. But when I thought of Lord Muzan's bad behavior, I suddenly felt
Come again 3 underscore underscore on Doma's side, he watched Akagi-ri, who was both his sister and mother, grow older day by day. He accompanied her as she grew older while still looking young, and watched her child grow old. On this day, Doma stood outside and watched Akagi-ri and her children see her husband off soon. Akagi-ri finally came to the end of her life, standing beside her bed. Doma had no smile on his face this time, he just looked at her. Akagi-ri tried to reach out and grab Doma's arm, and Doma stretched out his hand for her to hold. The rough old hand tightly grasped his delicate hand like a child's. Doma, promise me that you will stick to yourself. I believe in you. Doma nodded obediently. The withered yellow leaves outside the window drifted down gently. Akagi-ri smiled gently, and her pupils gradually lost their light. The sunlight approaching noon shone through the wooden window onto half of Doma's face. The shadow of a fallen leaf passed across his cheek. Chapter 66, Climb the technology tree. Towards the end of the mid-18th century, Muzan got something he had always been looking forward to: a camera. From today on, he, Muzan Kibutsuji, will be the person who records history, holding a camera. Muzan takes pictures wherever he goes. Because technology has led to changes in the living environment, every time Muzan sees the same place, it will change a lot. When I develop the photos one by one, put the photos of the same place together, mark the time, and feel a special sense of accomplishment. At the same time, Muzan was secretly recording the changes he saw in the Demon Slayer Corps. Their uniforms were always changing. The Demon Slayer Corps is also ahead of the times. It is worth mentioning that Muzan has some habits of the original boss, such as he always wears the most fashionable clothes. In his previous life, Muzan called it the crap tide, but now, it is called being at the forefront of the times. When Doma was standing in front of the bed watching Akagi-ri leave, Muzan secretly popped his head out, took a photo, and left quietly. Although today's cameras have low definition and are in black and white, it's good to have them. After sending Akagi-ri away, Doma returned to Yanagi Pharmaceutical and continued to be in charge of some transactions with a smiling face. Tamayo seemed to vaguely feel that there was something different about Doma. Late 18th century. At this time, Muzan discovered that there was a talented person who invented the most rudimentary movie player. A device slightly shorter than a human being with a hole on the top. By focusing your eyes on the hole, you can see a short black and white picture being played. Although it can only be watched by one person, this is already the beginning of the movie. Moreover, the inventor of this thing is no longer a ghost, but an unknown person. As technology brings changes to our lives, many people have realized its importance, and many people, out of interest or for some other reason, contribute to climbing the technology tree. Muzan went over and played excitedly for a while, then took a photo and left. While walking through a forest, Muzan suddenly heard a loud noise and was attracted over. When I got closer, I realized they were repairing the tracks. Wow, so there is such a thing as a train? One of the busy workers saw Muzan approaching and shouted at him, "Hey, it's dangerous here. Don't get close." Muzan was stunned. Was he talking to him? Get out of here. The man reminded again. Muzan nodded, said thank you and turned and left. After being reminded by this incident, Muzan also noticed that some more developed cities have already used cement to build houses, and some places have begun to build high-rise buildings. Because cement is expensive, roads are built with materials such as stone. There are already some people showing off their wealth driving their newly born four-wheeled vehicles on the bumpy road. Today's cars are still far from being used commercially, and can only be considered a luxury item. Muzan took a few photos and continued on his way. With the development of the times, many cheap but delicious things have appeared. Muzan would not be harmed by junk food anyway, so when he saw something that tasted good, he would buy a handful and put it into the space in the mirror to eat. This time, an area in his mirror space was separated. It was the place where Muzan temporarily threw the melon seed shells when he was eating melon seeds. Various foods were placed in other places, mostly melon seeds. Society is changing rapidly with the development of science and technology. Under Muzan's instruction, those who crossed the ocean to other regions engaged in commercial transactions. I help you make things and you give me resources. It's okay if you don't want it. We will only resort to force when we encounter someone with malicious intent. Therefore, I will not go to some places that are self-enclosed and do not allow people to visit. With the development of technology, in the early 19th century, ships with more and more advanced power could easily reach another continent across the ocean. So, they encountered Westerners who had already colonized the local area of war. How stupid! Muzan saw the unfriendly looks of those people through the vision of the ghosts who arrived at the area. They had even set up guns and started shooting without saying a word, and the ship was almost blown up. In their eyes, this is a struggle for the right to plunder resources. How can the property that has already fallen into their hands be touched by others? Dare to come over, blow you to death.
Muzan directly told his ghosts, retreat first.
The right to transform into a ghost is now given to you. Find a guy you like and turn him into a ghost.
Then start by dealing with him from the top. Who can resist the temptation of eternal life, Omega? Only fools would fight head-on. Anyone who dares to hit me will be killed. It was explained that in this era, ghosts are basically creatures outside the standard. Wuzan is very relieved about them, and according to the original work, there seems to be no other power beyond science except for the likes of ghosts and stripes, and ghosts and stripes can be barely explained. But practice makes perfect. Muzan thought he could ask his ghost subordinates to search around for him. Muzan ate melon seeds and bought local snacks along the way. Witnessing the changes in society, suddenly I had a feeling of being detached from the world, hiding away in the city, and thinking, I am a social observer. Until Muzan saw a villa in the wild.
No, it looked a little familiar. Out of curiosity, Wuzan walked to the door and knocked twice. Anyone there?
There was no response, but if you listen carefully, Muzan seems to hear some sound.
Your manuscript is really boring and ridiculous. If you don't have talent, just give up.
Along with the merciless ridicule, there was the sound of papers flipping and a tearing sound.
Is my work really that bad? What?
You don't even believe what your senior said. Look at how many times you have been rejected. Have some self-awareness.
Muzan frowned when he heard this. In the novels he read before, all the brainless villains were like this. He always thought that they didn't exist in reality. It turns out that art comes from life. Senior, please don't leave yet, please guide me. The voice that was being scolded was surprisingly good-tempered and was begging desperately, but there was only a sound of hitting, followed by the sound of falling. Don't waste my time. Get out. Then, there were the sounds of footsteps getting closer. Bang, the door was pushed open roughly, hitting the door railing hard and even shaking a few times. Wuzan frowned and looked at him, but the man grabbed Wuzan's arm and tried to push him away, saying in a vicious tone, get out of the way. But no matter how that man pushed, Wuzan didn't move at all. Seeing this, he shouted loudly, get out of here. That's too much, he is the Ghost King. When has he ever been treated like this? Yini never scolded him. How dare you, a little piece of trash. Muzan's eyes were a little scary, and the man couldn't help but shudder, feeling a chill on his back. He accidentally glanced at Muzan's eyes and subconsciously took a step back. You. What do you want to do? I'm warning you. Killing is against the law.
Wukong smiled and patted his shoulder, be careful. The man hastily struggled to free himself from Wuzan's hand.
He caught a glimpse of the extremely pale hand and felt more and more uneasy. He tried to use a loud voice to boost his confidence, don't block the way. Wuzan politely made way. Seeing this, the man suddenly felt that everything that had just happened was an illusion, and looked at Wuzan sarcastically, ha! Why are you pretending? While muttering to himself, he involuntarily quickened his pace and left through the corridor that led directly into the house. Muzan saw a man with dark blue hair lowering his head, looking at a manuscript on the ground that was trampled and covered with footprints. With a very lost expression, there seemed to be no light in his eyes, only a few drops of tears fell on the paper covered with dense black words. Xiaosheng, are you really that useless? Xiang Kai wiped his tears, looked at the still open door, and noticed Muzan standing outside. Hurry to calm down, who are you? Excuse me. Wukong smiled, walked through the wooden corridor and entered the house. The light inside is not very good, and without any candles, it looked very dark. Muzan looked down at the ground, and almost half of the ground was covered with trampled manuscripts. Wuzan bent down to pick up the manuscript on the ground, gently patted off the footprints on it, and asked, are you Hibiki? Xiang Kai was a little surprised when he heard this. Some fantasies that he himself thought were impossible could not help but appear in his mind. He said excitedly, you know me, have you read my book? No. Wuzan shook his head, flipping through his manuscript and said, it's actually pretty good, not as bad as what the guy just said, but it still lacks experience. Xiang Kai was delighted when he heard this, really? Wuzan nodded slightly, you should have written a lot of books, right? Xiang Kai nodded hurriedly in response, yes. But no one likes to read my books. Perhaps you lack a little practice. Wukong laughed. Xiang Kai raised his head and looked at Wuzan. Wuzan suddenly said, want to be a ghost? What do you mean? I think you're pretty good and I want you to become a ghost, how about that? Wuzan said frankly. Xiang Kai looked at the manuscripts scattered on the ground, thinking of the repeated rejections, the ridicule by his predecessors, and the recognition of the person in front of him, and made up his mind, I want to become a ghost. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the person in front of him showing a satisfied smile, and then he saw long nails growing on his fingers. In his horrified eyes, one of the nails pierced into his head. Xiang Kai instantly fell into pain all over his body, curled up on the ground, his clenched nails embedded in his flesh. All I could hear was that person's voice, bear with it, it's a little painful. He seemed a little worried and encouraged. After you survive and become a ghost, you can use your endless life to constantly improve yourself, so that everyone can read your books and recognize you, and become a famous writer. This sentence is very powerful. Xiang Kai instantly gained strength, finally made it through good. Looking at him with a smile, Xiang Kai seemed to be greatly encouraged and couldn't help but smile. As a writer, Muzin can learn from Xiang Kai's memory that his cultural level is definitely up to standard. However, the rules cannot be broken and the exam must be taken. After receiving instructions from Muzin, Mingnu played the pipa and sent Muzin and Xiang Kai into the infinite castle. Xiang Kai was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Why am I here suddenly? Mingnu, call Qianyu over as well. Mingnu heard the words and there was a slight sound. Qianyu, who was looking happy and doing something unknown, was teleported here. When he saw Muzin and the strange ghost beside him, he wiped the blood off his hands in a daze. An ominous premonition filled my heart, and I swallowed my saliva, and asked cautiously, Master Wuzan, you can't ask me to teach others to read again, right? I didn't recruit him this time. He can read. Muzin's words made Qianyu feel relieved and he regained his smiling expression. Then why did you call me here, Master Muzin? Take him to the test, and then explain our rules to him. Okay, boss. I promised to complete the task. Qianyu pretended to be serious, but couldn't help but put on a smiling expression after he finished speaking. Then he ran over and grabbed Xiang Kai's arm. Come on, I'll take you to the exam in an hour. Oh, okay. A week later, Muzin observed his behavior through the mark left on the thing that dared to push him. Although he has never killed anyone, he is not a good person either. There is no need to say more about doing evil to others. As a senior, it is his usual tactic to speak ill of juniors in order to undermine their confidence. Through this behavior, he can gain a sense of self-satisfaction and reduce competitors. It almost caused many young people to become depressed. Knowing the horror of cyber violence, Wuzhan naturally understands the power of language. Fortunately, Xiang Kai has a strong will and is not depressed. This kind of garbage is deadly. Trash was looking at his article published in the newspaper with a smug look on his face, while he shouted viciously to a young man beside him, You still want to submit an article? Get lost. Suddenly I felt some pain in my shoulder and couldn't help but press the muscles there. Have I been writing too many articles recently? But you can't even write a few words in a day. While rubbing his shoulders, he yelled at the young man next to him, Don't you have any good eyesight? Can't you see that my shoulders are numb from writing? Pour me a glass of water. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt more pain in his shoulder, but the young man in front of him took a step back in fear, looking at his shoulder in horror. Monster! Monster! The young man dropped the manuscript in his hand and ran away desperately. He suddenly felt unwell. The pain in his shoulder became negligible and his palm seemed to have lost all feeling. With eyes wide open, he slowly turned his head, only to see his palm melting along with his shoulder like blood pus, and a monster with only a huge mouth slowly emerged from the sticky blood pus. Help! Help! No! Don't eat me! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Muzin took a bite of dessert and felt much better. Chapter 67, Encountering a Ghost Hunter. When time goes on to the early 19th century, Muzin was eating melon seeds and roasting sweet potatoes, and he was free to check on the ghosts. I have traveled all over the West, because Muzin doesn't like to increase the number of demons on a large scale. The result is that only the top ones and those that Muzin likes can become demons. So apart from the place where he is, there are not many ghosts in other areas, only a dozen in total, but they play a big role. Muzin doesn't bother with things like integrating exemption from battle, as long as he doesn't do things he doesn't like. Moreover, he did discover that apart from him, there seemed to be no other supernatural powers, not even ghosts similar to him. It is true, however, I did find a few people who had activated the stripes and the like. They were very strong, but they did not have the so-called breathing method. The breathing method was created by the cheating player Yuichi Tsugumi. No one else is worthy of it.
dash omega, but this is not what Wuzan cares about most. He was wondering which language would be used in the foreign ghost exam. After thinking about it, a good boss like him who is so considerate of his employees should care about his employees, let them take exams in both languages. After all, it's about communication. I will have to learn Chinese later. What's the big deal about just 2 languages? We have a long time to live anyway, so it doesn't hurt to learn a few more languages. So, the few new ghosts who had finally gained eternal life were asked to study before they could even enjoy their excitement for a few days. There will be an exam soon, not a dozen ghosts? What the hell? Once you accept Muzan's blood, you will respect Muzan unconditionally. No matter how much you resist, you have to do what the boss says. Why should I study hard even though I have eternal life? It is worth mentioning that Maruoka Kinko has already gone there to help guide some specific matters, so Maruoka Kinko is responsible for the entire assessment, thinking that Lord Muzan is watching them at all times. They can only devote themselves to studying painfully. On the other side, after giving the instructions, Muzan continued to roast his sweet potatoes. When they were almost done, he didn't care about the high temperature at all. He picked one up, tore open the skin, and took out the orange-yellow flesh. Wuzan took a bite of the golden and juicy sweet potato. It had been so many years since he had eaten it. As expected, sweet potatoes are sweet and delicious. Xiang Kai secretly appeared from behind Muzan, who was chewing sweet potato. Lord Muzan, my submission has been rejected again. Wuzan took a bite of the sweet potato and turned to look at Xiang Kai, who was holding a thin stack of manuscripts in his hand, reaching out and handing him another sweet potato. Come on. Xiang Kai was flattered and carefully took the sweet potato handed to him by Muzan-sama. He put the manuscript on the ground beside him and burst into tears, instantly sad-faced. Master Muzan, you were so kind to me. Wuzan couldn't help but lean back and said with undisguised disgust, Stay away from me, you grown man, don't have that expression. Xiang Kai is tall and strong, and he really looks, it's hard to put it into words. Xiang Kai quickly restrained his expression and took a bite of the sweet potato that Lord Muzan gave him. It's quite delicious. Looking at Xiang Kai, whose eyes lit up, Muzan said, Haven't I already told you? You lack practice and have too little experience, so your writing won't be satisfactory. Don't be in a hurry to write. Go out more, travel more, and then you'll be able to write better after you have more experience. Is that so? Xiang Kai looked thoughtful for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, Master Muzan. I will go traveling now. After saying that, he ate the remaining sweet potato in a few bites, stood up suddenly, with a high-spirited look, picked up the manuscript on the ground, and was teleported away by Mingbo. Wuzan, you are quite capable of taking action. In fact, Xiang Kai's talent is not that good. In the original work, he made almost no improvement after becoming the lower 6, so he was kicked out of the 12 Demon Moons family by the trash boss. It can be seen that he is not very talented in combat, and even his upper limit is not very high. Moreover, his writing skills cannot be called genius. Although some of his writing is rubbish that is deliberately offensive, the fact that his submissions have been rejected many times shows that he does lack some talent, but it's not a big problem. Muzan turned him into a demon purely for his own pleasure. As for his talent, his endless life and his enthusiasm will make up for it. While chewing on the sweet potato, Muzan thought about the time when he was in the Demon Slayer Corps and Abuyoshiki Teruazumi took the Hashira to soak in hot springs. Maybe he could also take Hashizane and the 12 Kazuki to have some fun. You can do it. Xiang Kai took paper and pen and set out on his travels. He wants to record what he sees, hears, and feels along the way and strive to improve himself, and not only the writing skills, but also the strength. He must work hard to gain the appreciation of Lord Muzan. For him, Lord Muzan was the first person to give him affirmation and gave him eternal life to allow him to improve himself. This kindness was like a rebirth for him. Lord Shenyu once told him that if he was strong enough, he might become one of the 12 demon moons that Lord Muzan values the most, and he would definitely work hard. Before we knew it, it was already the middle of the 19th century. The bright sun at noon was so dazzling that it made the concrete floor look orange-yellow. Wuzan looked at the cement road, the bicycles all over the ground, the cars that occasionally passed by, and the train that was rushing past with smoke and honking in the distance. There was a noisy sound of horns in my ears. Driving in a place like this was actually just showing off that he was driving a car and had the money to buy one. Not when he arrived at the train station, Muzan noticed a figure wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform. The Nichiren sword needed for battle was tied with white cloth and carried on the back. Her long black hair was tied up and hung down behind her. She was quite tall, probably over 1.85 meters. Are there half-ghosts around? There weren't any ghosts living around here, and he had only just arrived here a short time, so there were only half-ghosts or murderers. Out of curiosity, Wuzan walked through the slightly crowded crowd. He walked towards the ghost hunter who got off the car without any concealment. The other party also noticed Muzan, but he was not sure whether Muzan was coming towards him. After hesitating for a moment, he approached the direction where Muzan was coming. When Wuzan approached, he asked hurriedly, "Hello? Are you a ghost hunter?" With the development of science and technology and the change of customs, fewer and fewer people believe in the so-called gods and ghosts. So when the ghost hunter heard what Muzan said, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Do you believe in the existence of ghosts?" Wuzan nodded, and walked out of the crowded crowd with him, saying, "My father told me about it when I was a kid. He said he had seen a ghost, and I believed what he said. When it comes to making up stories, Muzan is very good at it." He went on, "My father told me that if a cannibalistic ghost appears in a place, ghost hunters from the Demon Slayer Corps will come and kill the evil ghosts to protect the people there. So, are there man-eating ghosts here?" The ghost hunter nodded, "Yes, but I didn't expect that there are people living here who believe in the existence of ghosts. Can you tell me the details? Maybe I can help." The ghost hunter nodded and said, "There have been many consecutive nights of people dying in this city. We suspect it's a ghost." After that, he sighed again. "However, the description of this mission is rather rough, and the scope is too large, so it is not easy to start, and the range of this ghost's activities is also very large." "So that's it," Wuzan said. "I'll go buy some newspapers." Newspapers usually report on incidents like this where someone is missing or dead. As he said that, Muzan found a newspaper nearby and bought 2 newspapers from recent days. The ghost hunter was somewhat surprised by Muzan's enthusiasm. He took the newspaper and hurriedly thanked him. "It's okay, let's go to the coffee shop first and analyze the situation there." The ghost hunter, who had just got off the car and had not yet gotten into the state, was completely led by Muzan by the nose. He nodded and followed Muzan. Arriving at the coffee shop, Muzan ordered a cup of coffee with familiarity, while looking at the ghost hunter who was sitting opposite him and seemed a little uncomfortable. Seeing his expression, Muzan knew that he didn't quite understand these things, so he smiled and ordered a cup of sugared coffee for him. "Take out the newspaper and spread it out." The ghost hunter felt a little uncomfortable in this completely unfamiliar environment. He looked around and heard the person opposite him remind him, "Let's first find out those events from the newspapers." "Oh, okay." At the same time, I couldn't help but complain in my mind, "Why is he more skilled than me?" To be honest, Muzan is quite concerned about killing half-demons. This creature was like a flaw in his body, like a thorn in his throat. The whole afternoon was not wasted. While drinking coffee, the two of them sorted out the places where most murders occurred. According to the analysis, this ghost should be hiding in the forest outside the city, hunting nearby at night. As time goes by, when the number of people in a place decreases, he will go deeper into the city. It seems that this half-ghost still has some intelligence, and his brain is not completely chaotic. According to speculation, this half-ghost should appear on a street near the forest tonight. After getting the result, the ghost hunter couldn't wait to take the sunblade that was tied with several circles, stood up and ran towards the guest place. Muzan left the money and followed. When the ghost hunter saw this enthusiastic person following him, he hurriedly reminded him, "Don't follow me. It's very dangerous. I may not be able to protect you then." Wuzan stopped and watched him leave. Although this ghost hunter is tall, Wuzan can see that this guy is not strong enough. It might be okay to deal with ordinary half-ghosts, but it may not be reliable against those with the slightest intelligence. Wuzan doesn't want to let any half-ghost go. Looking at the slowly setting sun, casting its last rays of golden light among the tall and short buildings, Wuzan walked leisurely towards his destination. I also bought some boiled corn on the way. Chewing corn, we arrived at our destination under the moonlight. If you get a little closer, you can hear the noise of a fierce battle. Muzan walked around a few houses and saw that the demon hunter from the day was wielding the Nichiren sword and fighting against a hideous monster with almost no human-like features. The monster looked like a spider, but its so-called body was actually countless wriggling pieces of flesh, as if they were stuck together. It had hands growing out of it, connected to form long spider legs. Its so-called head was made up of 7 or 8 heads condensed together, like a tumor. He kept making low hoarse sounds, sticking to the wall to avoid the ghost hunter's attacks, and then attacked from behind. The ghost hunter quickly turned around, using offense as defense and using hacking attacks to force the opponent back. For him, dealing with this ghost seemed to be very stressful for him. Muzan watched the scene and did not take action immediately. He has already noticed that there is more than one half-ghost here. This half-ghost's proliferation speed is quite fast. There is only a small amount of his blood, How much can be divided? Although the half-ghost broke free from his control, it still relied on his blood to exist, and its poor quality was disgusting. There are at least 20 half-ghosts around, which is outrageous in such a city. There are more than 20, moreover. Musin discovered that the guy who was fighting with the ghost hunter was not just a half-ghost, but half. Ghosts condensed together, very disgusting. But looking at this spider, Musin remembered it seems that in the original book, Lay should be appearing soon, right? You can pay attention to it. The half-ghost was like a giant spider, sticking to the wall and moving quickly. The ghost hunter tried hard to adjust his breathing, and his aura became more and more fierce. How could the spider half-ghost let him adjust his condition with peace of mind? It suddenly jumped down from the wall, wriggling its 8 claws, and pounced straight towards the ghost hunter. But the next moment, the ghost hunter's face became serious, and he turned around suddenly. The Sunwolf sword moved in the air with a breath like a breeze, as if it had special effects, and instantly cut off the heads of all the attacking monsters. He took the opportunity to step back, and the monster fell heavily to the ground. Its head rolled all over the ground, roaring unwillingly, and finally turned into nothingness. Chapter 68 The growth rate of half-ghosts. But the next moment, the half-ghost hidden in the building suddenly pounced on him from behind. The ghost hunter was shocked, but it was too late. With a puff, the ghost hunter looked over in surprise, and a dagger pierced into the attacking claw with great force, taking the half-ghost away. Judging from the direction the dagger came from, was it the man from this afternoon? This kind of strength and speed is not something that ordinary people can have. Judging from the fact that he easily knocked away the evil ghost's dagger, his strength may have completely surpassed himself. But why are you eating corn? What are you standing there for? A dagger can't kill a ghost. Musin would not do more if he could save effort. The ghost hunter's performance was better than he had imagined. In that case, he would just rescue him once and not bother with anything else. The ghost hunter was reminded by Musin and reacted, taking the opportunity to quickly slash at him with a knife. As its head fell to the ground, the half-ghost was easily dealt with. The ghost hunter thinks that this should be gone now, right? But the man then looked towards a wooden house and said, "Go inside and take a look. There are more than just these two. Besides, how can there be so many?" But because this man had helped him for an entire afternoon and even saved his life, out of trust in him, he tightly gripped the Nichiren sword in his hand, took a deep breath, and walked over nervously. Pushed the door open carefully. With the creaking sound, things in the house were startled. The roars were so dense that a black shadow the size of a person pounced directly on him. The ghost hunter hurriedly retreated while swinging his sword. He cut him with a knife, but because it was too sudden and he was caught off guard, he missed the neck, but it was also forced back. The moonlight shone into the house through the open wooden door, and he could see clearly what was inside. The small room was crowded with evil spirits, each of them roaring at him like a wild beast. At the same time, several evil spirits rushed over with a stench of decay and fishy smell in their mouths. Fuck. The ghost hunter couldn't hold it anymore and subconsciously took a half step back, but he thought that if these disgusting guys ran out, the lives of the people around them would be in danger. It must not be let out. With determination, the ghost hunter tightly grasped the sun blade and rushed forward with the aura of a tragic hero and the determination to sacrifice. Wuzan gnawed off the last few corn kernels and threw the corn cob into the space in the mirror, and then threw it in when he saw a trash can. Watch the ghost hunters fighting. If you really can't win, go over and help. If you can still beat him, just ignore him. Maybe it was the bonus of willpower. Or maybe it was because the half-ghost was too weak. He almost killed every kid with one sword. More than 20 half-ghosts were reduced one by one. Under the moonlight, the panting ghost hunter rushed forward and killed the last half-ghost. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground tiredly, dropping the Sunwolf sword in his hand. Then he looked up and looked outside, only to see that the man from the afternoon had left. After leaving, Musin searched the surroundings carefully again, but found no trace of the half-ghost. It is unclear whether the half-ghost's sneak attack just now was a fighting instinct or if there were some intelligent half-ghosts directing it. Moreover, the speed at which the half-ghosts increased really shocked him. More than 20 half-ghosts squeezed into a small room and ran out to eat people at night. It's amazing. Although he didn't find the half-ghost that night, he encountered a foolish man who wanted to rob him. In this era of rapid change, the crime rate is quite high, and Musin is just the right thing to fill his stomach. The next day I bought a ticket and took the train to leave. But the ghost hunter was puzzled. He followed Musin's example and bought a newspaper, but saw a report, for more people disappeared yesterday, and none of them were in the place where he found the evil ghost. For some reason, the figure of that person from last night appeared in his mind. Impossible, impossible. If he is a ghost, why should we help him? But because of the deaths, he did not dare to leave easily. He just let the crows that flew here fly back and deliver the information. Musin could have been teleported there, but if you don't experience the trains of this era and take a few photos, you'll miss it. Sitting in a train traveling through woods, cities, and villages, Wuzan took a lot of photos out of the window. Although the effect was not very good because the window was not very transparent, it was already very good. However, as he walked through the carriage, Wuzan noticed that there was a man holding a gun and with an angry expression on his face. Muzan moved closer strangely and vaguely felt that this man was full of malice. Then he went over and patted his shoulder. "Brother, what are you doing?" The man raised his head and glared at Wuzan. "Get lost. Don't touch me." Grabbing the gun in his hand, he tried to push away the Wuzan who was blocking his way. "No push, no, you don't look like you have much muscle and you're not heavy, so why can't I push you?" Wukan looked at him with a smile, and when the man looked a little uneasy, he snatched the gun from his hand before he could react. He hurriedly grabbed Wuzan and shouted, "Give me back my gun. Give me back my gun." The people around were also attracted to look over, and Wuzan said jokingly, "You don't be obsessed with that toy gun all the time. Come on, go on, have a smoke in between cars." After hearing what Muzan said, others thought that the two were just friends who were just having a conflict, so they stopped paying attention. Muzan pulled him with brute force, and while the man was struggling in panic, he brought him to the empty back workshop. In his horrified eyes, Muzan's arm turned into a monster-like mouth. "Ghost! Ghost! Help! Why can't I make any sound?" Muzan finally went back to the man's seat to take a look and figured out what was going on. The guy believed in a small religion, but the trains he opened and the culture they promoted affected his interests. As a paranoid believer, he wanted to run over and shoot the train driver to death. That way, no one would be able to drive the train, and the gods wouldn't be displeased, right? No misery, no words to say. In this era, cults are everywhere like weeds. You can remind Maruoka Masahito to deal with it at the same time. Muzan also thought of Doma's early abandonment of the eternal paradise. In fact, it is just a cult. It can be seen from the fact that his father used it to play with female believers. That if Doma continues to maintain the eternal paradise, the harm to himself will far outweigh the benefits. The eternal paradise cult is also one of the reasons for Doma's tragedy. Add a cult leader to the recipe. The train arrived at the station the next morning, and Wuzan got off and took a few photos of the train. "I don't know where he went. I didn't even check when I bought the ticket. As I was walking through the train station, I saw a man running past with a bag of something he didn't know." Muzan used his excellent sense of smell to smell a scent of herbs. Chapter 69. Skillfully playing the doctor, but he didn't care much about it, as there were so many sick people. Out of habit, Muzan turned around, took a picture of the not-so-spectacular train station, and left, because it was just morning. The buildings were decorated with golden sunlight, which had a special charm, although the camera in my hand was still black and white. Faintly hearing the word tired, Muzan turned around, moved a little closer, and overheard their conversation. "That child is so pitiful. Yes, it was difficult for them to even walk when they were born. It must have been difficult for their parents." When I was telling him a story that day, the look in his eyes really made me feel sad. "Why, are you really tired?" Wuzan hurried over. "Hello." The people who were chatting looked over at the approaching Muzan and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm a doctor." "I overheard you talking about a child who can't walk. Is he sick?" Muzan skillfully brought out his identity as a doctor. "Hey, that kid is so tired. He was born like that. Maybe it's a disease. Can you tell me where he is? I want to see if I can help him." The man pointed in a direction to Wuzan. "It's right there." "Thank you very much." Wuzan thanked him and walked over. On the way, he also took out a medicine box from the space in the mirror and carried it on his back, which made him seem much more credible. In addition, Muzan is also a well-read man, so he has the temperament of a doctor who saves lives. As soon as Muzan walked over, he saw a short man hurriedly walking out of Lei's house, which the man had just pointed out. "Hello." When the man heard Muzan's voice, he stopped in confusion and turned to look at Muzan. "Is this Tired's home?" The man looked at Muzan carefully, but he didn't recognize him. Then he saw the wooden box that looked like a medicine box that Muzan was carrying, and asked in confusion, "Yes, who are you?" "I'm a traveling doctor. I just heard that the child was sick, and I wanted to come and see if I could help." Looking at Muzan's appearance, it's almost as if "I am a doctor" is clearly written on it. Add to what Muzan said, a traveling doctor, and I feel that maybe doctors from outside have more experience and better medical skills. He was a little overjoyed for a moment, and with a desire to cure his son, he hurriedly said, "I am the Tired father, please follow me."
Muzin followed him into the room and saw Lei sitting on the tatami with a sad face, looking at the clouds outside the house through the open door. Lei's father walked quickly to Lei, grabbed Lei's hand and said, "Lei, I found a doctor for you. You will definitely get healthy." Lei slowly looked at Muzin, who had a gentle smile on his face. He had no expression and seemed to have given up hope. Muzin first learned about the details from Rue's father, and then checked Rue's body. For Muzin, who possessed hundreds of blood demon arts and could see through the world, checking a body was a simple task. The tired father couldn't help but feel his heart tighten as he watched Muzin's expression change. When Muzin read the original novel, he subconsciously thought that Lei's illness might be a bone problem, but after checking, it turned out to be a muscular dystrophy. Moreover, this disease is usually caused by genetic problems, and it could not be cured in his previous life, even if Yanagisawa Kiyuki's ability is used for a short period of treatment. As Rue grows older, he will return to his original state. The only solution is to turn him into a ghost. However, compared to the original work, even if he becomes a ghost now, he doesn't necessarily have to eat people, so it doesn't seem to be a big problem. The only problem is that Lei is still young, just a child. If he turns into a ghost, he may not be able to hide himself at all, and he has not yet formed the correct cognition. Muzin is worried about the mother of Jifutaro and Xiaomei, but the tired parents are really responsible and gentle. Muzin treated Rue under the pretext of examining his condition, but the effect of the treatment did not appear immediately. Then, Muzin took out some nutritional supplements from the medicine box and looked at his tired father. These medicines should have some effect. Although they cannot completely cure the disease, they should be enough to allow the child to run and jump temporarily. Then, Wuzan smiled and touched his tired head. It was fluffy and felt very good. "You have to remember to take your medicine every day." After explaining the dosage of the medicine, Wuzan said, "I will look for a cure for him during my travels and will be back in 4 years. Seeing that Muzin seemed to have finished explaining, the tired father hurried to get the money. "Please wait a moment, I'll go get the money." "No, I'll take my leave now." Wuzan stood up, turned around, and left. At this moment, the tired father seemed to see what a true doctor's benevolence was from Wuzhan's back. In fact, it was the same in the original book. Before Lei became a ghost, he just had an incomplete understanding of the world. His weakness made him long for his parents' protection and the bonds of family, and his gentle parents gave him what he desired. The only thing that cannot be overcome is illness. This disease became a loophole for the scumbag boss to take advantage of, and under the instigation of the scumbag boss, the tragedy of gain and loss occurred. Without what happened in the original book, his parents would teach him what is right. Moreover, the warm family will become more regretless with the temporary health he brings to it. After leaving here, Muzin walked on the soil covered with sunset and passed through a forest. As a group of forest birds were surprised and flapped their wings and flew into the sky, Muzin found another half-demon. Interestingly, this half-demon seemed to give Muzin a vague sense of déjà vu, but it doesn't matter, just kill him, because Muzin concealed his breath. He was not discovered to be a ghost by the other party. Instead, he hid in the woods, thinking that Muzin could not find him, and waited for an opportunity to hunt him. Wuzan was not in a hurry. With a light sound that cut through the air, a figure rushed down from the treetops. The whole ghost was like a huge bullet, grinning towards Wuzan, with its claws bared and 4 sharp teeth showing. Looking at the prey that seemed to be oblivious, the half-ghost seemed to have imagined the scene of biting Muzin, but the next moment, the prey that was originally in sight suddenly disappeared like a phantom, and I only felt a slight chill on my forehead. Then, intense pain spread from his forehead like a spider web. Accompanied by unbearable pain, he exploded silently into a bloody mist. Muzin wiped his fingers and his sharp nails were retracted. He remembered that this looked like a diseased leaf. Many of the lower moons were simply laid off by their trashy bosses, but Muzin didn't care much about them. In addition, the original work did not provide a detailed description of the time it took them to become demons, so Muzin simply didn't take it to heart. I didn't expect that he would become a half-ghost. Taking the jade pot as an example, Wuzan can make some bold guesses. Chapter 70. Drinking half-ghosts should be some not-so-powerful ghosts that have escaped his control and can expand on their own, and have formed their own internal order. Muzin suspects that there are some powerful half-ghosts who possess intelligence and can control other half-ghosts who have no intelligence. Some ghosts who appeared a few times in the plot but were not turned into ghosts by Muzin have most likely been killed by half-ghosts. Damn, these half-ghosts are so annoying, just like flies and mosquitoes in summer, you can never get rid of them. Just as he was thinking about it, a bug in the forest flew towards Muzin and started buzzing, seeking death. "I'll beat you to death, food." Muzin slapped a small flying insect to death with great force, as if he was slapping a half-ghost to death. Go quickly, there are a lot of bugs here, especially in the evening.
All kinds of mosquitoes are rampant. Although mosquitoes can't penetrate his defense, they are really annoying. Back to Infinite City, looking at the two fighting ghosts, Wuzan took out some melon seeds and sat aside, eating them and shouting at them, "Use the Nichiren sword. Beat him to death. Cut the neck. Cut the neck." Two lower ranks who were engaged in a bloody battle. "Lord Muzan, are you too idle?" After Muzan announced the title of the 12 demon moons that day, many demons came to the Infinite City to compete for the title. Of course, those who challenged Kokushibo and Akaza to death soon understood why the upper ranks are the upper ranks and there is a gap between demons, and because UNE did not show up that day. Everyone had great opinions about this so-called strongest. However, the selection of the other 12 Kazuki was the responsibility of Naruto, and Muzan did not care at all. Since we have Mingnu as a tool, why should we put in the effort ourselves? Soon, the bloody battle of position exchange ended, and the challenger was defeated. Mingnu announced the result in a calm voice. Harmony Nobu remains the lower fourth unchanged. Muzan looked at Mingnu and suddenly felt a little guilty. It seems that Naruto has been staying in the Infinite Castle since she became a demon. Non-existent sweat began to flow from Muzan's forehead. Since becoming a demon, the only thing that Mingnu pursued besides Biwa was her admiration for Muzan. Every time she helped Muzan and felt that Muzan valued her, she was always happy. Wuzan didn't care much about it, but the problem is that she is also an individual with self-awareness. Thinking of the changes in the outside world, Muzan suddenly felt a little guilty. Was this considered exploitation of labor? No, as a boss who cares about his employees, he must do something. "Mingnu, come with me to Tianyang City." Mingnu teleported away the two demons who ended the battle, raised her head in confusion, and looked at Muzan through her long bangs. Although she didn't know why Lord Muzan asked her to go out with him, she would naturally follow Lord Muzan's orders. She stood up obediently, holding the pipa and plucking the strings lightly, and she and Lord Muzan appeared in a deserted alley in Tianyang City. This city is one of the more developed cities that Wuzan knows, and the atmosphere is relatively good. But the most important thing is that there are a lot of delicious food. Seeing Muzan leaving the alley, Mingnu hurriedly followed. It was not long after nightfall, and a crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting yellow-white moonlight into the dark alley. Walking out of the alley, a light shone on her face and Mingnu couldn't help but squint. He looked at the crescent moon above his head in confusion, then looked at the brightly lit streets. "Isn't it night time now? What are those ridiculously bright glowing balls, or various colors?" Muzan stood beside the confused Mingnu, patted Mingnu's shoulder, and said seriously, "Mingnu, times have changed." Mingnu slowly raised her head and looked at Lord Muzan with confusion and dullness. Even her eyes that had been covered before were revealed. Come on. I'll take you to have fun." Muzan grabbed Mingnu's clothes and walked away, and Mingnu hurriedly followed him. She looked around along the way, seeing the brightly lit streets, the busy shops, the bustling crowds, the wide and flat streets, and all kinds of things she didn't recognize, which made Mingnu a little confused. There are only two words on his face: confused. "Lord Muzan, where is this place?" "I'll tell you later, go eat something first." Wuzan dragged Mingnu to a small stall and skillfully ordered a bunch of food. The stall owner was shocked. "Can you finish it?" "Don't worry. It's easy." The boss was skeptical, but soon prepared the food. Although there was no barbecue, the various delicacies were tempting enough. Muzan handed a bag of food to Mingnu. "Try it." Mingnu looked at Muzan, then at the things in her hand, and tentatively took out the dessert from the paper bag and put it in her mouth. Tasty. Did Lord Muzan bring her out to relax? Is this taking her, the best employee, out for a trip at public expense? After hundreds of years of hard work, I finally got the recognition from Master Muzan? Seeing Mingnu's look, he felt a little proud. These were the ones he had picked out after trying out the best food in the entire street, the entire city, and even the entire country. I'll save it for more visits in the future. No matter what happened, when Mingnu thought that her decades and hundreds of years of hard work had not been in vain and had been recognized by Lord Muzan, she was so moved that she forgot to eat the food in her hands. Wuzan couldn't help but look at Mingnu strangely. It turns out you have always been so eager for recognition, but think about it, after being a tool for hundreds of years. Then, he brought Mingnu to a restaurant, ordered a table of dishes, and a few bottles of wine. Mingnu carefully put the pipa in her hand aside and couldn't help but look around curiously, because the seat allowed her to see the street outside through the open doors and windows. Mingnu kept looking around. In the past, when she used vampire magic to teleport other ghosts, she could confirm the location, but she couldn't look down on all places like a satellite. What she saw was more like a flat map than a three-dimensional model. No details. Muzan patted Mingnu's shoulder in a serious tone. and as Mingnu's expression also became serious, he slowly said to Miracle,
Times have changed. Mingnu?
come on, come out and see for yourself more often.
Wuzhan was too lazy to explain. He took the wine brought by the waiter and opened the bottle while speaking. Assuming that the food wouldn't be served for some time, he poured a glass of wine and placed it in front of Mingnu. Would you like to drink something?
Mingnu had never drunk alcohol before, and was a little curious for a moment. She took the wine from Muzhan's hand and took a sip tentatively. His face suddenly changed. How weird, take another bite, seems a bit delicious. Then Muzhan watched Mingnu drink one cup after another. Her face turned a little pale and she seemed to be drunk, but her drinking momentum was getting stronger and stronger. He grabbed the bottle and poured it dizzily, but not a drop came out.
He couldn't help but look at Wuzhan. Master Wuzhan, is there anything more?
Wuzhan, you are a ghost, how come you get drunk so quickly? But it was just wine.
Seeing that Mingnu wanted to drink, Muzhan waved to the waiter, 2 more bottles.
Mingnu looked at the drink placed in front of her, forcibly opened the lid with her hand, and poured it into the glass in a daze.
Mingnu, why don't you drink less? Wuzhan couldn't help but persuade him. Oh. Mingnu glanced at Muzhan, don't underestimate me.
Chapter 71. Hotel. Muzhan watched in confusion as Mingnu's momentum became more and more heroic, and at the end she directly grabbed the bottle of wine and put it into her mouth.
Mingnu, take it easy.
Bang! Mingnu slammed the bottle of wine down on the table. Belch, miserable man, really, really good. She waved her hand, unrestrained, completely without any restraint in front of Muzhan, and shouted to the waiter, 10 more bottles.
Wuzhan, never mind, it's just a little wine, just drink it then.
Muzhan saw Mingnu grabbing the pipa beside her with a smile, and looked at Muzhan with a grin. My lord,
I will play a happy song for you. Mingnu, do you want to sober up first?
Sober up?
What's that?
Then, Mingnu suddenly roared at Muzhan, just sit still.
Listen carefully, I'm going to give you something nice to listen to. I've been holding back on this music for hundreds of years.
As she spoke, she grabbed the pipa and plucked the strings hard. Then, music more exciting than a disco began. Mingnu looked like a madman, and she played the pipa in a way that gave him a rock and roll feel.
Master Muzhan, come and dance to my music.
Greater than over equal to for all less than over equal to, Muzhan, hold your forehead, equals omega equals. The loud sound of the pipa and Mingnu's shouting attracted the attention of everyone in the store. Not to mention, even though Mingnu was drunk, she played the music very well. It sounds pretty good. Some customers felt annoyed and left after eating, but more people were attracted by the frenetic rhythm. The boss looked at this scene, and a light appeared in his eyes. Did he seem to see a business opportunity? Muzhan supported his forehead with his arms on the table, and buried his face between his arms. No, Mingnu, you are a ghost. His strength is almost reaching the upper level. Why are you drunk? Never mind. As long as she is happy. After all, it has been held back for hundreds of years. The sound of Mingnu's intense playing could be heard all around the shop, and the surroundings became increasingly lively. I don't know who started it, but a large group of people surrounded Mingnu and cheered. If Muzhan wasn't very strong, he would have been pushed out by the crowd.
He sat in the corner and watched Mingnu lead a group of people in the party. Everyone, jump with me.
Mingnu's fingers almost left after images on the pipa strings while she shouted loudly. A group of people gathered around and responded, and drinks were grabbed by everyone and flashed in the revelry. Wuzhan, am I not keeping up with the times? He also wants to bring Mingnu out to broaden his horizons. Mingnu will teach him what it means when times change. Finally, after a few hours, Mingnu's drunkenness gradually faded away. Looking at Lord Muzhan, who was pushed into a corner by the crowd, he couldn't help but slow down the music with a cold sweat, and finally watched him stop awkwardly. As the music stopped, the revelers finally realized that they were tired and left one after another. The boss looked at the huge sum of money he earned from selling wine, and a bold idea formed in his mind. Mingnu burped and looked at Muzhan, speechless for a moment.
Muzhan-sama, go back, go back. Muzhan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it was he who brought Mingnu out. He paid the money and took Mingnu away. As for the food originally ordered, I didn't eat any of it. The boss looked at the two men's backs and made a decision. He doesn't run a restaurant anymore. Transformation. In fact, although ghosts can get drunk due to drinking too much alcohol, if they deliberately avoid it, it is not a problem for them to drink 100 cups without getting drunk. And they have a strong ability to digest alcohol. For example, Mingnu drank so much wine that there were bottles
all over the floor, but she was only drunk for a few hours. This is my first time drinking and I am not prepared. I guess it will be hard to get drunk in the future, right? Mingnu returned to Infinite City, recalled what happened that night, and seemed to understand something. Times have changed. Soon after, Wuzhan saw Mingnu holding a pipa and practicing rock music. Wuzhan, no, Mingnu, did you open some strange door? When Muzin passed by the place where he took Mingnu to eat that day, he saw that the store called Light Music Restaurant had changed, and the plaque had become Fanatical Rock. The exterior style has changed dramatically, with a sense of passion and rock. That night, Wuzhan finally waited for the door to open and walked in. Puzzled Wuzhan? What did he see? Bar, a bar dedicated to discotheques. In this prosperous city, with the development of economy, citizens not only have higher income, but also have more tired spirit. How could they resist such a revelry that made them forget themselves? The newly opened bar is doing a booming business. A group of people crowded under the flashing lights, partying to the frenetic music rhythm. The boss is still the same boss as that day, but things have changed. The boss even hired a special music team to play disco music on the stage. Wuzhan couldn't help but rub his brows. This boss is really a business genius. At this time, the boss also noticed the familiar face of Muzin and hurried over. Thanks to you, Wuzhan, without saying anything else, just, Mingnu. NB, Muzin thought that this was enough. The ghost setting of Mingnu was almost completely collapsed, until he saw that Mingnu had been particularly fond of running outside the Infinite City since then. That night, Muzin was in the crowd, watching Mingnu standing on the high platform, playing intense music under the hot lights with an expressionless face. The dense crowd below was holding all kinds of glowing objects and shouting Mingnu's name enthusiastically. Wuzhan, you play the pipa too. Perfection, right? A year later, Mingnu became famous. Even the Demon Slayer Corps knows that there is a woman named Mingnu who plays the pipa beautifully and in a unique style. Many demon hunters have even started to become fans of Mingnu. I don't know when it started, but the tickets for Mingnu's concert have become more and more expensive. At some point, Mingnu became a famous performer throughout the country. From the night when Muzin took Mingnu to broaden his horizons, he lost his best tool, and the country gained an outstanding performer and a new trend. 3 years later, Muzin sat alone in the Infinite City. Mingnu, who had never left the Infinite City before, now belonged to this country. Wipe. Muzin suddenly stood up and said, don't think about it anymore. Let it be whatever it is. He wants to go see the kid. Arriving at a familiar place, Muzin seemed to have caught a glimpse of a poster of Mingnu holding a pipa on a wall from a distance. So annoying. When Muzin approached Lei's house, he saw Lei sitting outside the door, looking at the morning glow. Lei was already 15 years old at this time. The body showed signs of becoming increasingly weak. I saw a somewhat familiar figure from afar, but I couldn't remember it because I was too tired. But as Muzin got closer, Lei saw Muzin's face clearly and immediately remembered that it was the doctor from 4 years ago. Lei stood up, but because the movement was too large, a trace of pain flashed through his body. However, Lei was already used to it, and looked at Muzin to confirm. Doctor? Is the illness getting worse again? After hearing what Muzin said, Rui also confirmed Muzin's identity, nodded, and took Muzin into the house, saying, my father and mother are out. Just right. Muzin also saved himself the trouble of letting the two of them meet alone, said, Lei, your disease is actually almost incurable and can only be maintained for a short time. The only way is to become a ghost. Can you accept it? Lei looked at Wuzhan suspiciously. Becoming a ghost? In this era, ghosts have faded increasingly from people's sight, and Lei has never heard of ghosts. Muzin explained, by becoming a ghost you will gain a healthy body and permanent life, but you will also lose something, such as becoming a subordinate of the Ghost King. Although you can eat normal food, you will also become fond of cannibalism. Lei lowered his head and looked at the ground. Although he was already 15 years old and didn't understand much, he understood what family affection was and what was right under the guidance of his parents. Doctor, are you a ghost? Chapter 72, No change in the head. Muzin did not hide it. Yes, so you want to become a ghost? Think. I know how tiring it is to be weak. I desire a healthy body more than anyone else, and I desire a life that will not fade away. His parents also want him to be healthy, so they will agree, right? Okay, close your eyes. It might hurt a little. Lei closed his eyes obediently, and Wuzhan mercilessly poked a finger into his head. Being poked in the head is something all ghosts have to go through. It will never change. Diodi, after pulling out his fingers, Lei's face unexpectedly turned painful. His brows were almost twisted together, and sweat oozed from his forehead, but other than that, there was no significant reaction. Yes, Lei has experienced a lot of pain since he was a child, and his ability to endure pain has been forced to be trained. Muzin watched as the black color of Rue's hair gradually faded away, and was replaced by a slightly pink white.
The pure white spread to every part of Rue's body. The whites of his pupils, which originally belonged to humans, turned blood red, with white pupils and blue eyelashes. What Wuzan didn't understand was why there were red bead marks connecting his face. Soon, the pain of becoming a ghost faded away. Lei felt his new, healthy, and strong body, and his expressionless face slowly began to smile. I have regained my health. At this time, Lei also understood that the doctor in front of him was actually the Ghost King. My lord, what do you need me to do for you? There must be a purpose for turning him into a ghost, right? As long as it won't make his parents unhappy, he will try his best even for the sake of the Ghost King's kindness. I don't need you to do anything. Muzin also saw what Lei had experienced over the past few years through Lei's memories. After he left, Lei soon became healthy again. He was able to run and jump like other people, go out to play with his parents, and laugh happily with his parents. Happiness and the love of his parents gave him a relaxing time. For more than 3 years, under the care of his parents, he unknowingly experienced and understood true family love, the duty of giving to each other and protecting each other. He learned a lot during that short period of time, but half a year ago, his body began to become weaker and weaker, and the pain and anxiety of the past returned to his world. The smile that once existed gradually disappeared. He was not only suffering for himself, but also for the fact that his weakness made his parents so sad and tired, and that he could not accompany his parents. But Wuzan didn't think that if Lei told his parents that he had become a ghost, his parents would be happy. Most likely he wanted to atone for his sins by dying together with Lei. Wuzan squatted down, touched his tired head and said seriously, I'm tired. I don't need you to do anything right now, but you have to promise me not to tell your parents that you've turned into a ghost. Why, sir? You will understand slowly in the future. Although he said so, in fact, Muzin was too lazy to explain. Tell your parents that I cured you, but you have the aftereffect of being unable to grow up. Lei nodded. In addition to the power of demons, Muzin's blood also brought a vague trust and respect for Muzin. We must obey what Lord Ghost King says, right? Wuzan then warned, don't eat people randomly, do the right thing. Wuzan smiled and touched his head. Touching a child's head is like petting a cat. Lei obeyed Muzin's words, restored his appearance to that of a human, and watched Muzin leave. 4 years later, when autumn was in full swing and leaves covered the ground, 3 figures left the place where they had lived for decades with their bags. Lei was held by his parents' hands. He still looked like he was 15 years old. He looked up at his mother in confusion. Why are we moving? The mother smiled and touched his head, to protect you, and to protect more people. You'll understand later. Lei seemed to understand something and could only nod. But why does this sentence feel so familiar? In the forest that belongs to nature, the family built their own house and cleared a piece of land. Lei helped parents build a new home. He is very strong and can help a lot. His parents always stroke his head with a loving look on their faces. More than 20 years later, the pale winter snow covered the ground. In the dazzling light, a house stood alone in the deserted forest. Faint sobbing sounds could be heard in the house, and snowflakes were falling, as if someone was mourning something. Lei, still looking like he was 15, knelt in front of his mother. His father had passed away 2 years ago, and today, his mother will follow in his footsteps. I couldn't help shedding tears. The mother reached out and stroked his head. I'm tired, it's okay. Lei sobbed and wiped the tears from his face. Mother, Lei, actually 27 years ago, we already knew that you were turned into a ghost, but, Lei, you are a good kid. The tired mother had a gentle and gratified smile on her face and gently stroked his head. Lei, mother believes in you, you will definitely do the right thing. Lei sobbed a few times and nodded quickly. There was a smile on the mother's face and her arm slowly fell down. Lei held back his tears and tried hard to hold his mother's hand. 3 years later, Muzin discovered that Lei had left the place where he used to be. His parents had passed away, and he no longer concealed the color of his hair, wandering aimlessly between the mountains and the city. The whole person is filled with a feeling of I am so lonely. Narino, take Rui and Shifutaro and the others to Infinite Castle. Muzin notifies Mingnu, who is developing a new song in Infinite City. It is worth mentioning that in the outside world, Mingnu has died, and a new performer has inherited Mingnu's position. Xiani and I, in other words, Mingnu changed her appearance and went out to have fun again. However, Mingnu thought of a new way to play.
She was tired of the intense rock music and fell in love with the delicate and gentle sound of the pipa again, and he created a new personality for himself, Mysterious.so. I ran back to Infinite City to practice the pipa. Wuzan is too lazy to complain anymore. You can play the pipa. You are awesome. After playing the pipa for hundreds of years, I have become very good at it. Upon hearing Lord Muzan's instructions, Mingnu stopped practicing and continued plucking the pipa strings. However, his ability was also activated at the same time. 3 figures appeared in front of Muzan at the same time. Tired, prostitute Taro, Xiaomei Lei was confused. He had just torn off the arm of the human trafficker who wanted to attack him, and then he was sent back to him, still holding the arm that was bleeding. But when he saw Muzan, he relaxed his guard and bowed his head slightly. Master Demon King. The prostitute Tai Lang and Xiaomei also shouted together, "Boss." Before Wuzan could say anything, Xiaomei came over and said, "Master Wuzan, please give me a new name." Chapter 73. Wuzhan? It was me who tricked Kokoshibo and Akaza into changing their names. How come you took the initiative to bring it up before I even tricked you? I was ready to use Kokoshibo to bribe Yurichi. Looking at Muzan's puzzled and confused expression, Jifu Taro said, "The name Xiaomei, okay? No need to say more." Wuzan interrupted the two of them, but he could see what they were thinking. The name Xiaomei comes from their dead mother and carries the painful memory of their difficult survival in Yugui. Jifutaro didn't want his sister to live with this pain forever. He hopes that his sister will forget the painful memory and live in the present with a smile, and he will never forget the suffering he has endured. He will bear the name of Jifutaro and, as her brother, will continue to become stronger and protect her from the wind and rain. Muzan has no confidence in his naming skills. Don't ever think that some people can come up with beautiful names just because they have read so many books. He studied so many poems in high school, hundreds and thousands of them, but was it useful? It's no use. How about calling her Daki? Jifutaro looked a little dissatisfied. This name, Xiaomei, seemed quite satisfied, and the word happy was almost written on her face. Then, Muzan looked at Jifutaro threateningly. What? Any objections? Jotaro, okay, since my sister is satisfied, let's just leave it at that. Follow your heart, that's impossible. No problem. Jifutaro uttered these 3 words reluctantly. No misery, for all right, that's it. I asked you two to come here to teach me how to read. You guys have nothing to do anyway. Muzan pointed at Lei, who was standing aside. Xiaomei, or should I say Daki, looked at the boy next to her curiously. He was quite good looking, but of course I can't compare to myself. Jifutaro looked at Tyre and nodded. No problem, but Master Muzan interrupted Jifutaro again, no need to say more. He unceremoniously stabbed a nail into Jifutaro's head. The prostitute was caught off guard, and he squatted on the ground, holding his head, and roared, "Give me some time to prepare. If you weren't the king of ghosts, I would have already started scolding you." Muzan looked at his long nails and looked at Daki. "Come on?" Daki swallowed and hesitated for a moment. Wuzan showed a malicious smile. "Don't hesitate, brother and sister need to be neat and tidy." As he said this, he laughed and mercilessly stabbed a nail into Doji's head. Doji instantly hugged her head in pain. I kept repeating in my mind, Lord Muzan gave me blood because he is good to me and he values me. I want to thank Lord Muzan. Thank you, Master Muzan. Lei watched the scene silently from the side, his expression still not changing much. He just turned his head away silently, but in fact, at this moment, the image of the Ghost King in his heart collapsed. Where is the gentle, steady, and smiling Ghost King in my memory? What have you been through in these years? Wuzan didn't care about Lei's complaints, and touched Lei's head with a smile. Come on, I'll give you some blood too. Lei turned his head to look at the brother and sister who were curled up on the ground, and then looked at the respected Ghost King. Thank you, sir. There is no way to escape, and the bestowal of blood is at least a sign of improving strength and being recognized by the Ghost King, which is pretty good. Fine, not it's really good. Then the 3 ghosts were curled up on the ground. Mingnu played the pipa leisurely with an expressionless face, and considerately changed the background music to a cheerful tune. Muzan silently raised his head and looked at Mingnu. Come on, you work so hard every day, it would be unreasonable not to give you blood. Mingnu froze in her movements and the music stopped. Ever since Muzan took the concentrated and purified potion of blue-red spider lily and wisteria flower, the blood giving has become even more painful. Then Mingnu also covered her head in pain, and even her pipa was thrown to the ground beside her. Even though I know that Lord Muzan is indeed rewarding me, why am I resisting so much? 3 months later, Ben, who had already learned some basic knowledge under the guidance of his parents, learned it quickly and successfully passed the assessment. As for why ghosts need to learn to read, basically whoever he asked would either say I don't know or guess, is the boss willing? Also, why should we call Lord Muzin boss? While I was wondering, I heard the voice of Master Muzin. I am happy to do so. Tired, is this Lord Ghost King? Love it. Girl Futaro, they didn't tell you, can I hear your thoughts? Tired Xiaobai showed a puzzled and surprised expression on his face, ? Not far away, Du Ji glanced at Lei arrogantly. Muzin understood. Even though Daki always looked so arrogant and indifferent to worldly affairs, she had just as much bad taste as him. I'm tired. Go and help Maruoka Shinzi. Hearing this, Rue looked confused, but looking at Lord Muzin, who was too lazy to explain, he could only hope that the Maruoka Kinko mentioned by Lord Muzin could tell him what was going on. Although Mingnu has started to pursue her own career, hundreds of years of experience as a tool have made her experienced. As soon as Muzin finished speaking, she knew what to do. Without waiting for Muzin's instructions, he consciously played music and teleported Rue to the distant west, to Maruoka Kinko's side. Although there are multiple ghosts, and they are carefully selected by his subordinates, they have already grasped the political power to a large extent, and even under the guidance of Maruoka Shinzi, they have integrated the fragmented country. Naturally, the way to achieve all this is to snap out those pedantic Western rulers who stand in the way. In this era, there is no need to say how ugly the capital rulers who are overwhelmed by their desires are. Just snap them away. Thanks to this, the dozen or so people who had just become ghosts grew stronger very quickly. After all, they had no shortage of food. It's a good opportunity to send this new guy over and let Maruoka Shinzi take him under her wing. So as to improve his strength, Maruoka Shinzi pressed the ghost in front of her, and at the same time, the voice of Lord Muzin appeared in her mind. A new guy, come and help you kill some blind guys, take him with you. Maruoka Shinzi understood immediately, looked at the white-haired child in front of her, touched his head, and said with a smile, come with me, I'll give you some tasks. Lei nodded and followed Maruoka Kinko obediently. That evening, a bright full moon hung high in the sky, shining through colorful windows into a luxurious palace. The shadows on the ground reflected a strange scene. A fat figure was suspended in the air. Looking closely, one could see that he was held up in the air by countless transparent lines. The sharp wire cut the fat man's skin, and bright blood dripped onto the ground. As he screamed in fear, the strange little boy in front of him looked at him coldly. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face, and as he moved there was a short, rapid scream, and pieces of broken flesh fell to the ground with a clatter. Chapter 74 Akaza, #Infinite City. Mingnu ran off to give a concert. Muzin was left sitting alone on a high platform, with his head on his elbows, looking at the two things passed to him by Mingnu. Akaza caught a glimpse of the annoying figure of Doma and moved away. Doma behind followed with a smile. Doma, I must do this today. He held the terrified woman's head in his arms, smiled and moved closer. She followed behind him and said sarcastically, Mr. Akaza, why don't you talk to me when you see me? I really miss you. He paid no attention to Akaza's increasingly uncontrollable murderous intent and anger. Akaza suddenly stopped, turned his head with a gloomy face, glared at Doma, and uttered a murderous threat from his throat. Can you try to say it again? Mr. Akaza, you are so fierce. Akaza, #I'll just punch you. With a bang, Doma's head exploded into a bloody mist. Akaza shook his hands in disgust and left immediately without even looking back. Doma continued to chase after him while growing a new head. Mr. Akaza, stay away from me. Doma, how can you be so fierce? Akaza-sama, how dare you be so cruel to me? Muzin rubbed his temple and looked at Doma. That's enough fun. Doma pouted in grievance. It was Akaza-sama who was mean to me first. Akaza felt so disgusted that he was about to vomit, and glared at Doma. Wuzan's face darkened, and he said in a low voice filled with anger, say it again, okay? Seeing that Muzin seemed really angry, Doma quickly closed his mouth and returned to his smiling expression. Okay. Muzin jumped down from the platform and stood in front of the two men. Upon hearing this, the two ghosts turned their eyes to Muzin. Akaza has completed a stage of the mission given by Maruoka Masahito. He has nothing to do during this period of time, so he hopes that Lord Muzin can give him blood. Doma came here to challenge Akaza and become an upper rank celestial being. After all, his fighting talent was quite good, and coupled with his passion for finding food, his strength improved rapidly. However, Akaza must be stronger than in the original work. The strength of the two of them is really about the same. Long purple-gray nails appeared on Muzin's fingers, and he stabbed them into Akaza's head without mercy. Akaza's face suddenly became ferocious, veins popped out, and his hands were clenched into fists. Muzin withdrew his finger and looked at Doma. Lord Muzin, I want your blood, too. Doma said with anticipation. Even though it would be painful, being able to become stronger is actually quite attractive, but Wuzan curled his lips. I don't want to give you blood. Doma, Lord Muzan, you still treat people differently, right? But then, Doma heard Muzan's words again. You've been waiting for a while.
I can give you more blood.
When Doma heard this, he suddenly felt that he had misunderstood Lord Muzan. Although he always likes to cheat people, he is still gentle at heart.
The larger the amount, the more painful it will be.
Doma, degree. Akaza quickly absorbed Muzan's blood, looked at his hands, clenched his palms, and felt the growing power. He heard the conversation between Muzan and Doma, and when he saw Doma's speechless expression, he wanted to laugh. Muzan looked at Doma with disdain, then looked at Akaza and said, Doma wants to challenge you, so just get ready and start.
Akaza glanced at Doma. Him? Who doesn't know how to make people angry? Even though Akaza felt that Doma was already strong enough, he still laughed and mocked. I have a Sparasi suggestion. Akaza also put on the same smile as Doma. How about you just admit defeat?
Doma looked at Akaza with a smile. I also have a suggestion for you, Mr. Akaza. Why don't you just admit defeat? If I knocked your head off, I would be heartbroken. Akaza looked at Doma with a forced smile. Doma looked at Akaza with a smile. Wuzan rubbed his temple and said, hurry up and fight yours. After hearing this, the two ghosts ended their meaningless quarrel. Akaza looked at Doma with a grim smile. Destroy and kill Luozhen. A snowflake formation slowly appeared under Akaza's feet. Doma looked at Akaza with a smile, his golden iron fan covering half of his face, and said in a false and aggrieved tone, Sir Akaza, do you really have the heart to hit me? I'm so sad. Having said that, Doma did not hesitate to use the Blood Demon technique directly. Blood Demon Arc Mist Ice Water Lily Bodhisattva. Watching the two ghosts start fighting, Muzan pulled over a small stool and a trash can, sat on the side, grabbed a handful of melon seeds out of thin air, cracked them, and threw the shells into the trash can. Watching them start fighting. As a huge ice sculpture of Buddha slowly rose,
Akaza suddenly kicked the ground and rushed towards Doma. Doma
smiled and waved his fan quickly without any hesitation. Mr. Akaza, you don't seem to be that good either. Blood Demon Art. Scattered lotuses. A large number of tiny, sharp ice petals as blades were thrown towards Akaza, along with the diffuse ice mist. These skills might be useful to humans, but for Akaza, even if they can break through his defense, the damage caused can be healed in an instant. The petals of ice cut tiny wounds on Akaza's skin but could not cause any greater damage on the petals that came into contact with his body. Temperature also melted, only slightly affecting the healing of his wounds. Blood Demon Art. Crystal Prince. Doma naturally wouldn't have much expectation for a skill, and as he waved his fan, a little iceman that looked exactly like him appeared with a smile that Akaza hated, and distracted Akaza. Mr. Akaza, isn't my clone so cute? You succeeded in disgusting me. Destruction killing air style. After all, Akaza was an upper rank celestial being. Before the little iceman could get close to him, he smashed the little guy to pieces with one punch. How could you bear to do something to such a cute clone? Doma cried and fanned himself, seeing Akaza getting closer. The next moment, the huge Buddha statue slapped Akaza with its palm. Despite its huge size, it is incredibly fast. Akaza was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. Looking at the Buddha's palm falling from above his head, Akaza did not appear panicked. Destruction, killing and chaos. The powerful force hit the same place on the Buddha's palm at an extremely fast speed. With a crack, the huge Buddha's palm shattered into pieces of ice. Akaza accelerated suddenly and dodged another Buddha's palm. Blood Demon Art. Winter Icicle. As Doma moved, countless icicles fell from above Akaza, almost blocking all directions that Akaza could avoid destruction and killing of. The Ghost Core and the 8 cores. He swung his fists in quick succession, breaking the ice above his head into pieces. The sharp tips of the ice pierced the back of Akaza's hand, leaving bloody wounds, but they were only flesh wounds and he recovered in a moment. Doma pretended to be sympathetic, but still had that smile on his face. Sir Akaza, I will feel bad if you continue. How about you admit defeat? Akaza grinned. Keep the sadness to yourself. As he spoke, he had already approached Doma, who was waving his fan along with icy mist to block Akaza's fists. The extremely low temperature has no effect on Akaza. Destruction kill foot style crown first cut. Doma was also caught off guard and was kicked in the head by Akaza. He was kicked away and his jaw was slightly deformed, but he recovered in an instant. Your Excellency, Akaza is actually more powerful than I thought. Destruction killing foot style flowing flash of light. Akaza would not give this annoying guy a chance to breathe. When he got the chance, he grabbed Doma and beat him to death. Lord Muzan is right, if you can't kill him, then beat him to death. I let out all the anger I had held back for decades. Doma was beaten up hard by Akaza. The destructive killing was directed at him mercilessly. With a loud bang, Doma's head was suddenly shattered by Akaza's merciless punch, but the next moment, an ice vine suddenly shot out from behind Akaza.
Blood Demon Art, Lotus Flower. Akaza was unaware that the lotus had entangled his waist. He lost his balance and was thrown out of the fighting stage. Bang! With a dull thud, Akaza fell to the ground. Doma's head slowly recovered, and he looked down at Akaza from the table with a smile. Mr. Akaza, you lost. But seeing Doma's smug look, Akaza didn't seem to be angry this time. He beat the guy up and felt great, but just as he patted his body and stood up, he heard Muzin's voice in his head. Can you tolerate this? Hit him. Akaza, you like to watch the fun, don't you? Chapter 75, The 12 Demonic Moons. Spring 1850. Dai returned to Infinite City tired, being responsible for dealing with some annoying guys beside Maruoka Kinko. His strength grew rapidly. He returned to Infinite City and applied to challenge Yamakawa Kuta, one of the 12 demon moons. It is worth mentioning that after being stimulated by Doma, Yamakawa Kuta, who was originally a Buddhist and just liked to eat more, was stimulated. I've lived for hundreds of years, and yet I'm not as good as you. Little guys. After systematic training in many battles, his originally strong physique has reached the upper level of strength. After countless challenges and bloody battles, he finally reached the position of upper 6. This time Mingnu is in the Infinite City. While playing the pipa, he teleported both of them over. Yamakawa Kuta was very tall and muscular, so he looked strong and powerful, while Lei was only less than 1.6 meters tall and looked small standing in front of him. Yamakawa Kuta looked down at the little guy in front of him. You are the one who wants to challenge me? Tired nodded. Although he is small in stature, Yamakawa Kuta is not stupid enough to mistake a ghost that looks like a boy as a real boy. This guy should not be underestimated, Mingnu said. The bloody battle begins. The two ghosts instantly entered combat mode. With his ability of teleportation, Yamakawa Kuta instantly came behind Rue and kicked him in the head. The huge force created a gust of air. Lei's expression remained unchanged and he pulled with both hands. Under the light, transparent thin lines glowed white, intertwining into a spider web. Yamakawa Kuta's feet were blocked by the spider web behind his back, only slightly deformed. Seeing this, Yamakawa Kuta hurriedly retreated. Just as he expected, in an instant, a thicker wire, like a javelin, pierced straight into the ground where he was just now. You kid, not bad. Before Yamakawa Kuta finished his words, his figure had disappeared from the spot. Tired and tense. Bang! Yamakawa Kuta appeared again, but still hit the grid made by Lei with fine lines. But this time, he used stronger force, and even broke several strands of the mesh. The momentum brought by his fist scraped against Lei's cheek, as if it was going to cut his skin. Lei hurriedly fought back, but the next second, Yamakawa Kuta's figure disappeared again. Same direction. Lei pulled the silk thread hard, but with a sound of breaking, a fist with huge force hit Lei's cheek hard. His upper body couldn't bear the force and leaned backwards, causing his lower body to move backwards as well. But he finally stopped thanks to friction. Ijon, countless transparent thin lines appeared as Lei moved. Blood Demon Art, killing the cage. Thin threads stronger than steel wires are woven into a spider web that can bind the enemy in all directions, blocking the opponent's retreat. But Yamakawa Kuta's Blood Demon Art is complete. Spatial teleportation. When the dense spider web was strangling him, he suddenly disappeared. Blood Demon Art, engraving prison. The moment Yamakawa Kuta appeared again, Lei moved suddenly, and the spider web like silk threads instantly bound Yamakawa Kuta's body. As Lei moved, the web like silk threads suddenly contracted. Countless wounds were cut by the sharp silk threads. Yamakawa Kuta showed a grim smile on his face. He ignored the wounds all over his body and used his strong physique to hold open the silk net tied to his body. Poor, a snapping sound was heard as he moved. You are very strong. As he said that, Yamakawa Kuta rushed out and suddenly disappeared from Rue's sight. With a bang, his fist hit Lei's abdomen unhindered, and at the same time he kicked forward in an arc, trying to trip Lei. But Lei had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He ignored the fact that he was about to trip and used the hardest silk threads to form a dense net. Blood Demon Art, line rotation. A giant spiral cocoon attacked Yamakawa Kuta. Yamakawa Kuta was unable to stop his movements instantly, and countless silk threads cut him apart, shattering his body into countless wriggling pieces of flesh. Seeing this, Mingnu said without any fluctuation in her voice, accumulate victory. Promoted to upper 6, Yamazami Kuta demoted to lower 1. Threads of blood stretched out from Yamakawa Kuta's flesh, slowly gluing together, and finally the head was pressed on it. He looked at Lei and smiled. You are very strong. Lei yes smiled, you too. It is worth mentioning that the current members of the 12 demon moons are somewhat similar to those in the original work, but there are also significant differences. Upper string 1, Black Death upper string 2, Doma upper 3, Akaza upper 4, Corda Zentaro upper 5, Dakamakami upper 6, Tired lower 1, Kota Yamakawa lower 2nd rank, Yoshiko Maruoka lower 3, Masahito Maruoka lower 4. Seiji Asanuma waning 5, Mirror Moon, 1000 plus lower string 6, Kyokai with Yuichiro's guidance, isn't it? Natural for Kibutaro and Daki to become an upper rank player with their own abilities, have questions, no problem, and Maruoka Kinko, Maruoka Masahiro, and Asanuma Shizuji also joined in the fun. Why play support when you can be a DPS? As for Kagemazuki Chiyu, he was already greatly stimulated when he saw Doma becoming an upper second, and then when he saw that Hibiki, a complete newcomer, became a lower third, he almost broke down. Finally, I began to work hard to improve my strength. He must have a 12 ghost months, who wants to be an assistant. Finally, he defeated Hibiki and Kai, and then he couldn't go any further, stopping at lower moon 4. After Rui became upper moon 6, he became lower moon 5. If we talk about who to worry about, it would be Xiankai. It's the last one in the class. There was originally a bottom tier 1, but now it's gone. Xiankai, danger, in the chaotic town, half of the wall had collapsed, and the surrounding residents and passers-by were running away, while those who could not escape were hiding in their homes trembling. A huge noise was heard on the deserted street. Following a gust of air that caused a strong wind to blow, 2 figures flashed past, one in front and one behind. At inhuman speed, Muzan chased a half-ghost, laughing wildly. Run. Let's see how far you can run. Even if you run to the point of being crippled, no one will be able to save you. Say, Nabla, say hee. The half-ghost in front was about to collapse, so he ran out to fill his stomach. Why did I meet Muzan Kibutsuji? The guy being chased by Muzan is one of the demons who once escaped from Muzan's control and became a half-demon. He has intelligence and has become stronger than before. Of course, in Muzan's eyes, he is still a little trash. You dare to betray me, but you don't dare to fight me? Run. It's no use running anywhere. Ha 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 ha. Listening to the voice behind him, the half-ghost knew it clearly. How could Muzan Kibutsuji not catch up with him? They were just teasing him. Why does it feel like Muzan Kibutsuji is even more perverted now than before? The prolonged escape made him increasingly exhausted. He hurriedly went around a tree, and suddenly his cheek felt numb. A whip suddenly flew towards him, and the sharp blade at the tip of the whip played with it, cutting a gash on his face. Knowing that he had been discovered by Muzan Kibutsuji, he would die sooner or later no matter how hard he tried, but the desire to survive in his heart made him run away desperately. His heart was beating loudly and he barely managed to avoid the whip's attack while maintaining his speed with great difficulty. Chapter 76. Tired of watching the demons dancing in silence, he knew very well that in his current state he could not dodge Muzan's whip, and that he was still alive, which clearly showed that Muzan was just playing with the mouse, but he still didn't want to give up. There must be a way to survive. While dodging and running away desperately, he cried out, "My lord! I was wrong. Please let me go. I will help you deal with those who betrayed you." Just as he finished speaking, the sharp blade at the tip of the whip suddenly cut off one of his arms. The half-ghost tried to reconnect his arm in fear, but the whip was like a fork, grabbing his arm and throwing it aside. Under the distressed eyes of the half-ghost, the arm exploded into pieces like a bomb. The smooth wound seemed to be contaminated with some toxin and could not heal quickly. The Ghost King behind him seemed to have had enough fun, and swung the remaining whip. The half-ghost had no way to dodge and was easily pierced through the heart. As the whip was suddenly retracted, the half-ghost was pulled over by the wound. Muzan grabbed his head with his blue-black claws and stabbed a nail into his head as the half-ghost struggled madly. As the blood flowed in, the half-ghost let out a low roar and its body kept twitching. Muzan also sought his memories. On the day he traveled through time, Boss Xia's weakness caused dozens of ghosts to escape his control. The half-demons who had gained their freedom knew very well that once they were discovered by Muzan, they would be killed even if they did not intend to betray him. Don't ever doubt Muzan Kibutsuji's outrageous actions. He is not polite at all when it comes to layoffs. As a result, most of the ghosts that were out of control gathered together. After discovering that they could create more controllable ghosts with their own blood, they began to frantically create shields even if these ghosts were just defective products, and unlike Muzan, they will not restrict the increase of demons. As long as there is blood, they can become a demon, and as the number of these defective ghosts continued to increase, some changes occurred, and the beast-like defective products were even able to merge together. Of course, after the fusion it becomes uglier and bigger, maybe stronger than before the fusion, but it is still trash in essence. Therefore, the half-ghosts are very clear about their own importance. It is impossible for them to dream of defeating the trash boss. However, as long as the trash boss is alive, they will not have real freedom and will be killed sooner or later. The only way is to kill the ghost with a borrowed knife, so they used these defective products to do evil.
trying their best to let everyone know that Muzan Kibutsuji was a cruel, cunning demon king who lived by cannibalism. Rack your brains to add more enemies to Muzan at the same time. He hides himself and makes everyone think that all demons are controlled by Muzan Kibutsuji and that all evil is caused by Muzan Kibutsuji. Muzan was finally 100% sure what was going on. It turned out that this group of defective products deliberately put the blame on him, but the problem is that this group of half-ghosts have already engraved the cowardice of their former boss, the scumbag boss, into their bones, and they don't even know where each other is. It's just a complete scam. We can only take it slowly. As for this half-ghost, I can only say that he is worthy of being an employee selected by the original scumbag boss, and he has the demeanor of a scumbag boss. Muzan retracted the whip, took out a piece of toilet paper and wiped his hands. Yes, now is the time to have the luxury of disposable toilet paper. In Muzan's mansion, the early morning sun was not so dazzling, and the cool breeze made people feel very comfortable. He opened the small stool he had made, and placed a barbecue grill in front of him. He took out the barbecue seasoning, cumin powder, and the like, which his ghosts had made for him from the space in the mirror. Thanks to the increasing range that ghosts can reach, familiar seasonings such as cumin, pepper, and fennel. Finally, after countless attempts by the ghosts under his command, Muzan got the taste he wanted. However, what Wuzan didn't expect was that the ghost who helped him prepare the seasoning opened a barbecue restaurant, which became an instant hit, and then, like a reproductive machine, he opened chain stores crazily. Although he doesn't really care. He was very excited when he got the barbecue grill and seasonings. He immediately threw the things into the space in the mirror and went out to purchase various meats, vegetables, and some drinks. Unfortunately, there is no Fat House Happy Water now, not even soda. However, the second industrial revolution has been completed, so there are still some commercial fruit juices. Muzan prepared some drinks and fruits, and at the same time notified the 12 demon moons, Xingxian, and the ceiling of Yuichiro, saying, "Come here quickly, the Demon King will take you to relax." Team building, if anyone dares not to come, do you want to fight with the Ghost King? It is worth mentioning that at this time, Jifutaro and Daki had already run to Maruoka Masahiro, dedicated to getting rid of that damn place. Yubway. Great achievements have now been made, although there were several assassinations during the process. After hearing Muzan's notice, the tired brother and sister immediately said that they would definitely go. Akaza said that they would definitely go if Lord Muzan took them to relax. Doma, a fun-loving guy, was originally planning to go, and when he heard that Akaza was also arriving, he said that he would definitely go. Kokoshibo is still traveling, and he is used to meeting the Demon Slayer Corps from time to time. He gives them some instructions and kicks them a few times if he doesn't like them. After learning about Muzan's announcement, Lord Muzan, whatever you say is what it is. He also knew that Uni would definitely go. Uni had no idea what new crooked ideas Lord Muzan had, and was speechless for a moment. Seeing his performance, Wuzan immediately threatened him. "You don't want to go? Do you want to fight with your father?" "Yuichi, I'll go. I'll definitely go." He definitely won't just abandon Wuzan. Xian Kai was even more excited to say that his manuscript was finally submitted successfully. He would bring his book here and share a copy with everyone. In the open-air hot spring, the morning sun still lingers on the street, and the sound of conversation can be heard. On this day, Muzan generously booked the entire hot spring. As soon as Uni arrived, he nodded to Muzan as a greeting, and then went straight to Kokoshibo with a clear goal. As soon as Kokoshibo came with his 3 pairs of eyes, he saw his beloved brother coming straight towards him with a clear goal, Black Death. Seeing Uni walking towards him quickly, a smile spread across his face. "Brother." Kokoshibo rubbed his temple and said, "Let's go and change clothes first." That day, the scene of Uni holding a knife and chasing him and Muzan was still vivid in his mind. Doma came over with the bloody remains of flesh in his hands and a head in his arms, smiling. "Wuzhan, hurry up and finish eating." Fortunately, he asked the store owner to leave a space for him in advance, and there was no one around, so it didn't have much of an impact. But no one would like to soak in a pool full of blood. Doma curled his lips, came up to him and said coquettishly, "Master Muzan, you are so fierce, miserable, you seem to have some serious illness. Would you like to take a dip?" Doma nodded with a smile. "Of course I will." Then, Doma looked around while chewing the food in his hand. "Where is Akaza?" Dodi. As soon as Akaza arrived, he saw this annoying guy looking around for him. "Yeah, go away, stay away from this guy." But there weren't many people there, and Doma immediately spotted Akaza, who had just come over, and approached him with a cheeky face. "Mr. Akaza, why don't you talk to me when you see me?" Akaza, he said nothing and quickened his pace. In front, Doma followed Akaza with a smile on his face. "Mr. Akaza, you are so ruthless, stay away from me." Akaza turned around and glared at him, only to see Doma actually stretching his head towards him. Akaza subconsciously destroys the killing move foot-style crown first cut. With a bang, Doma's head exploded again. Wujan, can you two just be quiet for a while? After we finished soaking in the hot spring and left, the shop owner came over and saw blood all over the floor, so I killed someone here, right? While Doma was recovering his brain, he continued to follow Akaza relentlessly. As soon as the mouth grows out, it continues to be a bitch. Mr. Upper Rank 3, I got the position of Upper Rank 2 by sheer luck, Your Excellency. Upper 3 Akaza, hashtag. He gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, and the expression on his face gradually became calm. It was simply the calm before the storm. He showed a fake smile and clenched his fist. Hit, bang, Akaza slowly closed his fist and exhaled. Comfortable. Doma touched his neck, which had lost its head again, and with a smile, he pressed the head with a terrified expression on his head. Sir Akaza, am I pretty? Get out of here. Akaza's mentality has collapsed. Doma's head absorbs the head placed on top of it as it grows. Akaza looked at the face approaching and went crazy. Doma, who the hell are you? Can't I just avoid it if I can't provoke it? Akaza quickened his pace, and Doma continued to chase him, not caring at all that Akaza had even pierced his eardrum with one finger. Mr. Akaza, I want to kill him. At the same time, Yorichi happily followed Kokushibo, Black Deathmao. Forget it, as long as Yuani is happy. Wuzan just wanted to laugh. Everyone has their own way. Asterisk, miserable adults. Hearing Tamayo's voice, Muzan looked over. Tamayo looked a little haggard at this time, but her expression was very excited. Ever since she got the microscope, she felt that she was about to discover the truth about the world, cells, molecules, countless sophisticated structures. She will open new doors for the development of the world. She will lead the development of biology. But to be honest, if she wasn't a ghost, she would have died suddenly after working so hard for several years. Tamayo, you better take it easy. I'm really afraid that you will take away my immortality buff. Wuzan wiped the non-existent cold sweat. Although Tamayo didn't know what the so-called buff meant, she understood what Muzan meant. Don't worry, Master Muzan. She smiled and said, some efforts are worth it. Okay, if you want to work yourself to death, then go ahead and work yourself to death. I really don't believe that there is a ghost who can work himself to death without all kinds of pressure. Tamayo has become very different from the original work. She has her own pursuit in life and is very obsessed with discovering the truth. Lord Muzan heard the voice and looked at Yanagisawa Kiyuki, who seemed to be finally relieved. He said with a hint of gratitude, fortunately you called Tamayo over to relax, otherwise I would be really afraid that she would die suddenly. Although Yanagisawa Kiyuki is also a doctor, he only treats diseases and does his best. This is the first time he has seen someone like Tamayo. No wonder she is called the strongest assistant by Lord Muzan. If she is not the strongest assistant, no one else is worthy of it. Over the past few years, watching Tamayo getting more and more obsessed, you are such a ghost. Why are you interested in so-called scientific research? He looks like he won't stop until he kills myself. Lei stood silently among a group of monsters and ghosts, playing the Twilight Zone. It's so lively, miserable adult. Yamakawa Kuta's voice was louder than that of most people. He tore the flesh in his hands, said hello to Muzan, and went excitedly to find Doma, passing by and looking tired. We'll fight next time. Tiredly nodded, yeah. Muzan was somewhat helpless. Yamakawa Kuta seemed to have opened up some new world. He had gone from being too lazy to fight to being like this now, loving to fight, and hurry up and finish eating. Yamakawa Kuta paused and said, okay. He chewed it hurriedly, swallowed it down with the bones, and sucked the minced meat on his hands. His target now is Doma. This kid really pissed him off that day. Although he is very grateful to Doma for making him realize the importance of fighting and the joy of constantly fighting and becoming stronger, he still has to fight. Seeing Yamakawa Kuta coming towards him, Doma, who was torturing Akaza, stopped and said, Lord Lower Rank 1, what are you doing here? Akaza glanced at Yamakawa Kuta and said thank you. Finally got rid of Doma, this annoying and seriously ill guy. Yamakawa Kuta, right? You're still as weak as last time. Doma laughed and taunted. Yamakawa Kuta's expression remained unchanged, and there was even contempt in his eyes. Don't bother mocking me. I can calm down now. In order to deal with Doma, a guy who talks trash all the time, Yamakawa Kuta put a lot of effort into cultivating his mind, and now he can control his emotions. Doma's words could not have any effect on his state of mind. His reaction made Doma a little disappointed. He didn't like this. People like Akaza, who could make him angry with just any words, were more interesting. He can entertain you all day. The more you annoy him, the happier he is.
Lord Muzin brought us out to relax today. We can talk about the battle later. Doma responded casually to Yamakawa Kota, turned around and continued to look for Akaza with a smile. Okay. I will ask Lord Muzin to let me start a bloody battle with you.
Yamakawa Kota nodded. Maruoka Kinko used Mingnu's ability from the west and arrived with Mingnu. Mingnu held the biwa that she always carried with her, and nodded to Muzin together with Maruoka Kinko. Looking at Maruoka Kinko, Muzin realized that Maruoka Masahiro and Asanuma Shizuji had not arrived yet. The two had just finished processing the documents.
Minaro, teleport Masahito and Shizuka over here.
Okay.
Mingnu nodded and plucked the strings of the pipa.
The two ghosts who had just been prepared for Mingnu to teleport appeared in front of Muzin in a daze. Seeing Mingnu and Muzin, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and looked at Mingnu with gratitude. I have to say, Mingnu's blood demon art is very convenient. Wuzan couldn't help but look at the two guys who had been busy for hundreds of years, from the Warring States period to the present. Why don't you two retire? You're exhausted. The two of them shook their heads at the same time. Lord Muzin, that's not necessary.
How can I give up the world I conquered with great difficulty?
Wuzhan, okay, same guy as Tamayo, let them all die suddenly. The 12 demon months are all exhausted to death in the end. Chapter 77, The Devil's Doma. In the original novel, Dakamaki respected and loved Muzin-sama very much, but when Muzin saw the brother and sister Jifutaro and Dakamaki arrived, he just greeted him and excitedly dragged Lei to find Uni. Good job, you also took away the only person who has been with me, a lonely old man who was hundreds of years old, right? Because Jifutaro and Daki were helping Rue study and take exams at the time, they had a good relationship. When they saw Rue standing alone next to Muzin weaving a flower rope, they pulled him together. Uni looked at the brother and sister with a smile like an old father, and also touched their tired heads. Kokushibo immediately put himself in the position of an uncle, smiled gently and touched the heads of the three little children. Wuzhan, he's all alone, right? Finally,
Xiang Kai was teleported over by Mingnu with a bag of books in his arms.
When he saw Muzin, he ran over and said with a smile, Lord Muzin, this is the book I wrote, and it's already on sale. Muzin took the book handed to him by Shankai and was touched for a moment. You are the only one who is still with me, until a few big words were written on the cover, The Traveler's Bizarre Adventure. Wuzhan? Tell me. Are you a time traveler?
Xiang Kai was confused. Master Muzin, what are you talking about?
It's all right. In fact, since he could see Xiang Kai's memories and thoughts, he naturally knew that Xiang Kai could not be a time traveler. But the title of this book, Xiang Kai? Xiang Kai couldn't help but look at Wuzhan again before he slowly left. While Xiang Kai was running around delivering books, Jingyue Qianyu finally arrived. Wuzhan slapped his head and said, You are the last one to come. Qianyu touched his head and said, It's too late. Why should I hit him? When all the ghosts were present, Muzin took them to the men's and women's changing areas to take a shower and change clothes. After changing clothes, they entered the men's and women's sections respectively. Jifutaro watched his sister disappear behind the door reluctantly before walking into the men's section. The moment I soaked in the hot spring, I felt as if all the fatigue from the past period of time was swept away, and I leaned comfortably on the smooth stone at the edge, comfortable after rubbing each other's backs. The brothers Yorichi Tsugumi and Kokushibo also went into the hot spring together and leaned side by side. The hot spring is surrounded by bamboos, trees, flowers, and plants. The wind brings a slight rustling sound, and light clouds sway in the light blue sky above your head, accompanied by the pleasant sound of water flowing on both sides, making people feel particularly comfortable. Brother, I remember that when we were in the Demon Slayer Corps, the Lord also took us to the hot springs. When we were in the Demon Slayer Corps, we fought together. Kokushibo listened quietly to what Yashiichi had to say, and couldn't help but smile along with Yashiichi. But just as the atmosphere arrived, a sentence came to my ears. Yes, at that time, Kokushibo was already displeased with you, and you chased after me, your father, and tried to chop me up. Tsugaru Yashiichi suddenly fell silent, and Kokushibo's smile also disappeared. Muzin Kibutsuji, are you two idle? Aren't you all fine now? What's the point of reminiscing about the Demon Slayer Corps? Who hasn't taken a bath with the head of the Abuyushiki family? Doma heard this and came over. That's right. Muzin pulled Doma aside and said, Go away. Oh, Doma looked falsely aggrieved and turned to look for Akaze. Kokushibo pulled Yuan's arm and ran to the other side. Away from Muzin, Lei seemed to have discovered some new way to play. He pulled the silk thread to build a shaky grid between the stones and lay comfortably on it with only his head exposed to Jifutaro. Asanuma Shizuji, and Maruoka Masahito lay together with their arms resting on the rocks, complaining about some troubles at work like office workers. After Akaza discovered that Yamakawa Kuta seemed to have the effect of driving away Doma, he ran to Yamakawa Kuta and started to complain about Doma's sharp tongue. Chiyu ran to Doma and patted his shoulder. "It's okay, Akaza hates you, and me too." Doma had a fake happy smile on his face. "Really? Lord lower rank 5 role." Chiyu now understood why Big Brother Akaza hated Doma. "It wasn't like that when we first started to join the team. Why are ghosts increasingly annoyed by yarn?" Then Shinyu heard the faint voice of Lord Muzan behind him. "You brought this upon yourself more than 1,000. Seeing this, Xiankai came up to Doma and said, "Sir Doma, I think it's not nice for you to talk like that." He really thought that Doma was just not good at speaking, and wanted to remind Doma, out of kindness. To help Doma get rid of the annoying group, Doma looked at Xiankai with a smile. "Is that so?" Mr. Xiankai, who has always failed in his submission, Kyokai, degree, I've published a book. Isn't this just one book, 1-2? What if it's just luck? Oh, winky face. Oh, you continue to be hated by ghosts. I don't care about you anymore. Turn around and stay away from this annoying guy. From behind came Doma's annoying voice. "Mr. Xiankai, please don't disobey my advice, otherwise your next book will definitely be rejected." Muzan just watched Doma occupy a corner of the hot spring alone with his own strength. At the same time, a faint sound of music came from the other side. Muzan knew without even thinking that Mingnu was holding the pipa and playing it again. The women's section at this time, Mingnu faced Daki, Tamayo, and Maruoka Kinko, playing and plucking the pipa strings while sitting on the stone steps. When the song ended, the 3 audience members in the audience were still not satisfied and came to their senses and applauded hurriedly. Ming placed the biwa in a dry place, soaked in the hot spring, and looked at Tamayo curiously. "Miss Tamayo, is Yorichi really stronger than Lord Muzan?" Hearing this, Maruoka Kinko and Daki also looked over. Tamayo nodded. She recalled the scene that day when Muzan and Sugakushi Iwakatsu were chased and hacked by Yorichi. When she thought of Muzan's almost collapsed expression at that time, she couldn't help but show a funny expression. Yes, Mr. Yorichi is very strong. When he was a human, even Lord Muzan was no match for him. So strong? Daki was also surprised. She remembered that Muzan seemed dissatisfied with the way Yorichi addressed him, so she asked, "Does Lord Muzan have any story with Yorichi?" Tamayo confirmed that Muzan had not shamelessly eavesdropped on them until now, so she lowered her voice a little, looked at the 3 heads that came closer, and said, "Lord Muzan adopted Yuichiro, so he wanted Yuichiro to call him father, but it has been hundreds of years, and Muzan has no way to do it." "How old is Master Muzan?" It is said that Mr. Uni was from the late Warring States period, and that Lord Muzan had adopted Uni. Tamayo shook her head. "I don't know, but it must be at least 500 or 600 years old, right?" 500 or 600? Daki was a little surprised and said with a strange expression, "But I think Lord Muzan is very childish, and a little." She struggled with the words, "improper?" Mingnu nodded and agreed. Yuichiro and Kokoshibo seem to be much more reliable than the boss. Besides, the boss always makes the ground of the infinite castle full of blood when he bestows blood. The same goes for Doma. We have to clean it up every time. Doma is really annoying. Upon hearing this, Tamayo also deeply agreed. Doma is really annoying. He always eats while running around. The blood dripping on the ground has caused me a lot of trouble. Although Maruoka Kinko also agrees that Doma is not very popular with demons, she still adds something about Muzan. Actually, Master Muzan is pretty reliable, and for some reason, he seems to have a lot of knowledge. After being reminded of this, Tamayo suddenly perked up and looked at Maruoka Kinko and said, "Do you think the boss knows some technical knowledge?" Mingnu thought about it and said, "Maybe, when Shan Zhuan invented the steam engine, he seemed to be given a lot of so-called advanced knowledge by his boss." Chapter 78, The Drunk 12 Ghost Moons. After soaking in the hot spring, Doma and Yamakawa Kuta were thrown back to the open-air hot spring by Muzan to clean up the bloodstains they left on the ground. As the sky gradually darkened, Muzan brought the 12 demon moons, Xingxian and Yuni, to a beautiful place. The golden evening glow cast its afterglow on the horizon. On the other side, a faint moon was visible in the dark night sky. From time to time, birds could be seen flying across the forest in the distance. Wuzan excitedly brought out the long-awaited barbecue grill. Under the ghost's puzzled eyes, he threw in the charcoal and lit it while taking out the prepared food and seasonings from the space in the mirror. Wuzan was processing the ingredients while smiling and said, "I'll take you guys to eat something delicious today." When the last daylight disappeared, smoke rose from the barbecue grill under the full moon, accompanied by an enticing aroma, and Doma and Yamakawa Kuta finally arrived. It was impossible for Muzan to prepare only one barbecue grill. After all, there were more than a dozen ghosts, with a group of ghosts curiously watching. Muzan felt that it was almost ready, so he sprinkled the seasoning on it and handed one to each ghost. Try it. They tasted it carefully, fearing that Muzan was trying to trick them again, but after eating it, I found that it was fine and it was actually quite delicious. It's a bit unexpected, I don't know why, but Lord Muzan's cooking skills are really good. Is it the result of hundreds of years of idleness? While eating, Mingnu brought a large amount of wine from the Infinite City and suddenly put it on the ground. I think it will be better with wine. Muzan, although what you said is right, I think you should drink less. But while Muzan was speaking, Mingnu, who was becoming more and more courageous, ignored Muzan's words, opened the drinks, and distributed them directly to each ghost. I have all the wine you want to drink here, come on. Wujan, Mingnu, you have changed. He silently took out the remaining 5 grills and threw out all the coal and other things. You grill them yourself, and eat them yourself when they are burnt. After saying that, Muzan took out a rocking chair from the space in the mirror and lay down on it leisurely. Will he grill meat honestly? How can something you bake yourself taste as good as something you snatch from someone else? Deodi, Yamakawa Kuta looked at the wine in his hand, then looked at Mingnu. Maybe he could roast something else. Teleport me back, I have a little blood loss. Mingnu nodded, took her pipa from the side, and used the infinite castle as a springboard to send him over. Then, soon Muzan saw Yamazan Kuta coming back with a bunch of food, all need to be coated. He didn't go there to get blood, he went there to get food. We are all ghosts, it's normal, although alcohol can make ghosts drunk, the effect is not obvious. But it is different for thinning blood, just like the blood of Mushikawa Miyabi in the original work. Some thin blood has special effects, under the effects of Naruto's wine and Yamakawa Kuta's thin blood. Even strong people like Kokushibo and Yorichi showed signs of drunkenness. Mingnu was originally resistant to alcohol, but this time she got drunk. With a red face, he laughed, and sat on the grass among all the ghosts holding his pipa. He grabbed the pipa and made a clanging sound, and shouted, "Sinin, let me show you the power of music." The drunk ghosts around also clapped and responded, "Come on. Miss Sinin. This is Yamakawa Kuta, yeah. This is Doma." Akaza in the back was grabbing Doma. Good? Bullshit. The dizzy Akaza grabbed a pile of unknown barbecue from the grill that the Maruoka siblings had prepared, and stuffed the skewers with the meat into Doma's mouth, piercing his cheek and causing a lot of blood to spurt out. I'll make you a slut every day. And you even eat women. Come. Eat them. Snap, Doma bit the skewer into pieces and looked at him provocatively. Hey. You little piece of trash. Akaza, the Maruoka siblings got even angrier, and Akaza chased after Doma and beat him. The Maruoka siblings chased after Akaza and beat him. On the other side, Kokushibo grabbed Yuichiro's collar, his face flushed. I will surpass you sooner or later. Uni was also a little drunk. You come on. Protect me when the time comes, of course. Kokushibo grabbed a bottle of wine with his other hand. Come on, drink. From now on, you hide behind me. If anyone dares to touch you, I will kill him. Okay. From now on, you are number 1 in the world, and I will be number 2. Kokushibo and Yoichi clinked the bottles together, and no one knew whether it was wine or blood inside. The two of us are the best in the world. Muzan was lying on the grass, and with the whip on his arm he quickly snatched the barbecue that had just been sprinkled with seasoning from Jinghua Qianyu's hand. He took a bite with an arrogant look on his face, and looked at him provocatively. Jinghua Qianyu. Kibutsuji Muzan. The drunken man was in high spirits. Anyway, Jinghua Qianyu rushed over with a roar, but was thrown out by Muzan with a pipe whip. Hey! You can't! At the same time, he snatched the meat that had just been grilled for Kokushibo from the hands of Yorichi Tsujikoku, who was holding a glass of wine and showing deep brotherly love. Bring it here. Uni. Kibutsuji Muzan. Give me back my meat. Wuzan swallowed it all in one gulp. Hit me. Yori Akairo draws his sword directly. Sun-breathing 13th form. Muzan jumped up in fear and dodged in a hurry. Yuichi, you little brat, want to kill your father again? Kokushibo was enjoying the fun. Come on, Master Muzan. Uni was like he had taken some steroids, and he used the red sword in the breathing of the sun to attack Muzan one after another. Muzan ran towards the brother and sister who were grilling each other, followed by Yuichiro who was slashing wildly prostitute Taro and Daki. Suddenly, Muzan flashed past them both, and the meat on the grill was gone. Before I could get angry and chase after him, Uni came over from behind with the breath of sun. Ghost brother.
Help!
Daki yelled and jumped onto Jifutaro. When Jifutaro saw Unichiro running over, he didn't care about anything else and yelled at Unichiro's back while drunk. Sujikoku Unichiro, you dare to touch my sister?
You wait for me.
Just as he finished speaking, he saw the already drunken Kokushibo pull out his Nichiren sword and said menacingly, do you dare to touch Yuichi?
Jifutaro took out his sickle and said, give it a try. Grandpa, I will switch places with you and fight you.
And Muzan, who was running away, was even more arrogant, turning back from time to time to give Uni a middle finger. Hey!
You Uni are no good at all.
Without saying a word, Yashiichi swung his Nichiren sword and slashed at Muzan's arm. Muzan ran while Guanbian grabbed the broken arm and put it back on. Suddenly, Muzan saw a figure on the spider web that he walked over in a daze, took a look at Uni, who was holding the sunblade like a madman, and stretched out his hand to signal him to stop. Yuichiro,
stop chopping! Uni actually stopped and looked at Muzan in confusion. What's wrong? Muzan pointed at Rue in the spider web between two trees beside him. Is there someone up there?
Uni looked carefully and said, it seems to be. Lei, who was already drunk, ran to Muzan with the barbecue in his hand as if to seek credit and fell into his trap. Doctor, there was a fool who tried to come over to grab food, and I tied him up.
No, it's good. Having said that, Muzan snatched the barbecue from Lei's hand and said, it's all mine.
I was so tired that my hair exploded.
Doctor, how could you do this?
He smelled the fragrance and came over to see if he could catch the unlucky guy and get some money, but he ended up getting tied up and hung in a spider web, and he was so scared that he started crying. What a chaos of demons! As soon as he got close, he was blocked by an invisible thin net. Before he could react, he saw a white-haired boy hook his hand and tie him up and hang him up. Then I saw an even more frightening scene. A group of demons and monsters gathered together for a barbecue. The key point is that there are some broken corpses on the ground and blood all over the ground. Look at their horrible appearances. One of them has 3 eyes, one has a bunch of scary whips twisting in the air like a bunch of snakes, one has drums all over his flesh and blood, one has a strip of cloth with eyes twisting behind him, a green-haired monster holding a sickle is fighting with a 3-eyed monster. The rest look like humans, but they drank alcohol and ate meat while beating each other, and their heads could grow back after they exploded. I want to die. I want to die. He is definitely going to be eaten. Finished. Does this kind of monster really exist in the world? Help. The stumps and roasted flesh on the ground seemed like his final destination, but his strong mental state prevented him from fainting from the fright. Let me faint.
It's better to faint than now. Is there really karma and reincarnation in the world? Has he gone to hell?
Chapter 79. Who should be given the remaining coins? The next morning, 17 ghosts surrounded the unlucky guy who was tied up and hung on a spider web, and had dark circles under his eyes because he was too scared to sleep all night. The 17 ghosts looked at each other, and the person on the spider web was so scared that he wanted to pee.
Big brother?
The man in the spider web almost spoke it with a trembling voice. His whole body was shaking, and he was so scared that he was about to cry. Muzan pushed everyone away, revealing a majestic look, exuding an aura that made people feel fear. Although the 12 Kazuki, Hashizane, and Yorichi didn't know what he wanted to do, they cooperated and stood behind Muzan. Look, what is the arrangement? Gulu, the bound man, swallowed. Feeling his throat go dry, Muzan put his hands behind his back and looked
straight into his eyes. Tell me what you did wrong. If you say anything untrue, we will tear you into pieces. Is this hell? Wuzan showed a mysterious smile. What do you think?
There was no need for Muzan to make up more stories. This guy had already made up the facts in his mind that he had done many evil things in his life, and finally took the wrong road last night and came to hell, where he happened to meet the evil ghost who was responsible for punishing evildoers in hell. Will I die after I confess? Even though he was surrounded by 17 ghosts, he still dared to ask questions.
He was very brave. Wuzan's face darkened. I'm asking you a question now.
Okay, I'll tell you right away. Right away, his Adam's apple moved, and he mustered up the courage to speak out his deeds. After beating my wife to death, I abandoned my daughter and robbed a few strangers. He tried hard to look remorseful. In the eyes of Tamayo's anger and disgust, the contemptuous gazes of Kokushibo and Doma, and the irrepressible murderous intent of Akaza and Yorichi, he was frightened and cried out, but pretended that they were tears of regret. I should have been nicer to my wife and daughter. When I think of my daughter picking up garbage on the street to eat, I feel sad. I want to go back and make it up to her. The man was crying loudly. but he didn't notice that Yorichi had already drawn out the Nichiren sword. Muzan looked at the guy with disgust and silently made way for Yuni. Seeing this, the man hurriedly asked with tears on his face, "Master Ghost, can you let me go back to accompany my child?" Suddenly, before he could finish his words, a flash of red light appeared before the man's eyes. With a gloomy face, Yuni sheathed the blade. They have seen such disgusting people before, but they were so unlucky that they were humiliated by this guy just after they had fun together. The more attentive Maruoka siblings and Tamayo noticed what the man said about the daughter who was picking up garbage to eat on the street. Compared to the Maruoka siblings who wanted to fundamentally curb the increase of such scum, Tamayo looked at Muzan. "Lord Muzan, I want to go look for his daughter." After hearing what Tamayo said, Daki was also reminded, and for a moment she seemed to think of her past, and pulled the hand of Jifutaro beside her. "Lord Muzan, I want to go too." "Go ahead." Wuzan waved his hand. 3 days later, Infinite City. Muzan sat on the chair, scratched his head as he looked at the white-haired little girl who was brought by Tamayo and was standing in front of him. 0 more, because when Tamayo and the others found Ling Yuzi, she had already had many health problems due to picking up garbage to eat, and she was already very weak due to lack of nutrition for a long time. She was even fighting with wild dogs for food, and Tamayo felt it was a miracle that she was still alive. So after Ling Yuzi agreed without hesitation, she was turned into a ghost. Muzan also saw her memories. "I watched my father abuse my mother since I was a child, and I was also beaten. I was always bruised and almost had broken bones several times, but I was still happy at that time because at least I could eat, until one day, her father beat her mother to death, and her mother, who had been earning money to support her, passed away, and her only support was gone." Ling Yuzi struggled and cried, and was finally sold to human traffickers by the so-called father, but perhaps it was God's blessing. The human traffickers discovered that she had an infectious disease that could not be cured, so they abandoned her. Her father had known about her illness for a long time, so he made a fortune and ran away. Ling Yuzi, who was alone, began his struggle for survival, competing with wild dogs for food, or finding some rotten and sour food in the garbage dump, all of which are delicious. Sometimes, if you were lucky, you may come across a dead animal and have a full meal. Because she had an infectious disease, even if someone was kind enough to help her, they would not even dare to get close to her once they heard that her infectious disease was almost untreatable. The rescued Ling Yuzi had experienced several years of hardship, and this was the first time she met someone who helped her and looked at her with loving eyes. Although she became a ghost, she felt warmth from someone other than her mother for the first time. She was given clean clothes, a bath, and delicacy she had never tasted before. When Daki Tamayo smiled and touched her hair, Ling Yuzi, with tears in her eyes, finally couldn't help it anymore. She threw herself into Tamayo's arms and burst into tears. Tamayo just felt heartbroken, and hugged her silently, letting her cry. Looking at the crying Ling Yuzi, Jifutaro and Daki thought of the scene when Lord Muzan took them away from Yukaku, and something seemed to be touched in their hearts. This time, Ling Yuzi had already cried and her emotions had calmed down a lot. She was a little scared when she saw the Demon King Muzan-sama mentioned by Miss Tamayo in front of her. Lord Ghost King sat on a wooden chair, one hand on his forehead. There was a vague sense of powerful oppression and an indescribable majesty. There seemed to be a voice in her heart telling her to be odd and respectful to the Lord Ghost King in front of her. In fact, Muzan was confused at this time. How could this be such a coincidence? Never mind, let's deal with Ling Yuzi's issue first. Tamayo was a little hesitant. On the one hand, she wanted to continue to devote her life to her laboratory, but on the other hand, she wanted to take care of the child. Although Daki and Kafutaro sympathize with Ryuko, they have no interest in taking care of children. Muzan suspected that if he threw it to the two of them, Ryuko would either be frightened by the fierce look that Kafutaro showed from time to time, or be led astray by Daki's look of "I'm the most beautiful woman in the world." After all, Ling Yuzi was only 12 or 13 years old at the time, and they were worried about leaving him alone, but Tamayo was too busy. And Muzan is really worried. Throw it to Yuichi again. Will Yuni kill him? Winky Face Kokoshibo, Doma, Akaza, Senyu, Yamakawa Kuda, and others are definitely not suitable. The Maruoka siblings and Asanuma Shizuji are too busy. Naruto is at the peak of her career ambition, and we can't let Hibiki continue to wander around with the child. Should we just throw him to Yanagisawa Noriyuki? Yanagisawa Kiyuki is almost turning himself into an old man now. Throw it to Tired. Compared to most of the people he turned into demons and whom he ignored, the 12 demon moons, Hashizan and Yorichi undoubtedly made Muzan feel more at ease. Chapter 80. Tamayo comes out for a walk amid Ryuko's worried look. Miss Tamayo, who saved her, the kind and beautiful Miss Daki, and the scary-looking but kind prostitute Taro were sent away. Seeing that there was only the somewhat frightened Ghost King left in front of her, Ling Yuzi's uneasiness became increasingly difficult to suppress. Without knowing much, the Ghost King sounded scary.
He must be fierce and difficult to talk to. If she made the Ghost King unhappy, he might even kill her. Oh. Ling Yuzi couldn't help but shrink his head, not daring to look at Muzin at all. He was so scared that he wanted to cry. Wuzhan, you little brat have a pretty strong imagination. Lei was called to the Infinite Castle. He looked at Muzin and then at the little girl beside him. She's left to you. As he spoke, Muzin directly threw the information he had learned to her. It was just a small thing, but Muzin could throw it into the brains of his demons without even poking them in the head. When Ling Yuzi heard that he would be following this person in the future, he couldn't help but look at Lei with nervousness and curiosity. His face was expressionless and his eyes were of a scary color. As he was watching, Ling Yuzi was shocked. He seemed to glare at me. It's a bit scary, what should I do? Lei looked at Wuzhan and the white-haired child beside him. Last night, he heard the drunk boss say that he had directly thrown Jifutaro and Daki to Yuichiro to raise .so. Now it's his turn, so after becoming a ghost, not only do you have to study hard, but you also have to raise a baby, right? But even though I complain, after learning about Ling Yuzi's past experiences, I feel a little sorry for her. And it seemed wonderful to have a family member again, one that I could take care of. Myself and the little girl next to him looked at him timidly, and they both had white hair, just like brother and sister. Lei tentatively reached out his hand and gently touched Ling Yuzi's head as she looked a little scared. A gentle smile appeared on his face. I will be your brother from now on. Ling Yuzi shrank back and nodded obediently. Suddenly I'm not that scared anymore. Muzin looked at this scene and nodded with satisfaction. See, his arrangement was definitely the most suitable. Lei left Infinite City with a small group of Ling Yuzi. Looking at his sister, Lei knew clearly that since Lord Muzin had given her to him, it meant that he had to teach Ling Yuzi how to read, find a more developed city, then find a school with a better environment, and send your child to school. This time, the school that Muzin knew in his previous life already existed. Ling Yuzi, who had struggled in a remote village for more than 10 years, was dazzled when he arrived in the city. 1 year later, the sound of bells rang out across the campus, and the students who had regained their freedom rushed out of the classroom. Ling Yuzi, holding a snack in his mouth, followed the crowd to the school gate, began to look around, and soon found a conspicuous white-haired person in the crowd. He quickly ate the snacks in his mouth, waved his hand and shouted, "Tired brother." Lei also looked over when he heard this, and saw Ling Yuzi running towards him while calling his name. Lei patted Ling Yuzi's head and held her hand. Let's go home. Ling Yuzi nodded, and two figures, one big and one small, disappeared into the crowd. On the other side, Tamayo was a little mentally broken. I was so busy that I was exhausted. I conducted countless experiments and my room was filled with experimental records, but in the end I found myself in a dead end. Why is it wrong? After not having much rest for a year, Tamayo decided to go out and relax, and then go to the Infinite City to find Muzin to give him some knowledge. Originally, she hoped to draw the final conclusion on her own, but it was too painful to eliminate only one wrong guess after several years of hard work. Hopefully the boss has the knowledge she wants. Following her heart, Tamayo strolled casually in the cool evening breeze. The building of Lushur Pharmaceutical was left behind, and Jushur placed herself in the park. With the cool breeze, a crescent moon appeared in the sky with twinkling stars. The birdsong and leaves in the ears are carried by the wind, making pleasant sounds like music, as if to soothe everyone's heart. As Jushur wandered along the stone-paved path, with a gurgling stream flowing beside him and the forest in the distance. Quiet and charming, Tamayo forgot her inner troubles for a moment and only focused on the sounds in her ears and the scenery in front of her, until a cough brought her back to her senses. The coughing sounds came one after another, each one heavier than the last. Although the distance was not close, it was faintly heard. Tamayo couldn't help but look in the direction where the sound came from. A haggard man sat on a wooden chair nearby, his body bent over. His violent coughing made his body tremble constantly. He covered his mouth with his hands, and his brows were frowned due to the pain. The continuous coughing finally let him go, and he leaned weakly against the back of the chair, looking up at the night sky, like a dying man who was reluctant to look at the sky. Tamayo turned and looked at the man sitting on the wooden chair. Tamayo's gaze did not attract any of his attention, but she continued to look at the sky with some despair and nostalgia. He was going to die. What else was there to worry about? It was not until he heard the sound of approaching footsteps that he looked at the person coming. She's a nurse in the hospital. It's time to go back again. To go back like a dead person, lying in bed and having bitter medicine fed to me in vain. Tamayo watched several nurses take him away, and his somewhat pitiful look seemed to touch Tamayo. We should work harder so that we can save more people. A nurse noticed Jushur because the Lushur Pharmaceutical, which had been growing bigger and bigger, had already built a hospital near it, and the hospital where the patient was under the name of Lushur Pharmaceutical. The nurse obviously knew Tamayo, and for some reason, she walked towards Tamayo. "You are Miss Tamayo, right?" Tamayo looked at her suspiciously and nodded. Even though the nurse had already guessed that it might be Tamayo, she was somewhat happy to receive the confirmation and hurriedly pleaded, "Miss Tamayo, can you please go and treat the patient yourself?" "What's wrong?" "His name is Yushiro, and he has been suffering from illness for many years. His attending physician said that it would be difficult to cure him. At that time, he mentioned you and Mr. Yanagisawa and Noriyuki. The doctor said that perhaps only you and Mr. Yanagisawa and Noriyuki could cure him. Can you save his life?" After that, the nurse felt that her behavior seemed a bit offensive, and hurriedly added, "If you don't have time, then don't worry. It's okay, take me to see him." Tamayo laughed. Although she would not rush to treat every patient she saw, she would not watch a life die once she encountered one. Chapter 81. The East. Yushiro, lying on the hospital bed, looked out the window with empty eyes, as if he felt that his little life was slipping away. Tamayo followed the nurse and opened the door. Looking at Yushiro, who had no reaction to their arrival, she walked silently to his bedside. She already knew about Yushiro's condition. It is basically a terminal illness, and it is already in the late stages, with no hope of treatment at all. "You go out first." Tamayo said something to the nurse, and after she left, she looked at Yushiro. "I can save you," but, as Tamayo spoke, Yushiro, who had originally looked as pale as death, immediately looked at her with surprise. But when he looked at Tamayo for the first time, he realized that the woman in front of him was so beautiful. "There is a calm and gentle temperament," Yushiro said calmly. "Don't worry. What I mean by saving you is not treatment, but transforming you into a ghost, an immortal creature. There will be some price to pay. Can you accept it?" Yushiro looked at Tamayo. He didn't know what the so-called ghost was, but the peace and gentleness in the eyes of the person in front of me seemed to soothe people's hearts. Ghosts must not be scary creatures, right? I can accept that. Yushiro nodded. "Open your mouth," Tamayo said while separating her wrists with her fingernails. She made Yushiro drink her blood, appointed as the Star String by Muzan. She can turn others into demons. As he took the blood, Yushiro felt a little uncomfortable, but because Tamayo didn't dare to give Yushiro too much blood, and the proportion of Muzan's blood in her body was not large, Yushiro could bear it even though he was very weak. Tamayo watched as Yushiro's black hair gradually turned green and 4 long, sharp teeth grew in his mouth. As the pain faded away, the illness and physical weakness that had accompanied Yushiro for a long time also faded away. Wuzan's brain is crashing right now. What's the use of having 5 brains? If it's going to crash, it's going to crash anyway. With the rapid development of science and technology, the third industrial revolution has finally begun after the second industrial revolution. And this technology-driven transformation, no country in the world can escape from it. When all the surrounding countries are almost united in jointly develop science and technology, the closed land will eventually be infiltrated by invisible knowledge and ideas. Oppression will eventually lead to backlash, the corrupt government, the miserable life, the ignorant and sad people. Those who saw all this with a far-sighted vision finally realized the problem. Even if they are not oppressed by the mountain of imperialism in this world, the mountain of feudalism will still ruthlessly oppress all people, and will plunder all their blood and sweat in a more ruthless and cruel way. The resistance has begun. A battle that started with blood and sweat and was fought with blood and tears began. The visionaries risked their lives to bring knowledge and ideas from outside the closed land. When guns appeared in the hands of the oppressed, a war for fairness and progress began. The decayed things of history will eventually turn to ashes in the raging fire, and a new era will be born in the flames. And newspapers and books that awaken people's wisdom have sprung up one after another, and they are as weak but tenacious as weeds. As diesel ships passed by the coast with sounds and smoke, countless people risked their lives to board the ships in search of a path to development. The corrupt government was finally forced to face the times and arrogantly demanded technology from the outside world with its outdated ships and backward and ignorant ideas. Will you give it or not? Give me shit. The scum that blocks the wheel of history can only be crushed. Wuzan sorted out things and wanted to do something. He doesn't care at all about the Western countries. He just does whatever he wants and takes it all. But we should have a different feeling for the land in the East. Nostalgia, love, or respect. Maybe both. Some emotions are truly engraved into one's bones and cannot be shaken by time. He wanted to watch the sunrise from the east, not the light bulbs hung up by someone that he can help push back the darkness. But hope will be forged by the hands of the heroic people of the eastern lands themselves. Muzan doesn't want to give anything to that government, so they can't get what they want from anyone. At the same time, all those who yearn for progress,
fairness, and a new era will be supported. Use his own backbone to carry the future of the land he loves. On the bumpy road full of struggles, blood, and tears, you will have everyone's kindness and support, but the one you really have to rely on is yourself, your own growth and progress. It is not a weak nation under protection, but a country that has truly struggled, fought hard, and finally stood up in the face of all goodwill. Musin helped to the best of his ability, trying to reduce casualties, shed fewer tears and blood, and let the ghosts help them, and those who voluntarily became ghosts would not be rejected, but we must respect the independence and autonomy of protesters to the greatest extent possible. Everything will be fine, in your own hands, the times are still developing. Wu Zhan looks across the sea at the land where the heroes stand. Chapter 82 Yashiro, Plate. 1 year later, neon lights were everywhere in the city and street lamps were on, but because it was late at night, there were almost no pedestrians on the road and all the shops were closed. A lone barbecue restaurant still had its lights on. 2 figures walked towards the barbecue restaurant, one after the other. Musin sat in the barbecue chain restaurant opened by his subordinates, grabbed the fragrant skewers that were served and ate them one by one happily. At the door of the store, Tamayo and Yashiro saw the plaque and confirmed that this was the barbecue restaurant that Musin mentioned. Yashiro followed Tamayo inside with an unhappy look on his face. Who dared to let Lord Tamayo come to him personally? Plate, if you don't meet him, you'll kill him. Do you know how precious Tamayo-sama's time is? As we all know, when Musin doesn't want the demons to recognize him, the demons can't actually recognize him when they see the Demon King. Yashiro watched Tamayo walk into the store, took a quick look, found his target, and went straight to the only man in the store. Yashiro, *9. He followed Tamayo with an angry look on his face. Look at your surroundings, barbecue? What the hell? And what time is this, late at night? Besides, how can we ask Master Tamayo to come over during dinner? How rude. More importantly, who is this guy? How do you know Master Tamayo? As soon as he got closer, Yashiro quickened his pace and rushed in front of Musin, and slapped the table while Musin was trying hard to hold back his laughter and maintain a serious expression. With one hand propped on the table, he looked down at Wu Zhan with disgust, gnashing his teeth, his lower lip sticking out, as if he was about to curse. You bastard! How dare you let Lord Tamayo come to see you in person? Do you know how many people want to see Lord Tamayo but don't have the chance? Ha! As he spoke, he grabbed Musin by the collar, and almost pushed his face against his, with his lips drooping, as if he wanted to curse Musin to death. How dare you? Ha! Do you know how precious Tamayo-sama's time is? And in a place like this? That's really rude. Musin just let Yashiro grab his collar and glanced at Tamayo, who turned her face away silently. He felt helpless but wanted to laugh. Okay, now that you're done, sit down. Musin pulled Yashiro's claws away. Yashiro got angry again and grabbed Musin by the collar again. You don't take Lord Tamayo seriously, do you? Alright, Yashiro. Tamayo sat on the chair opposite and looked at him helplessly. This is Lord Musin. Yashiro? Winky face, he turned his head stiffly and looked at Tamayo. The Demon King Musin-sama you mentioned? Tamayo nodded. Master Ghost King who saved your life? Tamayo nodded again. Yashiro, _winky face, Omega winky face. He carefully let go of her hand, quickly and politely straightened Musin's collar, swallowed his saliva, and immediately sat obediently next to Tamayo, lowering his head and not daring to say a word. Musin watched his smooth movements and couldn't help himself anymore. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to asterisk. No, I'm dying of laughter. Yashiro, you are such a little genius. Yashiro lowered his head and said nothing. What else can he say? The Ghost King was grabbed by the collar and scolded. Tamayo couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Yashiro, you should change your temper. Okay, Master Tamayo. Yashiro whispered that he really couldn't imagine why you, a Ghost King, would just sit in a barbecue restaurant and eat barbecue, the Ghost King of man-eating ghosts. Shouldn't he be sitting on a high seat with a terrifying aura and a dignified look, looking down at everyone? With a scornful smile on his face, after hearing Yashiro's thoughts, Musin imagined that he could even afford a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house. Wuken smiled and leaned forward, whispering, Yashiro, do you like Tamayo? Yashiro. His face immediately turned red, almost smoking, and he lowered his head without saying a word. Tsubasa, Miss Tsubasa is still here. Lord Musin, please stop teasing that kid Yashiro. Tamayo said helplessly. Okay. Musin had had enough fun, so he grabbed a piece of barbecue and ate it while saying, I have the knowledge you want, but, Tamayo, shouldn't I give you some blood as well? Tamayo, no, I don't need it.
That's not up to you. Suddenly, a whip popped out from Musen's shoulder and pierced into Tamayo's head. Tamayo gritted her teeth and glared at Musen, who was pulling back the whip. She just knew it. Yushiro was so frightened that he quickly stood in front of Tamayo and glared at Musen angrily. You bastard! Even if you are Lady Tamayo's savior, you can't hurt her. Oh yeah, and you too. Musen swung his whip and hit him directly on the head, and Yushiro couldn't dodge it at all. You bastard! Why do you want to kill him and Lady Tamayo? Yushiro glared at Musen in grief and anger. Is he going to die with Lord Tamayo? That's fine. He held his head in pain, but the scene of him and Lady Tamayo living together in the next life appeared in his mind. But soon, the pain faded, and Yushiro touched his head in surprise. I'm not dead. And it seems to have become stronger. Musen glanced at Jushiro, then looked at Yushiro. Who would be so idle as to want to kill you? This is called blood gift. My blood can make you stronger. Don't look unwilling, other ghosts want it but don't have it yet. Tamayo rubbed her head and stood up. Thank you, Master Musen. After saying that, he wanted to leave in a hurry, although it was a bit painful. The knowledge that came at the same time surprised her a little. That so, she wants to verify it. Yushiro hurriedly stood up and followed, bowing politely in front of Musen, which was rare. Master Musen, I'm leaving. Wuzan held up the barbecue and said, don't you want to eat a few skewers before leaving? Thank you, Master Musen, but that's not necessary. After saying that, Yushiro, who was still a little embarrassed, hurriedly ran after Tamayo. 1858. Ling Yuzi graduated. Having experienced school life, she easily passed the literacy test. This made Musen realize that it was time to raise the knowledge level requirements for his demons again, but we can put this aside for now. As a good brother who cares about his sister, Lei immediately wanted to give his sister Ling Yuzi a gift to celebrate her graduation. When Wuzan learned about this, he expressed his strong support, called Tamayo, Jifutaro, and the others over as well. Tamayo, Kifutaro, and Daki saved Ryuko, and Rue is Ryuko's brother. As the king of ghosts, Musen naturally has to join in the FUNI in the house where Lei and Ling Yuzi had lived for 7 or 8 years. Lei and Wuzan were busy in the kitchen. Because of the cooking skills that Lord Musen has honed over hundreds of years, it would be a pity not to let the boss cook some delicious food at a time like this. Ling Yuzi was completely blown away when he saw that the dignified Ghost King actually went to the kitchen to cook with his brother Lei. Lord Musen is so friendly. Soon, Tamayo and her follower Yushiro found Rue's house and knocked on the door a few times. Soon, they heard a voice coming from inside, followed by the sound of the door opening. Who is it? Behind the door stood the brother and sister Jifutaro and Daki. After seeing Tamayo, Daki smiled and said, Ms. Tamayo. Tamayo is very beautiful, and Daki likes beautiful people, so she has a good impression of Tamayo. Tamayo smiled and nodded. Behind her, Yushiro still looked displeased with everyone and glanced at the two of them casually. The brother and sister were originally smiling when they saw Tamayo, but when they were scrutinized by Yushiro's expression, an unknown anger arose in their hearts. The prostitute Taro glared at Yushiro fiercely. You. What's that look in your eyes? Yushiro frowned and pointed at Jifutaro with disgust. You ugly guy, can't you open the door faster? As he said this, Yushiro pointed his finger at Dakim, ignoring the fact that Jifutaro had already gnashed his teeth and pulled out 2 sickles, and that Dakamaki was already looking at him with a gloomy expression. And you ugly girl, what are you looking at? Daki? Ugly girl? You said I was an ugly girl. Daki stepped forward, grabbed Yushiro by the collar and lifted him up. You guy? Are you blind? You want to die? I am the most beautiful woman in the world. She's as white as a ghost and has dirty, ugly patterns all over her face. And she's the most beautiful woman in the world? Yushiro really didn't hold back when he spoke. Tamayo couldn't bear it any longer. Yushiro. Chapter 83, Fallen Princess. As we all know, in Yushiro's eyes, there are only 2 types of people, Lord Tamayo and ugly girls. In the end, Daki and Jifutaro, who claimed to be magnanimous, caught Yushiro and beat him up, and then they calmed down a little. In the house at this time, Tamayo ran to help. Only Ling Yuzi was left watching Daki, Jifutaro, and Yushiro cursing at each other. Ling Yuzi suddenly felt that Miss Daki and brother Yushiro were so childish. Look carefully at me. How can my sister be related to an ugly girl? Jifutaro grabbed Yushiro, who had little fighting power, and forced him to take a good look at his sister's stunning beauty. Tisk. Yushiro turned his head away with disdain. What's so good about an ugly girl? The courtesan Taro and the decapitation princess. I'm going to kill you today. Jifutaro could no longer hold back, so he grabbed the sickle and slashed at Yashiro's neck. That I'm going to harvest you like a crop today, so that you don't continue to disgust people with your stinky mouth. When Muzan came out of the kitchen, he saw Jifutaro looking mockingly at Yashiro, who was tied into a cocoon by Daki's blood demon technique. Yashiro was thrown to the ground with only his nose and the upper half of his head exposed. Jifutaro stepped on him and looked down at him arrogantly. Tamayo isn't as pretty as my sister, Yashiro. #him. Ms. Tamayo is the most beautiful. After discovering that Yashiro was a die-hard fan of Tamayo, Gyutara, and Daki knew what to do. It is worth mentioning that there was blood on the ground. As time went by, these guys relied on their ghost physiques and became more and more reckless in their fights. Losing heads became a daily occurrence. Why don't you kick your head like a ball? Wuzan rubbed his temple and looked at the three guys who were fighting. Okay, go and help. When Jifutaro heard this, he noticed that Master Muzan was coming. Daji ran over with a wronged look on her face, tears in her eyes, and cried to Muzan, "Boss. He said I was an ugly girl. How could he say that?" Yashiro was flapping on the ground like a dehydrated fish, his mouth tied, and he could only make grunting sounds. It's obviously, except for Miss Tamayo, all of them are ugly girls. Ling Yuzi sighed silently. How childish. He is hundreds of years old. How can he still be like a child? Is it because you never went to school? No, she wants to suggest to Lord Muzan that Brother Jifutaro and Miss Daki go to school. This is the only way to mature. Muzan heard Ling Yuzi's thoughts and looked over with strange eyes. Ling Yuzi, you are also a genius. That's a good idea, Doden. At this moment, the prostitute Taro, who was stepping on Yashiro, and Daki, who was crying to Muzan, seemed to feel a sense of malice coming from Muzan for some reason. Daji looked a little scared for a moment and asked tentatively, "Boss? You don't have any bad thoughts, do you?" No, Wuzan smiled and waved his hand. Let Yashiro go. Soon, at the dining table, Yashiro had a serious face, but his heart was blooming. Miss Tamayo is so beautiful today, and she will be even more beautiful tomorrow. As Jifutaro and Daki looked on in disbelief, the cute Ling Yuzi actually approached Muzan and said something more cruel and ruthless than the devil. Lord Muzan, can you let Miss Daki and Brother Jifutaro go to school as well? Muzan gently and lovingly stroked Ling Yuzi's head and said with a smile, "Of course you can." After celebrating Rei Yuko's graduation, Muzan officially began to implement the Ghost Culture Promotion Plan. As a boss who cares about his employees, Muzan naturally would not assign too heavy tasks to his demons. Just learn calculus, now we only require mathematics. I'll take my time with other subjects. Diodi, after studying mathematics, there are physics, chemistry, biology, no one can escape. When all the demons under Muzan received Muzan's notice, their first reaction was confusion. Calculus, what the hell? They had never heard of it, but Lord Muzan has given the order, so they can only find a way to find out. After some effort, they finally found out what calculus was, but they were in despair. The Ghost King is worthy of being the Ghost King. Ruthless, 1863. It has only been 5 or 6 years since he assigned that mission. Although the ghosts are very powerful, their IQs vary greatly in mathematics. If you don't know how to do it, you don't know how to do it. So to this day, almost no demons have met Muzan's requirements, and some have even given up. You can kill or chop them up as you please, but it is impossible for them to learn mathematics. Moreover, Lord Muzan, you can just throw knowledge into our heads like issuing a notice, so why do you still require us to learn mathematics? My hair is falling out and growing back at the same time. If it hadn't been able to grow back, I would have been bald long ago, but Wuzan doesn't care about these. The pain is theirs, the happiness is mine. At this time, cars had already begun to be used commercially, and some black iron cars could be seen on the road, but bicycles were still the majority. Telephones, movie theaters, and the like have also appeared. The streets at this moment were somewhat similar to the Republic of China movies that Muzan had watched in his previous life. With the introduction of Western culture, the streets also saw some new clothes and customs that resulted from the fusion of cultures. Muzan also changed into a set of clothes that was somewhat similar to the ones in the original work. A rather imposing mansion stood alone on the side of the road, but it looked a bit old, with some things thrown around outside the door and covered with a thick layer of dust. Then, Muzan saw a drunk man holding a bottle of wine. He suddenly raised his head and glanced at Muzan, who was walking towards him, and looked Muzan up and down with his eyelids raised. Suddenly he laughed sarcastically. His shoulders shook and he burped. "You look like you're dying, your face is so pale." Wuzan couldn't help but frown when he heard this. This guy, he didn't like it when people told him he was dying. Even though Muzan is no longer the same trashy boss he used to be, he still has the memories of that trashy boss, which has some influence on him. For example, he doesn't like to hear people say he is going to die, but the man just mocked Wuzan, grabbed the wine bottle, kicked open the door of the mansion, and staggered in. Musin glanced at the guy's back again.
He didn't have such a bad temper that he would kill someone just because he heard something he didn't like, especially when he was drunk. Having lived for hundreds of years, I am no longer at the age of being hot-blooded and confrontational towards everyone I meet. He was about to leave immediately, but there was a sudden bang in the mansion, as if something was broken, although he was just outside the mansion. Musin also heard the shouting and cursing coming from inside. "You bitch!
What's wrong with me hitting you?"
Bang! There was a heavy slapping sound, and the man's voice was filled with anger. "I'll beat you to death.
Get out of my way."
Amid the man's brutal noises, there was a woman's screams and whimpers, as well as her cries of fear. With a bang, Musin looked through the window of the mansion and saw the man punching and kicking the woman in the house.
"Where's the money? Why are you crying? Bang! Give me the money." Chapter 84, Love-Brained?
Got it. Sent this domestic violence. Musin has always despised such guys, and feels even more pity for the poor people who suffer domestic violence. In addition, he was really unhappy just now, so he walked directly through the enclosed door in the hall. At the entrance, you can see directly that the man just now kicked a woman who was curled up on the ground with injuries on her face and tears in her eyes. The pain in her abdomen made her tremble all over, and she kept whimpering. A baby in swaddling clothes was thrown aside on the ground and cried loudly. The beaten woman wanted to take care of her child but was beaten so hard that she could hardly move. But the man didn't care about the child's life or death. He noticed Musin's arrival, turned around with a gloomy face, pouted, and grabbed the bottle of wine in his hand provocatively. "You want to meddle in other people's business?" Musin looked at him with contempt. The man saw that Musin looked weak and arrogantly grabbed the bottle of wine in his hand. The wine gave him courage. Intoxicated, he yelled at the gloomy-looking Wuzan approaching, "Get out of here!" Seeing that Musin was still approaching, the man raised the bottle and was about to smash it on Musin's head. Seeing this, the woman screamed in horror, and endured the pain, climbed up and tried to stop her husband. "You can't kill anyone. The police will arrest you." But the next moment, Wuzan snatched the bottle of wine from the man's hand and slapped him in the face. The man was knocked off his feet by Musin's inhuman strength and fell to the ground sideways. Wuzan kicked him again. "What kind of crap is this?" Seeing this, the woman panicked and ran to her husband, crying and begging Musin to let her husband go. Wuzan simply couldn't understand. Even though she has been subjected to domestic violence, why is she still so infatuated with her husband, the man who was beaten by Musin without any ability to fight back and who had just been beating his wife, now hid behind his wife and dared not make a sound. He pulled his wife's clothes, as if to say, "You must save me, or I will beat you to death." Wuzan looked at the woman in front of him who was begging him. "What's wrong with you? This guy almost beat you half to death." The woman covered her painful bruised skin. "Please let him go. I only have my husband and children. Her parents are gone, and only her husband and daughter are left." She really didn't want to lose. For half a year, she kept telling herself that her husband would definitely get better and would definitely repent. "You will definitely become as gentle and steady as when we first met, and you will definitely be happy again, right?" She really didn't want to lose again, and she could endure anything to keep her husband by her side. It doesn't matter if you beat her, scold her, gamble with her, or spend all your money, as long as he can stay by my side. But this guy almost beat you to death, and you still think this guy is worthy of being your husband? Musin's face was almost filled with the words, "I can't understand. Do you have a serious illness? Do we need to save something like this?" He used to be very gentle, very steady, and very loving to me. The woman seemed to think of the time when she first met him. "So beautiful, so he will definitely become the same as before. Please don't hurt him." "Wuzan, it turns out that I'm just in love." He understood. "Okay, I can let your husband go, but there is a condition." She was delighted to hear that. As long as her husband could be spared, she looked at Musin and waited for him to make his request. But what he waited for was not Musin's words, but a long nail stabbing directly into his brain. Pain. The woman buried her head in her arms in pain. Musin's fingers returned to their normal state, and he didn't even look at the man who was retreating madly in fear. The man's face was filled with fear and he tried his best to get away from Wuzan. He clearly saw that the guy's fingernails had grown as long as ghosts, and it's gray purple. This is not human, this is a monster. Soon, with only the baby's crying left, the woman finally struggled out of her pain. She touched her head in confusion. Not in wounds? And the pain on her body from being beaten by her husband also disappeared. She looked at Musin, and at this moment, she seemed to know something. Just as she was about to speak, the voice of the person in front of her appeared in her mind, telling her not to speak. The woman could only stand in front of her husband, with the awe that came from her instinct, and mustered up the courage to say, "Sir, what do you want to do?" Wu Zun glanced at the scumbag behind the woman and said, "Remember, your life this time was given by her." After saying that, he left the man, walked to the door in doubt and looked around, but he could no longer see the terrifying guy. Ghost, that guy is definitely a ghost. He couldn't help but look at his wife again. What had Yering sacrificed for him? But at this moment, his foolish wife was still concerned about him as before. She hurried to him and checked his wounds. In fact, when I beat this stupid woman just now, I beat her much harder than I did that ghost. She is indeed a silly woman. He slapped his wife's hand away impatiently. That's enough. Hurry and give me the money. As he said that, he glanced at the child on the ground with annoyance. How annoying! Looking at the large sum of money that his wife obediently brought to him, the man snatched it from his wife's hand and went out to find a casino without even looking at it. Wasn't it just for this little bit of money that he acted with this ridiculous woman? He had finally used the child to tie this silly woman to him, so how could he continue acting? Yering looked at her husband's back and resisted the urge to cry. She picked up the child, whose voice had become hoarse from crying, smiled bitterly, and rocked him gently. "Baby, don't cry. Mommy is here. Mommy is here." Nirong's husband has not changed at all. He still beats her, and the beatings are getting harder and harder. Nirong keeps hypnotizing herself that he will definitely repent, and as long as she still loves him, he will love her again. Absolutely, absolutely. I cannot lose my loved ones again, because she had turned into a ghost. Her husband's beatings no longer hurt her. But what she didn't expect was that although her husband didn't know her situation, he realized that even if he beat her hard, she would not die, so he hit her harder and harder. That night, the husband was out spending money in the casino again, and the child finally fell asleep. The lights outside the window were bright, and she saw a man with his wife, holding a child in his arms, with a gentle and happy smile on his face. A father watched his child running and jumping on the street with a loving face. The child was also happily calling his father, asking him to catch up, but her husband had just beaten her and went to the casino with the money. For a moment, other people's happiness made her feel more bitter, and she couldn't help crying while sitting on the edge of the bed. "I've been so good to you, why do you have to hit me? Why can't we live together peacefully? I obviously love you so much. You were so gentle before, and I thought that after we got married, we would be like others, forming a beautiful family and living an ordinary and happy life." Chapter 85. Mother of all orphans. Late at night, the streets gradually became deserted, only the stars in the night sky are still twinkling. After crying, Nirong fell asleep. Outside the old, unattended house, Yering's husband chuckled, opened the door and walked in leisurely. When he walked into the bedroom, he saw the stupid woman lying on the bed. He slapped Yerong on the head and looked at Yerong viciously. "Give me the money." There were still traces of tears on Nirong's face. She was roughly awakened by her husband and tears welled up in her eyes again. She resisted the urge to cry and went to get money for her husband. The husband eagerly snatched the money from her hand, pushed her away rudely, and left in a hurry again. Nirong wiped the tears from her eyes, sobbed, closed the door, and then dared to go back to sleep. In the past, my husband would stay home to sleep at night, but now he rarely comes home except to get money. Nirong became more and more frightened. "I'm like this. You still want to leave me? I gave you everything I could. Why? The last bit of delusion became the last support that kept her going. 2 days later, while waiting for her husband to come back, she saw her husband with a woman on the street not far away. They were being affectionate with each other, and under her gaze, the two of them hugged each other. At this moment, it seems like something is completely broken. He had left her. No matter how hard I try, it's impossible to save it. In fact, she has always understood everything, but she just refused to give up that glimmer of hope or fantasy. But looking at the husband who abandoned her and the daughter who was also beaten by her husband, maybe she should face reality. She knew very well that she should have left the guy the first time she was beaten. As long as she used some money to threaten someone, she could completely get rid of domestic violence and her daughter could have a happy childhood, but the fear of losing prevented her from facing reality. It was her fault. The child who had just learned to walk didn't understand what was going on, but when he saw his mother crying, he plucked up the courage to walk over and carefully placed his scabby little hands on his mother's body. The woman looked up at her daughter and couldn't help but hugged her child tightly. "Yes, I still have you. I still have you." As for her husband, "I have been waiting for you to repent, waiting for you to love me again, waiting for you to live happily with me. Now that you have abandoned me, I have also faced the reality. So, kill the man who abandoned her. There is no use trying to keep her. it is useless to put yourself in a difficult position, it is futile to endure silently, and it is fruitless to give blindly. Kill this ruthless guy, let him pay for what he did. That night, after his daughter fell asleep, Yerong ate the hateful scum bite by bite and became the Guwa bird. Soon, rumors spread in the city that the man who abused Yerong had died. Unexpectedly, the kid Yering finally got rid of that scum. No one felt sorry for this guy except for the woman in the casino. She was sad about the sponsor she just hooked. My money, I put so much effort into it and acted with him for so long. How could he die after getting such a small amount of money? What a waste of time. Perhaps because Yering became a demon queen. The beatings from her husband did not hurt her at all, only her heart, so she did not develop a tendency to become a psychopath. In addition, Muzin's blood has a subtle influence on the demon, causing him to not become extremely eager for others' pity and turn into a masochist and sadist as in the original work, but he finally faced the reality, became strong, and focused all his attention on his only daughter. Whenever she thought of the Ghost King that day, Nirong finally understood that he actually wanted to help her. If it weren't for Lord Ghost King, she would probably have been beaten to death by now. It was Lord Ghost King who saved her and gave her the chance to face reality and stand up again. Muzin always felt that Yering looked a little familiar, in various senses, but I just couldn't remember it, and I even wondered if I had Alzheimer's. It was not until he remembered that after watching Demon Slayer, he accidentally learned about Fushigini's past, which mentioned a female ghost named Kojo. So that female ghost was Ye before she became a demon. At that time he thought Yering was quite perverted, but now he seems pitiful. Fortunately, he rescued me. As for what happened to Yering afterwards, he also knew about it. As expected, I finally killed that piece of garbage. This kind of human scum deserves to die. In 1870, 6 years after Yering killed her husband. Her daughter is 8 years old, because her husband was no longer squandering money or committing domestic violence. With the joint efforts of her and her daughter, the house was restored to its clean and tidy state, and the yard was planted with various flowers and plants. With the property inherited from their parents, the mother and daughter lived a peaceful and happy life. The 6 years of warmth also helped her get over her past pain, but some influences become character. Yering, who was cutting flowers and plants in the yard, suddenly saw a small figure. He was wearing tattered clothes, with bugs crawling in his hair, and he limped over with a torn bag in his hand. From his eyes, she seemed to see signs of being beaten and abused by his parents. Mirong's heart seemed to be pulled tightly. He put down the tools in his hand and hurried over. The boy was a little scared, afraid that Yering would drive him away and beat him, but he remembered something, and still mustered up the courage to approach, crying and pleading, "Please, give me some money, I'm starving. Where are your parents?" Nirong squatted down and asked carefully. The boy subconsciously looked in one direction, then quickly looked away. "My parents are dead, dead." But Yering noticed the boy's movements and followed his gaze. There was a person hiding over there, a neatly dressed but secretive person. "Did your parents force you to beg?" Yering immediately guessed what was going on. The little boy avoided her gaze and quickly denied, "No, no." Yering suddenly realized why he became a ghost. Ghosts eat people, some of them don't deserve to live. A year later, Yering had adopted 8 children. Either they were abused by their parents and ran away, or they were met and rescued by Yering, and their parents, without exception, became Yerong's food. However, these children obviously don't know that their adoptive mother is a cannibal. Soon, Yering opened an orphanage and received support from the government. She became the director of an orphanage, and her daughter Sae helped her take care of the children in the orphanage. Chapter 86. Jianyu, you are going to catch me and won't let me go, right? One night in 1871. Muzin thought that it was time to ask Yering to come to Infinite Castle for the exam, so he paid attention to her situation. Unexpectedly, the Guwa bird that specializes in eating abused children in the original book has now opened an orphanage. I can only say that I was lucky. In order to maintain social order and reduce the number of homeless children, the government began to support orphanages, and many of Wuzhan's ghosts worked in the government. Just happened to find out that a ghost opened an orphanage. So, with his help, Yering completed the procedures and obtained government support. To date, she has adopted more than a dozen children. Yering simply used his own mansion as an orphanage. After all, it was big enough to accommodate more than a dozen children. After putting the last child to sleep, Guwa bird gently closed the door and saw her daughter waiting for her at the door. Ye looked at his daughter Sae with a gentle and kind smile on his face. "What's wrong?" The daughter glanced at the living room and said, "Someone is here to see you." Nirong showed a puzzled expression. Although she knew the people around her, why would someone come to her at night, especially at this time? "He's waiting for you in the living room." Sae reminded. When Yering came to the living room, he saw a familiar figure sitting on the sofa, eating fruit from the table without any restraint. Adult Mirong hurriedly said respectfully, although the person in front of her behaved casually. He was her benefactor and the Ghost King. How could she have the guts to be disrespectful? She is brave enough not to be afraid. Seeing his daughter coming over, Mirong glanced at the Ghost King's face, and then hurriedly urged his daughter, "Go to bed." The daughter looked at her mother in confusion, nodded, and walked upstairs. Mirong hurriedly closed the door, bowed slightly to Muzin, lowered his head and dared not look directly at him, and said respectfully, "Master Ghost King, what do you want?" She didn't know what the purpose of the Ghost King's sudden arrival was, nor did she know what his personality was like. She just hoped that he would not harm her child. Wuzan bit his apple and waved his hand. "It's okay, relax, I'll come and take you to the Infinite City for the exam, and I'll tell you the rules by the way."
Yaring, exam? Come on, let me take you to Infinite City first.
As he said that, Muzin took the last bite of the apple, threw it into the trash can beside him, stood up and grabbed her shoulders. The next moment, two figures appeared in Infinite City. Mirong looked around in confusion. "Is this Infinite City?"
Ming Nu.
Muzin said subconsciously, but after he finished speaking he realized that Naruto was not in the Infinite City. Okay. Wuzan contacted Mingnu helplessly and asked her to call Jingyue Chinyu over. This guy Chinyu should be the most experienced newcomer instructor among all the ghosts. Chinyu looked at Muzin in confusion, then looked at the new ghost beside Muzin. The expression was somewhat speechless.
"Boss, you're just going to catch me and won't let me go, right?"
Muzin patted Chiyu's shoulder seriously, as if he was entrusting him with an important task.
"Leave it to you. More than 1,000, tomorrow I will go with Akaza to help Maruoka Masahito and Maruoka Kinko kill people. She can read, and you know what to do. Don't act like I want you to die."
Wuzan patted his head helplessly twice. "It's like patting a watermelon, and the sound is quite crisp. Good sounding means a good start. More than 1,000 hi's eye." After watching Wuzan leave, Chinyu looked at Mirong, who was still confused. Come on, I'll take you to the exam first, and then I'll tell you the rules after the exam." As he spoke, Xianyu suddenly revealed a somewhat obscene smile, leaned over and raised his eyebrows. "By the way, I'll tell you something about Muzin." Muzin was very lucky when he left the Infinite City, because it was night. There were more crimes that rarely happened during the day. Wuzan was stopped by someone, and saw that the man's face was paler than his, and he was very thin and looked a little haggard. The eye sockets are sunken. "What's up?" The man lowered his voice and moved closer to Wuzan. "Friend, I have something good here, do you want to take a look?" Wuzan took a half step back in disgust and covered his mouth. This person had a serious bad breath. Not interested. Waving his hands and breaking free from the man's claws, Muzin was about to leave, but he didn't expect the man to be relentless and grabbed Muzin's hand again, while at the same time putting a knife against Muzin's waist. "Would you like to see it?" Wuzan also laughed. "Take out, right? Okay, I'm hungry." Muzin obediently followed the man to a dark, abandoned house with dust and broken glass on the ground. There was a pile of old furniture and other things outside, and a smelly trash can pushing open the old iron door. A strange smell hit Wuzan's face and he quickly covered his mouth and nose. Although ghosts do not need to breathe, they can still breathe. Muzin usually keeps breathing out of habit. Even if you hold your breath, you will still feel nauseous at the thought of the odor molecules rushing into your nose, going quickly. The guy didn't care about the smell at all. He turned around, glared at Muzin, and urged him. Wuzan frowned, covered his nose and walked in. After going around a broken wall, I found several people inside. Everyone's face looked a little abnormal. When they saw Muzin walk in, they realized that he was a stranger and they all rushed over. For the first time, Muzin had no appetite for humans. He took a half step back in disgust, and the person who brought him here hurriedly grabbed Wuzan and shouted at those people, "I called you here. Don't grab the order." Being pulled by that man, they walked a little further inside and found a man with no bad smell on his body, sitting in the house, looking at the two of them. "Youngest, you brought in another guest?" As he spoke, the man took out a package and handed it to Wuzan. Seeing Wuzan's strange expression, he said, "Try it." Muzin looked at the thing with disgust. The guy next to him, who was called the youngest, saw that Muzin was not cooperating, so he put the knife against his waist again. Muzin looked at the thing in his hand and could no longer guess what it was. That's awesome. Although different from his previous life, when this thing appeared, the government discovered its harm and banned it, but the management is definitely not strict. I didn't expect to meet him. Wuzan doesn't like this thing. Good people have become smelly. Seeing that Muzin was not cooperating at all, He got so angry that he grabbed the knife and stabbed Muzin. Snap, with a crisp sound. The knife couldn't penetrate at all. The man swallowed his saliva, a little scared, and took a step back. Who are you? The other person also looked at Muzin cautiously, picking up a box, ready to escape at any time, but the next moment, a red arc flashed before their eyes. They felt a pain in their heads, lost their lives instantly, and fell to the ground. The only thing that made Muzin feel lucky was that the supplier among these people had never tasted that stuff, so he could eat it. The others were too disgusting and he couldn't eat them, just kill them all. Chapter 87. How did you become a ghost hunter? Muzin can view the memories of the people he has eaten, so he followed that person's memories and found the source. A lot of people were killed in half a night. It's strange that many people in the commercial chain of this thing don't touch it, so they can eat it. Muzin also had a full meal. By the way, inform Yanagisawa Kiyuki to control these things. Damn, they affect his appetite. After killing an unlucky guy who got this stuff on him, Muzin kicked open the supplier's door without any concealment, but what caught my eye was just a small workshop. The room was filled with all kinds of bottles and jars. The makers were still busy making them. When they heard the sound, they hurriedly turned around to look, while covering their achievements. What do you do? Find something to eat. Muzin answered truthfully, while leisurely approaching the man under his wary gaze. He didn't care at all about the little movement of picking up the dagger behind his back. As he got closer, the man's breathing became tense. The next moment, the man seized the time, grabbed the dagger and stabbed towards Muzin. The target is Muzin's temple. Click. The sharp dagger stayed on Muzin's skin and could not go any further. Gulu, the man swallowed his saliva in fear. He couldn't stab it in. What kind of monster is this? Then, the man saw an even more horrifying scene. The person's arm squirmed and turned into a flesh and blood monster with a huge mouth. The man was so scared that he ran away frantically, opening his mouth to scream for help, but no sound came out. In the end, he was swallowed by Wuzan in one gulp. Muzin's arm slowly recovered, and just as he was about to burn this disgusting place with fire, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Bite the blade struck his neck from behind, but it could not even cut the skin. Muzin slowly turned his head with a look of disgust. Is there any fish slipping through the net? But when he saw the man's attire, he was stunned. Demon Slayer Corps, is there anyone in the Demon Slayer Corps who touches this stuff? But this ghost hunter did not have the stench that Wuzhan hated. Tonight he killed and ate people with almost no concealment, and it seems that he was discovered by the ghost hunters. Now their efficiency is getting higher and higher. In the past, it would take at least a day to arrive. Can't cut it? When the ghost hunter saw that he could not hurt Muzin, he retreated hastily, surprised in his heart, because he was now a Class A ghost hunter. How can I cut it without any effort? Could this guy be the so-called 12 ghost moons? Are you the 12 demon moons? The ghost hunter asked as he retreated, wary of Muzin. Not really. Muzin had no intention of attacking, as he felt that this person looked a little similar to him, but he was 100% sure that he had never seen this GUI. Is it really Alzheimer's? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The ghost hunter was surprised when he heard this. If such a powerful guy is not the 12 ghost moons, then how powerful can the 12 ghost moons be? At the same time, he also became alert. This guy didn't attack him directly. Was he plotting something? Pei Lang. While the two of them were confronting each other, a voice was heard from outside the door, and soon the person who spoke appeared in Muzin's sight. Did you find the evil spirit? Was it another ghost hunter who just walked in and saw a man confronting Pei Lang? Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately drew out the Nichiren sword and pointed it at Muzin. Pei Lang was also watching Muzin from the side, keeping alert to him, and said, "He's the evil ghost we're looking for. Be careful, this guy is very strong." But Muzin's attention stayed on the word Pei Lang. This name sounds so familiar. He raised his hand, and the two were startled and quickly took up a defensive position. But Wuzan just scratched his head and he remembered, he is one of the 12 Kazuki who was defeated by Rengoku Kaijuro when he was promoted to Hashiarate. It seems that he gave up the knife he had always loved because he was humiliated by people who used guns. How come you're a member of the Demon Slayer Corps now? I wouldn't be surprised if you became a half-ghost, but becoming a ghost hunter. After remembering who Palang was, Muzin also remembered the appearance of Palang in the comics. He was indeed somewhat similar to the person in front of him, except that he did not have the triangular lines on his face. Muzin suddenly had an idea and looked at Pei Lang. Do you want to become a ghost? Pei Lang raised his knife, ready to attack, and taunted, "What nonsense are you talking about?
As he said this, he rushed over. Since you have encountered an evil ghost, no matter how powerful it is, you must do your best to kill it, even at the cost of my life. Looking at the attacking Pei Lang, Muzin grabbed the Nichiren sword in his hand. At the same time, on the other side, Pei Lang's companion also looked over. Wuzan kicked him away and looked at Pei Lang. You really don't want to become a ghost? Oh. Pei Lang laughed mockingly and at the same time tried hard to pull the Nichiren sword out of Muzin's hand. Didn't pull. It's outrageous. What kind of monster is this? It's impossible to chop it down, and its strength is ridiculous. Muzin exerted force, causing Pei Lang to stagger, and the knife in his hand was taken away. Playing with Pei Lang's Nichiren sword, Muzin looked at the other ghost hunter who rushed over and kicked him out again. Don't make trouble. While looking at Pei Lang, he threw the Sun Will sword to him and said, Come on, let me fight you. Muzin took out an unopened wooden sword from the mirror space. As we all know, there is almost everything in Muzin's mirror space. How could a collection of hundreds of years be missing? Pei Lang caught the Nichiren sword thrown by Muzin, feeling despised and humiliated, but no matter what, this was an opportunity. He already knew that he could never defeat this guy. But you can exchange your life for the life of your companion. Holding the Sunblade, he adjusted his breathing and rushed forward. He swung the blade wildly, but every blow was easily blocked by a seemingly fragile wooden sword. It can't even damage the wooden sword. His companion was kicked twice in a row by Muzin, and the fight was already difficult with the power that Muzin could control. But seeing that Pei Lang was fighting with all his might, as his companion, he knew very well what Pei Lang was planning. But who can watch his companions die while running away like a coward? Grabbing the Sunblade, he rushed forward despite his injured body. While Muzin was casually dealing with Pei Lang, he slapped away another ghost hunter who was looking over. If you make trouble again, I'll chop you down. How can a ghost hunter stand such humiliation? How can you, an evil ghost, show such a condescending attitude towards us? Ignoring Pei Lang's anxious look, and in Wuzan's puzzled eyes, he chopped again tenaciously with boundless anger. Wuzan, so I let you go or humiliated you, right? Pei Lang attacked frantically, and at the same time he was extremely anxious. If I tell you to run, then run now. I'm your senior brother. Who cares about you? Another ghost hunter said woeful words while shouting and slashing at Muzin. Wuzan. Chapter 88 Infinite City. To be electrified. Kicking him away again, Muzin gave him a fuck you expression and raised his middle finger at him. The ghost hunter fell to the ground, staring at Wuzan's expression and gesture. Dish #me. TMD. At this moment, all the pain no longer matters, everything is meaningless. There is only this guy Muzin. He didn't kill this guy? Tisk. Muzin looked at the ghost hunter who was rushing towards him with a roar and entered berserker mode, and kicked him again. The ghost hunter lay on the ground, kicked out of the door, lying on his back looking at the sky. What a peaceful time. Fighting and killing is so boring. Pei Lang kept attacking hard, but found that it was useless. This guy, he was acting like a jerk while dealing with me, and he looked like he was doing it with ease. Which idiot turned this thing into a ghost? Although Muzin was dealing with another ghost hunter, he was actually paying attention to Pei Lang. He found that Pei Lang's moves were somewhat familiar, but only a little bit made him unable to remember. But Pei Lang had been fighting with all his strength and was almost exhausted. He was now relying on his willpower to continue fighting. I felt so bitter in my heart. Junior brother, you were such a fool. Why didn't you run away quickly just now? I really want to tire myself to death. Upon seeing this, Muzin kicked Pei Lang out. Looking at Pei Lang, who flew backwards and fell to the ground with a bang, he silently gave him a look of contempt and raised his middle finger. Pei Lang, one last chance. Do you want to become a ghost? Wuzan asked while holding the wooden sword in his hand. Pei Lang smiled, gradually becoming more arrogant, and uttered a word roll. Fuck you, little piece of trash. Muzin was about to let him go, but was scolded back. Wuzan kicked Pei Lang. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Ahem. Pei Lang felt a pain in his abdomen, his body trembled, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Muzin kicked him again and glanced at the other ghost hunter. Two pieces of trash. After saying that, he disappeared. Pei Lang gritted his teeth, holding his stomach and struggling to stand up. His injuries were actually less serious than his junior brother's, but he just didn't have much strength left. He walked towards his fellow apprentice step by step, holding the Sun Will sword, and reached out to help him up. The two were also puzzled as to why this evil ghost didn't kill them, and in battle, he could almost be said to be very measured, and for some reason, when Pei Lang was fighting with the evil ghost, or to be more precise, it could be said that the evil ghost was guiding him. He even felt that he saw a trace of his master's shadow in the evil ghost. As soon as he helped his fellow apprentice up,
the two of them supported each other, attracting crows, but suddenly, that guy appeared in front of them again. Wuzan scratched his head. You two continue, and I will set a fire. As he said this, before the two of them could react, a flame suddenly appeared in Muzan's hand and he threw it towards the house like a stone. By a bang, in an instant, the fire broke out violently. When I looked again, the evil ghost disappeared again. What the hell? The two men didn't care about anything else and hurriedly asked the crow to pass the message, asking the logistics personnel to come and handle the matter and rescue them. Can't go far anymore. When the Demon Slayer Corps put out the fire, they found a packet of powder in the residue, and only then did they realize who had died that night. Soon, the government also took notice of the matter. On the other side, Muzan sat on a chair in the Infinite Castle, watching the busy Mingnu and the workers. Infinite City is a space located in an alien dimension. Mingnu can connect the Infinite City to any place on Earth and open a door. So, Naruto built a fixed door to connect the space of Infinite City with a room in Muzan's house, then asked the workers to connect the wires. Infinite City needs electricity. Muzan was now thinking carefully about where the familiar feeling he felt from Pei Long's swordsmanship came from. Mingnu and Yanagisawa Noriyuki were helping out. Yanagisawa Jishing has been quite idle these past 2 days, so Mingnu asked him to help. Muzan looked at Yanagisawa Kiyuki and felt as if he remembered something. Could this thing be related to Yanagisawa Kiyuki? He doesn't know how to use a knife at that time? I asked him to learn sword skills with me, but he refused to learn. Thinking of this, Muzan suddenly remembered this sense of familiarity comes from the knife skills I learned when I first went to learn knife skills. That's what the owner taught me. Although it has changed a lot in the past 100 years, its essence remains unchanged. It turns out that Pei Lang has become his nephew's great-grandson. Hey, what a dish! On the other side, after Pei Lang and his junior brother returned to the Demon Slayer Corps to recover from their injuries, they returned to the martial arts gym. Pei Lang found his master. Master, has anyone in our martial arts school ever turned into a ghost? His master looked at him in surprise. How do you know that? I met an evil ghost not long ago. I seem to see the shadow of our martial arts school's swordsmanship in him. His master sighed. There was indeed an evil ghost. My master once told me that 450 years ago, our martial arts school accepted a talented disciple. According to the description, he was a gentle and steady person. The owner of the martial arts school at that time wanted to inherit the martial arts school to him, until one day, he was called out by his senior brother. His senior brother wanted to kill him, and then he revealed his true face, a terrifying evil ghost. When the owner of the museum arrived, he saw that his senior brother had been eaten. He threatened the owner that he would kill everyone if he dared to expose him. The owner watched the evil spirit run away. Since then, the museum owner began to look for the Demon Slayer Corps. He cooperated with the Demon Slayer Corps to kill demons, and after retirement, he trained new members for the Demon Slayer Corps. From that time on, our martial arts school had a tradition that almost everyone in every generation would become a ghost hunter. Every museum owner will be told this story. Our goal is to find that evil ghost and kill him. The owner paused for a moment, looking at Pei Long's body, which had not yet recovered from his injuries. This must be the one you met. Pei Long's face looked a little heavy. How many people has this evil ghost, who has lived from 450 years ago to today, eaten? Moreover, he had already felt how powerful the evil ghost was, whose strength could almost be described as unfathomable. Is it really possible to kill that evil ghost? He is very strong. I am like a baby in his hands. I have no ability to hurt him at all. Pei Lang looked solemn and sighed, but I don't know why he let me and my junior brother go. He seemed to be joking. Could it be that he recognized my sword skills and took our past friendship into consideration? His master shook his head and said, "That's impossible. The man-eating evil ghost has already abandoned the emotions of being a human. If he cared about friendship, he wouldn't eat his fellow apprentice, let alone threaten his master." Suddenly, his master looked at him seriously and said, "Remember, never have any illusions about evil spirits." Chapter 89. Pei Lang, I regret meeting you too late. 1880. Wuzan sat by the swimming pool, drinking juice, lying on a lounge chair, crossing his legs and shaking. What does it mean to be comfortable? I have to say that technology has developed really fast in recent years. Television has become popular. The Infinite Castle is actually much larger than imagined, and Naruto and Muzan hit it off immediately. A swimming pool was built directly in Infinite City, with a refrigerator next to it, filled with frozen drinks and ice cream. This is called enjoyment. Then we built a hot spring. With so many blood magics, isn't it easy to build a hot spring? Plus, The Infinite City is in a different dimension, so it's not too hot or too cold, it's simply paradise. After this transformation, Infinite City became a holiday resort in the eyes of ghosts. The 12 demon moons, Xingxian and Yuni, have the right to enter the Infinite City.
Now Masahito Maruoka, Kinko Maruoka, and Shizuji Asanuma are tired and come here to relax. This made the other ghosts very envious. This also led to more competition among the 12 demon months. However, if you can't win, you can't win. So, Wuzan had another idea. For every demon who fails to challenge the 12 demon moons, Muzan will give them a note. This is the proof. The note recorded which challenge number they were taking. When the number reaches 200, Muzan will give them a unique opportunity, although they didn't know what the so-called opportunity would be. The ghosts were all very happy. Maybe there's a simpler way. They left with hope. Muzan finished the drink in his hand, grabbed an apple from the table next to him, and left Infinite City while eating it. Miron was different from ordinary ghosts. When she ate her husband, she gave herself a name, Guwa Bird. This represents a break from the miserable life that once existed, but in the eyes of others, he is still called Yering. Miron belongs to humans, and Guwa Bird belongs to ghosts. What Muzan didn't expect was that Kojo adopted two little guys, Zushiwan and Yabaha. The two children originally had a happy family, but after Zushiwan's father died of illness, her mother became confused and began to beat her. The gift her parents gave her on her birthday when she was a child became her final warmth. As for Yabaha's parents, for unknown reasons, disappeared one morning when they left home for work and never came back. He was picked up by a temple, but a temple is not necessarily a holy place where eminent monks reside, away from the worldly world. It may also be a cover-up for filth and dirt. Yabaha became a slave who cleaned toilets, garbage, and was busy every day, and was beaten all day long. Over the past year, it has been used as a tool to clean cesspools and garbage dumps. After being rescued by the Gyuho bird, Yabaha's misophobia became more serious due to the stimulation of the past memories. Even a little dust made him feel as if he had returned to the days of being beaten, cleaning toilets, and sweeping temples. The dregs from those temples became food for the Guwa bird. Muzan came to the mansion of Gyushio, which was also an orphanage. Then he saw the little Zushiwan with short hair and orange clothes pulling the blue-dressed Yabaha, shouting that he wanted to play handball with him. Yabayu was there grabbing her clothes in disgust. "Play with me, play with me. Play handball. Stay away from me. The dust is making your clothes dirty. Your clothes aren't dirty at all. Come play with me." "I don't want to play. I want to study." "What's the point of studying? Play with me, play with me." Many children have grown up and left here, and there are people here to help take care of the children, but for some reason, they found that their mother didn't seem to have aged much. Several children noticed Muzan and looked over curiously. Sae, who is almost 20 years old, feels vaguely familiar with Muzan when she sees him, but it has been a long time, and I only met him once, so I don't remember it. Guwa bird, who was coaxing a 3-year-old child in the house, noticed something strange about the children outside and looked out the window. Then he saw Lord Muzan coming. He quickly put the child down, coaxed him a few times, and hurried out. Miserable adults. Muzan looked at Suzumaru and Yabaha, who were looking at him curiously. The two noticed that Muzan saw them and quickly turned their heads away. Guwa bird looked at the two children, then looked at Wuzan. "What's wrong with those two?" "It's okay, just do what you need to do." Muzan just noticed the two of them and came over to take a look, but his main purpose was to look for Peilangna. He still wanted to confirm his thoughts. At the time, it seemed like the gym owner had made up his mind. Would he really cooperate with the Demon Slayer Corps? So, some of those who are chasing and killing ghosts now are actually his own nephews and grandchildren? Then, Guwa bird watched as Lord Muzan ran over for no apparent reason, took a look, and then left for no apparent reason. Sure enough, the Ghost King's thoughts were not something she could guess. Relying on the ghosts that were hidden deeply and distributed over a wide area, Muzan quickly found Peiling. This moment, he had just killed a ghost, which was actually a so-called half-ghost. He took back the Sunblade and prepared to leave. The fighting during this period restored his confidence. The battle with that terrifying ghost almost made him fall into self-doubt. Is he that weak, can't break the defense? Not to mention killing him, but when facing this kind of ghost, he could kill it almost one by one, smoother than chopping a melon. It turns out that the gap between ghosts can be so big. When Peilang retracted the Sunblade, he saw a civilian hiding behind a rock, leading the way for him. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the evil ghost has been killed by me. It's safe here." The civilian's face lit up when he heard this and he walked out from behind the stone. I hurried over to check his body for any injuries. "You are not hurt, are you?" It is said that evil ghosts can also turn others into ghosts. "I will take you to check it out."
This commoner was a wealthy and prestigious businessman in the local area. At first, Pei Lang thought that he might not believe in ghosts or something like that, but he didn't expect that this rich businessman became so enthusiastic when he heard that he was a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Without saying a word, he took him to find the evil ghost, and even after the battle he was still worried about his safety. Ghost hunters, who have always been distrusted by others and driven away by the government, have never been treated like this. It's so touching that you'll cry. Pei Lang followed the rich businessman to the hospital for a checkup. Seeing the rich businessman heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the inspection report. I couldn't help but feel that this person was really great. So worried about him. Pei Lang really wants to pour out his heart. They started talking without reservation, as if they had met too late and talked about everything. The rich businessman entertained him for another night, prepared dry food for him on the road, mended his clothes that had holes in them from fighting, and watched him get on the train. Looking at the wealthy businessman standing at the train station, Pei Lang was deeply moved. The Demon Slayer Corps is actually still very popular among others. He watched the rich businessman waving to him from the train window until the train went away and they could no longer see each other. This time when he was on a mission, he felt some warmth. As the train went away, the rich businessman looked behind him and said respectfully, "Boss, I found out. It is indeed just as you guessed. The martial arts school he belongs to is dedicated to training new members for the Demon Slayer Corps from generation to generation, and their goal is to kill a ghost from more than 400 years ago." Muzin nodded, and seeing the rich businessman's nervous, happy, and a little scared expression, Muzin's nails slowly grew longer and poked into his head. Chapter 90, Cure All Diseases. Early morning. The dewdrops left on the branches and leaves of flowers and plants last night have not yet evaporated. The green leaves, unable to bear the weight, are slightly bent, and the dewdrops are rolling, sparkling in the morning sunlight. Snap! Muzin touched the dew that dripped onto his face and looked up at the intertwined branches of the trees above his head. "Brother, wait for me. Hurry up. You're going to be late." Two voices came from behind Wuzan, and hurried footsteps approached. Turning around, I saw two young men running hurriedly towards the gate in front. When passing by Muzin, he felt that one of them looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. It can't be Alzheimer's. As the two young men ran to the door, they saw Tamayo walking out. "Ms. Tamayo." Tamayo looked at them and smiled. "Come in quickly, don't be late." The two nodded when they heard this, said thank you, and hurriedly walked around Tamayo and ran inside. While running, he sighed. "Miss Tamayo is well maintained. It's been so many years and you're still so young. And Miss Tamayo is so gentle. Yes, it would be nice if Miss Tamayo was my girlfriend. Be careful, Yashiro might hear it." Muzin scratched his head and watched the two of them disappear from his sight. "Why do they look so familiar?" Tamayo looked at Muzin. "Boss, what's the problem with these two kids? Don't talk." Tamayo, "Okay, I won't say anything." Muzin felt like he had some impression of it, and was afraid that Tamayo would interrupt his memories. Suddenly, an idea came to me. That he remembered that the two brothers were adopted children of the Guwa bird. A long time ago, he read the memory of Guwa bird and saw the figures of two people in Guwa bird's memory. However, these two children were not abused by their parents, but their parents died when they were very young. One night, Guwa bird saw a little boy squatting on the ground crying. After asking, it learned the situation and accompanied the boy to find his brother. Afterwards, they adopted two children, but when he remembered it, Muzin looked at the memories of Gyukatori and Tamayo again. What makes Guwa bird feel strange is that ever since adopting these two children, there are always brainless half-ghosts coming here. However, she solved the problem easily and killed quite a few half-ghosts, which was considered a credit. Muzin can find time to give her blood. What happened afterwards made him look a little strange. Most of the children of Guwa bird come to work here? Tamayo nodded as if it was a matter of course. What's the problem? Besides, you've been keeping an eye on us, haven't you? How come you didn't know? I'm so bored that I keep an eye on all the ghosts. Tamayo, that's right. After these two brothers arrived at Lushur Pharmaceutical, many half-ghosts came and wanted to attack them in the past 2 years. It was already speculated that the two children might be targeted by half-ghosts. Although it was unknown why, the Guwa bird might have kept an eye on them and sent them off several times on the way. The half-ghost didn't stand a chance. As for Lushur Pharmaceutical, this is a den of ghosts. Isn't it seeking death if a half-ghost runs here? If one comes, one will die. If two come, a pair will die later. Perhaps the half-ghost realized that something was wrong and finally gave up, and based on hundreds of years of experience, Musin believes that anyone who is captured by a half-ghost for no reason is basically likely to be a related character in the original work, but I couldn't remember it for the moment, I just don't want to think about it anymore. In the room of Lushur Pharmaceutical Building, Wuzhan sat on the sofa, drinking the coke handed to him by Zhushur. After a few sips, I immediately felt relaxed physically and mentally. Tamayo, I have an idea. You should research the potion that can turn ghosts into humans. Tamayo? She looked at Wuzhan with strange eyes. Boss, are you finally tired of living? Wuzhan, that's not what I mean. Think about it. If you can turn a ghost into a human, then I can turn the human into a ghost first, and then you can turn the ghost into a human. My blood plus your medicine, wouldn't that cure all diseases? Tamayo, _Winkyface seems, as if, there's nothing wrong, but boss, if there is such a drug, wouldn't it be a threat to you? Wuzhan curled his lips. Do you think just a little potion can really work on me? Do you know the value of the Ghost King who ate the blue spider lily, overcame the sun and the wisteria flower? The scumbag boss in the original book is not afraid? If he doesn't want to become a human, nothing will work. Tamayo thought about it and it seemed to be the case, but then she showed an embarrassment. But, boss, I really can't imagine that there is any potion that can turn a ghost into a human. In the past, I could start with wisteria, blue spider lilies or the sun, but now, I don't know where to start. I don't care. Tamayo. Okay, you are the king of ghosts, you have the final say. I'll figure this out later. Let's deal with the main thing first. Tamayo knew that Musin became a demon because of a past illness. He took a potion that lacked the blue-red spider lily and became the world's first demon king, plus the so-called curse of the Abuyashiki family. Tamayo has a guess that the so-called curse is not actually a curse, but a genetic disease. Musin has been weak since birth and Musin is also from the Abuyashiki family, although the symptoms are different. They may all be family diseases. It is more likely that it is caused by genes on the sex chromosomes. After all, an obvious symptom is that the incidence rate of males in the Abuyashiki family is higher. So is it possible to find a cure for the Abuyashiki family's illness? Tamayo, who already had biological knowledge at the genetic level, had many conjectures, but we need Lord Musin's blood again, and it would be best if we could have the blood of someone from the current Omayashiki family. Musin felt that Tamayo's idea made sense. Seeing Tamayo excitedly take out a syringe, Musin stretched out his arm cooperatively, and Tamayo stabbed him with a needle. The needle broke. Envy. Tamayo. Musin used his fingernails to cut open his wrist container. Without saying a word, Tamayo handed a test tube to Musin. The blood flowed into the test tube and the wound closed instantly. Tamayo hurriedly disinfected and sealed the test tube. Don't worry. I don't believe any virus can survive in my blood. Tamayo, Winkyface, that's right, his blood is more effective than disinfectant. Alright, Lord Musin, go find a way to get the blood of those people in Abuyashiki. Yashiro watched the whole process from the side, and finally waited for Lord Tamayo to say this, and hurriedly opened the door. His meaning was very clear. Wuzhan, well done to you too, just throw it away after use, right? Chapter 91 Opportunity Evening. After a day of hard work, people are walking tiredly on their way home. Because of Lushur Pharmaceutical, the surrounding economy is also very developed. Many shops and buildings have been built. There were street lights on both sides of the road, and Wuzhan was sitting in a restaurant nearby. He looked through the window and saw the two brothers who were there during the day. My younger brother ran out of the gate of Lushur Pharmaceutical and chased after him, anxiously shouting, "Brother! Brother! Wait for me!" My brother turned around, stopped, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. "Brother, hold my hand. I can't help it. You are always so timid." The brother smiled and held the hand he extended, and the two walked away hand in hand. The sound of their conversation was left behind. It's scary to be alone at night. Luckily, I have a brother. Musin looked at the two of them and finally remembered. Isn't this younger brother the hand ghost in the original book? He had just watched a little bit of Demon Slayer at that time, and he was moved by this first demon that brought back memories, but now it seems that there is no need for these two children to become ghosts, and it's fine as it is now. If they don't want to die in the future, Guo Bird will definitely ask him to turn these two children into ghosts. As for going to the Obstetrics ward to get his blood taken. Muzin was not in a hurry. There's plenty of time anyway. 1890. The number of ghosts who failed to challenge the 12 demon months finally reached 200. Muzin showed a malicious smile on his face, as if he had seen the long-awaited scene, and his smile became more and more perverted. The waiter who came over with the dishes saw the customer holding his forehead with one hand, his head lowered and his body trembling slightly. He could just catch a glimpse of the strange smile on the customer's face, which sounded a little scary. The waiter couldn't help but stop and didn't dare to get closer, but when he looked at the meal in his hand, he saw that this strange and scary guest looked okay, so he mustered up his courage. Isn't it just delivering a meal? She came over hurriedly as if she was going to the toilet at 12 o'clock in the morning, put down a plate of food with a bang, and turned and left. Muzin was so startled by the voice that he stopped smiling and his expression became a little stiff. What are you doing? After dinner, Muzin hurried back to Infinite City. This time, Mingnu was in the Infinite City. In an instant, 200 demons with evidence in their hands appeared in front of Muzin. Although there are 200 ghosts, the Infinite City does not seem crowded. The ghost who was teleported here didn't react in time, but when he looked forward, he saw Lord Muzin in front of him. They were about to ask each other what happened, but suddenly they fell silent because of Lord Muzin. I'll give you a chance, a way to defeat the 12 demon moons with lower difficulty. Wukan laughed. Hearing this, more than 200 ghosts showed expectant expressions. Does Lord Muzin want to give them blood? With so many ghosts, Lord Muzin won't suffer from anemia, right? Muzin ignored their voices and continued. From among all the 12 demons in Yorichi Tsujikoku, you choose one to challenge, and all 200 of you will come together. As long as you win, you will all receive my blood, have the right to create demons, and can enter and leave the Infinite City. More than 200 ghosts. Group fight. Isn't this easy? Isn't Lord Muzin just finding an excuse to give them blood? Master Muzin is awesome. Long live the boss. Give you 3 minutes to think about it, and then give me a unified answer. Wuzun pulled over a chair and sat on it, shaking his legs. A smile kept appearing on his face. Who among the 12 ghost months has not challenged them? To be honest, the current lower moon one is already much stronger than in the original work. Perhaps the 200 ghosts had the ability to win, but the almost instantaneous defeat left too deep an impression on them. The so-called ceiling, which has always been disobeyed by ghosts and considered to be a joke, must be the best choice. Plus, they have never seen one before. You know, the only ones they can challenge are the 12 demon moons. The so-called ceiling. As soon as you hear this strange title, you will know that it is just a name to make up the number Lord Muzin. This is a clear statement. Soon, all the demons gave Muzin their answer. Sugakuni Yoriichi no misery, Omega, just as I expected. Just as I expected. Minaru. Close the door. Release Yoriichi. Mingnu glanced at her boss speechlessly. It's unlucky for Yuani to have a boss like you. As appropriate music played, the space of Infinite City began to change. The place where more than 200 ghosts were originally turned into a huge room, and Muzin came out of the room. 200 ghosts, full of fighting spirit and aggressiveness, had ferocious smiles on their faces. Asa note fell. A confused Uni appeared in front of 200 ghosts who were holding weapons and ready for fighting. Yuani, who was just fiddling with the newly bought TV with his neighbor, looked at the chaotic scene in front of him with a confused look on his face. What happens? Suddenly, a voice came from nowhere. The bloody battle begins. Yuan-Yi was stunned. As soon as the voice with a gloating tone sounded, 200 figures rushed up. Uni. Kibutsuji Muzin. He doesn't even have a knife in his hand now. Could it be that he had to make a knife out of flesh and blood like his brother? Even though the incident happened suddenly, Uni reacted immediately. Even when he was besieged by 200 demons, he easily dodged the attacks and even repelled the approaching demons with his bare hands. You know, he can always drive the Hidao. The red sword was wielded with such great strength that it turned red. You can imagine the power of this. The ghosts that were slapped away by Yuani were all stunned. It's open. He must have opened it. Seeing other ghosts being easily defeated, they finally understood none of those who can be given the title are fake. It's just that they have never really seen it, so they always have fantasies about it. Therefore, what they imagined about Lord Muzin wanting to give them blood and explicitly choosing the worst was simply that Muzin wanted to have fun. The Ming girl played a light tune. Muzin was outside cheering them up. Come on. If you defeat Yoriichi, you will get the same rights as the 12 demon moons. You can prove your strength. Uni snatched the knife from a ghost's hand, followed the sound and wanted to find Muzin, and stabbed him directly, but the room was closed, and all one could hear was Muzin's voice, which made one want to hit him, and Naruto's soundtrack. He finally understood why Muzin wanted to take Mingnu under his wing. So you just want some background music, right?
Yuani kicked away an attacking ghost. Although Yashi Akira was powerful, even if these 200 demons understand that Muzan Kibutsuji is simply trying to trick them, this is also a rare opportunity to gang up on them. Do your best to try it once. Chapter 92 Ghost. Trembling Uni grabbed another knife and used it as a dart, throwing it hard in the direction where Muzan's voice came from. The blade cut through the air like a javelin, creating a sound of airflow and hitting the wooden board hard. He pierced the wooden board and continued to stab towards Muzan without slowing down at all. Muzan saw the knife that broke through the blockade and was thrown at him, and he was so scared that he quickly stood up and dodged. I would be a fool to take Yuni's attack head-on. Through the broken wall, Yorichi saw Muzan, who was sitting on a chair, eating potato chips, drinking Coke, and watching him fight comfortably. It's amazing. He never expected that Muzan could do such a thing. The knife that was dodged by Muzan finally hit the ground in the distance, cutting all the way in and damaging a large area of the ground. It felt like a cannonball was thrown at him by a knife. Mingnu. Muzan looked at Mingnu, who was watching the show on the side, and reminded her hurriedly. Only then did Mingnu obediently change the space to separate Muzan and Yorichi. Minaro, how about calling Kokoshibo over here? Wukan said with a smile. Mingnu, I have no opinion, but her hands did not stop moving, and accompanied by the music, not only Kokoshibo came, but also Doma. The only one who has a bad taste like Muzan is Doma, right? I have to say that Mingnu is indeed the best assistant. As soon as Doma arrived, he heard the sound of fighting and Muzan's servile smile coming from the wall in front of him. He came forward, picked up a bag of potato chips on the table next to him, and asked with a smile. While eating, boss, what did you do? Muzan handed over a bottle of Coke and said with a smile, it has nothing to do with me. It's a ghost who wants to challenge Uni. Under Doma's questioning gaze, Mingnu added in a voice without any emotion, it's just 200 ghosts. Doma took a sip of Coke and looked at Muzan with admiration, as expected of you. It's none of my business. Muzan acted as if it had nothing to do with him, eating potato chips with his crunchy mouth. While watching the battle from the perspective of Yorichi and the other demons, Kokoshibo looked at the two seriously ill guys speechlessly. Boss, are you two idle? How could that be? Wukan laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, Muzan suddenly jumped up from the chair again and ran away without saying a word. Bang! The wooden wall separating Yashiichi and the others from Muzan suddenly shattered. A red light seemed to flash before Doma's eyes. Suddenly, the next moment, Doma's head fell to the ground and he just looked at his body. There was an expression of aggrieved on his face. Lord Muzan cheated you. What does it have to do with me? He picked up his head from the ground with a wrong look, held it against his neck, and looked at the two ghosts, one fleeing and the other chasing. Muzan shouted for mercy while running desperately, while Yorichi chased Muzan without saying a word, holding a knife in his hand. He didn't understand why such a guy existed in the world. Is this something a human can do? On the other side, a group of failed ghosts were so confused that they couldn't even touch his clothes. We are all trash, right? Kokoshibo took out some melon seeds and started eating them as if he was watching a show. What does it have to do with him if Muzan is being chased? Mingnu continued to play the brisk and pleasant music. Kokoshibo sat in Muzan's original position, eating and drinking like Muzan just did. Watching the show, Doma also grabbed a chair and sat on both sides of the table, with Doma and Kokoshibo sitting on top. Watching the show comfortably, Muzan rushed over, shouting, you two guys should come and help quickly. Kokoshibo and Doma, I can't hear it. The veins on Muzan's head were about to bulge with anger, but the next moment, Yuani swung his knife and slashed at him, but it slipped past his clothes. Wuzan was startled and hurriedly sped up, shouting, it's not me who's challenging you. What's the point of you chopping me? If you want to chop them down, chop them all together. Yuani said nothing and just chopped. Wuzan's face darkened and he walked around in a big circle. The two ghosts were watching the show when they saw Muzan rushing towards them. Before he could react, he was caught. Just throw it out, Doma and Kokoshibo in the air? Suddenly, Yuni swung his sword and chopped several times in an instant, and Doma was chopped into more than a dozen pieces and fell to the ground. At the same time, Yorichi caught Kokoshibo with his other hand. He stopped and put his elder brother on the ground, looking at Kokoshibo's confused face. Elder brother, stay away. Doma, confused face? Doma pitifully struggled to get his body back together bit by bit, almost covering his face and crying. Kokoshibo glanced at Yashiichi, then looked at Muzan, whose expression became arrogant, and silently drew out his Nichiren sword. Throw me, right? Wu Zhan. The two brothers chased after him with knives brandished, and Muzan was so scared that he ran around everywhere. But once there is a little distance between us, he can turn around and give an arrogant and sly smile. The Jigwa brothers are amazing. As soon as you have any thoughts of letting it go after enough,
you will see Muzan raising his middle finger with an arrogant smile on his face. Who can tolerate this? Mingnu, for all, it's none of your business, just ignore it playing music. Very comfortable then. Wuzan jumped over. He grabbed her suddenly and threw her towards Kokushibo and Yorichi like a bowling ball. Mingnu? Thank you. Kokushibo kicked Mingnu away and continued to chase Muzan with Yorichi. The Infinite City was in a mess, and 200 ghosts huddled silently on the side, watching Muzan being hunted down. Lord Ghost King, you don't care about your image in front of ghosts at all. They didn't dare to leave unless Lord Muzan told them to. Besides, the only one who could send them away, Naruto, had turned into a bowling ball. I can't go out even if I want to. Looking at the 3 people, 2 chasing and 1 fleeing, they didn't dare to say a word and huddled there in a ball. Lord Muzan wouldn't grab them and throw them at him like bowling balls or cannonballs, and then have them chopped into pieces or kicked away like Lord Doma, right? Shivering, finally, after their anxious wait, Yorichi and Kokushibo let out a long sigh and retracted their blades. Wuzan looked at them with an unsatisfied look. Not chasing anymore? Other ghosts, okay. Wuzan waved his hand. Although stabbing people is fun, he really has no interest in having 200 ghosts stabbing him one by one. Blood flowed from the long gray-purple nails and was collected by Muzan into a bottle. Then he threw a handful to the group of ghosts and said, "Share it and drink it." 200 ghosts hurriedly stretched out their hands to catch it, fearing that the bottle would fall to the ground and break. He was happily sent out by Mingnu to divide the blood. Doma, who had been hiding aside to watch the show, was also thrown out by Naruto. Then, Muzan looked at Kokushibo and Yorichi. He patted the 2 ghosts on the shoulders meaningfully. Chapter 93 Wasted. Koroshibo, you can't always avoid your brother. Upon hearing this, Yuni nodded in agreement. His elder brother was so busy improving his strength that he refused to live with him. Kokushibo curled his lips. I am the older brother, and I must become strong enough to protect Yorichi rather than a weak person. Bang! Muzan heard Kokushibo's thoughts and slapped him on the head. Are you stubborn? Kokushibo looked at Muzan silently with his 6 eyes and said, just tell me not to hit me. Okay, stop staring at me. You are too impatient again. Muzan tilted his head, avoiding Kokushibo's gaze. Yorichi nodded following Muzan's words. Brother, you are indeed too impatient. Don't talk. Wuzan glared at Yuichi. Okay, I'll shut up. Wuzan said earnestly. We ghosts can't die anyway, so you can improve slowly. But isn't it a bit childish to refuse to see Yuan just because you're not as strong as him? Kokushibo didn't say anything. Wuzan continued. Besides, you are not weak at all. You are just a little bit worse than me and Yuan. Just take your time. Muzan said, showing a fatherly smile, and patted Kokushibo's shoulder. Okay, stop being angry like a child. You two should improve your strength together, train together, and make progress together, okay? The expression on Kokushibo's face became more and more disgusted, and all 6 eyes narrowed as he frowned. He pulled away Muzan's claws. Boss, don't talk like that. Stay away from me. Hey! You still dislike me, don't you? In the end, Yorichi returned with Kokushibo, who had finally figured it out. Wuzan was strolling on the street chewing some fruit. Because this is not a commercial area, there are only a few people scattered on the street, and there are some small shops and restaurants scattered on both sides of the road, but the number is not large. For decades or even hundreds of years, a row of trees has been planted on both sides of the road in order to adhere to environmental protection. There should be a half-ghost around here. Before he found the half-ghost, Muzan's attention was attracted by a familiar figure in front of him. A man who was limping with a cane and looks lonely. Peilang. Muzan never expected that when he saw Peilang again, Peilang would appear in front of him in this posture. He walked over quickly, and Peilang heard someone approaching him. He stopped his slow and laborious movements and turned to look. Because Muzan had changed his clothes and appearance, he was not recognized. Peilang looked at Wuzan, who was walking over with some surprise. Who are you? Muzan smiled and said, are you from the Demon Slayer Corps? Peilang was a little confused. Wuzan continued, I seem to have met you before. You saved me from the hands of a demon, but you should have forgotten it, right? Peilang smiled. Is that so? His smile was somewhat bitter. He looked down at his crippled leg and sighed. It's a pity that I will never be able to kill ghosts and save people again. Wuzan immediately followed up with the question, what are you doing? Peilang shook his head. It's okay. Having said that, he was about to leave. I have become a cripple and everything is over. There is no need to continue reminiscing about the past. Wuzan hurriedly chased after him. You saved me before. I want to treat you to a meal. Can you give me a chance to repay you? Pei Lang stopped and looked at the person in front of him, but he sighed, but nodded helplessly. After eating this meal, at least this person will feel better, right? If someone has a conscience, he will not be able to let go of a favor he is indebted to but cannot repay. Pei Lang limped and followed Muzin to a barbecue restaurant. Because it was not mealtime, the barbecue restaurant was empty at this time. After the two men arrived, the owner of the back room heard the noise and came out. Seeing the two people's actions, he was suddenly startled and his face froze for a moment, but then he returned to normal and smiled and greeted them. What would you two like to eat?
Let's have the signature 20 skewers first.
Okay.
The boss's attitude was very good, even to the point that Pei Lang felt he was a little too enthusiastic. Almost as soon as the two of them sat down, the boss enthusiastically brought out the barbecue. Wu Zun picked up one and handed it to him. This shop is delicious, you try it.
Pei Lang took the barbecue from Wu Zun's hand and just took a bite when he suddenly saw that the person in front of him had changed. It's that evil ghost. Pei Lang was startled and stood up suddenly, but his inconvenient legs almost made him unable to stand steadily. He staggered and hurriedly held on to his crutches, looking at Wu Zun warily. You bastard. Although he is no longer a demon hunter in the Demon Slayer Corps, his first reaction is still to protect others, but with a soft bang, the door was closed. The one who closed the door was the boss. Is this boss also a ghost?
Are you surprised? Are you surprised?
Wu Zun grabbed a piece of barbecue and smiled. Pei Lang was alert to Muzin, and at the same time, he was careful of the boss who seemed to be a ghost. What do you want to do?
I met an acquaintance, so I invited you to have something to eat.
Why are you so tired after not seeing you for a few days?
Pei Lang didn't believe Muzin's words at all.
What a joke, an evil ghost inviting a ghost hunter to dinner. Wrong, the boss is an evil ghost. The barbecue in his hand. Pei Lang's face suddenly darkened, and he subconsciously threw the barbecue in his hand away, wanting to vomit.
This is not human flesh.
Wu Zun said this and took a bite. Pei Lang was even more certain that this was human flesh. Can ghosts eat normal food?
Don't waste food.
Muzin saw that Pei Lang was about to overturn the table with human flesh and hurriedly protected the barbecue. These are really just ordinary barbecues, and they are quite delicious. We should not waste food. Although the shop was opened by one of his ghosts, it only sold ordinary barbecued. Is there really a ghost who was willing to sell human flesh? But Pei Lang became even angrier after hearing this. The food you are talking about is humans, right? To be honest, the Demon Slayer Corps is quite stubborn when it comes to their attitude towards demons. Muzin grabbed the barbecue and moved closer while chewing it. Pei Lang glared at Muzin with gritted teeth and tried to retreat. How could he, whose Nichiren sword had been confiscated and whose legs were crippled, have the ability to fight against him? What's more, even if he was healthy and holding the sunblade, he couldn't hurt this guy at all. Seeing this, the boss who was blocking the door said,
Lord Muzin thinks highly of you, please don't be ungrateful. Stop talking. Wu Zun blared at him. Boss, okay, you are the king of ghosts, I won't say anything. Pei Lang also caught this word. Wu-chan? Are you the demon king Kibutsuji Muzin?
Damn, no wonder he's so strong. I thought the 12 demon moons were stronger than this, so the one who studied in our martial arts school back then was the Ghost King, right?
Are you free?
That's right, Muzin said as a matter of course. The Demon King is not one of the 12 demon moons.
Pei Lang took a deep breath and remained alert. What do you want to do? I don't think a cripple like me is worthy of your attention.
Chapter 94, Making Wisteria Bullets. Don't be so hostile, Wu Zun said with a smile while holding up the skewers. Come on, sit down and talk first.
Don't try to be stubborn when your legs are lame.
Pei Lang looked at Muzin, being vigilant while also understanding the current situation. I was no match for this guy even when I wasn't injured, let alone now. In order to find a chance to escape, he could only cooperate with this guy temporarily, pretend to be nice to him and delay time. In this way, he could find an opportunity to escape and tell the Demon Slayer Corps the information about the Demon King. Holding the cane tightly in his hand and staring at Muzin, Pei Lang slowly sat back on the
stool in front of Muzin.
I think you're pretty good, why don't you become a ghost? Although Pei Lang had already sat down, he still held the cane in his hand. Hearing this, he looked at Wu Zun with a sarcastic smirk on his face. If you want to kill me, just come directly. There is no need to humiliate me like this. You don't have any relatives who have been harmed by ghosts, right? Why do you hate ghosts so much? Isn't it natural for humans to hate man-eating demons? Pei Lang didn't look directly at Wu Zun when he spoke. He always felt that this guy was eating human flesh. Muzin was a little speechless about Palangi's stubbornness. It was not like this in the original book. The charm of the Demon Slayer core so great, however, his main purpose in pulling Pei Lang over was not to turn him into a ghost. He just wanted to give it a try, and he didn't want to give it up, and he was too lazy to explain the Demon Slayer core's stubbornness.
What's the matter with you being like this now? Pei Lang didn't cooperate with Muzin in everything. He didn't know what the so-called Ghost King was thinking. I told you, you let me go? Wuzan nodded.
Okay, I'll tell you. Muzin immediately pretended to listen to the story seriously while eating the barbecue. Pei Lang looked at Muzin with disgust and spoke in a voice without any emotion. 2 years ago, when I was on a mission, I encountered police officers. They wanted to confiscate my Nichiren sword, and we had an argument. In the end, I was shot in the leg, and my Nichiren sword was gone. After I became disabled, I lost my ability to fight, so I left the Demon Slayer Corps. Wuzan felt a little strange after eating the last skewer. In the end, Pei Lang was still defeated by guns. However, now that he has joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he probably doesn't want to become a demon at all. What a pity.
That's it, can you let me go now?
Pei Lang was about to stand up with the help of his crutches. At the same time, I am also ready to fight to the death if my promise is not fulfilled.
Don't worry, I'll give you a suggestion.
In the eyes of Pei Lang that said, "Are you going to break your promise?" Wukan laughed and said, "You used the poison of the wisteria flowers to create bullets that can kill ghosts, so that you can continue to fight."
Pei Lang?
He looked at Muzin with strange eyes. Are you sick? Although he felt that the suggestion proposed by Muzin seemed very feasible. But, you are the king of ghosts, why should I help him find a way to kill the ghost? As expected, ghosts are heartless and ungrateful. Companions and subordinates may also harm each other. If the king of ghosts is like this, let alone other ghosts, then, he heard Wuzan say, you can go to some place with advanced medical skills.
Maybe they can help your injury.
Muzin didn't just say it was Lushur Pharmaceutical, but it's almost the same. Lushur Pharmaceutical is now probably the most advanced pharmaceutical company in the entire country, and even in the world. Pei Lang looked at Wuzan with strange eyes. What do you want to do?
It's fun.
Okay, if you have nothing else to do, just leave. Don't be an eyesore if you don't want to eat barbecue. Pei Lang, as Muzin expected, after leaving, Pei Lang immediately returned to the Demon Slayer Corps. While telling his lord about his encounter with Muzin, he began to develop a list of demons to kill. In fact, the poison of wisteria flowers is no longer effective against ghosts. Even if it is successfully made, it is only a weapon to kill half of the ghosts. Muzin can just let ordinary people see half ghosts and kill them with one shot. 1892. On the streets that still have dirt surfaces, most of the houses on both sides of the road look like they were built a long time ago, and the surrounding environment is somewhat harsh. The pedestrians' clothes are still the same as they were decades ago, and the atmosphere around doesn't give people a very good feeling. There is even garbage hidden between houses, and some bad incidents are prone to occur. The sun had just set and there were still many pedestrians on the road, relying on the dim lights in the houses on both sides of the road to bring light to the streets. Based on the memory sharing of his ghosts, Muzin found a place where the local order was very chaotic and prepared to have a good meal. But once I got there, I met someone who looked somewhat familiar. A man wearing a red mask, a sun blade hanging on his waist, and a haori with wave patterns and cloud patterns. Especially the protruding nose on the mask is really eye-catching. People passing by couldn't help but take a second look, and because the mask looks menacing, many people avoid him. Muzin quickly remembered who this was: Urokadaki Sakanji, the master of the original protagonist Tanjiro. Muzin, relying on his disguise as a human, was about to walk towards him. But before he could get a few steps closer, Urokadaki Sakanji suddenly turned around, grasped the hilt of the Nichiren sword with his hand, looked at Muzin warily, and said in a low voice, "Evil ghost." When the people around heard what this weirdo said, they looked at him as if he was crazy, but noticing the knife at his waist, the people around him couldn't help but move away from him. Could he be a madman who's hacking people indiscriminately? Wuzan looked around in confusion, but he was indeed the only ghost around. He couldn't help but point at himself and looked at Urokadaki Sakanji. "You mean me?" Urokadaki Sakanji did not answer him with words, but suddenly drew out the Nichiren sword right on the busy road. He took up a fighting stance. His actions further confirmed the speculations of passers-by around him, and they all moved away from him. You should watch the excitement, but definitely don't meddle in other people's business. But seeing that this weirdo seemed to have a clear target of attack, I couldn't help but want to stop and watch the fun. Wuzan finally remembered, like Tanjiro. Urokadaki Sakanji has a nose that looks like an external plug-in, and has a unique and sharp sense of smell. He can judge people's emotions through smells and can also distinguish demons disguised as humans. He doesn't understand. It's simply a bug. Even he, the Ghost King, can't do it. At most, I can feel people's emotions based on intuition. Urokadaki Sakanji was too disdainful to say anything more to the evil spirit in front of him and simply swung his sword at it. Muzan dodged sideways with a panicked expression on his face. Help!
Someone's killing me! He turned and ran while shouting, and Urokadaki Sakanji chased after him without saying a word, waving his Nikarin sword. The people around were frightened by this and quickly made way. Muzan looked at the people in front of him and saw that no one wanted to help. They all avoided him and watched the show curiously. I can only say that this is indeed a place with a bad atmosphere. He had been hoping that a passerby would pull Urokadaki Sakanji back. It now seems that there is no hope for this group of people who don't care about anything. He ran wildly down the street following Urokadaki Sakanji, one chasing the other. At the same time, Urokadaki Sakanji was also a little surprised. His sense of smell told him that this guy was very strong and was an evil ghost, and must have eaten many people, but at the same time, there is a gentle atmosphere. Chapter 95, Dismissal. Dismissal for all of you, are you kidding me? How can a man-eating demon make people feel gentle?
Besides, he could smell this guy's emotions. There was no murderous intent, and the panic on his face was completely fake, as if he was just playing. I didn't take his attacks seriously at all. Urokadaki Sakanji could feel how powerful this evil ghost was. It was more than enough to crush him, but just like what he felt, he had no intention of killing him. He just wanted to tease him for fun. This reminded him of some ghosts he had encountered before. Those ghosts were just like the evil ghost that he was hunting down. Not only did they not have the intention to kill him, but they wanted to teach him some lessons, and those ghosts were all very strong without exception. After defeating him easily, they let him and his companions go and left. Now that he was in the crowd, even though Urokadaki Sakanji had many doubts in his mind, he did not dare to take it lightly. All he wanted now was to drive this evil ghost out of the crowd, no matter what the explanation was. Two figures, one chasing and one fleeing. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound on the street behind me, and hurried footsteps approaching quickly. There were many people listening to the sound. Wuzan looked back and saw the police officer coming. He just yelled, "Help! Officer, help! There's a madman chasing me and slashing at me." The police officer behind heard Wuzan's cry for help and hurriedly quickened his pace. The order in the town has been extremely poor over the past year. Many people have died. If a few more people die, they won't be able to succeed. Why is the order so bad here? Stop! Or I'll shoot! The police officer shouted at Urokadaki Sakanji, who was still chasing the victim while chasing him with a gun in hand. But even though Urokadaki Sakanji could feel that this ghost had no ill intentions, he did not dare to gamble and only wanted to use himself to stop this evil ghost. At the same time, delay time and wait for the arrival of the Demon Slayer Corps. This is a man-eating evil ghost. Don't stop me! Urokadaki Sakanji shouted as he quickened his pace to catch up with Muzan. But how could the police officer believe in the existence of evil ghosts? This guy seemed to be mentally ill. He kept shouting to stop while chasing him. Last chance. If you don't stop, we will shoot. Officer, please save me quickly. I can't hold on any longer. Muzan shouted and urged. Urokadaki Sakanji's face was gloomy. This damn evil ghost actually took advantage of ordinary people. The police officer looked at the increasingly dangerous victim and the crazy attacker and raised his gun. Stop! Urokadaki Sakanji already understood that there was no way to explain it clearly, so he could only chase after Muzan while being alert to the police officer behind him. The next moment, bang, a gunshot rang out and Urokadaki Sakanji hurriedly dodged. The bullet grazed his skin and a hole was made in his Haori. Muzan was almost hit, and he turned around to glare at the police officer and shouted in horror, "You almost hit me! And I can't hold on any longer. Hurry up! The police officers are having a headache. Why are there so many things to do? Can you please stop shouting?" Fearing that this person would die, he could only encourage him, "Hold on." They finally realized that the attacker was a complete psychopath and that they could not persuade him, so they simply gave up trying to persuade him and resorted to force. The distance was still far enough now, and these people's shooting skills were not very good, so it was not difficult for Urokadaki Sakanji to dodge. "I'm just angry, don't make trouble, I'm protecting you." Muzan looked at the bullets that passed by him and even almost hit him. It was unbelievable. "You guys organize crime by killing the victim and the perpetrator together, right?
Ha! No wonder the order here is so bad. Maruoka Masahito, please fire them. Masahito Maruoka, okay, I'll dismiss you right away. They all withdrew. The police officer was also confused. How can these two run so fast? They are all exhausted from running. Wuzan grabbed another bullet, his face darkened, and he turned around and raised his middle finger towards the police officers. You are all garbage. If you want to kill me, just say so. The police officer heard this and exclaimed, Hey! How can you be so arrogant when you are being chased and hacked? I won't save you. Let's go. It's time to get off work. A group of police officers put away their guns, said hello to each other and left. Wuzan? Gone, just leave like that. Dismissal, must be dismissed. Everyone, get out of here. Social maggots. Urokadaki Sakanji breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time he couldn't help but feel some contempt for these so-called police officers. That's it, no wonder the order here is so bad, but fortunately no one stopped him. But just when the two thought that the police officers were about to leave, suddenly a gunshot rang out, and a bullet flew straight towards Muzan Wuzan. This time it wasn't an accidental injury, they were targeting him. He dodged it quickly and Wuzan laughed out of anger. Okay, no need to dismiss, I'll give you credit for surviving tonight. The police officer who fired the shot saw that he had missed, turned his gun around, put it away with some disappointment, and walked away with his colleagues. Wuzan remembers them. The two figures, one fleeing and one chasing, quickly ran out of the town and came to a deserted field. Muzan was running when he suddenly realized that Urokadaki Sakanji had stopped chasing him. He turned around in surprise. Why don't you chase me? Urokadaki Sakanji knew that the demon in front of him had no intention of killing him, so he simply stopped raising his Nichiren sword and looked at Muzan. I'm curious, you are different from other ghosts, why? Muzan was stunned at first, but then he understood when he thought of Urokadaki Sakanji's cheat level nose. It turned out that he had already smelled that he had no intention of killing, and he should have already sensed his strength. Want to know? Wukan laughed. Urokadaki Sakanji nodded slightly. While he was waiting, Wuzan smiled wickedly. If you want to know, beg me. Urokadaki Sakanji, let's have a fight. He raised the blade again. Even if you are sure you cannot win, you should still try. Moreover, he wanted to figure out what these strange ghosts were all about. As he said that, he rushed over. Muzan dodged easily and pretended to pick his nose like King Luffy. Don't waste your energy, you're noob. You can't beat me. Urokadaki Sakanji said nothing and attacked again. Muzan stretched out his hand and easily caught his seemingly powerful and swift attack. The blade was caught in his hand and was unable to cut his flesh. He was once a water column. Even though he is now retired due to old age and his strength has declined, he is still a former water pillar. But he felt a little frustrated when he smelled an emotion called boredom coming from him. Even though I already knew that the guy in front of me was very strong, I didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Muzan wants to try some interesting operations. It's boring if they are just noobs. With a force, Urokadaki Sakanji staggered and the Nichiren sword in his hand was easily snatched away. Seeing this, he hurriedly retreated. Muzan played with the sun blade in his hand, and under the shocked gaze of Urokadaki Sakanji, the sun blade slowly turned red. As for, I will never use the breathing of the sun again, did he ever say this? Definitely never said that. Muzan looked at the red Nichiren sword in his hand, waited twice, then looked at Urokadaki Sakanji and said with a smug smile, Do you want to know why the Nichiren sword in my hand can turn red? Chapter 96. Do you know there is a kind of nose? Urokadaki Sakanji stared at the flaming red Nichiren sword in Muzan's hand. According to legend, this flaming red sun blade represents the hope of destroying evil spirits, but why did it appear in the hands of a ghost? Do you want to know why? Please beg me, Wuzan said arrogantly. Urokadaki Sakanji really couldn't see how this guy could be connected to the 7 words hope of slaying evil spirits. Is God mentally retarded? But it is undeniable that this red sunblade made him relax his vigilance towards the ghost in front of him. In addition, he could not smell any murderous intent, and he could even clearly feel a strange aura from this guy. It's like everything is just a joke. Urokadaki Sakanji looked at Muzan with contempt. Although he was wearing a mask, Muzan still felt terrified by his gaze. Okay, I'll tell you. Wuzan curled his lips, but let's talk about it somewhere else. Hearing this, Urokadaki Sakanji frowned, but the ghost in front of him showed no malice. Even though he was a little worried, the two of them finally came to a coffee shop in the town. Although the order here is very poor, no matter how chaotic a region is, where there are poverty, there must also be rich people. In order to serve them, the areas where they live will have everything they need and the environment will not be bad.
Urokodaki Sakanji was not used to this kind of place, and he didn't
expect. Why would a ghost like you be so skilled at drinking coffee? What do you drink? Urokodaki Sakanji waved his hand and said, whatever. I'll give you 2 of what I ordered. The waiter nodded and left. Urokodaki Sakanji urged, what's going on? Why can you use the sun blade and turn it red?
Don't worry, Muzan took out a handful of melon seeds, handed them to Urokodaki Sakanji, who was confused under his mask, and cracked them while saying, luckily, I ate the blue spider lily and was able to live without eating humans. He is also able to wield the Nichiren sword, and has successfully convinced many ghosts not to eat innocent people. Urokodaki Sakanji didn't smell any lies. Muzan continued, over the past few hundred years, I have killed many evil demons, never harmed an innocent person, and even saved many people. Listening to Wuzan's story, there wasn't a trace of lies. Urokodaki Sakanji was somewhat moved for a moment. Although he was a ghost, he overcame his desires and helped many people. He subconsciously understood from Muzan's words that the demon in front of him had escaped the control of the Demon King through the blue-red spider lily. He uses the Nichiren sword to kill evil spirits, and at the same time persuades departed spirits to be good, and rescued many people. Such ghosts are fundamentally different from those evil ghosts who have lost their humanity and do all kinds of evil. Wuzan added, many of the ghosts I persuaded became doctors to help others cure diseases. As Urokodaki Sakanji listened to Muzan's words, he seemed to be able to imagine a demon taking the blue Higanbana and breaking free from the control of the Demon King. He began to persuade other ghosts, bearing the pressure of being discovered and killed by the Ghost King, leading more and more ghosts, using blue-red spider lilies to overcome the problem of cannibalism, and then constantly helping others to atone for his sins. Suddenly I felt that behind the smile on his face was endless bitterness, but all he smelled was tenderness and happiness. How optimistic this should be. Those who use water breathing have a gentle heart. For a moment, he didn't notice the deliberate guidance in Muzan's words. Wukan smiled and picked up the coffee that the waiter placed on the table. Urokodaki Sakanji looked at the coffee on the table and suddenly felt that this cup of coffee represented the person in front of him, tasting sweetness and bitterness. In the end, Urokodaki Sakanji did not touch the coffee on the table and watched the person who did not tell him his name leave. As soon as Muzan left Urokodaki Sakanji's sight, he ran to find Tamayo. He must be given a hack that can block this kind of cheating sense. You guys have hung up, but I haven't. Back then, didn't I spend so much effort to turn Tamayo into a ghost, just to make Tamayo cheat for me? Meeting Urokodaki Sakanji was a reminder to him, if you want to do something fun, you have to fix your buggy sense of smell. Tamayo was busy fiddling with Muzan's blood and observing it under a microscope. Noticing that a Muzan suddenly appeared behind him, he turned around and looked at Muzan. Boss, what do you want?
Did you know there is a kind of nose? Tamayo? Are there different types of noses?
There is a kind of nose that can smell other people's emotions and even identify lies, and distinguish between people and ghosts.
Can you make me a potion that can deceive this kind of nose? Tamayo was a little confused after listening to Muzan's words. Are you sure we understand the same kind of nose? Does the nose have this function?
It's this nose. Muzan pointed at his nose. I met a man whose nose can distinguish between good and evil, emotions, humans and ghosts, and lies.
Get me something that'll fool their noses. Tamayo felt overwhelmed after listening to this. What you are talking about is not scientific. Besides, do you think I'm selling cheats? Muzan patted Tamayo's shoulder solemnly. You are not scientific either. Don't worry, I believe you.
Tamayo's head hurts, but there is no need to ask more. Muzan will definitely give her an answer if I don't care. Come on, go lose your hair. Muzan was very satisfied with Tamayo's attitude. Come on. Having said that, he disappeared. Suffering is worldly, happiness is Euro.wn.as for the gloomy look in Yashiro's eyes. Muzan didn't even bother to care about it. After confirming that Urokodaki Sakanji had left, he returned to the town to find food. Because of the remote location, there are countless damned people hiding behind the chaotic order. He also changed his appearance. I managed to fool Urokodaki Sakanji by being vague with my words. A week later, all the officials, police officers and management here were replaced. On television, the news reported what the officials here were doing. Those who were so-called arrested, death penalty, or sentenced to a certain number of years in prison have actually disappeared from this world. What surprised Muzan was that she was indeed Tamayo, the best assistant. He really got what he wanted. Under Yashiro's gloomy eyes, Tamayo handed the potion in her hand to Muzan expressionlessly. It should be useful, but it can only prevent others from telling that you are a ghost or have eaten humans. Emotions and lies can still be distinguished. And you need to try it to see if it works.
Wuzan looked at the potion in his hand, because he can see Tamayo's thoughts and memories. He also knows how this thing works, and it was based on Tamayo's guess. If the guess is correct, it works. Chapter 97. Twice. Although Tamayo didn't quite understand the ability to smell emotions and lies, she could basically guess why. She could distinguish between humans and ghosts and whether they were cannibals. It's similar to smelling something. As long as he starts from Muzan and allows him to control the leakage of that breath, he can prevent others from smelling it. This is actually similar to the so-called fighting spirit in the transparent space. The main function of Tamayo's potion is to help the user sense his or her own signature smell of a human or a ghost, thereby hiding. Wuzan drank the potion, felt it, and successfully restrained the smell. Even though he is a bad player, as the Ghost King, he still has some talent. With a nervous mood, Muzan changed his face again, found Urokodaki Sakanji, because he did not deliberately hide his whereabouts, and with the development of technology, cameras have been installed. It's easy to find someone next to a railway track in the wilderness. There are fields full of crops on both sides. Urokodaki Sakanji was waiting for the night to fall. He smelled the scent of a ghost, but couldn't find it, so he could only wait here. Maybe ghosts will appear at night. He noticed that this time the ghost's scent was pure evil, like a beast without wisdom. It seemed that most of the ghosts he encountered were like this, but the daylight has not yet disappeared, and the edge of the sun is still above the horizon. There were footsteps behind him, making slight sounds as they stepped on the weeds on the ground. I didn't smell any ghosts, but instead I felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. Urokodaki Sakanji turned around and looked just an ordinary passerby, but coming to the wilderness at this time, are we in a hurry? There were no houses around, and there were evil spirits nearby, so Urokodaki Sakanji was a little worried. Gentlemen, Muzan looked at Urokodaki Sakanji and a hint of joy flashed across his heart, which made Urokodaki Sakanji a little confused. You called me? Urokodaki Sakanji nodded. Are you going to that town over there? He pointed in the direction that Muzan had just gone. Wuzan nodded in cooperation. Urokodaki Sakanji didn't understand the relief and joy that the man in front of him felt. Are you afraid when you are alone, and happy when you meet someone who is traveling the same way as you? Let's go together. It's a little dangerous at night. Good. Muzan returned to Lushur Pharmaceutical and immediately told Tamayo to start mass production. Give each ghost a ghost hand. 2 months later, the early summer sun was a little dazzling. Muzan was lying in the Infinite Castle, drinking coke, but the Gyutori met Urokodaki Sakanji. Urokodaki Sakanji met Makomo, a 2-year-old child who had no parents and had survived by eating at other people's homes. In this tiny doll, one seems to be able to see the tenacity of human vitality. He wanted to adopt the poor child, so he went through the local procedures and obtained custody of the child. Guwa Bird has changed from only adopting children who were abused by their parents to adopting both orphans and children who were abused by their parents. She also likes the child Jingu very much. The smile on her face is very nice, but seeing that Urokodaki Sakanji had already obtained custody of the child in advance, Kabutori was helpless. All they could do was watch as Urokodaki Sakanji threatened, if you dare to let this child get hurt, you'll be dead. Under the mask, Urokodaki Sakanji had a smile on his face, and his voice sounded reliable and steady. Don't worry, I will take good care of the child. Hearing his words, Guwa Bird couldn't help but feel relieved, but what I didn't expect was that a year later, Kawotori looked at his old acquaintance, Urokodaki Sakanji, with a gloomy face. Do you run the orphanage or do I run the orphanage? Urokodaki Sakanji was also a little embarrassed. The child, Schwantu's father, had passed away, and his mother died after giving birth to him. Urokodaki Sakanji happened to bring a nearby ghost hunter to the hospital. After hearing this, he went through the procedures to adopt the 2 children. Then, the Guwa Bird was late again. The hospital clearly notified her there was a child whose parents had passed away, so she was asked to come and adopt the child. When I got there, I saw this old man holding the rabbit that should have been his child. Twice a plate. Say, the daughter of Kawotori, who was already in her 20s, pulled her mother's hand and said, it would be great if someone could adopt her. This child will live happily. The Guwa Bird stared at Urokodaki Sakanji with its feathers standing on end, and took a deep breath. If there's any problem with these 2 kids, I'll kill you. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and said, next time I see you, I will kill you with a knife. Urokodaki Sakanji watched the Gyukatori leave with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. A nurse nearby explained to him this is the director of a nearby orphanage. She loves children very much. She should have regarded this child as her own son.
Spring 1899. In front of Lucier Pharmaceutical. Doma smiled as he saw off the person in charge who came to purchase medicines, and stood at the door watching them leave. When they disappeared from sight, Doma couldn't wait to leave Lucier Pharmaceutical to look for food, find a cute and perverted little sister to try, like the psychologically twisted little sister, the most super delicious. Doma walked with a brisk pace, a smiling expression on his face, but his speed was so fast that it was difficult to see clearly as he shuttled through the roads. I feel so happy just thinking about the taste of the lovely food. Soon, Doma, who had had his fill, ate the last eyeball with a smile and licked his fingertips. Take a walk at a brisk and pleasant pace and exercise after meals. Following a burst of hurried footsteps, a woman holding a child suddenly jumped out from an alley. That he was wearing light green clothes, but his face was covered with scars and his eyes were so swollen that they were almost invisible, with only the green pupils visible. Her hands as she held the child were also covered with scars. The red wounds and brown scabs were shocking. Doma's first reaction was that more delicious food was delivered to his door, but I noticed that the girl was afraid and panicked. Her face was full of horror. She was holding the child in her arms and looking back constantly, because she kept running. Her breathing was rapid and sweat was dripping from her forehead. When she saw Doma, she ran towards him as if she had seen a savior. Please, save me. Doma was very gentlemanly and supported the weak-limbed woman, but the worry on his face seemed a little fake. What's wrong? The woman, filled with fear, didn't care and tried to hide behind Doma, whispering, please help me block it. If I am discovered, I will definitely die. Following the woman's words, a burst of hurried footsteps and a man's vicious voice came. Kotoha, Kotoha. Where are you, you bitch? Get out of here, or I'll beat you to death. Doma felt a sense of disgust towards this voice. While blocking Chini behind him, the man rushed out, looked around, and immediately saw Chini hiding behind him with the child in her arms. The man looked very ferocious, his face was red, and he was holding a wooden stick in his hand. He strode over with gnashing teeth. You bitch. As he said this, he tried to pull Doma away. Chapter 98. Yuzuki family. But I couldn't pull it. You want to meddle in other people's business? Doma blocked Kotonoha behind him and looked at him with disgust. Get lost. He was too disdainful to say anything more to these people. The man was so angry at Doma's shout that he immediately raised the stick. F***ck, I'm going to beat you too. Doma protected Kotonoha and her son while kicking him away. A bang, the man was kicked over without any resistance. He fell to the ground, unable to move due to the pain in his abdomen. He fell hard on the ground with his back, and it seemed like all his bones were broken. The man struggled to get up. Doma looked at Kotonoha, his smiling face returning to normal. Let's go, thank you. Along the way, Doma learned about Kotonoha's situation. Shinya asked with some concern, you won't be caught by the police if you hit him, will you? By 1899, as technology developed, the law had become relatively complete. Doma still had that smile on his face. It's okay, I can handle it. Upon learning that Kotonoha had nowhere to go, Doma brought Kotonoha to his home. Although he hardly ever stayed at the so-called home, this was a house he bought on a whim. Following the example of Lord Muzan, he also put a rocking chair in the house. Moreover, there are forests and rivers not far away, and the environment is very good, but compared to the so-called good environment, Doma is still a girl who is keen on delicious food. It wouldn't be a waste to just give this house to her. Doma opened the door and took Kotonoha to a bedroom. Shinya looked at the child who had fallen asleep in her arms and couldn't help but smile lovingly on her face, carefully placed the child on the bed. There's food in the kitchen, go get it if you're hungry. As Doma said this, he put his keys on the table beside him and was about to leave. At this moment, he felt a little pity for the poor girl and helped her. Now he wants to go back and eat the GUI. It doesn't matter if Lord Muzan and Lord Akaza scold him. But that guy, on the other side, Gua Bird looked at a child in the hospital with loving care. The child's name is Zenitsu Agatsuma, and he was abandoned in the hospital by his parents. What made Gua Bird feel relieved was that finally no hateful old man came to apply for a custody certificate in advance. Marvelous, the Gyukatori took Zenitsu away with a gentle smile. The child is very cute and smiled happily when she saw her. Kojo brought Zenitsu back to the mansion, mixed the milk powder, fed Zenitsu little by little, and rocked him until he slowly fell asleep. She gently placed him on the bed and looked at the cute child once more before closing the door. Then he showed a ferocious smile. A scumbag who dares to abandon a child. On the other hand, Doma realized that the baby was very fragile and could not eat rice or the like. I started helping Chinya prepare milk powder and other things. As her wound slowly healed, Doma felt that Kotonoha became more and more beautiful. The green pupils are like gems, really charming, and she always hugs Inosuke and makes pinky promises while singing, and her singing voice is very nice. The kind-hearted Chinyi by his side made him feel very good. So, Doma began to frequently visit this home that he had almost never visited, but now Doma just thinks that Kotonoha is like a beautiful work of art and he likes to look at it more. If we talk about emotion, it is nothing more than the appreciation and love for beautiful things. This time, Doma was sitting on a chair beside him, watching Kotonoha holding little Inosuke and humming a soft song. On the other side, the Gua bird was a little troubled. Zenitsu was a bit timid, except for her and the girl. The other brothers burst into tears as soon as they approached the child and curled up into a ball. This child, what should I do? On the outskirts of Tokyo, the economy is not that developed. The legacy of history is vividly displayed here. A family that has been passed down for 100 years and has a unique status and reputation in the local area. A ninja family that selects the strongest people in the most cruel way to maintain its own strength, and today, this ninja family that has been passed down for hundreds of years was surrounded by a group of police officers. The surrounding people were also evacuated. The young children were put through hellish training in ways they could hardly bear, resulting in an extremely high mortality rate. Then, through the most ruthless fighting and fratricide among brothers, the final strongest one will be selected to inherit the position of head of the family. This might not have mattered in the old days, but today, it is illegal. These families, built in the most brutal and ruthless way and at the cost of human lives, must be eradicated. In the Yuzui family that had been surrounded, there seemed to be no intention of making a big move or starting a war with the outside world. The children who had not died from the brutal training were gathered in a room. The head of the Yuzui family looked at his 8 children, one of whom had died from the brutal training, and today, these things finally caused disaster. The officer issued a warrant for his arrest, but he didn't regret it. The Yuzui family, as a ninja family, was able to maintain its prosperity by relying on this power that was obtained at the cost of humanity. Ninjas should abandon those useless emotions. Let's focus on family together. Although the economy and technology where they live are not developed, they are not completely ignorant of the world today. He was well aware of the power of guns and had always been worried about it. They seem to be abandoned by the times. He originally wanted to include firearms in their training. As long as it could make the family stronger, he was determined to innovate, but now it seems that he no longer has the opportunity to make changes himself. They were still using traditional cold weapon combat methods and were unable to deal with fully armed police officers. Gather the children together. The head of the Yuzui family glanced at the 8 children with a look that was cold and full of pressure. After I leave, you will need to train according to the instructions I leave behind. He gave the final order and looked at the most satisfied child. This child was the one most like him, had always been one of the best, and had a personality that pleased him very much. Yuzui Gyosui, you are in charge of these matters for the time being, but be careful not to get discovered. Yuzui Yukisue nodded expressionlessly. The head of the Yuzui family said nothing more. Wearing the clothes that symbolized the head of the family, he walked out of the room calmly as if he was stepping into the execution ground and opened the door, standing in front of the police officers who were waiting with guns. Even with rows of black gun muzzles pointed directly at him, there was no change in his expression. For the sake of the family, sacrifice is necessary. The police officer took away his weapons, handcuffed him, and escorted him into a car, leaving behind the family he had spent half his life with. The police officers also broke into the Yuzui family, taking away several wives of the head of the Yuzui family who were also on the arrest warrant, as well as more ninjas who had also murdered their own flesh and blood. Harming their own children is enough to make them spend the rest of their lives in prison or even be sentenced to death. Although these poor children inherited the Yuzui family's property, the oldest of them were no more than 10 years old and had to find new caregivers. Of course, it is impossible to train according to his instructions as the head of the Yuzui family wanted. Chapter 99. Again and again after their father passed away, Tengen Yuzui and his 7 brothers and sisters opened the guidance left by their father. It looked like a suicide note, but also like a terrible training schedule. More than a dozen pages of paper were densely filled with his instructions to his children. It is still almost anti-human training, but it was also filled with other demands. Let them learn about firearms, develop newer departments to understand today's technology, and avoid government searches. One thing after another was listed on it, with ridiculously detailed requirements written down. There is also a page left exclusively for Yusui Jusui. The content of this page is to lead brothers and sisters to fight each other, and finally select the strongest person. Although many contents have reflected that the head of the Yuzui family is trying to adapt his family to this ever-changing era, the ignorant and backward ideas have ultimately taken root in his heart. All of this is simply impossible to achieve. However, Yuzui Jusui, who always followed his father's example, took all this for granted and even began to conceive of specific actions. But the 8 children who were looking at the will left by their father heard the chaos outside the house becoming increasingly chaotic. Bang bang bang. Kill. Those who surrender voluntarily will not be killed. The dense sounds of footsteps, shouts, fighting and gunfire all came in from the chaotic outside. The children in the house immediately became alert, grabbing weapons in their hands, ready to fight at any time. Tengen Yuzui took off the 2 knives from his back and approached the door cautiously, while inadvertently trying to shield his brothers and sisters behind him. The footsteps were approaching quickly. Yuzui Tengen looked outside and saw that all his relatives had been captured and handcuffed. Some of them were covered in blood. He was arrested and taken away. At the same time, these police officers also noticed this house, and at first glance they saw the little guy who only showed a little bit of his figure to investigate the situation. Upon seeing this, Yuzui Tengen quickly retracted his gaze, shielded himself with the wall, and said to his brothers and sisters in the room, "Be careful, we've been discovered." The police officers outside the house looked at their companions. "Those children should be here. They look very alert, be careful not to hurt them." As the officers approached, the children grew nervous, listening to the footsteps and ready to attack unexpectedly at any moment. Squeak. The door made a slight sound. The children, who were only 7 or 8 years old, rushed forward with weapons in hand as if they had received an order to attack. "Careful." A police officer shouted hurriedly, but they never expected that a few children could have such combat awareness and ability. Darts and swords came together, and the police officer in front was accidentally cut on the arm. He quickly grabbed the gun and stepped back, aiming at the kids. For a moment, the police officers who originally just wanted to take them to the orphanage became cautious. At the same time, I was secretly surprised. What kind of cruel training had these children, who looked less than 10 years old, gone through to become like this? But these children were just children after all, and they were soon picked up one by one, shouting at them to let me go. They didn't have sufficient knowledge and only thought that this group of people were enemies who wanted to destroy their family. This group of restless little guys were taken away. When they come of age, they will inherit the property, but now they must find a supporter. These children who have received the wrong education since childhood need new families. Muzan, who had just finished reading a new book by Xiang Kai, let out a sigh and looked at the situation of his demons. Then I found out that Inju's father had been arrested. No misery. Oh, the children of Inju's family have now been sent to an orphanage. Wuzan suddenly had an idea. So he hurried to the orphanage. The facilities of this orphanage are not very good, but it seems that it was established not long ago when there are only a few employees. Each of the children who were sent here was very aggressive. He refused to cooperate in anything and kept shouting that if someone had the guts, he could let them go. There were also a few children who kept silent and had no expression on their faces, but without exception, they are very vigilant. The dean and staff are worried when they see these children. As soon as he sent away the people who brought the children, he saw a man standing at the door of the orphanage. "Hello, what can I do for you?" The dean asked the staff to lead the child into the house, and he walked over and asked the man. This person was dressed neatly and cleanly and seemed to be someone with some assets. "Are you here to adopt a child?" Wukan smiled, looking very gentle. "I want to adopt a child," he said, looking at the children who were being led inside by the employees. Maybe it's because the orphanage was newly built. Although there are not many facilities, the surrounding area is still brand new. The dean smiled when he heard this and hurriedly took Muzan inside. At the same time, he also asked Muzan some questions, wanting to confirm that Muzan did not have any bad intentions. Following the director in, Wuzan discovered that there were actually many children in the orphanage, although it looked deserted. What is a bit worrying is that most of these children are disabled, either mentally handicapped, physically disabled, or suffering from some serious illness. Many people abandon their children because they think they are not what they want, and these poor little ones are sent to orphanages. Even though the orphanage was built as well as possible, once you enter it, you will feel a sense of dead silence and oppression. Seeing that Muzan did not seem impatient, the dean took Muzan to see the children who were in the worst conditions first. But to his disappointment, Muzan did not have the kindness to adopt these children who had trouble surviving. There are countless tragedies in the world, and he can't possibly save them all, but we can ask Masahito Maruoka and others to pay attention to this. Moreover, social progress is the way to solve these tragedies at their root. Afterwards, he brought Muzan to the children who had just been sent here. "What are these children's names?" Muzin knew clearly that these little brats with wary eyes would never answer him. It would be better to ask the dean. The dean already had their information, which happened to be in his hand. He flipped through it and handed it to Muzin. Muzin took the information, looked through it and compared it, and found Yuzui Tengen. He walked over, and Yuzui Tengen was not afraid at all, and glared at Muzin with an unhappy look. Wuzan squatted down and wanted to reach out and touch his head, but when Yuzui Tengen saw this, he immediately hugged his head, took a step back and glared at Muzin. "Don't touch me." Wuzan scratched his head helplessly and smiled gently. "Come with me." Yuzui Tengen looked unhappy and looked at Muzin with disdain without saying a word.
Chapter 100. Do you think you are petting a cat? It was obvious that he didn't want to cooperate with anything. Before he had experienced being deceived by his father into killing his brother, most of the family members were captured and the family fell apart. In his eyes at this moment, these people are all enemies.
Listen to me, after all, Muzin has lived for more than 1,000 years.
How could he not imagine what this 7 or 8-year-old kid was thinking? Has your father been arrested? Yuzui Tengen looked at Muzin and remained silent. Wuzhan continued. Then do you know that your father was arrested because he abused you?
Your family has always wanted brothers and sisters to kill each other and choose the strongest one.
Do you know that if the police officers hadn't brought you out, you would have faced the same thing in the future?
Yuzui Tengen pouted. He knew that his father had always been heartless. One of his younger brothers had died before, but his father didn't show any emotion at all. But he always felt that they were all his relatives. He didn't want to believe what the dude in front of him said. However, Yusue Xingshui, who was standing by, was somewhat moved by this. Why does this person know this? Wuzan ignored his reaction and continued. You are still being taken to the orphanage. You don't need to train hard anymore, and no one will let you train like that. What do you want to do? Spend your life in an orphanage with your brothers and sisters? The sound pillar gritted his teeth, and the other children also looked at Muzin. What he said made sense, but they still didn't want to admit it. Maybe he was angry, or maybe he just didn't want to trust these strangers.
Do you know about school?
Come with me, I will take you to school and live a happy life like an ordinary child, without having to fight or struggle.
How about that? You see those guns? Don't you want to know? If you follow me, you will have a chance, but in the orphanage you may not even be able to go to school.
Yuzui Tengen's heart was moved, but he didn't want to admit it, and instead looked at his relatives. There was no way he would leave his brothers and sisters and follow this stranger alone to live a happy life. But he is smart and can see the current situation clearly. They are just a group of children, and they have no power to make choices when facing this society. The dean standing by was also quite confused. How come you, who suddenly came here to adopt a child, know the situation better than me? Muzin looked at Yuzui Tengen pressing down his brothers and sisters and understood what he meant, laughing. How about this? You come with me, and I'll adopt your other brothers.
I'll pay for your schooling, how about that?
They are all grown up now, so just leave them alone to play with themselves. Yuzui Tengen looked at his brothers and sisters, and they seemed to be persuaded by this handsome guy. Only Yusue Xingshui looked a little stranger. Then he nodded. I will go with you, but you can't break your promise. Muzin smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this, and reached out to touch Yuzui Tengen's head. Okay. Yuzui Tengen was a little unhappy, but when he was under someone's roof, he had to bow his head. Just touch it, plate. The smile on Muzin's face also made Yuzui Tengen very unhappy.
What the hell are you doing with such a happy look on your face, when you are petting a cat? Yuzui Tengen squeezed out a sentence from his throat with an unhappy voice. Have you touched enough?
Muzin pretended like I couldn't hear him and continued touching him. Yuzui Tengen, with a few little ones. Wuzan quickly completed the procedures and obtained custody. Then I bought a train ticket. The 8 children around him, who had been trained over and over again since childhood, finally showed their true nature and followed Muzin looking around on the street, but past experience has deterred them from doing anything else. Just go and follow Wuzan. Obediently, Wuzan inexplicably had a feeling that he was the king of children, strolling around the streets with a group of little brats following Muzin all the way to the train station. The little guy's eyes were shining with excitement and curiosity. Muzin casually touched the head of Yuzui Tengen beside him, making Yuzui Tengen extremely unhappy along the way. On the train, the little ones looked at Muzin's expression, which did not seem to stop them, so they lay by the window and watched the rapidly changing scenery outside the train window. Noticing that the smile on Muzin's face was gentle and not displeased, he became bolder and began to talk to each other, whispering. While speaking, he kept looking towards Wuzan. Yuzui Tengen stared at this annoying guy. How long do you want to touch me?
If you want to pet a cat, go get one yourself. What does it mean to touch my head?
Right triangle and area operators. However, Yusue Shingshui silently tilted his head and looked out the window with a confused expression on his face. Is the father wrong? Has he always been wrong in regarding others as role models? He tried desperately to erase himself and abandon his emotions just like his father did.
Was it all wrong?
Alright, just as he was confused, he heard Muzin's voice and looked over there. Muzin finally took his claws off Yuzui Tengen's head and said with a smile, I won't touch you anymore, don't make that expression. Yuzui Tengen, Yuzui Gyosui was startled and noticed that Muzin was looking at him. Muzin looked at Yuzui Gyosui and suddenly moved closer. Shingshui, come and smile for daddy bathing. He had a blank expression on his face, and then Muzin grabbed his face and pulled the corners of his mouth upwards. Shingshui wanted to break free, but there was nowhere to hide since he was leaning against the window, so Muzin used the flesh on his face to force a smile out of him. Tianyuan looked at his brother, who used to be as thin as an ice cube, being held in Muzin's hand and having his face pinched, and suddenly he felt bloating. Others also noticed the water and looked over, either blatantly or cautiously. This guy Shingshui has finally met his end. The train arrived at the station soon. Muzin pinched his face and touched his head all the way. It was really annoying. 7 years of hard work was directly broken. I have been suppressing my emotions for 7 years, am I easy? He pouted and huffed, as if he was finally saved, and quickly struggled to break free from Muzin's clutches. Relying on the money power of his ghosts, Muzin directly asked the nearby ghosts to help him buy a big house very close to a local school. At this time, many tall buildings had been built in many cities, and it is worth mentioning that key-operated mobile phones had already appeared, but I'm too lazy to buy it. Not a smartphone anyway, but looking at these little guys, Wuzan thought he could get one for them. Moreover, in these more developed cities, the architectural style is getting closer to Muzin's cognition, and the houses are different from traditional ones. The 8 little guys couldn't help looking around. The streets are also different from what they know. As they passed by the building, they looked a little surprised. So high, although they have 4 or 5-story buildings at home, this 9 or 10-story building is really beyond their imagination. Chapter 101, Won't the half-ghost attack people at home? Muzin led them all the way to their destination, which was a villa with a yard. Although there are only 3 floors, the area is large enough. After spending almost the entire day on the train, they realized that the person who adopted them was easy to get along with, and they became bolder. The children, whose nature had been restrained for several years, seemed very happy at this moment, as if they had finally broken free from the shackles. I ran into the house impatiently, looked around curiously, and carefully touched things that I couldn't understand. At that time, televisions still had big heads, but for them, it was also a new thing. Muzin walked up to Yuzui Tengen proudly and placed his paw on his head again. How is it?
Isn't this place nice? Yuzui Tengen didn't seem to have any awkward temper and nodded. Come on, call me daddy. Yuzui Tengen, father. He called out as he was told, and showed no reluctance on his face. He bowed slightly, even a little respectfully. Since I don't have much affection for my father, isn't it normal to have an adoptive father? But Wuzan felt bored for a moment. Why do you call me Yuzui Tengen, I_I? Are you not satisfied that I am obedient? Come on, stop looking and go pick a room. Muzin clapped his hands and called on the children to go and choose a house. Because of the training they received since childhood, they were very obedient. After hearing Muzin's words, they stopped running around and quickly chose their own rooms. Being born into a ninja family, this should be the first time they choose their favorite things by themselves. Right, after an exciting day, the 8 little ones fell asleep quickly. The next day, early morning, Wuzan kicked open a door. Get up, get up. Go to school. 8 little ones? They were confused for a moment, and their previous habits did not give them much time to react. They immediately perked up and broke free from their confused state. Muzin brought them to school, and the children were still very excited. A brand new life, no fighting, no father's cold scrutiny. Muzin just threw them into school and left them there. He explained the situation to Tianyuan and Shingshui and left. You don't really think you will take care of these little brats? The night sky replaced the dusk, and the crescent moon descended into the dome above. Yenya Quangjin picked the fruit beside him, looked up at the starry sky, and put the fruit in his pocket. It's already dark. Not far away, his younger brother was still squatting on the ground catching insects. Quangjin stood up and looked at his brother who was engrossed in the game. Korakin, let's go. Quangjin shouted at his brother. Oh. Quangjin's younger brother was called away from the joy of catching insects by him. Only then did he realize that it was already dark. He hurriedly put the insects into the bottle and followed his brother. Brother, slow down. Quangjin stopped helplessly, turned around, and smiled at him. Hurry up, As he spoke, his voice suddenly stopped, his pupils dilated, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Korakuen! Run away! While shouting, Kwang Jin ran towards his brother with all his strength and immediately grabbed his hand. Run, roar! With a loud roar, a ferocious monster ran out from not far away, and as if it had seen some delicious food, it opened its huge mouth that emitted a foul smell and crawled quickly towards the two of them. How could two kids under 10 years old outrun such a monster? Kwang Jin was so scared that he wanted to cry, and the monster behind him made his legs weak, but his brother pulled him, so that he was able to escape forward. Kwang Jin only felt that the monster behind him was getting closer and closer, and he felt extremely nervous and frightened. Help! Someone come save us! Kwang Jin shouted while desperately pulling his brother, who could hardly run. My chest also felt hot and my lungs felt like they were burning. Help! Kwang Jin's brother's eyes were filled with tears and he ran away desperately. Roar! A hideous monster, as tall as 2 men, roared and rushed over. Its huge body trampled on the seedlings in the field, crushing them one after another. The fishy smell coming out of its mouth became stronger and stronger, and its huge mouth was about to bite down on the two of them. Kwang Jin wished he could run his legs to pieces. Hurry up, I couldn't stop feeling regretful. Why did I bring my brother out to play when I knew it was dangerous at night? As a result, Kwang Jin will also die with him. Please, someone come and save them. The huge mouth was accompanied by a stench that was almost enough to make one's eyes hurt, and the ferocious teeth were extremely terrifying. Help! Click! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. A figure suddenly appeared and blocked the tooth that was about to fall with a knife. Kwang Jin took the opportunity to grab his brother and run forward, while looking back constantly. He was a tall man wearing a purple-black haori and had long black hair with red edges. The huge monster was actually easily blocked by him with his knife raised. Kwang Jin, who was temporarily out of danger, finally couldn't hold back his tears. So scared. While running, Kwang Jin looked back and suddenly saw the man twisting the blade. He swung the long knife in his hand and chopped off the monster's head with one stroke. So strong. Kwang Jin stopped for a moment. Sora Chika ran to his brother sobbing, hugged him and burst into tears. Kwang Jin patted his brother's back to comfort him, and couldn't help but look at the man who saved them both. Just as he was about to go over to thank her, he suddenly heard footsteps again. Kwang Jin subconsciously thought there was another monster, but the figure that came over was a person. A man wearing a red haori, with black hair and red edges, wearing 2 sunwheel earrings that sway in the wind, and a long sword hanging from his waist, walked towards the man who saved them. Brother, as Uni was speaking, he noticed 2 little children not far away, and saw a half-ghost disappearing on the side, and he understood what was happening. Kokoshibo looked at the half-demon on the ground with disgust. Although he didn't need to breathe, the feeling of breath on his face was enough to make him feel nauseous. If it wasn't for saving these 2 little brats, he would have chopped them off from behind. Well, thank you for saving us. Kwang Jin plucked up the courage to move forward and bowed to express his gratitude.